Chapter 1. I am Loki Odinson. When Feng discovered that his name was Loki Odinson, he began to feel a sense of surrealism. As a typical individual living in the 21st century, having been raised under the red flag and existing in a modern society, Feng could hardly be unaware of what the name Loki Odinson signified, though he did not consider himself a die-hard fan of Marvel. He had certainly seen blockbuster films like Iron Man, Thor, and the Avengers, which garnered both box office success and critical acclaim. Just prior to his unexpected journey, the entire company had organized an outing to watch Avengers: Infinity War in splendid 3D. However, Feng never imagined that such an absurd occurrence as transmigration would happen to him. Such grandiose events seemed far removed from someone like him, who struggled to make ends meet, let alone becoming Loki from Norse mythology. Was he losing his mind, or was the world itself in chaos? Admittedly, Feng had once indulged in daydreams on Qi, fantasizing about transcending his mundane existence to become a savior, marrying a beauty of wealth and charm. But those were mere figments of his imagination. He never truly believed he would experience such a phenomenon in reality. Feng speculated whether he had offended some divine entity, or if a deity was merely playing a prank by casting him into this realm. Nevertheless, there was a flicker of joy within him regarding his current situation. For transmigration was the fantasy of every aspiring writer on Qi. Now that he found himself in this new reality, he thought, since it had already become a fact, and having never heard of any transmigrator returning to their former world, wasn't. There is saying that life is akin to a violation one cannot resist, but must endure and find enjoyment in it. After all, he had transitioned from a mere mortal to a prince, and not just any prince, but one from the divine realm. What was there to lament? Reflecting upon his previous life, he recalled that he had been preparing to return home after several years of absence to pay respects to his deceased parents. Feng, who had never married, was indeed a solitary figure. It was not that he did not desire companionship, but rather that his circumstances did not permit it. In simple terms, he lacked the financial means. His late parents had left him no inheritance. And in this era, as a man without a home, a car, or savings, which girl would choose to be with someone incapable of providing even the most basic material comforts? Even the strongest emotions require a certain foundation of material wealth. Otherwise, how could a girl share a meal or drink with him? In this regard, Feng had come to terms with his situation. As he boarded the bus back to his hometown, he pondered the relatives he had not visited in 5 or 6 years and reflected on his departed parents. Yet, fate, like a wild stallion, is unpredictable. After a brief nap on the bus, he awoke to find a dump truck hurtling towards him, and then darkness enveloped him. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself transformed into an infant, lying upon cold stone, and soon encountered a one-eyed old and that moment. He had no inkling that this old man was Odin, the All-Father of Norse mythology. Due to the language barrier, he could not comprehend the old man's incessant ramblings. Eventually, he learned that the old man had wrapped him in his cloak, carrying him back to Asgard. Thus, he became known as the legendary Jotun, the Second Prince of Asgard. In his previous life, while watching films, he often found Loki's character tragic abandoned at birth by his biological father, the frost giant Laufey, for being deemed a monstrosity. Had he not been fortuitously discovered by Odin and brought to Asgard, the tale of the second prince would have ended before it even began. As he grew, Loki felt that Odin's affection paled in comparison to that bestowed upon Thor. Driven by a need for validation, he sought to prove himself superior to Thor, creating mischief and scheming against him. His desire to ascend to the throne of Asgard was merely an attempt to demonstrate his worth to the Asgardian people. Upon learning of his true heritage, he was tormented by his lineage and plotted against the frost giants of Jotunheim, only to be thwarted by Laufey, who exploited his schemes, nearly leading to Asgard's downfall and the death of his mother, Frigga. In an attempt to seize power by allying with Thanos, he was ultimately defeated by the Avengers, bested by his sister Hela, and exiled to Sakaar. After aiding his brother in escaping Sakaar, he returned only to find his homeland enslaved by Hela. In desperation, he unleashed the fire giant Surtur, leading to the destruction of Asgard. Ultimately, he sought to save the Asgardian people, but failed to assassinate Thanos, and met his demise, a life spent in futile attempts to prove himself to his father and his people, forever thwarted. When Feng, or rather Loki, embraced his new identity, he felt exhilarated for several days, followed by a wave of trepidation. The excitement stemmed from the realization that he inhabited a world filled with grandeur, and he was the fabled Loki, the second prince of Asgard, a son of Odin. Yet, fear gripped him as he recalled the formidable beings that populated this Universia realm, where individuals possessed the power to shatter planets with a single blow, and where entities like the Celestials defied all known rules. This realization struck Loki deeply. In this world, Power was paramount, and without it, he risked an untimely demise. As a prince of Asgard, he understood the gravity of his situation. He envisioned the enemies of Asgard, eager to exploit any weakness. While defeating Odin might prove challenging, eliminating a prince like himself would surely elicit a pang of sorrow from Odin. Those adversaries would not hesitate to disregard his status as Odin's adopted son capture him, and he would meet his end. Thus, to avoid the tragic fate of his cinematic counterpart, and for his own safety, Loki resolved to strive for strength. He did not aspire to be the strongest being in this world, but he recognized the necessity of possessing adequate power to deter even the most trivial threats, ensuring he would not be toyed with by a brute like the Hulk or easily dispatched by Thanos. Only the strong could shield themselves, and those they cherished as for the throne. He would leave that to fate attaining. It would be a boon, but he harbored a yearning for the title of God King. In his previous life as a mere mortal, he understood that being a God King surpassed that of a mere king. Furthermore, even a figure like Odin, renowned throughout the cosmos, would command respect, even from celestials. If he could not attain the throne, it mattered not as long as he was powerful and formidable. He could carve out a name for himself in the universe. After all, he was a prince of Asgard, and even if Thor inherited the throne, according to ancient Chinese customs, he would still be regarded as a noble. Loki silently vowed to become strong, for in this universe, the powerful wield destiny, while the weak are subject to its whims. Chapter 2. Asgard. Asgard, the realm of the gods. Rumor has it that the position nestled between the sun and the moon, at the pinnacle of the world tree, is a realm where spring reigns eternal. A place of stunning beauty. Here, towering walls crafted by giants stand tall, and deities reside within palaces built of gold. This realm is known as the Land of the Gods, or the Eternal Kingdom. The father of the gods, King Odin, rules from his golden throne in Asgard, presiding over the 9 realms, accompanied by the Aesir gods who protect his dominion. Loki, Loki, let's hunt in the Beast Mountains, exclaimed a breathless golden-haired boy as he rushed over. Not interested. If you wish to go, then go alone, Loki replied, seated upon the golden steps, lost in thought as he observed the bustling crowd below. However, the boy, undeterred by Loki's refusal, approached and attempted to pull him along, disregarding his objections. Why can't you learn your lesson? Are you still addicted to being grounded? Loki felt a twinge of annoyance at the persistent boy. Before him, this golden-haired youth was none other than Thor, the legendary god of thunder, Thor Odinson. Loki had been in this world for 10 years. He was 10, and so was Thor. Odin publicly declared them twins, concealing the truth of Loki's origins as an adopted child and sealing away his frost giant features with divine power. Yet, Loki could hardly reconcile the boy before him with the legendary Thor. The disparity was too great. How was the thunder god depicted in tales of yore? A rugged visage, muscular frame, a beard of wild hair, wielding the mighty hammer Mjolnir, accompanied by thunderous roars as he proclaimed, "I am Thor, god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods." Pardon me, I digress. The boy before him was a stark contrast. With delicate features, short golden hair, and big, watery eyes, he evoked an involuntary exclamation of kawaii. Of course, such a term did not exist in this world, but the sentiment was similar if judged by the future. The verdict would be succinct. Adorable. Loki mused, lamenting the harshness of time's passage. Such a cute boy had transformed into a bearded, brutish gianta, lamentable waste of resources. As for Loki himself, though still a child and fair of face, he felt he fell short of Thor in many respects. He recalled how, in his past life, he had envied Thor, and perhaps his childhood appearance had played a significant role in that jealousy. Moreover, as a reincarnated adult, Loki felt no need to feign cuteness or act endearingly, leading him to appear somewhat serious and brooding. This demeanor, of course, paled in comparison to Thor's appealing visage. Nevertheless, Loki found solace in the present Odin, and Frigga regarded him as their own, providing for him as generously as they did for Thor. While Odin could be stern, such behavior was typical of a father, and thus, not worth fretting over. Loki had once envisioned Asgard as a fleeting dream, believing that upon awakening, he would return to a mundane life, punching a clock, saving for a down payment, and marrying a wife. Yet, as time passed, he began to suspect that perhaps his former life had been the dream, that a decade had blurred the memories of his past. And here, he had family in his previous existence. He had been utterly alone. Now, he was a prince. Such thoughts led him to favor the notion that his past life had merely been a dream. In Asgard, the lifespan is measured in millennia, while King Odin was said to have lived for over 1,000,000 years. For Loki, who had only experienced 30 years across both lives, grasping the concept of 1,000,000 years was unfathomable. The ancient Chinese civilization, rich and profound, had merely existed for 5,000 years. 1,000,000 years ago, humanity had yet to emerge. Loki mused that even Odin might have lost track of his own age. For him, time had become meaningless. Based on the films of his previous life, he speculated that the narrative would commence in over 500 years, and when Loki reached that age, the story would finally unfold. He believed no one understood the phrase, "there's plenty of time ahead," better than he. According to Asgardian tradition, Loki would not reach adulthood until he turned 300 akin to humans on Earth, becoming adults at 18. In Asgard, adulthood was attained at 300 years old, and anyone below that was considered a minor. The thought of waiting 300 years was enough to give Loki a headache. How did the people of Asgard ensure they did not succumb to madness during such protracted lifespans? Loki, what are you thinking? Are you coming or not? Thor pressed, growing impatient. "I do not wish to go. If Father finds out, he will confine us again," Loki replied calmly. "Besides, what if we encounter a wolf? We could end up being devoured by one. I will not go, and you shall not go either." Seeing the conflicted expression on Thor's face, Loki could not help but find it amusing. This Thor differed greatly from the one in his memories at times. He pondered what had occurred to transform a delicate boy into a rough, boisterous man. "Come on, Loki, we won't encounter any wolves. We're only going to the outskirts. Wolves don't venture there. Besides, I will protect you, dear brother." Goodness, is he really pouting? Does he think that charm will work on me and protect me? Does he realize he is merely a 10-year-old child? Yet, I must concede, Asgard is indeed unlike Earth. At least Loki could toss stones taller than himself several hundred meters, and Thor was slightly stronger than him. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Loki relented, "but let us agree to remain at the perimeter. Moreover, if Father inquires, you know what to say, correct?" Loki understood that if he refused to accompany Thor today, the boy would likely sneak off alone. By going with him, Loki could keep an eye on him. "Absolutely, rest assured. If Father asks, I shall say that I forced you to accompany me," Thor replied cheerfully. Loki glanced at Thor, thinking that this scapegoat was quite convenient, though he felt a pang of guilt for overusing it. "Let us hurry. Sif invited me to her home today," Thor urged. "Do you wish to join us?" Indeed, the notion of conscience seemed non-existent. The burden of guilt would have to be borne by him. That "I shall not go, little girls are far too troublesome." Loki recalled the last time he played with Sif, where he was coerced into hosting a mock wedding between Thor and Sif. It had inflicted 1,000 points of damage upon Loki, a 30-year-old singleton. The individual before him, owing to his striking appearance, even managed to attract the attention of young girls. Loki bitterly thought to himself. Yet he too possessed a commendable visage. It was perplexing that no young lady had approached him. Loki completely overlooked how conspicuously he stood out among his peers, fixating instead on the fact that Thor's looks eclipsed his own. Thus, the state of being perpetually single is not without its reasons. However, truth be told, there are moments when possessing beauty indeed grants one an extraordinary advantage. Chapter 3. The Summer Mountains. The Summer Mountains do not refer to a single peak, but rather a vast and undulating mountain range, encompassing an extensive expanse of grasslands. This realm stands in stark contrast to the serene and harmonious domain of the Asar. The inhabitants of Asgard refer to this area as the Beast Mountains, perhaps due to the peculiar environment of Asgard, or perhaps influenced by the will of the grand cosmos. This region is home to a myriad of fantastical creatures. Unlike ordinary animals, these beasts, akin to the visual effects seen in films, possess extraordinary abilities. It is as if the creatures that once inhabited this land have undergone evolution, with the survival of the fittest prevailing. The beasts residing here are unlike conventional fauna. They boast superhuman powers. For instance, there are colossal bulls adorned with massive horns, possessing immense strength and invulnerability. There are winged tigers, swift as the wind and ferocious in nature. Cheetahs that command the forces of wind and thunder, capable of traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. Additionally, there are titanic dragons that breathe fire, unmatched in combat prowess. The diversity is so vast that one could scarcely enumerate them all. In this land, one can find everything imaginable: flying creatures, swimming beings, and those that race upon the earth, from the feeble to the formidable. Loki has often marveled at the wondrous intricacies of life, given the limited recreational activities available to the Asgardians. Drinking and hunting have become essential diversions in their lives. The people of Asgard are known for their fierce spirits and valor, and engaging in combat with the formidable beasts has become one of the avenues through which they seek strength. Visitors to this realm may have various intentions, yet their actions converge on a singular purpose: the hunting or capturing of these creatures. Some come purely for enjoyment, finding pleasure in the act of the hunt itself. Each year, the Asgardians host hunting competitions to slay powerful beasts, vying for prestige and the admiration of their peers. Others seek to hone their skills, believing that only through relentless battles with the strong can they attain true power. The Asgardian military even regards this place as a training ground, where soldiers, either individually or in teams, engage in hunts to bolster their combat abilities. There are those who come to capture these majestic beasts, forging contracts to tame them as loyal companions, thereby augmenting their own strength. Within the Asgardian army, there exists a legion comprised entirely of these creatures, instilling fear in their enemies upon the battlefield. Moreover, the meat consumed by the Asgardians predominantly originates from this mountainous region. Hunters frequently venture forth to slay beasts, selling their catches to local taverns and restaurants, thus providing a source of income. The Asgardians view this land as their personal sanctuary, a place to acquire strength, sustenance, and enjoyment. And today, this realm is graced by the presence of two extraordinary guests, the esteemed princes of Asgard, Thor and Loki. Tell me, Thor, from whom did you acquire this sword? TSK, this is the standard weapon of the Asgardian army. Surely, you have not pilfered it? I recall our father forbidding us from handling weapons. I suspect he may very well break your legs for this. Loki scrutinized the sword in his hand as he addressed Thor. Indeed, the two present were none other than Thor, the crown prince of Asgard, and Loki, the second prince. The sword Loki referred to was provided by Thor for this hunting expedition, a standard weapon of the Asgardian army. While such weapons may seem ordinary, they are typically crafted by the dwarven artisans of Nidavellir, endowed with mysterious powers and profound knowledge, making them the most remarkable arms dealers in the universe. Capable of forging legendary artifacts like Mjolnir, the Destroyer, and the Infinity Gauntlet. Thus, even this seemingly mundane weapon, in the eyes of Asgardians, would be regarded as a formidable relic if it were to fall into the hands of mortals on Earth. That cannot be said, brother, Thor replied nonchalantly. These weapons remain and used in the storeroom. Is it not entirely reasonable for us to take them out for a brief moment? We have not lost them. We can simply return them once we are done. We cannot venture forth to capture prey empty-handed, can we? Well, all these excuses merely serve to mask the truth of your theft. Loki mused inwardly, considering how unfortunate it was for Odin to have such a son. Regardless, since it was you who took it, even if father were to discover it, he would only punish you. So what does it matter? Loki completely overlooked the fact that he too was a son of Odin, making it all the more unfortunate for the All-Father to possess two such troublesome children. Gazing at the vast mountain range, Loki cautioned Thor, let us agree to hunt only a single jumping sheep on the outskirts and then return. We must not venture deeper. Do not forget that the beasts lurking in the depths of the mountains are far beyond our current capabilities. We could easily find ourselves the hunted instead. He continued, do not act impulsively. If you cannot restrain yourself from entering the deeper parts of the mountains, you shall return with me and face father's wrath. All right, I understand. We shall hunt but one jumping sheep and then return, Thor replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. One day, I shall slay the mightiest beast of these mountains before your very eyes. Very well, I believe you shall have that day, but certainly not today. You must recognize your place. You are but a 10-year-old child, do not forget that. The jumping sheep they spoke of is, as the name suggests, a creature native to the outer regions of the Summer Mountain Range, also known as the jumping beast. It occupies one of the lowest tiers of the food chain in this mountainous ecosystem, comparable in size to an antelope and classified as a herbivorous beast. With muscular hind legs, it primarily moves by leaping, capable of covering distances of up to 50 meters when fully grown. However, its timid nature renders it non-aggressive. Yet its curiosity towards unfamiliar sights often leads it to approach closely. It is precisely this reckless curiosity that makes it one of the easiest creatures to hunt in these mountains. Thor and Loki, two 10-year-old boys, represent one of the few hunters in their realm, for it is unrealistic to expect children of such tender age to venture deep into the mountains to hunt formidable beasts. Although the children of Asgard possess strength surpassing even the mightiest adults on Earth, they remain children, and their power does not equate to the maturity or training of an adult. They lack systematic combat training, and the quarry here is not akin to the ordinary creatures found on Earth. Look, the springing sheep, Loki. Quick, look, exclaimed Thor, his keen eyes having spotted their prey. Loki followed his gaze to behold a few springing sheep leisurely basking in the sun along the riverbanks of the mountain's periphery, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Chapter 4. The Hunt. Loki, how should we go about capturing these springing sheep? Thor, crouched in the grass, expressed his concerns. They run far too swiftly for us to catch. Though the springing sheep possess little offensive capability, their timidity combined with their remarkable speed makes them elusive. Should they sense even the slightest danger, two children would find it impossible to pursue them. Thus, while Thor may be somewhat reckless, he is self-aware enough not to charge in with his sword, shouting for glory. Loki couldn't help but admire the adorableness of the young Thor. If it were the future god of thunder, he would likely approach with Mjolnir, ready to unleash a barrage of might, unyielding and fierce. Of course, by then, the god of thunder would hardly entertain the notion of capturing a springing sheep. So, you didn't even consider a specific strategy for the hunt before bringing me here? Should we return? Loki squinted at the springing sheep, not far off, and suggested to Thor. Hey, I was just thinking out loud. Don't be impulsive. Today, I promise you'll catch one. If you rush in like that, you'll scare them away. And you won't catch anything? Loki reassured him. Trust me, I have a plan. We must prepare first. With that, Loki led Thor away from the area. Thor, you go gather some grass. And I will craft a disguise for you, Loki instructed, contemplating their next move. Indeed, Loki intended to fashion a camouflage outfit for Thor using the grass. Inspired by his previous life as a gamer, he would not overlook the classic battle royale experience of crafting a ghillie suit. Given the environment, Loki believed it essential for them to blend into the grassy landscape. Though Loki had expressed reluctance to hunt, he felt a thrill of anticipation within. After all, how could he symbolically refuse Thor once and then follow him? In his previous life on Earth, such opportunities were scarce. Growing up in poverty, his childhood held few joyful memories. Even in adulthood, hunting was a pastime reserved for the affluent, often merely involving animals raised in exclusive enclaves, let alone hunting antelopes. A wild creature that could land one in prison for a minimum of 3 years, with the ultimate penalty being death. Here, however, the situation is vastly different. One can hunt the magical beasts at will, free from the concerns of animal rights activists or the stringent laws protecting the creatures of the summer mountains. Before long, Thor returned, cradling a large bundle of grass in his arms. Loki then set about crafting a ghillie suit. Through their combined efforts, they succeeded in creating 2 passable suits, and Loki felt quite pleased with his handiwork. After dressing Thor in the suit and having him lie on the ground for a test run, Loki's satisfaction with his craftsmanship only grew. Had he not known Thor was there, it would have been nearly impossible to detect him. Loki mused that if he possessed a system, or if this were a game, a notification would sound, congratulating him on unlocking the title of Craftsmanship Master and awarding him a legendary survival ghillie suit. Soon, we will lure them in. We must lie still and resist the urge to act impulsively. Once they are in our midst, we will launch our ambush, leaving them no chance to escape. Do you understand? Loki spoke earnestly to Thor. With preparations complete, both Loki and Thor donned their Asgardian ghillie suits and cautiously crawled back to the area where the bouncy sheep were frolicking. Thanks to their careful movements and the concealment provided by the suits, the sheep remained blissfully unaware of the 2 unexpected guests. When Loki deemed the moment right, he signaled Thor to lie still. He then retrieved a crystal pendant from his pocket, pressed it, and it suddenly emitted a dazzling array of colors. Carefully, he placed it a short distance in front of them. This pendant, acquired in the Asgard trading district for 10 star coins from an interstellar merchant, had initially piqued Loki's curiosity regarding its operational principles. However, upon discovering its technological complexity exceeded his understanding, he had abandoned his investigation. Nevertheless, he found the trinket amusing and useful as a flashlight, deeming it too wasteful to discard after spending money on it. Thus, he had kept it with him, and now it proved to be quite handy. Before long, several bouncy sheep took notice of the spectacle, drawn by the brilliant light. They approached cautiously, surveying their surroundings for potential dangers. Meanwhile, Loki patiently reassured the increasingly impatient Thor. Soon, a few of the sheep, unable to resist their curiosity, hopped toward the glowing pendant. The distance was minimal, and in a few bounds, they arrived at the spot, while Loki and Thor lay still, fearful of startling them. The sheep that had approached curiously nudged the luminous pendant with their hooves, intrigued by the phenomenon of a stone radiating colorful light. Loki discreetly winked at the restless Thor, signaling that it was time to act. In unison, they both leaped forward, each targeting the nearest bouncy sheep. The sheep, startled by this sudden turn of events, sensed the impending threat and attempted to bound away from danger, but it was too late. Loki thrust his sword forward with great force, piercing the neck of the nearest sheep with a powerful jab, then released his grip. Anyone who has witnessed the slaughter of a pig knows that when a knife is plunged into its neck, it does not die immediately. It struggles violently, requiring several strong men to hold it down. Loki, wishing to avoid staining his garments with blood, understood that once he struck the sheep, its fate was sealed. There was no need to wrestle with it. He could retrieve the carcass once it had fully succumbed, as an injured sheep would not escape far. Indeed, it was not long before the sheep lay motionless on the ground. Now let's shift our gaze to Thor. His approach was entirely different from Loki's. When Thor leaped, he exerted too much force and landed squarely on the back of the sheep, which startled the creature. Realizing it had a rider, the sheep began to bounce left and right, trying to dislodge Thor. In his excitement, Thor had evidently forgotten about his sword, clinging tightly to the sheep's neck. tightening his grip in an apparent attempt to strangle it. As the sheep struggled to free itself from its burden, gasping for breath, it panicked and bounded towards the distant mountains. By the time Loki noticed, the sheep and its rider had already leaped far away. "Thor, let go! You can't go there!" Loki exclaimed, anxious and caught off guard by the unexpected situation. He quickly drew his sword and pursued them. Chapitre 5, Encountre danger. When Loki caught up, the sheep bearing Thor had already breathed its last. Thor had exerted tremendous force, snapping the creature's neck. The lifeless sheep collapsed to the ground, devoid of any vitality. Meanwhile, Thor was not in the best condition either. He lay on a nearby patch of grass, panting heavily. Clearly, the struggle to subdue the sheep had taken its toll on him, being just a boy of over 10 years. Notably, the camouflage suit Thor had worn was now nowhere to be seen, with only a few strands of grass clinging to his body. "Loki, you're here!" Thor gasped, lying on the ground, proudly proclaiming, "Look, I've killed the sheep." "Impressive, isn't it?" His face beamed with a smile, reminiscent of a child eager to boast about acing a test, despite his exhaustion. However, Loki was clearly unimpressed. "Indeed, you managed to strike down a bouncing sheep. Quite an accomplishment, but have you forgotten something?" Loki's face was clouded with displeasure as he inquired of Thor. "Is there? I don't recall." "Ha ha, Loki. Let's return." Thor blinked innocently, glancing left and right, attempting to appease him. Loki, observing Thor's large, glistening eyes, felt a sense of resignation. Having grown up together, he knew Thor's tendencies all too well. "What nonsense is this? I am not one of those elderly women from Asgard who are captivated by your antics and have nothing better to do than watch you be adorable. Do you truly believe that spending every day with you leaves me oblivious to your true nature? What are you plotting? To put it nicely, this is called being lively and charming. But to be blunt, you are merely a troublesome little imp." Of course, such sentiments must remain unspoken, for if uttered, this troublesome little imp would pester you for days, demanding an apology, driving you to exasperation. "Since you seem to have forgotten, allow me, your dutiful younger brother, to remind the esteemed Prince of Asgard. Before our departure, we agreed that during the hunt, you would heed my counsel. No reckless actions, no taking risks, and certainly no venturing deep into the mountains. So, esteemed Prince Thor, does that ring a bell?" Loki remarked, observing Thor's constipated expression. Fine, I understand. You're being rather tedious. Were you not in a hurry just moments ago? What if that bouncing sheep escapes? Would that not render our efforts futile? Besides, I have not gone too deep. This is merely the outskirts of the plains, is it not? Thor replied, slightly exasperated by Loki's scrutiny. "Very well. Let us return with this sheep in tow. We shall head to Uncle Beard's tavern and have him prepare a feast of roasted lamb. By the way, Loki, did you manage to catch the sheep? Now you remember me. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? We are perilously close to the mountains, a place we ought not to be. Well, I too have slain one, unlike you, who wields a sword without knowing how to use it. I pierced it with my blade. By the way, speaking of your sword, where is it?" Loki suddenly queried, having noticed Thor had not drawn his sword during the chase, but rather rode atop the sheep. He had assumed it had fallen amidst the grass, but upon pursuing Thor, he realized he had not seen it. He had to draw his own sword from the sheep he had slain to catch up. I think it might still be in the grass where I was gathering materials for clothing," Thor replied uncertainly, tilting his head in contemplation. "Well, after all, he is merely a 10-year-old child. Even the son of a king is still a child, and one cannot demand too much. Nonetheless, this habit of misplacing tools must be corrected. Wait a moment. I seem to comprehend why Mjolnir can return to Thor after being thrown away. Initially, I found this ability rather impressive, but the origin lies here. It must be that Odin, aware of Thor's tendency to haphazardly discard his hammer, feared that Thor might inadvertently lose it. After all, Mjolnir is a sacred artifact of Asgard, and losing it would be disastrous, even for Odin's heart. Hence, he bestowed upon Mjolnir a magical enchantment, ensuring it would always return to its rightful owner's hand, regardless of time or place. I feel as though I've uncovered a significant piece of the Norse pantheon's hidden history. With such thoughts swirling in my mind, Loki's gaze towards Thor shifted in a peculiar manner. Thor, unsettled by Loki's teasing expression, inquired, "What's the matter, Loki? Is something amiss?" "It's just a sword I misplaced. I'll retrieve it shortly, right from where I pulled the grass." Thor, confident in his ability to recover the sword, mistakenly believed Loki was chastising him for losing it. Loki observed Thor for a moment before responding, "It's nothing, just a sword. No great issue. Let us return." He silently vowed not to alter Thor's habit of misplacing objects, fearing that if Thor were to abandon this propensity, Mjolnir might lose its remarkable ability to seek its master in the future. He could not bear the weight of such historical infamy. No, he would not be the one to bear that burden. Thor, bewildered by Loki's sudden change in demeanor, found himself pondering the cause of Loki's bewildering transformation and what thoughts raced through his mind. Nevertheless, he dismissed such concerns, as long as Loki did not blame him. Everything else was inconsequential. It was typical of Thor's straightforward nature to not dwell on perplexities, and he suggested, "Let us make haste to return, if father discovers our absence. We shall be in dire straits. Very well, let us depart. We are far too close to the Beast Mountain range, and I sense danger here. Also remember, it is you who will face Father's wrath, not us. If he learns of this, you must say it was you who compelled me to come along. And you stole the sword. Do you comprehend? Otherwise, I shall not accompany you next time. Moreover, I shall inform Mother of your actions," Loki corrected Thor, secretly reveling in the thought that he would transform into the scapegoat saving Thor in times of peril. As Loki admonished his elder brother, he felt a swell of pride within. "All right, I understand. You truly are cunning," Thor remarked, resigned to Loki's threats. For Thor, the prospect of missing out on adventures and facing their mother's disapproval was the most dreadful fate imaginable. Cunning? How could taking the blame be termed cunning? A brother shielding his sibling from trouble is a princely duty, Loki mused, though he kept this thought to himself. Come now, let us hurry back. If we tarry, father and mother will surely notice. Suddenly, a voice filled with terror echoed from behind. Loki. There's a wolf, a spider-eyed demon wolf. Loki abruptly turned around, only to find a cerulean wind wolf, the size of a husky, fixated on the two of them with a glint of ferocity in its eyes, evidently perceiving them as potential prey. A chill coursed through Loki, and he let out a long sigh. It was over. Chapter 6. Peril. The spider-eyed magic wolf dwells in the grasslands surrounding the Summer Mountains. While its offensive prowess is not particularly formidable and its speed is rather lackluster, indeed, it could scarcely outrun a jumping sheep, it is nonetheless deemed one of the most dangerous beasts in the Magic Beast Mountains. True to its name, the spider-eyed magic wolf possesses arachnid-like eyes that afford a keen sight, enabling it to detect the traces of its quarry from considerable distances. Its nature is inherently vicious and belligerent, often appearing in packs, led by a wolf king. Their tenacity in hunting, coupled with an uncanny ability to bear grudges, makes even some of the larger beasts in the Magic Beast Mountains wary of engaging them, prompting hunters to avoid these areas altogether. Thus, when Loki laid eyes on this particular spider-eyed magic wolf, he realized the gravity of his predicament. One such wolf posed little threat. Loki could easily dispatch it single-handedly, or if worse came to worst, he could flee, as the spider-eyed magic wolf lacked speed. However, these wolves are never solitary hunters. Their presence invariably signals that a pack is nearby. The first to emerge is likely the Wolf King. When the Wolf King appears before its prey, it signifies that the encirclement by the spider-eyed magic wolves is complete. Indeed, scarcely had the Wolf King materialized when a throng of spider-eyed magic wolves converged from all directions. In terms of numbers, this pack was relatively small, comprising approximately 30 individuals, considered a minor group within the spider-eyed magic wolf kin. The inexperienced Thor, having never encountered such peril, was gripped by terror and trembled uncontrollably. Frantically clutching Loki's hand, he stuttered, Loki, what should we do with so many spider-eyed magic wolves?" At that moment, Thor was still a child, and it was entirely natural for him to feel fear in such a situation. It would have been abnormal for a child to remain composed. Loki, too, had never faced such a dangerous scenario. Although he outwardly appeared to be merely a 10-year-old, within him resided the soul of an adult, one that had even experienced death. He forcefully suppressed the terror that welled within and gripped his sword tightly, as if that solitary weapon could provide him with a semblance of safety. Loki calmly reassured Thor, saying, "Do not worry, we will find a way. Stand behind me. Do not run. We will make it out. Father will come for us." In that moment, Loki could only place his hope in Odin, believing that he would sense their plight and arrive in time. Yet, Loki felt utterly unprepared. He had never before been encircled by wolves, and it was only in the face of such a pack that one could truly grasp the suffocating despair it invoked. Thus, Loki resolved to protect himself and Thor with utmost diligence before Odin or anyone else arrived, refusing to allow an adult to neglect the protection of a child, even if that child happened to be his elder brother. Loki had once heard from an old hunter that the spider-eyed demon wolves encircle their prey before launching a frontal assault, opting for a probing attack rather than a reckless charge. The Wolf King would then devise its hunting strategy based on the prey's response. In the past, when Loki had listened to the old hunter's tales, he found the nature of the spider-eyed demon wolves somewhat laughable. Surely, group hunting necessitated a simultaneous attack. Overwhelming the enemy with sheer numbers was the rightful approach. Yet now, this very instinct of the demon wolves had become Loki's sole lifeline. The Wolf King observed for a while, seemingly unconcerned by any peculiarities in the two prey, and let out an impatient snort. Suddenly, two demon wolves stepped forward from the pack, and Loki gripped his sword tightly, his palms slick with sweat, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching beasts. In an instant, the two wolves charged at him in perfect synchrony, one in front and one behind, one to the left and one to the right. The demon wolves sensed the threat posed by Loki, as the glint of his sword in the sunlight struck a chilling fear into their hearts. As the wolves closed in, and when they were about 2 or 3 meters away, Loki swung his long sword to meet them. The wolf on the left leaped toward his head, while the one on the right dashed in from the ground, preparing to bite at Loki's retreating leg, their coordination impeccable. Loki lifted his sword high, aiming it at the wolf targeting his head, while simultaneously bending his right leg to collide his knee against the charging wolf. This was the best strategy Loki could conceive. A leg injury was preferable to one to the head. The airborne wolf, deprived of leverage, had no choice but to force its head aside, yet its body, propelled by inertia, continued to lunge toward Loki. In a flash, Loki's sharp sword pierced the side of the wolf's neck. Meanwhile, the wolf that had been running along the ground abruptly changed direction and surged at Loki from the side, thwarting Loki's plan to strike with his knee. With the second wolf almost upon him, and with the sword embedded in the first wolf, Loki had no choice but to relinquish his weapon. He twisted his body and swung his fist down, striking the wolf's neck just as it sank its teeth into his leg. Although wolves are known for their tough skulls and resilient bodies, the cervical region remains a critical vulnerability in these formidable creatures. With a powerful punch, Loki struck the neck of the demon wolf, producing a sharp crack as the immense force fractured its vertebrae. The creature clung to Loki's calf, its mouth still biting down, hanging limply from him. Simultaneously, Loki remained vigilant of the other demon wolves, shaking his leg to dislodge the one that clung to him, blood trickling down from the wound on his calf, gradually staining his trousers crimson. "Loki, you're injured. You're bleeding," Thor exclaimed in horror, clearly shaken by the recent turn of events. Loki glanced at his trousers and tested his movement with a step back. Aside from a slight ache, his mobility remained intact. He reassured Thor, "It's merely a scratch, nothing to worry about. Fear not, Father will surely arrive soon." Loki cast a glance at the demon wolf that had previously been struck in the neck. Astonishingly, it was still alive, though its fate was sealed. However, the long sword embedded in its neck was beyond Loki's reach now, as the creature retreated back into the pack, leaving him to face the demon wolves unarmed. The earlier setback had not dissuaded the arachnid-eyed demon wolves. Rather, it seemed to provoke their inherent ferocity. They surrounded the two brothers, growling ominously, sending chills down their spines. 3 more demon wolves emerged from the pack, launching themselves at Loki, one on the left, one on the right, and the last leaping toward his head, clearly targeting his neck. Loki could not retreat, as Thor stood directly behind him. A misstep would expose Thor to the impending assault. Loki raised his fist and struck the demon wolf, aiming for his neck, sending it crashing back into the pack. He swiftly lifted his right leg and kicked another demon wolf, which had approached within a step, causing it to yelp and collapse to the ground. Yet, another demon wolf was closing in on his right side, and Loki had no time to react, witnessing the creature prepare to sink its teeth into his waist. Just as he braced for the inevitable, a fist suddenly shot out from behind him, striking the demon wolf's head and sending it flying. Remarkably, this blow proved more effective than Loki's earlier attacks, while the 2 demon wolves he had previously struck were merely injured. This punch shattered the skull of the arachnid-eyed demon wolf, its grotesque eyes popping out in the aftermath. Regaining his composure, Loki turned to Thor, who had just intervened at the critical moment, saving Loki from certain peril. "Weren't you afraid? What happened to your fear?" Loki, drenched in sweat, turned to Thor, nearly overwhelmed by the peril he had just faced. Had he been bitten by the Fenris wolf, his fate would have been sealed, given the creature's formidable biting strength. Thus, Loki felt an immense gratitude towards Thor. "I am your elder brother, and you're my younger brother. You have just protected me, and now it is my turn to shield you from harm," Thor declared with unwavering resolve, having evidently conquered his earlier fear. Indeed, what reason is needed for a brother to protect his sibling? Loki suddenly grasped Thor's sentiment. "Well done, brother. Let us stand together and confront these Fenris wolves. Let us see what they can do to us," Loki said, casting a determined glance at Thor. Now, the brothers stood back to back, surveying the surrounding Fenris wolves, which were momentarily stunned by the unexpected display of aggression from their previously trembling prey. However, the wolves quickly regained their composure and regrouped, their patience evidently exhausted. 10 of them surged forward from both sides, intent on subduing the brothers. Seeing this, Loki felt a wave of despair wash over him. If only 3 or 4 wolves had attacked, the brothers might have held their ground, but against 10, they were hopelessly outmatched. Loki and Thor exchanged desperate glances as the wolves lunged at them. Thor managed to send one flying with a punch and kicked another away, but two others seized his calf and arm. Meanwhile, Loki fared little better, with a wolf clamped onto his shoulder and another on his forearm, leaving him unable to break free. Despair filled their hearts as Loki resigned himself to the thought of facing death once more. Regret gnawed at Loki. Had he known this would unfold, he would never have consented to accompany Thor here. Chapter 7. Odin. Thor's outburst had proven ineffective, and the brothers could not withstand the onslaught of the Fenris wolves. After probing attacks, the wolves, having exhausted their patience, unleashed a pack of 10 to besiege the brothers. With their numerical superiority, it was evident that the two were no match for the swarm. Despite slaying 3 or 4 wolves, the pack breached their defenses, inflicting injuries upon both brothers as the assault continued, and the situation grew dire. At this moment, Loki was engulfed in despair. His garments had been reduced to tattered rags from the wolves' bites, his body riddled with ghastly wounds. Thor was in a similarly dire state, fighting with brutal simplicity. His fists were his weapons. Yet his speed was too slow. Often, while striking one wolf, he would be bitten by another, rendering his condition even more tragic than Loki's. As they fought back to back, each guarding the other's rear against unseen attacks, their backs remained the only intact part of their bodies. Two adolescents, their backs pressed against each other, found themselves encircled by a horde of monstrous, spider-eyed wolves, valiantly fending off the relentless onslaught of these beasts. Time and again, they would thwart one creature's bite aimed at their necks, only to be seized by another upon their arms or legs. With immense effort, they managed to extricate themselves, only to confront yet another wave of savage attacks. The scene was one of utter carnage, fraught with peril. For these two youngsters, such a predicament epitomized despair, leaving no glimmer of hope for survival. It was a testament to the extraordinary resilience of Asgardians, combined with the exceptional talents of Loki and Thor, that they had managed to endure thus far. Just as the brothers were steeped in hopelessness, ready to surrender, a brilliant golden light suddenly descended from the direction of Asgard's golden palace. In Asgard, where day and night were but a myth, the sky was ever illuminated like the brightest of days. Thus, one might assume that a light in such a realm would go unnoticed. Yet, when this golden radiance appeared, it seemed as though all existence was eclipsed. The speed of its descent unparalleled, creating a shimmering golden thread that stretched from the distant palace to the very feet of Loki and Thor. As the golden light touched the ground, it transformed into a venerable figure clad in golden armor, a helm upon his head, a cape reminiscent of the twilight sky billowing behind him, and a long spear gripped firmly in his hand. The moment this one-eyed elder manifested, it was as if the brilliance of the world dimmed, with only he radiating boundless light, embodying the very essence of authority and wisdom, evoking an irresistible sense of reverence. The figure was none other than Odin, the ruler of Asgard, the king of the Aesir, and the sovereign of all 9 realms, the father of Loki and Thor. The spear he wielded was Gungnir, a legendary artifact crafted from the branches of the world tree, imbued with precious materials by masterful dwarven artisans. Upon observing the battered forms of Loki and Thor, ravaged by the wolves, Odin's fury ignited. A tempest swirled around him, forming a colossal cloud vortex above, reverberating throughout the entire summer mountain range with the force of his wrath. The oppressive atmosphere silenced the feral sounds of the mountain. With an imperious lift of Gungnir, Odin brought it down with a thunderous impact that resonated across the cosmos, eclipsing all other sounds. In that instant, the spider-eyed wolves, including those that had latched onto Loki and Thor, froze in place as if time itself had been suspended. The only ones unaffected were the brothers, who gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary spectacle before them. Then, a gust of wind swept through, akin to ethereal smoke, dispersing the spider-eyed wolves as though they had never existed in this realm. Under Odin's mysterious power, they vanished into nothingness. If it were not for the wounds still bleeding on himself and Thor, Loki might have believed that the events that just transpired were but a figment of his imagination. This power transcended Loki's comprehension. Even in the cinematic portrayals of his past life, Odin's might had not been fully depicted. From mere fragments of conversation, Loki could envision Odin's formidable strength. He had thought he had overestimated Odin, for how could one reign over all 9 realms without extraordinary power? Yet, he realized he had gravely underestimated him. Odin's might was beyond his understanding. A mere expression of anger could instigate cataclysmic changes to the world, stirring winds and tumult. With a mere pause of his spear, Loki and Thor's helpless adversary, the spider-eyed demon wolf, was cast away by the winds. Loki had never fathomed that an individual's power could reach such heights. He believed that this strength was beyond the grasp of ordinary beings, having ascended to another realm. This was the essence of a true god. Odin was genuinely enraged this time, for his momentary lapse in attention nearly cost him both of his sons and the future of Asgard. Since the betrayal of his eldest daughter, Hela, Odin had regarded his two remaining children with utmost importance. Even though Loki was adopted and the progeny of the frost giants, Odin embraced him as a vital part of Asgard's future, treating him and Thor with equal affection. In Odin's eyes, he had lived long enough and was aging. With little time remaining, Loki and Thor were his chosen heirs, the future of Asgard, and he could not allow any harm to befall them. Even if he himself were to encounter peril, Odin was acutely aware of the enemies lurking outside, eyeing his children with malicious intent. Thus, he had always been vigilant in protecting them. However, due to his momentary carelessness and the false sense of security within Asgard, he had not arranged for guards to accompany them. When his children ventured into the monster mountain range unaccompanied, they encountered danger. Had he not discovered them in time, it was likely they would have perished at the jaws of the wolf. Observing Thor, who lowered his head in shame, and Loki, who gazed at him in shock, Odin sighed and waved his hand. A radiant light enveloped the two, and astonishingly, their wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, akin to withered trees blossoming in spring. In no time, Loki and Thor were left without a single scar, their pale skin betraying no evidence of their injuries, devoid of any traces of blood. Only their tattered garments bore witness to the reality of the recent ordeal. With another flourish of his hand, a golden light enveloped Thor and Loki, and together they vanished from spot. Chapter 8. I Wish to Learn Magic. The architecture of Asgard, predominantly constructed from gold, along with the absence of night, illuminated the realm perpetually in a brilliance akin to daylight, exuding a grand and majestic aura. In Asgard, there exists but one palace worthy of the title Golden Palace, which is none other than Odin's stronghold. This majestic edifice serves as the very heart of all Asgard, where Odin presides daily upon his supreme throne, managing the affairs of the 9 realms and wielding dominion over them. Loki, as Odin's son and the Prince of Asgard, is no stranger to the Golden Palace. Indeed, he frequents this illustrious place. Yet, each encounter with the Golden Palace, the supreme throne, and Odin himself stirs within him an unyielding sense of awe. The Golden Palace stands as the epicenter of Asgard, a bastion of the Aesir deity's grandeur, towering above all other structures like an immense sword piercing the heavens and embedded in the clouds. At its pinnacle rests Odin's supreme throne, from which he surveys the entirety of Asgard. Clad in a golden armor and donning a helmet adorned with the visage of an eagle, Odin wields the legendary spear Gungnir and wears the precious ring Draupnir. Seated upon his fabled throne, Gungnir symbolizes absolute power, Draupnir signifies boundless wealth, and the supreme throne embodies unrivaled authority. It is said that one who occupies it can behold all 9 worlds. In a past life, Loki marveled at the grandeur of the pyramids of Egypt, the ziggurats of ancient Babylon, and the Great Wall and Forbidden City of China, envisioning the illustrious history of empires ruled by Qin and Han. However, with the wisdom of the present, he perceives that such earthly magnificence pales in comparison to the cosmic scale. It is but a mere grain of sand in an infinite ocean, incapable of stirring significant waves. In comparison to Odin, there is truly no contest. Odin himself epitomizes strength, wealth, and power. As the king of the Aesir deities, his divine essence encompasses prophecy, sovereignty, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death. He is the sovereign of all 9 realms, possessing the most convenient cosmic passage, the Bifrost, enabling him to transport his legions instantaneously to any location across the realms to launch an assault. Typically, perched upon Odin's shoulders are 2 ravens, while at his feet lie 2 wolves. The ravens, named Hugin and Munin, embark daily from Asgard, traversing the 9 realms to record the happenings within them before returning to report back to Odin, thereby aiding him in his governance of the realms. These 2 ravens serve as Odin's vigilant eyes, surveying the expanse of his dominion. The wolves, Jerry and Freki, are said to exist solely to protect Odin, having accompanied him in battle since his youth, their longevity unfathomable. Yet, Loki finds it amusing that such a formidable figure as Odin requires the protection of 2 wolves. In this universe, beings more powerful than Odin are exceedingly rare, and should such entities wish to challenge him, the presence of 2 wolves would likely prove inconsequential. Loki surmised that the 2 wolves had been raised by Odin for an extended period. Odin had lived for so long that few contemporaries remained, and these 2 wolves had grown fond of him since their youth, thus Odin allowed them to accompany him daily. However, today neither the ravens nor the wolves were present in the Golden Palace. The ravens might have gone out to survey the 9 realms on Odin's behalf, and had yet to return. As for Gilly and Kariki, they were likely the targets of Odin's ire and had been sent away, especially since his sons had nearly fallen victim to the spider-eye Fenris wolves. Loki felt it akin to a child returning home after being bitten by a dog. One would inevitably find fault with their own pet, expressing disdain as a form of retribution. In the same vein, the principle of loving the house and hating the crow applied here as well. Odin observed his two children standing in the hall, one with his head bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze, and the other with an innocent expression, covertly signaling to the goddess Frigg. He could not help but wonder if he had been too stern with them, resulting in their reluctance to engage with him and perhaps even a hint of fear. Yet, they seemed to be much closer to Frigg. Odin regarded the innocent-looking Loki and the anxious Thor with a sense of resignation. He knew well that neither of his children brought him peace of mind. One was charmingly delicate yet impulsive and reckless, while the other, though intelligent, harbored too many schemes. Despite appearing obedient and sensible, he was equally capable of causing trouble and evading blame, often allowing others to take the fall for his misdeeds. Loki continued to signal Frigg, hoping she would intercede on his behalf to spare him from punishment. However, this time Frigg was not as accommodating as before. She completely disregarded Loki's pleading glances. The typically gentle Frigg was now angered, driven more by fear than anything else. When Odin returned with Loki and Thor, their pitiful state filled Frigg with sympathy. But upon learning what had transpired, her feelings shifted to fear and anxiety. According to Odin, had they been even a moment later, the two children might have met their end in the jaws of a wolf. Even as the All-Father, Odin could not resurrect life without incurring a significant cost. Regardless of their tender age, the implications were far too complex. A single misstep could bring unpredictable calamity upon Asgard. Frigg could hardly fathom that the two children had ventured into the Sumerian mountains on their own. Though Thor's recklessness was a known trait, she could not reprimand him. Yet, it was disheartening to see the usually mature and composed Loki behaving so foolishly, encountering the spider-eye, Fenris, and nearly perishing. How could she not be terrified? She thought it imperative to teach them a lesson to instill some wisdom. Thus, she ignored Loki's incessant signals. Just as Loki pondered why Frigg was unresponsive, Odin's authoritative voice resonated throughout the Grand Hall, addressing the two below him. Thor, Loki, why did you venture into the Sumerian mountains without permission? Upon hearing Odin's inquiry, Loki noticed that Frigga remained indifferent to his expression, prompting him to lower his gaze and gently tug at the silent Thor beside him. Thor, recalling the events, stepped forward and addressed Odin. Father, it was my desire to hunt in the Beast Mountains that led me to seek Loki's company. I insisted he accompany me, and so forth. Thor proceeded to recount the events, emphasizing that it was Loki who was reluctant to embark on the journey, yet he had forcibly taken him along. He even retrieved two long swords from the armory, and when Odin intervened to rescue them, he discovered one of the swords embedded in a wolf's neck. Thor admitted to ignoring warnings and delving deeper into the plains. Ultimately, the crux of the matter was that he bore sole responsibility for the actions taken, while Loki had been coerced into compliance, even having cautioned him against it. Loki silently applauded Thor's brotherly loyalty, thinking to himself, truly, he is a steadfast companion, boldly facing the ire of the masses while willingly accepting blame. Your selflessness in taking the fall makes it difficult for me to tease you in the future. I might feel a pang of guilt. This sentiment crossed Loki's mind on numerous occasions, yet he still found himself inclined to indulge in mischief where warranted. He lamented that he did not intend for things to transpire this way. In this cosmic scheme, he felt destined to be the trickster god of the Aesir. And there was indeed a sense of accomplishment in toying with the legendary Thor. However, such thoughts were fleeting. Upon Thor's conclusion, Loki stepped forward, readily acknowledging his fault. He bowed his head to Odin and said, I apologize, Father. I should not have accompanied my brother to the Summer Mountains. It is my fault for failing to dissuade him, and I beg you, do not hold him accountable. Punish me instead, in accepting the blame. Loki understood that for the act of taking the fall to be effective, he must both convincingly shoulder the blame and ensure Odin recognized his own innocence. Merely a victim of Thor's persuasion, Odin gazed at Loki's admission with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, pondering whether his youngest son was a tad too shameless. Nevertheless, he concluded that the future of Asgard could not rest solely in the hands of a brawny fool nor in those of a schemer. These two must collaborate to uphold Asgard's legacy. Odin discerned that while the sequence of events was largely accurate, there were discrepancies in their narratives. Though Thor had expressed his desire to hunt in the Summer Mountains, Loki, who also wished to go but feared punishment, had initially hesitated before ultimately acquiescing. This realization led Odin to reflect on the cunning of his youngest son, who had seemingly calculated the consequences of his actions, while his eldest, in his naivety, had taken all at face value. Odin pondered for a moment before addressing the two. Thor, you took it upon yourself to incite your brother to venture into the Sumerian mountains, where you encountered peril. Thus, I decree that you shall spend 3 days in the confinement chamber for reflection. Do you have any objections? Thor grimaced and replied, No, my lord father. Loki, well aware of the confinement chamber from his own experience, envisioned a room entirely encased in walls, devoid of windows or doors. Indeed, no doors at all. Entry was solely reliant on magic. Loki was currently uncertain of the whereabouts of this so-called chamber for reflection. Once inside, one would find no one to converse with, nor any means to pass the time. Thus, time itself became the most arduous challenge. Most individuals would struggle to endure such confinement. Loki felt certain that should he be confined for 3 days, he would surely go mad. Odin then turned to the seemingly innocent Loki and remarked, upon reflection, Loki, your performance this time was commendable. You faced danger with courage and considered the protection of your loved ones, which is admirable. Therefore, as your father, I shall grant you one request. What is it that you desire? Loki sensed that he might not escape unscathed and anticipated being sent to the chamber for reflection. However, not only was he spared punishment, but he also received an unexpected boon. Despite Odin being his father, it was uncommon for Loki to make demands of him, as Odin typically practiced a hands-off approach to parenting. After some contemplation, Loki solemnly responded, Father, I wish to learn magic. Chapter 9, The Temple of Awakening, Part 1. For the inhabitants of Earth, magic represents a mysterious force. Influenced by various films, many young individuals fantasize about encountering extraordinary adventures and acquiring magical abilities, gaining powers such as time travel, fire manipulation, and the ability to soar through the skies. Yet, the majority remain untouched by this enigmatic force. This, of course, holds true for Earth alone. For the Asgardians, magic is far from mysterious. Most possess at least a modicum of magical ability. Nonetheless, Asgardians are not solely reliant on magic. Their technological advancements are equally remarkable. With a rich history and extended lifespans, Asgardians have continually enhanced their strength through the study of both magic and martial skills. However, over the ages, they realized that while magic and combat skills could augment personal capabilities, they often led to stagnation. Thus, they began to explore various technologies to address their deficiencies, ultimately fortifying their individual powers. Consequently, while delving into magic and martial arts, the Asgardians also maintained a steadfast commitment to technological research. As a result, their technological prowess ranks among the highest in the universe. Upon reaching a certain age, all Asgardian children are required to enter an academy, where they study magic, combat techniques, technology, universal languages, and a plethora of knowledge. The knowledge of Asgard is open to all, allowing anyone to pursue studies therein. To graduate from the academy and gain entry into various positions, including the military, one must achieve excellence in at least one discipline. Failure to graduate from the academy precludes even the possibility of joining the military. In Asgard, there exists no distinction between nobility and commoners, which creates an environment where knowledge is accessible to all who wish to learn. It is precisely this characteristic that fortifies Asgard's strength and fosters a wealth of talent, enabling the conquest of the 9 realms and allowing Odin to govern the 9 kingdoms more effectively. In the cinematic portrayal of a past life, Loki contemplates how, as a divine realm capable of dominating the 9 realms, the populace possesses prolonged lifespans. It is inconceivable that only a handful of beings exist. Aside from Odin's family and Hela, the rest appear woefully inadequate. A mere Hela nearly brought Asgard to ruin. Indeed, her power is formidable. Yet it seems improbable that Asgard would possess no means of resistance. In Loki's perception, even in Odin's absence, Asgard would not be so easily subjugated. Its depths are unfathomable. Even to him, Odin, for his part, regards both the Aesir and Vanir as part of Asgard. Although the Vanir departed millennia ago, they remain his children, and only through their growth can the realm flourish. Thus, in Asgard, there has never been an obligatory path of education upon reaching a certain age. The Vanir are similarly expected to send their children to Asgard Academy upon turning 16, where they must pass evaluations to graduate. Only upon successful graduation may they join the military or engage in commerce. The most exceptional among them may even inherit divine status. For instance, Freyr, the sun god, and Tyr, the god of war, are both distinguished alumni of Odin's academy, one emerging as the leader of the Vanir and the other as a general in Asgard's army, amassing countless accolades during the wars of the 9 realms. However, Loki and Thor are still too young, not yet having reached the age mandated for entrance into Odin's academy. According to regulations, they will only be permitted to enroll 6 years hence, upon their 16th birthdays, when they will commence their studies until the Academy acknowledges their graduation. Loki has long harbored a desire to master magic, coveting this arcane power. Yet due to his youth, he has found himself unable to attend the Academy, and thus has had no opportunities. Previously, Loki was not particularly anxious, for he knew he would enter Odin's Academy at 16, with ample time to acquire magical skills and other knowledge. Consequently, though he yearned for strength, the protection afforded by Odin rendered him unconcerned. However, following the recent incident with the spider-eyed demon wolves, Loki's anxiety burgeoned. He had never anticipated sustaining injuries under the menace of these beasts, nearly losing his life. Reflecting on this event, Loki realizes that he has lived too comfortably. A saying from a past life aptly states that weakness is the original sin. Had he possessed formidable power or the ability to wield magic, he would not have been grievously wounded by a handful of demon wolves. Dispatching a few of them would have been a trivial matter. Should one inquire why Loki has no interest in martial skills, the answer is self-evident. Certainly, it is all about showcasing flair, with a mere flick of the wrist, conjuring a fireball, or opening a portal at will, allowing oneself to ravage foes while remaining impervious to their assaults. One could traverse to any desired destination, warming oneself with a fireball during the chilly winters or enjoying a gentle breeze in the scorching summers. How delightful it would be. However, this is merely Loki's fanciful imagination. Yet, should Loki wield a mighty hammer to strike others, he would deem it inconsistent with his persona. In his previous life, while indulging in games, he never favored such brute characters, consistently opting for the sorcerer role, capable of both support and offense, securing kills and exercising long-range control, all within his grasp. To swing a massive hammer like a barbarian would be to shatter his carefully crafted image. It simply would not be appealing. Furthermore, he couldn't possibly usurp his brother Thor's place. After all, there cannot be two gods of hammers. Such a scenario would surely give Odin a headache. After considerable reflection, Loki concluded that magic was the most fitting path for him. He was destined to be a long-range sorcerer. At most, he could dabble in martial skills while learning magic, provided he did not transform into a frail melee sorcerer devoid of any fighting capability. While watching films in his previous life, Loki often found himself dissatisfied with certain portrayals. Why, for instance, would one who possesses magic prefer hand-to-hand combat? Take the Ancient One, who, despite being Earth's supreme sorceress, opts to wield a fan against her adversaries, demonstrating mastery with a folding fan, while Doctor Strange favors a whip. Loki's own portrayal is even more exaggerated. Despite being hailed as the foremost sorcerer across the 9 realms, he resorts to daggers for assassination, playing the role of an assassin. Why forego the use of magic in favor of physical prowess, only to be met with dire consequences? One character, who did not last long, met his demise at the hands of the traitor Caecilius and Dormammu's minions, while another frequently engaged in negotiations with enemies, often returning battered and bruised. Were it not for the protagonist's halo, he would have perished countless times. As for the cinematic portrayal of Loki, a frail sorcerer attempting to assassinate Thanos, his arrogance led to his downfall, being effortlessly crushed by the formidable Titan. Thus, the so-called greatest sorcerer of the 9 realms met a humiliating end. Loki firmly believed he must avoid such foolishness. Every profession demands its own adherents. A sorcerer must embody the essence of a sorcerer, never engaging in a contest of strength with foes. Utilizing one's strengths to vanquish adversaries is indeed the correct course of action. Naturally, martial skills remain essential. One must be prepared for encounters with foes possessing high magical resistance who may breach one's defenses. It would be imprudent to stand idly by. Hence, acquiring some martial knowledge is indispensable, if only to avoid an untimely demise at the hands of titans like Thanos. Odin regarded Loki with a serious demeanor. Taken aback by the request presented by his son, he had not anticipated such a demand from Loki and found himself momentarily stunned. After agreeing to allow Loki to propose a request, Odin contemplated what it might be, pondering the nature of such a request. In Odin's eyes, despite Loki's cleverness, he remained a mere 10-year-old child. What could a child of that age possibly desire? Encourage yourself to take him to the theater, purchase some small toys, and either accompany him or send someone to the trading district. Odin recalled the last time Frigga took the 2 children to the trading area, where Thor bought him a toy sword, and Loki gifted him a luminous crystal pendant. Such gestures are entirely ordinary for children, whose nature is to seek amusement and curiosity. Even if Loki were to suggest that he buy a spaceship, Odin would find it unfathomable, as he understands that children are whimsical. However, Odin was taken aback by Loki's unexpected request to learn magic, as one would assume that children generally abhor the rigors of education. After all, both martial and magical studies are tedious, and if not mandated as compulsory courses by the Academy, how many children would willingly pursue them? Furthermore, once of age, Loki would naturally enter the Academy to study magic and other knowledge, merely a matter of a few years' delay. There was no need for urgency. These thoughts flitted through Odin's mind as he gazed down at Loki, who looked up at him with eager anticipation. Curiously, Odin inquired, "Loki, why this sudden desire to learn magic? You should know that it can be quite monotonous. Would you not prefer that your mother or I accompany you to the trading district to choose toys that please you?" At that moment, Loki knew better than to claim that his ambition for magic was merely for show, which would surely earn him Odin's ire. Instead, he composed himself and replied, "Father, I wish to learn magic to protect Asgard, to safeguard myself and those I hold dear. As the Prince of Asgard, Odin's son, I felt utterly helpless when confronted by the spider-eyed wolves. It renders me feeling quite useless, hence my desire to study magic. As for the monotony, I believe I can persevere." Odin regarded Loki with astonishment as he articulated his reasoning, reflecting on how profoundly the recent wolf incident had affected him. He realized that he had paid too little attention to his younger son, barely understanding him at all. Nevertheless, he resolved to be more attentive in the future. In Odin's eyes, regardless of the situation, this was a satisfactory and favorable development. After hearing Loki's rationale, Odin nodded in approval. After all, it was encouraging to see his child exhibit ambition, and he could hardly dampen that spirit. "Very well, my son," Odin eventually acquiesced. "You may study magic under your mother's guidance, but you must not abandon your studies halfway. Since my child is determined to protect Asgard, I, as your father, shall not be stingy. In 3 days, we shall open the Hall of Prophecy." 3 days later, the Hall of Prophecy was unveiled, where Loki and Thor entered to inherit divine power. Odin's authoritative voice echoed throughout the vast hall. "Father, you mentioned we would open the Hall of Prophecy in 3 days. Does that mean we are to enter?" Loki asked incredulously. Beside him, both Thor and Queen Frigga wore expressions of shock. Their astonishment was entirely justified, as Odin's announcement was nothing short of astounding, akin to asking 2 10-year-old children to select their preferred firearms. How could one not be astonished? The Asgardians are referred to as the divine race in the cosmos, not solely due to their own formidable strength, but primarily because of their ability to wield the powers of various deities, encompassing thunder, flames, storms, as well as the divine forces of harvest, illness, and hope. This unique capability grants them the designation of gods. The key to their dominion over these divine powers lies within the Hall of Awakening. This hall, alongside Valhalla, represents the past and future of Asgard. Together, they stand as the 2 most pivotal locations in all of Asgard. Loki has never set foot in Valhalla, and Odin forbids him and Thor from approaching it. Yet every Asgardian is aware of its existence. It is said that Valhalla serves as the hall where Odin receives the souls of the deceased, overseen by his handmaidens, the Valkyries, who are the goddesses of fate, reporting directly to Odin. When war ensues, the Valkyries transform into white swans, soaring to the battlefield to seek the valiant souls of fallen Asgardian warriors, guiding them into Valhalla. There, they engage in combat drills by day and revelry by night, eagerly anticipating the moment they will emerge once more to fight for Asgard and Odin. To enter Valhalla is a mark of honor for a warrior, and it is the ultimate aspiration of every Asgardian fighter to dwell there after death. Conversely, the Hall of Awakening is directly governed by Odin. Entry requires his personal sanction, as it is the birthplace of the Asgardian deities. Those chosen are bestowed with Odin's blessing and are acknowledged with the seeds of divine power, a concept referred to as divinity. Once one receives this recognition of divinity, they gain the eligibility to ascend to godhood. There are 2 paths to becoming one of the chosen. First, by demonstrating exceptional performance and graduating with honors from the Academy, as exemplified by Freyr, the sun god of the Vanir. Second, by achieving valor on the battlefield in service to Asgard and loyalty to Odin, akin to the war god tier. Only through these 2 avenues can one earn Odin's acknowledgement and gain entry into the Hall of Awakening. However, not every individual who enters the Hall of Awakening will receive the seed of divine power. Should they fail to resonate with the seed, they will not be recognized, thus lacking the qualification to become a deity. Each Asgardian has but a single opportunity in their lifetime to enter the Hall of Awakening, a singular chance to attain divinity and realize their potential as a god. Nonetheless, even if one does not receive the seed's endorsement, the Asgardians remain indifferent and harbor no jealousy towards those who do. In their eyes, there are myriad ways to enhance one's strength, be it through martial prowess or magic, all of which can be cultivated through diligent study. Even the effective utilization of technological creations can unleash formidable power. If one were to strive with sufficient determination, it is conceivable that they could attain divinity through sheer personal strength, even in the absence of divine seeds. Such individuals are not necessarily weaker than the ordinary deities. In fact, they may possess even greater power. Consequently, every Asgardian who enters this realm harbors the hope of achieving the utmost, and if they do not, they remain undeterred, dedicating themselves to the mastery of magic or martial skills, which can equally empower them. Take, for instance, the witch Gerlweg of the Vanir, who, through her studies in magic, became one of the most formidable beings among the pantheon, reputedly immortal. Loki has never doubted his opportunity to enter the Hall of Ascension. As the Prince of Asgard and the son of Odin, though some might jest and refer to him as the adopted son, Odin would undoubtedly pave the way for him. However, Loki is uncertain whether he can gain the recognition of the divine seed. He fears that due to the blood of the frost giants coursing through his veins, it may prove challenging to attain such acknowledgement. Nevertheless, deep within, Loki yearns for the divine seed, contemplating that dreams are worth having. What if they come to fruition? Loki muses that, should he indeed acquire the divine seed, it is most likely that he would harness the power of frost, given his lineage. However, he recalls having heard in a past life that he was regarded as the god of fire, a notion he finds improbable. Could events unfold as Loki envisions? He theorizes that the so-called divinity, the divine seed, resembles a genetic key. It activates when the inheritor possesses certain unique genetic fragments. For instance, Odin bequeathed the gene of thunder to Thor, which triggered a resonance with the divine seed of thunderous power. Once integrated within Thor, he manifested what is known as the power of the thunder god. It is not the divine seed that bestows this strength upon Thor. Rather, Thor innately possesses the qualities of thunder, with the divine seed merely serving as a key to unlock that potential. Conversely, others lacking this genetic attribute cannot evoke the resonance of the divine seed and, thus, fail to gain such divine power. Naturally, since my child aspires to grow stronger and protect Asgard, as a father and the king of Asgard, how could I possibly be stingy? Loki, do you perceive your father as difficult to approach, perhaps even miserly? Odin teased Loki, who wore an expression of perplexity. Certainly not, father. You are a magnificent ruler and a great father. Loki quickly flattered, seizing the opportunity, for should Odin have a change of heart and refuse, where would he find solace? In truth, Odin's agreement to allow Loki to study magic and to open the Hall of Ascension for both of them is merely a fraction of the underlying reasons. As the All-Father of the gods and the King of Asgard, Odin harbors his own considerations. His divine essence encompasses prophecy, kingship, wisdom, healing, magic, poetry, war, and death. Endowed with the all-seeing eye, Odin, endowed with the all-seeing eye, foresaw the onset of Ragnarok long before it arrived, foretelling his own demise. Yet, he remained unconcerned, believing he had lived sufficiently long, so long that he had lost count of the years. To him, death represented a release. Moreover, he was not unprepared for Ragnarok. The Valhalla he established was a sanctuary for warriors to rise once more to defend Asgard. However, he chose not to divulge the fate of Ragnarok to anyone. Recently, a sense of urgency enveloped Odin as he felt the approach of Ragnarok drawing near. The clarity of his all-seeing eye sharpened, revealing the raging flames consuming the land of Asgard, while the legendary black dragon, Nidhogg, soared through its skies, heralding his fiery end. He beheld Thor, wielding his hammer, and Loki, clad in wizard's robes, valiantly resisting the invading foes, yet they were overwhelmed by an endless tide of adversaries. Though Odin feared not death, he was reluctant to witness the decline of Asgard. Thus, he resolved to cultivate two formidable successors. Despite Thor's considerable strength, it was insufficient to uphold Asgard's future. Odin felt compelled to instigate change, to ensure his chosen heirs grew powerful enough to confront Ragnarok. Although he perceived hope as scant, he understood that even a modicum of strength could yield a different outcome when the time of reckoning arrived. After much contemplation, he decided to activate the Hall of Awakening, allowing them to merge with divine seeds and embark upon the path of the gods. Whether they would gain the divine seeds' approval was a matter Odin had not pondered. If necessary, he could forcibly assist their merging with his own power, the only cost being his descent into a prolonged slumber. Throughout the ages, Odin often required such slumber to preserve his strength. When Loki approached Odin to request the study of magic, Odin readily acquiesced, permitting Loki to learn from Frigga, the mightiest sorceress among the gods, second only to the witch Gulvig. Odin believed that as long as he could enhance the powers of Loki and Thor, he would grant them any request. He recognized that upon his death, enemies once cowed by his authority would emerge like salmon leaping upstream, seeking vengeance against Asgard. Therefore, For the sake of Asgard's future, his heirs must possess formidable strength. As the king of Asgard, he bore the responsibility of ensuring the realm did not descend into ruin due to his passing. Prepare yourselves. We shall open the Hall of Awakening in 3 days. Odin concluded the discussion with finality. With a wave of his hand, Thor, standing beside Loki, vanished, certainly to face his punishment. Even with the impending opening of the Hall of Awakening, Odin had no intention of retracting this disciplinary action. It was likely that Thor would emerge just in time for the opening. Odin cast a glance at Loki, who was still deep in thought, and waved his hand. Freya took Loki away, leaving Odin alone upon the exalted throne. Kili and Kurik, 2 wolves, emerged from an unknown place, resuming their slumber at Odin's feet. After a moment of silence, Odin murmured, "Ragnarok, is it?" Chapter 11, The Temple of Awakening, Part 3. 3 days swiftly passed, and soon it was the day Odin had chosen to unveil the Temple of Awakening. Thor's punishment had concluded, and he was released. When Loki beheld Thor, he was taken aback by his brother's appearance after confinement. Loki often referred to the confinement chamber as the White House, for it contained only white walls, devoid of windows. Entry was solely achieved through magical portals, prompting Loki to marvel at Asgard's magical conveniences and advanced technology, which ensured that those confined within such sealed quarters would not suffer from suffocation or oxygen deprivation. Moreover, the Asgardians possessed a unique physiology. A mortal from Earth would likely succumb to snow blindness after prolonged exposure in that pristine chamber. However, Asgardians did not ponder such concerns, as they were a more evolved race than humans from Earth. Loki had previously endured confinement in the White House, and he understood the discomfort entailed. Inside, there was merely a bed, with no one to converse with and no means of entertainment, rendering time an agonizing entity. Extended isolation could indeed drive one to madness. Yet in Asgard, with its blend of technology and magic, even madness could be remedied. Thus, Odin never considered the implications of imprisoning a child under 10 years old. He believed the White House served to fortify warriors' resolve and cultivate their willpower. While Loki might contest this assertion, ultimately, Odin held dominion over the matter. The one in charge wielded authority, a principle Loki had grasped in his past life on Earth. Yet, upon seeing Thor again, he was still taken aback. Thor's once bright, expressive eyes now bore a hint of redness, his face smudged, and his hair styled in an unusual manner, revealing the extent of his suffering. This led Loki to reflect. It seems that confinement is not merely a terrestrial phenomenon, but resonates throughout the cosmos. It proved far more effective than on Earth, where prolonged detention necessitated psychological counseling. Here, a simple spell sufficed to mend the spirit. From a distance, Thor spotted Loki and rushed over as if they were long-lost brothers, embracing Loki's arm. "Loki," he exclaimed, "we were supposed to face this together. Why did Father confine only me, leaving you outside?" This individual is lamenting his lack of confinement. Upon hearing Thor's shameless words, Loki swiftly withdrew his arm, thinking to himself, "Why should I accompany you in your predicament? Are you not at all aware of why you are the only one imprisoned? How could you desire to drag your brother down with you into this abyss? Truly, how deranged can one be?" While such thoughts brewed within, he could not voice them aloud, lest today devolve into an entangled mess. Thus, he addressed Thor. "Have you forgotten our prior agreement? Moreover, your punishment is decreed by Father. So why not inquire of him as to why you alone are imprisoned?" Upon hearing Loki suggest he ask Odin, Thor grimaced and replied, "Perhaps that is best left alone." Odin, known for his stern demeanor as the king of Asgard, instilled a certain trepidation in both Thor and Loki. However, they shared a closer bond with the goddess Frigga. Hence, when Thor was advised to confront Odin, he immediately wilted. After a brief silence, Thor suddenly recalled something and eagerly proposed to Loki, "Loki, let us revisit the Summer Mountains one day. We left behind the jumping sheep we captured the day before yesterday when Father intervened. I promise this time we shall only hunt 2 sheep at the periphery, and we shall not venture deeper." Listening to Thor's suggestion, Loki instinctively stepped back, still haunted by the recent experience of being surrounded by wolves. "You wish to ensnare me again. You are indeed a troublesome pest. If you wish to go, then you shall go alone. I barely escaped with my life last time and was nearly confined to the White House. How can you be so oblivious to the lessons learned?" At the mention of the White House, Loki's expression soured as he reluctantly admitted, "Indeed, it is quite unbearable within the White House. I was nearly in tears from the sheer boredom." "You must not tell anyone, Loki." Amused, Loki turned to tease Thor. "Remember, Thor, do not allow your suffering from confinement to weigh heavily upon you, for the trials you endure now are but a preparation for greater tribulations to come." Observing their playful banter, Frigga, the goddess, felt a pang of confusion. Shouldn't she be offering comfort instead? This was not what she had anticipated. As Loki glanced at Frigga, he caught her gaze, filled with a mix of resignation and understanding, clearly having overheard his earlier remarks. He quickly lowered his head. Frigga then interrupted their exchange, addressing both. Thor, you have just emerged. Quickly change your attire and tidy yourselves. Soon, I shall take you to your father, who is opening the temple of initiation for you both today. And Loki, do wash your face as well. Realizing the significance of the day, Loki hurried to comply, chastising Thor in his mind for their earlier frivolity, nearly forgetting the important matter at hand. How unforgivable. Should he not be punished for this lapse? The somewhat petty Loki mused silently. After refreshing himself with a wash, Thor emerged to engage in casual conversation with Frigga. Soon, he noticed that the tidied-up Thor had transformed back into the adorable, golden-haired boy he once was. As he approached, Thor's eyes lit up upon seeing Loki and Frigga chatting, and he eagerly trotted over, grasping Loki's arm. Loki, resigned, allowed the child to cling to him. What a peculiar habit this boy has. Always wanted to pull at people's arms. It was never mentioned in the films of my past life. Luckily, you are but a 10-year-old child, so I shall forgive you. Had you been an adult, a bearded brute daring to grasp my arm would have earned a swift slap in return. My arms are reserved for embracing lovely young ladies. Loki mused to himself. Thor, still holding on to Loki, inquired, Loki, do you think we will gain the recognition of the divine seed? If we do, what attributes do you think they will possess? Loki, at a loss for words, chose silence while Thor continued to chatter. Loki, I hope to acquire the thunder or fire attribute. They sound so impressive, don't you think? But I certainly do not wish for anything related to wind or water. Those sound rather unappealing. Wouldn't you agree? What about you? What attributes do you desire? It's so bothersome. With a hint of exasperation, Loki replied, You will get what you wish for. Trust me. Really? Thor asked, his eyes wide with excitement. Seeing that Thor was ready, Frigga stood up, intending to lead the two to Odin's golden palace. Loki observed as Frigga effortlessly drew a magic circle, opening a portal through which one could glimpse Odin seated upon the supreme throne. The distance felt insignificant, and watching Frigga open the portal strengthened Loki's resolve to master magic. Such a skill would be immensely convenient. He thought to himself that once they emerged from the Temple of the Gods, he would diligently study magic under the goddess Frigga. After all, in his previous life, Loki was celebrated as the foremost sorcerer among the 9 realms. Surely, he could not allow himself to fall short of that reputation. Gazing at Odin upon the supreme throne sparked Loki's curiosity. Did Odin not find it uncomfortable to sit on that throne day after day? He had no idea how it was crafted. Was it gold or some other metal? There wasn't even a cushion. Sitting for such extended periods surely must lead to discomfort. Loki pondered. If he were to become the king of Asgard, he would certainly replace that throne with a sofa-style seat. It was hard to imagine that Odin, who had endured sitting there for countless millennia, felt no discomfort at all. Loki thought mischievously, though he would never be foolish enough to voice such thoughts aloud. Nor would he be naive enough to inquire if Odin found his seat uncomfortable or if it might lead to ailments. To ask such a question would likely earn him a swift reprimand from Odin. Frigga opened the portal to the Golden Palace and stepped through, with Loki and Thor closely following her. Upon reaching the grand hall of the palace, Loki and Thor promptly approached Odin, bowing respectfully and addressing him as father. Odin glanced at his wife and 2 children, nodding in acknowledgement. Observing his offspring, he felt a sense of satisfaction. One was his biological son, impetuous and passionate, embodying the quintessential Asgardian spirit, while the other was his adopted son, seemingly more mature and composed, yet possessing a rather petty nature. Odin believed that the contrasting temperaments of these two would complement each other, ensuring a bright future for Asgard. However, he discerned that the fate of their realm could not rest solely on either of them. One was too reckless, likely to jeopardize their endeavors, while the other's excessive caution rendered him unfit for kingship. Though neither child was devoid of worry, Odin mused that mischievous children often harbor great potential. A successor to the throne who was overly compliant could lead to ruin. As he observed the eager expressions on Thor and Loki's faces, he recognized their youthful exuberance, which was unmistakably apparent. Rising slowly from his exalted throne, Odin grasped Gungnir and descended to stand before them. Gently ruffling their hair, he inquired, Are you ready, Thor, Loki? Both brothers quickly replied, Father, we are prepared. In Chapter 12, titled Thor the God of Thunder, Odin exchanged a few words with Frigga before raising Gungnir. With the spear's tip, he delicately traced the air before him, causing a rift to tear open in the fabric of space. The fissure gradually expanded, forming a stable portal. Loki, witnessing Odin's remarkable display, could not help but marvel at the prowess of the All-Father. Indeed, his ability to open spatial gateways was unparalleled. He reflected on the wisdom of the ancients, recognizing that to master any craft, one must first possess the finest tools. Gungnir was undeniably a formidable weapon in combat. It was Asgard's most extraordinary artifact, ensuring that once locked onto a target, no one could evade its grasp. Moreover, the spear could effortlessly rend the void to create a portal, a testament to Odin's own formidable strength. Yet the execution of such a feat was undeniably impressive. It was a weapon suitable for both conquest and travel, easily outshining Thor's Mjolnir in Loki's eyes. He pondered whether he should acquire a more powerful artifact for himself. While the capability was secondary, it certainly needed to embody elegance befitting his noble, princely demeanor. The infinity gauntlet wielded by Thanos seemed intriguing, yet its ostentatious colors and design clashed with his refined style. Perhaps he might commission a custom creation from a dwarven craftsman? For now, however, his primary objective remained to seek out a divine seed that resonated with his attributes. Surely, he could find one. The quest to discover the divine power seeds and subsequently merge them to harness divine strength is of paramount importance. Odin, accompanied by Thor and Loki, traversed through the portal. Arriving at its opposite side, turning to the two, he proclaimed, "This is the Temple of Awakening in Asgard." It was the first visit for Loki and Thor to this sacred site, and they curiously surveyed their surroundings. The initial impression of this place evoked the sensation of being immersed in the cosmic expanse, dark, profound, and punctuated by twinkling lights. However, it was evident that they were not in the celestial heavens. Both were acutely aware that they remained within Asgard, for their breath revealed no change in the atmosphere. And the luminescent points surrounding them were not celestial bodies, but rather diminutive glimmers of light. Upon closer inspection, these lights took on various forms, some resembling lightning, others like snowflakes, and even shapes akin to trees and flowers. Loki surmised that these luminescent points were indeed the divine power seeds he had heard of. This location served as the ancestral ground of the Asgardian deities, a veritable reservoir of divine essence. Although Loki was not entirely familiar with the specifics of this place's origins, he was acutely aware that it was firmly under Odin's dominion. This implied that even if one were to acquire a divine power seed here and integrate it with one's being, Odin would still maintain complete control over the divine power within, much like in tales from a past life, where Odin could effortlessly seal Thor's divine strength with a mere gesture, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal, incapable of wielding Mjolnir or unleashing the thunderous might within. It was precisely this understanding that motivated Loki to pursue the arcane arts. His decision was not born from distrust in Odin. Rather, he believed Odin would not casually suppress his abilities. Yet, the notion that others might seize control of such power lingered in his mind. As the ancient adage from his former life suggested, one should not fear the improbable, but be wary of the potential for misfortune. This was akin to possessing a firearm while lacking control over its safety. Studying magic was not solely a means to enhance his strength. It served as a safeguard, ensuring that in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he would possess the capacity to respond rather than be rendered helpless, like a fish on a chopping block. Currently, Loki and his companions stood upon a suspended plaza, intricately adorned with unique Asgardian patterns and illustrations. These engravings chronicled Asgard's illustrious history, depicting the towering giants aiding in the construction of lofty walls, warriors battling infernal demons, and a schism between the Aesir and Vanir gods. Yet, Loki found himself disinterested in these historical narratives, as Odin too showed little inclination to enlighten them, for upon reaching the age of 16 and entering the academy, such histories would become mandatory coursework. At the heart of the plaza stood a platform constructed of gold, and one could only wonder at the Asgardians' affinity for the precious metal, utilizing it to build palaces, pave streets, and erect grand altars. Loki pondered that if the Asgardians were to gather their architectural gold into a spherical form, it would likely surpass the very volume of Earth itself. Of course, gold is not a rare commodity in the universe. Indeed, there are planets composed entirely of gold. Thus, the Asgardians have never deemed it unusual. In their perception, gold equates to building material, much like steel and concrete do for humanity on Earth. However, Loki found the resplendent golden radiance rather blinding. The elevated platform, constructed of gold, was inscribed with magical runes, which formed a magical array. Although Loki had yet to learn magic, was unfamiliar with the runes, and did not comprehend the array, he could surmise its purpose. In his estimation, the magical array was merely designed to assist the chosen ones in sensing or merging with the seeds of divine power, as it likely had no other function in this location. Indeed, upon observing Thor and Loki curiously examining the magical array on the ground, Odin addressed them, stating, "This is the Hall of Divine Awakening in Asgard, the principal reason we Asgardians are referred to as the divine race." You must utilize your mental prowess to sense the surrounding seeds of divine power. Once you identify seeds that resonate with your inherent attributes, your spirit must resonate with these seeds, subsequently guiding them to merge with your corporeal forms, thus enabling the manifestation of divine power within you. Given your current mental strength is rather feeble, it is insufficient to sense the seeds of divine power. Therefore, to facilitate the merging process, you must enhance your mental fortitude. This magical array can amplify your mental strength. Upon entering the array, you will channel your mental energy into it, and the array will augment your mental capacity. Only then will you be able to sense the seeds of divine power and, with the array's assistance, achieve their fusion with yourselves. Remember, it is imperative to use your mental energy for sensing, maintaining utmost concentration without distraction. When you detect a seed of divine power that aligns with your attributes, communicate with it using your mental energy to establish a resonance, and then guide it to merge with your physical form. Remember, when merging with the seed of divine power, your body will naturally generate divine energy, and this energy will manifest externally, exhibiting tangible strength. At that moment, it is crucial to remain focused and calm. Do not resist this burgeoning power, for it is inherently yours. Embrace it, accept this force. Do you understand? Thor and Loki nodded in acknowledgement, signaling their comprehension. As neither had yet acquired the knowledge of magic to activate the array, Odin would be the one to awaken it, allowing them to proceed. Odin raised Gungnir, unleashing a beam of light that infused his power into the magic circle, setting it into motion. He gestured for the two to step forward, and the eager Thor, devoid of any sense of restraint, boldly took the lead. Loki, too, refrained from contesting him. This was not a competition, after all, and there was no need to vie for first or second place. Besides, with someone willing to act as a test subject and accumulate experience, Loki was more than pleased. Upon entering the magic circle, Thor surveyed his surroundings before eagerly sitting cross-legged at its center, closing his eyes. The magic circle soon illuminated as it sensed Thor's mental energy. If one could perceive mental energy with the naked eye, they would observe Thor's essence radiating from the magic circle, expanding outward in rippling waves, continuously dispersing divine energy seeds. Loki, having seen films in his past life, recognized Thor as the god of thunder, master of lightning. Sure enough, moments later, sparks of electricity began to emanate from Thor's form. Simultaneously, within the starry expanse of divine energy seeds, Loki noticed the lightning-shaped seeds flickering to life, their pulsating brightness quickening by the second. The electric sparks from Thor and the shimmering seeds in the sky harmoniously intertwined, creating a surprisingly beautiful spectacle. Loki marveled at the absurdity of it all. Here he was, witnessing a 10-year-old child radiating electricity, and he found the scene utterly enchanting. At that moment, Thor's body erupted with lightning, and the airborne divine energy seeds, as if responding to an unseen call, began to glide towards the platform. The seeds moved as though they were reuniting with a long-lost kin, gradually making their way toward Thor. Though the approach of the lightning seeds appeared slow, they were, in truth, remarkably swift. The vastness of the starry backdrop created an illusion of lethargy. Guided by Thor's mental energy, the lightning seeds quickly reached the perimeter of the magic circle, pausing momentarily before darting into its embrace, converging before Thor. As Thor opened his eyes and beheld the divine energy seeds, he extended his hand, inexplicably grasping a bolt of lightning. He pressed the seed against his chest. At the heart, akin to pouring a cup of water into a basin, seamlessly merging it into his being without any hindrance. In an instant, the sparks of lightning emanating from Thor seemed to surge as if he had consumed a potent elixir, rapidly multiplying until he was engulfed by a brilliant sphere of electricity. From Loki's perspective, Thor's form vanished, replaced by a dazzling orb of lightning accompanied by the resounding crackle of thunder. Loki involuntarily shivered at the thought. He mused that if an ordinary person were to be thrown into this spherical storm of thunder, it would take no more than 3 seconds for them to be utterly annihilated. Perhaps he should keep a safe distance from this entity. One day, if it were to lose control and unleash its power upon him, it could prove to be quite exhilarating. If one were to establish a rehabilitation center on Earth, it would undoubtedly surpass any efforts by the so-called Thunder King, as the might of this thunder far exceeds that of any natural lightning on Earth. Perhaps opening a power plant would be a splendid idea. No need for land or resources, merely a clever ruse. Lost in his thoughts, Loki remained oblivious to the fact that his turn was approaching. Chapter 13. Frost and Transformation. The process of Thor's fusion with the seed of thunder's power was swift, albeit not particularly pleasing to behold. Nevertheless, the outcome of Thor's fusion was remarkably successful. As the fusion reached completion, the crackling lightning surrounding Thor gradually diminished, revealing him in his entirety. Loki could not suppress a smirk. Although the thunderous energy that erupted from Thor posed no harm to him, being an intrinsic part of his essence, it was a different matter for his attire. The clothing Thor wore was utterly incinerated by the force of the thunder, leaving not a shred behind. With his eyes closed, he sat naked at the center of the magical circle, still savoring the fusion experience, clearly unaware of the situation at hand. After a moment, Thor slowly opened his eyes and stood up, radiating excitement, ecstatic over his perfect fusion with the seed of thunder. He leapt down the steps and rushed to Odin and Loki, exclaiming, "Father, Loki, I did it. I truly succeeded. My divine attribute is thunder. I can wield the power of lightning." As he spoke, sparks danced around his hands. Odin nodded in approval, pleased with Thor's successful melding with the thunderous seed. For the power of thunder is among the mightiest, embodying the force of divine retribution. Should he master it fully, Asgard could be entrusted to him. And perhaps he could even grasp the laws of power, becoming a master of the thunderous laws, thus securing a prominent position in the cosmos. Loki remained silent, not acknowledging Thor's display, but his gaze lingered on Thor's exposed form. Thor, still unaware of his predicament, continued to boast to Loki. Suddenly sensing Loki's peculiar gaze, he inquired, "What are you staring at, Loki?" As he followed Loki's line of sight, he realized, "Where are my clothes?" Shocked to discover himself utterly naked, Thor blushed deeply and instinctively covered himself with his hands, turning to Loki with a bewildered expression. "Loki, where have my clothes gone?" To which Loki teasingly replied, "You ask me? How can I know? Shouldn't you inquire about the power of thunder residing within you?" Loki, unbeknownst to himself, infused his tone with a hint of jealousy. Although he was aware that Thor wielded the power of thunder, witnessing it firsthand stirred a sense of envy within him. It was only then that Thor, coming to terms with the situation, turned to Odin and Loki, questioning, "Didn't you say divine power could not harm me? How then did it incinerate my clothes?" "Quite normal," Loki replied, delivering a subtle jab. "Divine power may not harm you, but no one ever claimed it wouldn't damage your garments. Can clothing be regarded as part of yourself?" Upon seeing Odin nod in agreement, Thor felt tears welling up. "Does this mean I shall need to replace my attire every time I employ divine power?" In truth, Thor was overthinking it. As long as one could master such power, not only would it not destroy clothing, but it could even be employed for culinary purposes. Furthermore, for Asgard, crafting a suit of attire or armor impervious to thunder was a trivial task. "Loki, could you spare me a piece of your clothing? Just one will suffice," Thor beseeched, his large, hopeful eyes fixed on Loki. "Huh, not a chance. You'll have to make do without," Loki retorted. The sight of a bare-bottomed boy, blinking innocently, was hardly a harmonious one, and Loki found himself despairing over this incessant need for Thor to act adorably. Having failed to procure clothing from Loki, Thor redirected his pleading gaze toward Odin. Noticing Thor's desperate expression, Odin said nothing, but simply tore open a spatial rift, unceremoniously shoving Thor through it. Loki observed that the rift led to the palace of the goddess Frigga, for she was clearly in attendance. Frigga displayed no surprise at Thor's abrupt appearance from the void, promptly whisking him away to change his attire. Odin, resigned, reflected on his eldest son, whose most defining traits were his recklessness and penchant for childish antics, much to the delight of those around him, which had inadvertently cultivated such habits. "Alas, my illustrious name is nearly tarnished by this mischief maker," he lamented. "How grand I once appeared." Noticing Odin's exasperated sigh, Loki let out a chuckle, thinking, "The god of thunder has transformed into the god of cuteness. How delightful, or rather, how absurd." As Thor departed, the spatial rift gradually closed, and Odin shifted his attention back to Loki. Noticing Loki's peculiar grin, Odin shot him an irritated glare. "Was so amusing." Loki, realizing he had garnered Odin's focus, quickly stifled his laughter and replied, "Father, I am prepared. Shall we commence?" Odin nodded, channeling his power into the mental amplification magic array, causing it to activate. As Loki stepped forward, he suddenly recalled Thor's incinerated garments and quickly interjected, "Wait a moment, Father." In the gaze of Odin, filled with skepticism, Loki dashed to the side, shedding every piece of clothing, leaving not even a solitary sock behind. He placed his discarded garments at the edge of the square and, unashamedly, approached the magical array. For there remained only this old man, his nominal father. Observing this scene, Odin smiled faintly. His younger son possessed a modicum of cleverness, which delighted him slightly in light of Loki's ingenuity, while simultaneously eliciting exasperation regarding his elder son's intellect. As Loki entered the magical array, he surveyed his surroundings. easily perceiving the subtle currents of energy flowing within the array. He marveled at how significantly this magical circle amplified one's mental prowess. Even before commencing, he could already sense the flow of magic. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and, upon concentrating his focus, immediately attuned himself to the magical array. Once he invested his mental energy into the array, he was jolted by a sudden surge. Within the realm of mental energy, Loki discerned his environment with remarkable clarity. Indeed, he realized that this mental vision surpassed what his eyes could perceive, revealing even the cracks in the stones of the square, which he had previously overlooked. Should his mental capacity strengthen further, it would be akin to the observation hockey from the world of One Piece. When Loki shifted his gaze towards Odin, he was nearly blinded by brilliance, as if beholding a radiant sun emanating resplendent light. In his mental vision, Odin appeared as a blazing sun, engulfed in flames. Aware of Loki's scrutiny, Odin smiled at him, but refrained from elaborating. Loki understood that the reason Odin resembled the sun in his perception was primarily due to the overwhelming strength of Odin's mental energy, which dwarfed his own, likely rendering Loki's mental fortitude akin to that of a mere ping-pong ball in comparison. Loki sighed, recognizing Odin as the most formidable being in Asgard. Even in his current state of decline, it was difficult to fathom the true extent of Odin's power during his prime. He pondered when he might reach such heights himself. At that moment, Odin's voice resonated beside Loki's ear, urging him to concentrate his mental energy and sense the divine seeds. Acknowledging the significance of the task at hand, Loki resolved to set aside his musings for the time being. Redirecting his focus, he concentrated his enhanced mental energy into the starry expanse formed by the divine seeds, seeking those that resonated with his attributes. Before long, he sensed a divine seed that felt remarkably familiar. In his mental vision, this seed appeared crystalline, resembling a snowflake, emanating an aura of frigidness as if it sought to freeze all existence. Loki mused to himself, "Is this the bloodline of the frost giants?" He discreetly allocated a portion of his attention to Odin, continuing to observe him closely. In Odin's gaze, Loki's form gradually exuded a chilling aura, slowly coalescing into a delicate layer of ice that eventually encased him in an armor of frost. Correspondingly, within the starry expanse where the divine seed of power took shape, a snowflake-like seed began to shimmer and resonate with Loki. Before long, under the influence of the cold, Loki's skin transformed into an icy blue hue, reverting to the true visage of the frost giant. Odin, with his remaining eye, fixed his stare upon Loki, pondering whether this was a right or wrong decision, and what repercussions it might bear for Asgard. Nevertheless, Odin harbored no intention of intervening in Loki's assimilation of the frost goddess power. In his eyes, he had nurtured Loki for a decade. Loki was akin to a son, no different from Thor, the second prince of Asgard. He believed it unwise to act against a child based on uncertain futures, especially when that child was his own. Loki, attuned to Odin's movements in the realm of the mind, breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that Odin had chosen not to intervene. After all, should Odin decide to act, Loki felt utterly powerless. Compared to Odin, he was considerably weaker. Should he fail in this divine fusion under Odin's scrutiny, he would be at a loss on how to face Odin and Asgard in the future. At present, it seemed that Odin regarded him favorably, refraining from interference due to his position as the king of Asgard. As a foster father, Odin might be considered among the best. Truth be told, Loki harbored intentions of testing Odin's sentiments towards him through this event, whether he was merely a pawn or genuinely regarded as a son. Although he seldom voiced his feelings of being a discarded child of the frost giants, a sense of inferiority lingered within him, accompanied by a fear that everything he experienced was part of some grand scheme by others. Feeling a surge of clarity from his thoughts, Loki contemplated, "If you treat me as a true son, why should I not regard you as a father?" Completely relieved and satisfied with Odin's stance, Loki resolved to wholeheartedly fuse with the divine seed. He projected all his mental energy towards the seed in the starry sky, preparing for the union. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 14, The Anomaly in the Flame. Just as Loki was poised to merge with the frost god's divine seed, an unforeseen incident transpired. Deep within Loki's soul, in the recesses of his magical essence, a flame, one that had long been extinguished, began to awaken and ignite, stirred by the frost. It felt as though his sanctum was being invaded during slumber, with the frost power serving as the encroaching adversary. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the rhythmic heartbeat of Loki, a cluster of igniting flames began to dance, akin to a sprite in a fervent ballet, swaying to the cadence of his heart. The dance quickened. The flames flared ever more vigorously, igniting from the very essence of his soul, kindling deep within his core. In mere moments, the conflagration permeated every corner of his being. The temperature of the flames soared, and soon wisps of vapor began to rise from Loki's head. Rapidly, the icy veneer enveloping him began to melt away, his frost-blue skin receding and gradually transforming into a vivid crimson. In this contest for dominance, the power of frost had faltered, expelled from Loki's very essence. Meanwhile, the seed of frost divine energy, which had recently resonated with Loki's mental force, ceased its pulsation the moment the flames ignited, sinking back into silence, devoid of any trace of its previous connection with him. This scene astounded not only Loki, but also Odin, who was equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Loki had never fathomed that such a flame resided within him, or rather, within the depths of his soul. Yet, he felt an inexplicable familiarity and warmth towards this flickering fire, as if it were an old friend. And the very essence of his soul surged in exhilaration at its revival, a joy akin to a long-awaited reunion, bursting forth from the depths of his heart. Loki sensed that this small flame had been with him since time immemorial, inseparable from his being, a part of his very soul. He began to realize that this flicker of fire might be the key to his rebirth. Though its origins remained a mystery, it felt comforting and harmless, a truth that resonated deep within his soul. Odin, too, was bewildered by the abrupt occurrence. He pondered the anomaly. Since the establishment of the divine temple, the merging of divine energy seeds had always yielded two outcomes, either successful resonance and integration or outright failure. Today, however, a third outcome had emerged. The fusion process had been interrupted, and by the very hands of the one undertaking it. Odin struggled to comprehend why such a disruption had arisen in the otherwise stable merging of divine energy seeds. To him, the flames that ignited from Loki's soul were fierce and ancient, seemingly older than the universe itself, yet vibrant and youthful. As if they had just begun to blaze, a disorienting paradox. Uncertain whether to intervene, he grappled with the dilemma. If he refrained, the merging process would remain interrupted. And if he chose to act, how could he intervene with something so intrinsically linked to Loki? Just as Odin wrestled with the decision of whether to intervene, a new development unfolded. In the celestial expanse formed by the divine energy seeds, a new seed began to pulsate, a seed symbolizing fire, arising from the stillness of frost. This unexpected turn was beyond Loki's anticipation. Just as Loki believed that his attempt to fuse the divine seed had ended in failure, his spiritual awareness suddenly detected a flame-shaped divine seed. Loki quickly focused all his mental energy on this fiery seed, and indeed, under the fervent communication of his spirit. The seed began to pulsate. It was as if thunder struck the earth and fierce flames met dry tinder. Loki swiftly resonated with this divine seed of fire. Observing the harmonious connection he had established with the fiery divine seed, Loki hurriedly guided it, fearing any further mischief, as his heart could scarcely endure more tumult. Evidently, Loki was overthinking. The fusion process proceeded remarkably smoothly. After resonating with Loki's mental energy, the fiery divine seed flew directly towards him, seemingly drawn by his essence. It seamlessly entered Loki's body, diving into the flames that burned within him, merging effortlessly. Once the fiery divine seed penetrated Loki's heart, Odin sensed that he could no longer perceive its presence. This realm was entirely under Odin's dominion, and every divine seed here remained under his control. Even after merging with another, Odin could still harness that power. However, at that moment, Odin felt an irrevocable loss of control over the flame seed now within Loki, and he foresaw that this disconnection would be permanent. Soon, the divine seed and the internal flames fused completely, resulting in a deeper hue of fire. With each heartbeat, the fusion completed, and the flames flowed forth, coursing through Loki's blood to his limbs and bones, integrating into every cell and inch of his soul. To the outside observer, Loki had utterly transformed into a being of fire, with the flames intensifying until they enveloped his form, leaving only a blazing inferno within the magic circle. Odin, now perplexed, pondered this anomaly. Ever since he sacrificed one of his eyes to gain the all-seeing eye, the universe had held no secrets for him. Yet today, he found himself utterly unaware of the origins of this small flame igniting from the depths of Loki's soul, as if it belonged to a realm beyond his comprehension. For the first time, doubts crept into Odin's mind regarding his omniscience. Before long, Loki's fusion process concluded, revealing his form once more, devoid of any external flames. Rising to his feet, he sensed a distinct presence within him, the the divine energy coursing and the flames burning. Moreover, in order to accommodate this newfound power, his physical constitution had been significantly enhanced. Loki realized that his physical prowess had increased by no less than tenfold. For instance, previously he could barely lift 200 pounds, and even then, he could only raise it without performing any actions. However, now Loki felt that he could effortlessly lift 2,000 pounds. And that was not even his limit. He sensed the divine power within him and contemplated putting it to the test. Gathering all his strength, he focused and released his divine energy from his fingertips. A small flame, deep crimson in hue, erupted from his fingers. Upon witnessing this flame, Loki was immediately overwhelmed with despair. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I heading? He found himself engulfed in confusion. What was he doing? After exerting so much effort and enduring anxiety, he had only produced a candle-like flame. Was this a jest? Could it serve as illumination or merely ignite a cigarette? After all that toil, was he reduced to carrying a mere lighter? Where were the grand fireballs he had anticipated? Where was the mastery over the flames he had been promised? Odin, discerning the confusion and disappointment in Loki's eyes, addressed him, stating that divinity merely granted him the potential to ascend to godhood, but did not instantly confer godhood upon him. His divine power was nascent and feeble, and he must familiarize himself with it daily to strengthen it. Only through complete awakening and mastery could he attain true divinity. Upon hearing Odin's explanation, Loki comprehended that the fusion with the divine power seed was akin to awakening a dormant seed within him. The external divine power seed merely provided energy for it to sprout. Thus, the divine power within him was merely a small seedling. Whether it could grow into a towering tree, whether he could become the god of fire, depended solely on his own growth and cultivation. By the way, Loki, what was that flicker of flame within you just now? Do you feel capable of fully controlling the divine power within you? Odin remained preoccupied with his previous thoughts. That tiny flame had led him to feel deceived, misled by the well of wisdom. He had sacrificed one of his eyes for the all-seeing eye, only to be unable to discern the origin of such a modest flame. Loki was also puzzled. He had believed he was on the verge of merging with frost power, but the sudden emergence of this flame had abruptly halted that process. Fortunately, he ultimately fused with the fire divine power seed, yielding a satisfactory outcome. Yet, Loki felt that this flame was inherently connected to him. It had likely been extinguished for some reason, and perhaps it was the stimulation from the frost power that reignited it. Moreover, this flame might be the very reason he could traverse realms. However, he could not divulge this to Odin. Not only would he question Odin's belief, but if Odin were to accept it, he would merely be a character in a film, a mere passerby, and who knew what consequences might ensue. Thus, Loki addressed Odin, saying, "Father, I am uncertain, yet I can sense a profound affinity with this flame. It is my own, and I possess complete mastery over the divine power within me." At this juncture, Loki awakened to the realization that the divine power seed fused within him was beyond Odin's control. This thought brought him a flicker of joy, for no one wishes to leave their vulnerabilities in another's hands, even if that individual is a close confidant. With this understanding, Loki gleefully donned his garments and prepared to depart. While Loki reveled in his newfound clarity, Odin's demeanor was far less jubilant. A glimmer of wisdom shone in his remaining eye, as if he glimpsed a portent of the future. Loki, the god of fire, and Ragnarok. What connections might lie therein? Chapter 15, Transformation and Adaptation. Following the fusion of the divine power seed yesterday, Loki and Odin exited the Hall of Enlightenment. Yet, Loki continued to ponder the events that transpired within. Logically, as a descendant of the frost giants, even as a malformed offspring, he bore the icy blood of his lineage. Imbued with frost power, the most suitable choice for fusing a divine power seed would have been one of frost attributes, the simplest option to pursue. Indeed, his thoughts proved correct. Within the realm of the mind, he easily sparked a resonance with the frost attribute divine power seed. It could be said that he was but a step away from success when abruptly, a fiery presence emerged from the depths of his soul, thwarting his fusion of frost power. Fortuitously, this very flame enabled him to successfully integrate the fire attribute divine power seed, granting him dominion over the powers of the god of fire. Ultimately, the outcome of this endeavor was undoubtedly a triumph, as the fusion of the fire divine power seed with the enigmatic flame resulted in a unique mutation of fire power, distinct from Asgard's traditional forms, which allowed him to escape Odin's grasp, an unexpected delight. However, new challenges arose. The awakened mysterious flame within his soul exhibited a domineering nature. In order to facilitate the integration of the fire divine power seed, it incinerated any elements detrimental to the god of fire's essence, altering his constitution. Loki could distinctly perceive that during the fusion of the frost power seed, the magical seals Odin had placed to restrain his frost giant traits shattered, revealing the unique characteristics of a frost giant, such as his ice-blue skin and the aura of freezing everything around him. Odin did not provide himself with an explanation, allowing himself to believe that this was merely a stage in the merging of the divine power seed. He regarded himself as an Asgardian, considering it simply a necessary phase akin to Thor summoning thunder or the flames that later engulfed him. However, Loki was acutely aware that these traits belonged to the frost giants, inscribed within his very genes, a legacy bestowed upon him by the true progenitors of this world. Odin, in an attempt to render Loki indistinguishable from the Asgardians, had employed magic to seal away these truths. Yet, under the dual stimulation of the frost-affiliated divine power seed and his own physical essence, Odin's enchantment was ultimately broken. Now, the characteristics inscribed in his genes had vanished. Although his exterior bore no discernible difference from the past, his essence had undergone a profound transformation. The enigmatic flames consumed his soul, leaving no corner of his body untouched. They reshaped his form, effortlessly expelling the residual frost power, akin to an uninvited thief taking advantage of a sleeping master, rendering him powerless before the awakened sovereign. In order to ensure a flawless integration with the divine fire seed and prevent any conflict between his body and divine power, these flames expelled all traces of the frost power within him, incinerating anything that could potentially clash with the might of the fire god. There was no need for Odin to enact another sealing. He simply reverted from the visage of a frost giant to his former self. Loki understood and could feel that through the transformative power of the mysterious flames, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to revert to his frost giant form. Moreover, the mutated divine fire power continued to gradually reshape him, leaving him uncertain of what he would ultimately become. It could be said that he could no longer be classified as a frost giant. The flames had altered him at a genetic level. Since yesterday, the frost giant Loki had ceased to exist. Now, his being was suffused with the altered power of the fire god, rendering him fire god Loki. Of course, Loki had merely attained the qualification to divide his essence, not yet achieving true divinity. To become a genuine god, he would require diligent effort in the days to come. This very reason is why Odin did not probe further into the origins of the mysterious flames, believing that the transformation of Loki's constitution and the merging with the divine fire power will be beneficial for Loki, for himself, and for Asgard. Once Loki had integrated the divine power seed and the fire god power began to manifest within him, as long as he and Frigga remained silent, no one would ever know that this second prince was a descendant of the frost giants, not even Loki himself. Yet, only Odin held this belief. Loki had long known his true lineage from his previous life, having seen it in a film. Although Loki has always regarded himself as an Asgardian, even with the blood of frost giants coursing through his veins, he perceives himself merely as an abandoned misfit. Odin adopted him, and he harbors no affection for his biological parents, considering himself the Prince of Asgard. However, yesterday, he suddenly lost the identity of a frost giant. Despite never having truly embraced it, Loki felt a profound sorrow, having relinquished the only connection to his biological parents in exchange for the potential to ascend to godhood. Loki had never heard of anyone being able to fundamentally alter a person at the genetic level. Not even Odin could accomplish such a feat. This issue transcends mere genetic modification. It delves into the realm of the power of rules. While Odin might forcibly merge the seed of fire god power within him, such a process could not be treated lightly, nor could it resolve the compatibility dilemma between his bloodline and divine power. A slight deviation could result in the loss of his eligibility for divinity. The best outcome would merely allow him to wield fire, becoming a being of flames. Yet, this seemingly insurmountable challenge was achieved by a mere flicker of extinguished flames. In addition to this turmoil, Loki faced further troubles. As both he and Thor had yet to reach maturity, they resided in the same palace as their mother, Frigga. Upon returning to the palace yesterday, Loki encountered the incessant antics of the youthful Thor. However, Loki was too preoccupied to pay him any mind, consumed by thoughts of his identity and the overwhelming surge of power within him. The necessity of merging with the divine seed had enhanced his physical prowess beyond tenfold. Much like a nouveau riche suddenly inundated with wealth, unsure of how to spend it, Loki grappled with the sudden influx of strength. For instance, upon his return yesterday, accustomed to leaping up the steps, he miscalculated and collided directly with the grand entrance of Frigga's palace. As the architecture of Asgard is imbued with magic and constructed with utmost quality, there was no risk of a shoddy foundation. Thus, the doors remained intact despite his reckless approach. However, Loki found himself pressed against the gilded gates, his face unceremoniously meeting the doorframe. Given Loki's current constitution, he was neither injured nor even pained, yet the embarrassment weighed heavily upon him. He sensed the guards at the entrance casting him dubious glances, as if mocking him. In truth, this was merely a figment of Loki's imagination. The guards envied his ability to command the power of the fire god. Upon reaching adulthood, he would be bestowed the title of fire god. However, receiving such a title and truly embodying the essence of a deity are altogether disparate concepts. Much like the portrayal of Thor in films of the past, hailed as the god of thunder, he too required Mjolnir's assistance to wield the power of thunder. It was only upon the full awakening of his abilities that he could be rightfully called the true god of thunder. However, Loki failed to comprehend the envy reflected in the eyes of the guard, mistakenly believing that he was being mocked. To quench his thirst, he endured considerable trouble, ultimately shattering 3 crystal goblets before finally obtaining a drink. It is not that Thor was spared from this predicament. His strength surpassed Loki's, and the ferocity of his thunderous might was estimated to have increased multifold. Yet, Thor remained unperturbed, reasoning that an augmentation of power was a fortuitous development, and in due time he would adapt to it. Conversely, Loki held a differing viewpoint. Although he acknowledged that adaptation would occur, he found the process to be exceedingly embarrassing. On the road, a mere misstep could send his face crashing to the ground, or worse, he might take flight uncontrollably. During meals, he risked biting through utensils, and while sleeping, he might inadvertently stomp through the bed frame. To avert such incidents, Loki embarked on his inaugural strength training regimen. Since returning from the mountains of Sunir, he had been grappling with his newfound power. His method was straightforward. He wielded a thin wooden plank, procured specifically from the Sunir Mountains. Loki elevated both ends of the plank, leaving it suspended, and endeavored to walk or lightly jump upon it, striving not to snap it. From the previous day until now, he had shattered 200 planks, barely managing to control his strength. Achieving this milestone filled Loki with elation. He believed that only by fully mastering his power could it truly be considered his own. To be like the Hulk, unable to command one's own strength and instead being dominated by it, was a tragic fate. One must harness power without succumbing to its servitude. Chapter 16. Magic and Combat Skills. On this day, Loki rose early, having breakfast before taking a seat in the hall, awaiting the presence of the goddess Frigga. Ever since returning from the mountains of Sunir, Odin had granted Loki's request to learn magic, permitting him to study under Frigga. However, this endeavor was postponed due to the opening of the Temple of the Divine and the integration of divine power seeds. Following his emergence from the temple, the sudden surge in his physical strength necessitated further adaptation, thus delaying his studies for several days. It was only today that Loki found the opportunity to pursue his magical education, which is why he had risen early to await Frigga's arrival. Loki's goal was unequivocal: to become the foremost mage of the 9 realms. In his previous life, he had envied the vibrant worlds depicted in films and novels, spectacular and beyond imagination. Now, having arrived in this realm, and due to his status as a Prince of Asgard, having glimpsed a mere fraction of this enigmatic world, he discovered it to be far more expansive and colorful than he had ever envisioned. Witnessing such wondrous sights, he found no reason to refrain from becoming a part of this mystical universe. Loki reassured himself. Moreover, this world is fraught with danger. The pursuit of magic serves to empower oneself, equipping one with the ability to confront future threats. Shortly thereafter, Frigga arrived, fashionably late. Upon spotting Loki, who had been waiting in the hall, she felt a sudden urge to tease her serious little son, exclaiming incredulously, "Is it already so late? Oh, Loki, why are you up so early today? Could it be a special occasion? Is there something you need from your mother? Typically, I do not see my son at this hour. You yourself have stated that even a mother cannot deprive her son of the right to sleep." Indeed, since Loki's arrival in Asgard, he had developed a penchant for lingering in bed. As he often proclaimed, he was a prince and thus entitled to such indulgence. Not even Odin could strip him of this privilege. It is difficult to fathom that an adult soul from another time could utter such words. Yet Loki did so with conviction. To him, breakfast could be foregone, but a leisurely slumber was non-negotiable. In his previous life, from the age of 7, when he commenced his education, the days of sleeping were few and far between. Coming from a modest background, he had to assist with chores during vacations, leaving no time for lazy mornings. He had hoped that adulthood would bring a more leisurely existence. only to find that work was even more demanding than school. Each day was a struggle from dawn till dusk, laboring for survival. Although Loki found this life tedious, he could not escape it. It was only upon entering this new realm that Loki truly grasped the essence of happiness. As a prince of Asgard, he bore no burdens and was free from the toils of responsibility, allowing him to awaken naturally each day, a luxury he deemed the ultimate bliss. To ensure that his newfound happiness persisted, Loki engaged in spirited debates with Odin and Frigga, asserting his right to sleep in, with Thor lending his support, albeit reluctantly. Ultimately, Odin and Frigga acquiesced to this claim of his. At that moment, hearing Frigga's playful jibe at Loki caused him a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he had uttered those words in the presence of Odin and Frigga. To deny it now would be akin to striking his own face, with a feigned innocence. He replied to Frigga in a syrupy tone, "Mother, it is not that I have missed you after just one night. I merely wish to rise early to see you. Do you not wish to see me as well?" Even Loki found the sentiment somewhat distasteful, yet he understood that a mother could hardly resist such childish affection. Frigga, observing her son fabricate such ridiculousness with wide eyes, covered her forehead in disbelief, realizing she had underestimated his audacity. Had these words come from any other 10-year-old, even from Thor, she might have believed them. Yet, from this little son of hers, they bore no semblance of credibility whatsoever. Since Odin brought this child to me, he has consistently displayed remarkable maturity, rarely crying or causing trouble. Once he learned to walk and speak, he seemed even more grown up, seldom giving me cause for concern, which is why I have always held a fondness for him. However, he seldom exhibits the playful charm typical of other children, which has left me somewhat dissatisfied. I believe that a child should nestle in their mother's embrace and indulge in affection. Yet Loki's demeanor in this regard has been disappointing. Over the course of 10 years, although such endearing sentiments are not new to Loki, each utterance signifies a request for something or a plea for forgiveness, making it increasingly difficult for me to believe in his sincerity. Nevertheless, who am I to complain? After all, he is my son. What of your brother? Did he not accompany you? Has he no intention of studying magic? I inquired, shifting to the matter at hand. It perplexed me that my eldest son was not with him. Logically, the two of them should be together. Upon hearing my mention of Thor, Loki winced visibly. Thor stated he has no desire to learn magic. He prefers to study combat skills, and seems to have gone in search of Uncle Nos. This matter vexed Loki as well. Just days prior, he had asked Thor if he would like to join him in learning magic under me, but Thor had replied, "Magic is something only women pursue. Men should focus on martial skills, where strength and prowess define true manhood. I aspire to be the god of thunder." He declared this with a puffed chest, resembling a proud rooster. Loki felt a surge of irritation at this, contemplating a good thrashing for Thor, but ultimately refrained, recognizing the futility of such an endeavor. Instead, he plotted to surprise his brother with his newfound magical abilities, perhaps even transforming Thor into a small rooster, if such magic exists. He would be the first to experiment on him. Loki was uncertain whether a 10-year-old could truly grasp the essence of manhood, nor the source of Thor's notions of male romance. He suspected that this naive child had been influenced by that brawn-over-brain imbecile, possibly Uncle Nos himself. Nos, the captain of Odin's guards, was charged with the protection of Odin's golden palace and my own realm, a formidable warrior renowned for his prowess in Asgard's wars, earning the title of the unyielding attacker. The reasons behind his rise to captaincy remained unclear to Loki, but his strength was undeniable. In pursuit of combat training from this esteemed captain, Thor had exhausted his meager savings, even borrowing several star coins from Loki. He treated Uncle Nos to 5 consecutive days of the finest wines at Uncle Hughes's tavern, ultimately securing the captain's agreement to teach him the art of combat. Upon rising in the morning, the man destined to become the god of thunder sought out the captain of the guards to hone his combat skills. During this time, he had treated Nos to 5 consecutive days of revelry at the tavern. Of course, Nos was not merely seeking to indulge in Thor's hospitality. As the captain of Odin's guards, Nos had his own sources of income, which were quite substantial by Asgardian standards. It was said that his son had even become a cosmic merchant, thus ensuring their financial security. However, Nos was a man of principles. In his own words, "One must invest to reap rewards." If Thor were to receive the teachings of combat without any form of sacrifice, he would not appreciate the opportunity or dedicate himself to learning. Consequently, Nos believed that his efforts in imparting knowledge would be rendered futile. It would be more productive to engage in idle chatter with the tavern's patrons. Yet, if Thor were to pay a price, even a modest one, he would approach his studies with greater earnestness, ensuring that the time spent learning was not wasted. Thus, the few drinks Thor had provided were not the true motivation for Nos. they were merely a pretext. Loki found merit in Naza's reasoning, likening it to the necessity of tuition fees for education on Earth. In the past, tuition was exorbitant, compelling their generation to study diligently, for they could not afford to squander their parents' hard-earned money. In contrast, later generations enjoyed waived fees and covered accommodations, yet the number of diligent students dwindled. Loki had experienced this firsthand. Naturally, since Thor and Loki had yet to reach adulthood, Odin and Frigga would not bestow upon them any funds. As princes, they were not concerned about basic needs. In the eyes of Odin and Frigga, money was of little use to them. Thus, the funds they managed to accumulate were hard-earned, reflecting their gradual efforts. Thor was saving to buy a pony for the young girl Sif as a birthday gift, hoping to win her affection, while Loki desired a gaming helmet produced by the Kree to indulge in virtual escapism. This realization led Loki to reflect that aside from their differing residences, he was not so different from other children of Asgard. Odin and Frigga did not indulge their whims. In this regard, both brothers shared a strikingly similar viewpoint. Loki felt quite the failure as a prince, unable to afford even a helmet. Just as he had managed to save a little, Thor had taken most of it. Thor had a distinct advantage in learning combat techniques. He possessed innate talent, and the infusion of divine power had exponentially increased his strength. As long as Thor could adapt to his newfound power, he would have a considerable edge in mastering combat skills, which was undoubtedly more straightforward than learning magic. Loki contemplated that once he had sufficiently grasped magic, he too would seek out Nas for instruction. While he did not aspire to surpass Thor, he aimed to ensure he would not be reduced to a mere fragile sorcerer. In the pursuit of balance, my diligent colleague should also indulge in a touch of red. Chapter 17, The Art of Magic, Part 1. After conversing with Loki, Fergalin guided him to a tranquil chamber. This serene space was where Fergalin engaged in her daily meditations. For a sorcerer, the exertion of magic demands a significant drain on one's mental faculties. Thus, the process of meditation to replenish one's spirit is of paramount importance. Upon entering the quiet room, Fergalin resolved to formally impart the knowledge of magic to Loki. Observing Loki's eager expression, she refrained from jesting and directly inquired if he was aware of the classifications of magic. Having watched films in his previous life, Loki promptly responded that he understood, stating that magic is divided into white magic and black magic. Fergalin, taken aback by this assertion, scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze and requested an explanation of what constituted white magic and black magic and the criteria for their distinction. Unaware of the strange expression on Fergalin's face, Loki pondered the basis of such classifications, realizing that the films had not provided clarity on this matter. Reluctantly, he admitted, "I do not know." Pleased by his honesty, Fergalin remarked, "I am uncertain where you acquired this notion of black and white magic, but it is erroneous. Magic is not categorized in that manner." Loki felt a twinge of disbelief. He recalled the films stating otherwise. Yet, accepting her authority as his teacher, he chose not to dispute the matter further. Fergalin continued, "Your understanding likely stems from Midgard, Earth, where you may have encountered it through some interstellar merchant. However, that is of little consequence." She elaborated, "The inhabitants of that realm possess feeble powers and fleeting lifespans. The study of magic typically requires extensive time before yielding results. Yet their brevity of life renders them incapable of enduring the arduous process of learning. Lacking the capacity to master such abilities, they resort to borrowing. Thus, they eagerly seek to draw strength from formidable entities, either within or beyond the cosmos, to fulfill their magical aspirations. However, no one would lend them power unconditionally. They are often required to offer a significant price in exchange for the ability to wield magic. Rather than true sorcerers, they resemble practitioners of witchcraft, adhering to the principles of exchange." Fergalin continued, "Yet, based on the sources of power, they classify their magic. When they borrow strength from beings that are relatively impartial, benevolent, or compassionate, such as the god of light from the cosmos of illumination or the goddess of nature, they typically do so through fervent prayers or the recitation of words of praise. The power granted by such entities is deemed white magic. However, to draw power from entities that embody darkness or destruction, such as the Crimson Cosmos' Crimson Lord, Dormammu from the Dark Dimension, or the hellish ruler Mephisto, often comes at a considerable cost. One may be required to become their servant or surrender their soul, and there exists the peril of being assimilated by them. The sorcery employed to borrow power from such beings is referred to as dark magic. Nevertheless, in essence, there is little distinction between the two. Both require a sacrifice to gain power and can be manipulated at any moment by those formidable entities. Conversely, we as guardians cultivate our strength through our own methods, continuously enhancing ourselves to attain great power without the need to solicit it from others. For instance, your father, compared to those entities, is not at all weak, and in fact, maybe even stronger. He once lent his power to them to gain the strength of belief, but later found that the faith collected through such means was too disparate, rendering it unusable and even detrimental to himself. Thus, he reclaimed his power and ceased to lend it to them. If you wish to wield magic in such a manner, you could simply borrow from your father without incurring any cost. What do you think? In conclusion, Friggery teased Loki. Loki pondered the notion that Odin had such a shadowy past, using others to lend his strength, only to reclaim it upon realizing the futility of the exchange. While Odin's actions may appear rather utilitarian, Loki felt there was no wrongdoing in his approach. For oneself, one must not only reclaim their power but also demand compensation for any losses incurred. The principle of equitable exchange dictates that both parties must provide satisfactory offerings to one another. Without reciprocity, no one would lend their power freely. Not only would there be no benefit, but one would also face repercussions. Upon hearing Friggery's jest, Loki quickly shook his head and remarked, "I prefer to cultivate my abilities gradually. I shall reach that level in due time, and I am in no rush." After listening to Friggery's explanation, Loki finally grasped the distinction between black and white magic. It merely reflects the varying temperaments and capabilities of those from whom power is borrowed. At that moment, Loki recalled that in the films of his previous life, the Ancient One drew upon Dormammu's dark power to extend her life, which explained her assertion to Doctor Strange that belief was essential to harness such power. Later, Doctor Strange also utilized the power of the Time Stone, and according to esteemed commentators, the Scarlet Witch's ability to wield chaos magic stemmed from her being tainted by the Crimson Lord's power. This is an unavoidable circumstance. The lifespan of Earthlings is fleeting, leaving them little time to delve into the intricacies of magic. If they were to dedicate themselves to the study of sorcery, investing extensive periods only to achieve modest progress, they would ultimately find themselves nearing the end of their days. Thus, they resort to leveraging the powers of formidable cosmic entities, albeit at a cost. Yet the results manifest swiftly. Take, for instance, the extraordinary Doctor Strange of the past, a physically impaired medical doctor who, upon reaching the sacred land of Kamartaj, mastered what is reputed to be the most elusive of spatial magics in less than 2 weeks. Ultimately, he even wielded the power of time to negotiate terms with Dormammu. Although he borrowed the might of the Infinity Stones, his pace eclipsed that of Asgardians, who might require centuries, if not millennia, to reach such heights. Had Doctor Strange pursued the Asgardian method of magical learning, dedicating his youth to the craft until his hair turned gray and he neared his grave, he might have ecstatically proclaimed his mastery of spatial magic, only to succumb immediately thereafter. Thus, Doctor Strange's cinematic journey would have concluded before it even began. Given such speed, one must acknowledge his exceptional intellect and innate talent, allowing him to command spatial magic in less than a century. If his gifts had been lesser, he might have faced death without even grasping the fundamentals of spatial magic. Moreover, consider the Ancient One, Earth's mightiest supreme sorcerer, who is said to have lived for 5 centuries. By temporal reckoning, several centuries remain until the birth of the Ancient One. For an Asgardian, 5 centuries would merely mark the beginning of life. Yet the Ancient One must rely on Dormammu's power merely to endure. It must be said, the world is indeed profoundly unjust. Loki believes he has no need to borrow strength from others. He has the guidance of Frigga, and, in a couple of years, he will enter the academy, affording him ample time to study magic and strengthen himself step by step, confident that he will eventually reach great heights. Besides, there are still over 1,000 years until the narrative commences, far removed from American independence. Why rush? No fool would dare provoke Asgard, truly believing Odin to be of gentle temperament. After all, he is known across the 9 realms as the god of fury. To challenge him would likely lead to death as the most favorable outcome. Thus, concerns for safety are utterly unfounded. Frigga observes Loki, aware that his thoughts have nearly reached their conclusion, and thus she imparts, "You may pursue the study of magic. But heed this, you have fused with the seed of the fire god, granting you the strength of the fire deity and qualifying you for divinity. Do not lose sight of your true essence. While studying magic is permissible, do not become ensnared by it. The power of the fire god within you is your fundamental strength. Should you one day master the principles of fire, you will ascend to true divinity, surpassing those so-called gods of magic. Thus, you must delve into the arcane arts. Your father, the king, has consented. Yet it is imperative that you regard it solely as a means to augment your own prowess. never succumbing to the allure of magic. Upon hearing this, Loki was seized by a cold sweat, as he realized he had been so consumed with the desire to master magic that he nearly forgot the divine power of the fire god within him. Previously, he had thought that the fire goddess power might be under Odin's dominion, compelling him to learn magic, lest he remain tethered to a single tree. Even though the mutated fire god power could liberate him from Odin's grasp, Loki remained oblivious to this, fixated instead on his ambition to become the foremost mage in the 9 realms, completely overlooking the fact that the fire goddess power was his true essence. Consequently, even after merging with the seed of the fire god power, Loki merely perceived it as an enhancement of his physical strength, failing to acknowledge the faint flicker of divine fire within him. He constantly reminded himself that he should not be governed by power, yet his yearning for magic nearly led him astray. Had it not been for Freya's timely admonition, he might have disregarded the fire god power within him entirely, plunging headlong into the mire of magic, a truly regrettable fate that would have left him with profound remorse. Chapter 18, The Pursuit of Magic, Part 2. Freya perceived that Loki had become overly enamored with magic, neglecting the source of his innate power. Thus, she offered him counsel. Upon hearing Freya's advice, Loki experienced a moment of clarity, realizing that he had been too engrossed in magic, disregarding the power of the fire god within him. After careful contemplation, he resolved to chart a path forward, grounding his development in the essence of the fire god power, for it represented his true origin. Moreover, the mutated fire god power had freed itself from Odin's control, allowing him to pursue his growth without concern, embarking on the journey to divinity with confidence. Naturally, Loki did not intend to forsake magic. He planned to enhance his fire god power while concurrently studying the arcane arts. After all, magic could directly amplify his capabilities, and its convenience further complemented the divine fire within him, creating a harmonious relationship between the two. There was no need to ponder the dilemma of wanting both fish and bear's paw. For the Asgardians, it was entirely normal to achieve both. For an Asgardian, time is the most precious commodity. An ordinary person, without training, may live for thousands of years, and any modest progress in their training would only enhance that longevity. Hence, Asgardians often engage in hunting, revelry, or cosmic wanderings with friends, as time is their greatest trial. Moreover, with the fire god power residing within Loki, he himself was uncertain of his lifespan. A protracted existence necessitates pursuits to occupy one's time, and the study of magic alongside the enhancement of his fire god power stood as the most fitting activities to pass the hours. If this were to be conveyed to the people of Earth, they might find it utterly astonishing that someone could perceive their own longevity as a waste of time. However, for the Asgardians, this notion seems entirely commonplace, akin to the Chinese saying, "The morning mushroom is unaware of the dusk, and the cicada knows not the seasons." Upon observing that Loki had sufficiently contemplated his thoughts, Frigga inquired, "So, have you come to a conclusion? Will you continue to pursue the study of magic?" Listening to Frigga's question, Loki earnestly responded, "Mother, I shall indeed persist in my magical studies. Moreover, I will not forsake the divine power of the fire god that resides within me. To me, this power is my essential strength, the very foundation of my ascendance to divinity, and it cannot be relinquished. However, magic will equally augment my prowess, providing essential aid on my path to divinity and assisting me in solidifying and enhancing the fire god's power. The two can mutually validate and complement one another." Frigga, upon hearing Loki's response, felt a mix of satisfaction and surprise. She was pleased that Loki had formulated a clear plan for his future, making a choice that was wise rather than trivial, with well-defined objectives. Yet, she was also astonished by this very fact. While she was aware of her younger son's precociousness, she still perceived him as merely a 10-year-old child. The decision he had made today surpassed what one would typically expect from a child of his age. He demonstrated the ability to think independently and make choices that were most beneficial for himself. Frigga had not intended to sway Loki's perspective, as she believed that his pursuit of magic and Thor's focus on martial skills were merely youthful whims. Should Loki choose to pursue magic while neglecting his inner fire god's power, she would still teach him magic, trusting that as he matured, he would naturally discern the priorities and make a more informed choice. There is no need to concern herself with the time Loki spent learning magic. For the Asgardians, dedicating centuries to the study of magic was akin to Earthlings spending mere days gaming online, an inconsequential matter. Furthermore, the study of magic was not a frivolous waste of time. Its utility in aiding him was quite evident. Thus, when Loki sought Odin's permission to learn magic, Odin readily acquiesced without hesitation. Thor, clandestinely learning combat skills from the captain of the guard, was similarly overlooked by Odin, who chose to remain oblivious, believing that a child's interest in learning was a positive endeavor. As for the notion of wasting time, it was hardly worth mentioning to them. Yet, Frigga felt a profound joy in Loki's ability to plan for his future. She sensed that her little son might surpass his father and journey further than Odin himself. With these thoughts in mind, Frigga steadied her resolve and decided to formally instruct Loki in the art of magic. She then addressed him earnestly. "Since you have made this decision and intend to pursue this path, you must remain steadfast and not give up easily. Next, allow me to provide an overview of magic. Our magical practices can be broadly categorized into several types: elemental magic, spatial magic, temporal magic, soul magic, and mental magic. In addition to these, there are also more obscure forms of magic, such as curse magic, summoning magic, and necromancy, which you may encounter in the academy. You may ponder whether to pursue these studies, yet I urge caution in their application. It is advisable to refrain from diving into these arcane arts. Let's first discuss the more prevalent forms of magic. Elemental magic, as the name suggests, involves the manipulation of the elements that pervade the cosmos. Since the dawn of the universe, 9 fundamental elements have existed: light, darkness, water, fire, wind, thunder, metal, wood, and earth. Among these, the most accessible and easiest to master for you is fire magic, as you possess a divine seed infused with the essence of flames, granting you the power akin to that of a fire deity. Thus, you wield significant influence over anything associated with the fire element, making fire magic the most approachable. However, this does not imply that you are restricted solely to fire magic. The essence of elemental magic lies in the ability to connect with the fundamental elements that roam freely in the cosmos, invoking a mental resonance to wield their power. As long as you can communicate with these external elements and elicit a resonance, you may employ any type of magic. Nevertheless, this is merely theoretical. Few choose to master all elemental magics, typically selecting 2 or 3. Each element possesses distinct characteristics that require your understanding. For instance, light magic is often deemed the most benign, yet to demons and other dark entities, it can be utterly lethal. Furthermore, light magic is not devoid of lethality. The deity of light in the cosmos is the most formidable practitioner of light magic, and one would not attain such divine status without immense power. Therefore, do not underestimate any magician, even those who specialize in healing spells. A mere shift in application could transform a healing spell into a devastating weapon. Many spells do not adhere to a single elemental classification. For example, healing magic is a fusion of light and wood magic, while corrosion magic combines water and dark magic. Even the common wind blade spell necessitates the incorporation of metal elements within wind magic to enhance its destructive capacity. You may even harness both fire and earth elements to invoke a lava spell. Thus, each individual's magical prowess is unique and requires personal exploration. Consequently, the most crucial aspect of studying magic is the enhancement of one's mental fortitude, for it serves as the foundation for magical prowess. Only with strengthened mental energy can one elevate their magical abilities and unleash formidable spells. However, the cultivation of mental strength is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. It demands daily meditation and introspection to gradually augment your mental capabilities. A person with immense mental strength can conjure elemental storms with a mere thought, unleashing tremendous destruction. There exist the enigmatic arts of spatial and temporal magic, fundamental forces that underpin the very fabric of our world. In contrast to elemental magic, these disciplines are considerably more complex to master. For instance, spatial magic allows us to manipulate space itself, freezing or annihilating it, and wielding formidable spells such as spatial confinement or spatial slicing. Temporal magic, on the other hand, is particularly inscrutable. Its true strength lies not in sheer destructive power, but in the mastery of time, which renders its practitioners formidable adversaries. Temporal magic bestows the ability to foresee future events, enabling one to prepare meticulously before the onset of battle. Engaging in combat with such a foe means inevitably falling into their rhythm, as they may have fought you countless times before, while it is your inaugural encounter. Should one command the laws of time, they can traverse the river of time, erasing you during your moments of vulnerability, effectively obliterating your existence from the causal continuum. However, do not be overly daunted by the prospect of such enemies. Temporal magic is renowned for its difficulty, and mastering its laws is an even greater challenge. Moreover, should you command the laws of fire, no one shall be able to vanquish you. Loki listened intently as Frigga elaborated on the intricacies of magic, gradually cultivating a clearer understanding. realizing that it diverged significantly from the portrayals found in his past life as films and novels. Yet, comprehension does not equate to mastery. If he wishes to wield magic, Loki must embark on a slow but steady journey of learning. He resolved to diligently study magic and enhance the power of the god of fire within him. Frigga's prowess in magic was unparalleled in Asgard. Though she fell short of Odin's mastery, to Loki, she was the finest teacher he could hope to find. As Frigga imparted her knowledge, and Loki absorbed it with earnestness, they easily established an atmosphere conducive to learning. Chapter 19, a complimentary chapter. Without intoxication, I shall not linger on Loki's childhood any further, thus I intend to progress. The narrative shall now shift to Loki's adulthood, albeit there remains a considerable interval before the story truly commences. Chapter 19, Growth. In the days that followed, Loki diligently pursued the study of magic, honing the power of the god of fire, and in his leisure, he trained in combat skills alongside Thor. The process of growth was monotonous. Every child has fantasized about maturing swiftly, envious of the adult world. For Loki of Asgard, this sentiment was magnified. The coming-of-age ceremony in Asgard occurs at the age of 300, which means that Loki was considered a minor until he reached that milestone, prohibiting him from leaving Asgard or engaging in work. The protracted passage of time led Loki to experience frustration on multiple occasions. The repetitiveness of his youthful existence felt unbearably dull, stretching interminably. Although he could immerse himself in the study of magic and combat skills to refine the power of fire, he believed that a life devoid of variety rendered existence meaningless. Thus, Loki commenced his quest for various pastimes, seeking amusement in the protracted passage of time. For a period, he became enamored with mischief. Having just mastered the art of transformation magic, and lacking a test subject, he cunningly lured Thor into a pre-prepared magical circle, transforming him into a frog. Watching the flustered green amphibian, Loki delightedly recorded the moment with a camera. However, he faced Odin's wrath and was confined to the White Room for 3 days. Upon his release, undeterred by his previous punishment, Loki resorted to his old tricks once more, using magic to turn Thor into a Shiba Inu. He then, under Thor's name, gifted the transformed canine to Sif. Unfortunately, when Sif embraced the Shiba Inu for a slumber, the spell faltered, revealing Thor's true form. A furious Thor, now back to his original state, engaged Sif and her mother in a brawl, leaving him with a bruised visage. This time, Loki was imprisoned for 10 days. Odin endeavored to instill wisdom in Loki, admonishing him against jesting with his brother and utilizing him as a subject for magical experiments. Heeding Odin's counsel, Loki vowed to refrain from such antics in the future, only to conceive new mischief. Thor, intending to gift Sif a splendid crystal necklace, unwittingly fell prey to Loki's trickery as Loki transformed the necklace into a sticky spider. Consequently, when Thor joyfully presented the box to Sif, calamity ensued, resulting in Loki being relentlessly pursued by Thor wielding a stick throughout the day. Odin had recently imposed a prohibition on both of them from consuming alcohol until they reached adulthood. Yet, that very day, Thor was deceived by Loki into drinking, becoming inebriated and singing in Odin's golden palace. Odin, exasperated, punished them, leading to their unpopularity at the Great Beard Tavern. Odin, feeling helpless, lamented the necessity of overseeing his reckless eldest son and his troublemaking younger son, ultimately deciding to grant them more freedom. Thus, Loki fully embraced his liberated self, indulging in all sorts of revelry, with Thor often being his primary target. For a time, Thor would circumvent Loki whenever he appeared. Loki, reflecting on his own immaturity, found it absurd that he derived joy from such trivial mischief. Yet, the monotony of life compelled him to continue. Moreover, he was the legendary god of mischief. After a spell of this behavior, Loki himself grew weary of the antics, pausing to further study magic, honing his combat skills, and refining his fire god powers. Soon, he found himself bored once more. Loki envied Thor's carefree nature, as Thor diligently practiced his combat techniques and honed his thunderous prowess, only to boast to Sif and peruse the marketplace with Frigga. Thor seemed oblivious to any troubles in his life, a luxury Loki could not afford. With memories of his past life haunting him, reliving childhood was a painful endeavor, especially in a world that felt interminably long. 300 years stretched before him, an overwhelming expanse to traverse. After much effort, I purchased a virtual headset to enjoy the wonders of gaming, only to find myself, less than a year later, utterly bored and disenchanted. Consequently, I repurposed the headset for gardening, scarcely recalling the arduous journey it took to acquire it. This situation began to shift only when Loki entered the academy. The plethora of courses offered at Asgard Academy was truly overwhelming. Spells, combat techniques, potion making, forging, alchemy, fundamental technology, spaceship piloting, universal languages, Asgardian history, and so forth. Faced with such an extensive curriculum, Loki discovered a newfound joy in passing the time, and thus immersed himself in the ocean of learning. For Loki, the distinction between compulsory and elective courses was non-existent. He endeavored to absorb every subject available, investing all his energy into his studies to stave off the passage of time. As a result, he evolved into a legendary scholar, greeted with smiles by every mentor, and became a star of the academy, showered with accolades that brought joy to Frigga during her visits for parent-teacher conferences. In stark contrast, Thor epitomized the opposite extreme, evading elective courses and selectively attending mandatory ones. He became the perennial problem student in the eyes of all his instructors. Frigga often experienced a roller coaster of emotions during parent-teacher meetings, receiving praise for Loki only to be met with criticism regarding Thor immediately thereafter. Loki found himself devoid of friends at the academy. He perceived his peers as overly juvenile, lacking a common language with him, while others were reluctant to engage with Loki, who wore a perpetually serious expression as if everyone owed him a debt. The invisible chasm between the high achievers and the ordinary students was starkly evident in Loki's experience, leading to his gradual social isolation. However, Loki's relentless pursuit of knowledge bore fruit, as he graduated from the academy with a perfect score in a remarkably short time. At his graduation ceremony, both Odin and Frigga attended, beaming with pride as they beheld Loki's radiant smile, a testament to his status as the student with the shortest graduation time and the most courses completed in the academy's history. Meanwhile, Thor had become the academy's perennial troublemaker, spending his days in a small entourage, idling about. Due to his failure to pass assessments, Thor's graduation was indefinitely postponed. In Asgard, there was no concept of compulsory education. Failure to meet standards meant one was destined to remain in the academy indefinitely. It is said that Odin, in a bid to ensure Thor graduated before reaching adulthood, utilized his divine authority for the first time, granting Thor an exception to graduate, lest the tale of Asgard's prince become a source of ridicule. Yet for Loki, graduation was not as blissful as it seemed. It signified unemployment, as Asgard did not possess any universities. The realm forbade underage individuals from entering the workforce or leaving Asgard, and military service was also off limits. Thus, Loki found himself once again beset by boredom, but life must go on. As time rendered him idle, he delved once more into the arcane arts, honing his combat skills and refining his inner strength, steadily enhancing his prowess. When a monotony became unbearable, he and Thor would stealthily slip into the Summer Mountains for hunting and barbecuing. Alternatively, he would embark on his mischievous escapades, playing pranks of varying magnitudes on his companions. Regardless of the circumstances, life must persist. Thus, Loki endeavored to grow amidst the cyclical nature of existence. Chapter 20. Mischief First and Foremost. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your unwavering support. Rest assured, I shall persevere, and this narrative shall neither indulge in harem tropes nor face interruptions. Fear not. Asgard is hailed as the eternal realm of the gods, impervious to the passage of time, where the seasons eternally bloom in splendid beauty. Yet, the inhabitants of this realm are susceptible to the ravages of time. They grow, they age, albeit at a pace that seems almost infinitesimal. For instance, 3 centuries ago, 2 youthful boys were but children. Now they have blossomed into adulthood. At this moment, within a training arena at the heart of Asgard, 2 young men engage in a spirited duel, exchanging blows with fervor. One, with golden locks and a rugged visage, clad in the standard leather armor of Asgard, fights unarmed, executing powerful combat technique. Each punch he delivers crackles with a hint of lightning, the resounding snaps of electricity attesting to the formidable force he wields. The other, with dark hair and a charmingly mischievous smile, dons a deep green mage's robe, skillfully evading his opponent's assaults through a series of magical portals, occasionally casting spells to counterattack. These 2 are none other than the princes of Asgard, Thor and Loki. Loki, what sort of warrior are you, dodging like that? True warriors revel in the glory of direct confrontation. Come, engage me in battle. Allow me to bestow upon you a sound thrashing. Thor exclaimed, exasperated as he watched Loki flit through the magical portals, his strikes consistently missing their mark. But I am no warrior, dear brother. Observe my attire. Ah, the mage's robe. I'm a sorcerer. Comprehend? Loki replied nonchalantly, slipping through another portal while hurling a fireball towards Thor, though it proved ineffectual. Despite his words, Loki's thoughts diverged. Engaging in direct combat was out of the question. Firstly, he lacked Thor's physical strength, and secondly, his combat techniques were no match for his brother's prowess. Moreover, the thunderous energy enveloping Thor's fists was a force to be reckoned with. A mere touch would render him utterly incapacitated, leaving him vulnerable. This was a lesson Loki had learned through painful experience, vowing never again to allow Thor to make contact in their future encounters. Upon reflecting on this, Loki felt a sense of helplessness. Throughout his life, he had mastered various disciplines more swiftly than Thor, whether it was magic, potions, or runes. Even the power of the god of fire was under his command far superior to Thor's. He had graduated from the academy over a century earlier than Thor. However, when it came to martial skills, Loki had to concede that he fell short. Despite his diligent efforts in honing his combat techniques, his proficiency being among the finest in all of Asgard Academy, he felt a profound despair in comparison to Thor. Under the aegis of thunder, Thor's physical strength had burgeoned to an astonishing degree. A full-force punch could unleash over 100 tons of power. And this strength continued to escalate. Although Loki struggled with the intricacies of combat training, he possessed an uncanny ability to wield various techniques effortlessly in battle, almost instinctively. The captain of the guards, Nars, had once remarked that Thor was a divine warrior. As Thor's fist hurtled toward him, Loki stepped back in resignation, vanishing through a magical portal only to reappear on the other side, where he paused to inquire, "What trouble do you seek with me today? I have remained in this training ground, experimenting with magic all day, and have not ventured outside. Surely, I have not provoked you?" He pondered to himself. Although he sometimes acted impulsively, he had not instigated any conflict with Thor recently. Had he forgotten something? Upon hearing Loki's inquiry, Thor's face flushed with anger as he glared at Loki and asked through gritted teeth, "Did you cast a spell on the new leather armor I purchased last time, making it appear to others as a woman's dress? Deny it if you can. You were the only one present when I bought it." "Goodness, that was 3 months ago. I had completely forgotten. Weren't you quite fond of that armor? Why have you only now decided to wear it? I assumed you had discovered my enchantment and thus abandoned it." Loki finally grasped the situation's origin. This prank was indeed his doing. 3 months prior, he and Thor had wandered through the marketplace, where they stumbled upon a newly arrived lightweight leather armor from an elven shop. Thor believed that the elven craftsmanship would accentuate his physique perfectly and purchased it, even mocking Loki for his lack of muscle. For reasons unknown, Loki had then cast a spell on the armor, causing it to transform into a woman's garment in the eyes of everyone except Thor. After returning, he had not seen Thor don the enchanted armor and assumed that Thor had realized the magic at play, thus dismissing the matter from his mind. Little did he know, Thor had indeed worn it today without noticing. With this realization, Loki sighed, recognizing that his magic had advanced. 3 months later, it remained effective. As Loki fell into silence, Thor's eyes reddened with anger, exclaiming in exasperation, "It was indeed you who did this. You caused me to be mocked by Sif, Vogar, and the others. I shall certainly give you a sound thrashing today." Observing Thor's furious demeanor, a helpless smile crept onto Loki's face as he responded, "This matter can indeed be explained, right? Thor, do refrain from acting impulsively. Explain? You may do so after I have punished you. It is far too early for explanations now." Thor insisted relentlessly. Loki felt a sense of resignation, acknowledging his culpability in this affair and realizing that he had no one to blame but himself. He often lamented how his own hands seemed to possess a penchant for mischief, an insatiable urge to court danger. In his previous life on Earth, he had not exhibited such tendencies. It appeared that the inertia of history compelled him to embrace the role of the god of mischief. Yet, the thought of Thor donning that leather armor and confronting Sif and Vogar filled Loki with a thrill, causing him to chuckle to himself at the memory. However, the prospect of Thor truly striking him was unacceptable. It was imperative that he avoid any genuine conflict. In a serious contest of life and death, Thor would undoubtedly prove to be no match for him. Apart from his mastery of magic, Loki wielded the powers of the god of fire and possessed some combat skills. Even if he did not surpass Thor in strength, he was far from weak. In a real fight, given his abilities and Thor's tendency to avoid strategic thinking, it would take but a few moves before Thor would be subdued. Yet he could not unleash his more formidable techniques. After all, Thor was his brother, with whom he had shared 3 centuries of life. He had always looked after him, and it was unthinkable to turn against one another. Even now, though Thor shouted fiercely, he was undoubtedly holding back. Otherwise, Loki would not find himself so untroubled, would he? Certainly, Thor wished to deliver a sound beating, but Loki could not allow himself to be so humiliated. Thus, neither side exerted their full strength. Still, Being overwhelmed by Thor's relentless assault left Loki feeling both helpless and frustrated. Watching Thor pummel him with his fists, an idea struck him. As Thor lunged towards him, Loki decided against evading through a teleportation portal and stood his ground, gazing directly at Thor as he charged. Thor, perplexed by Loki's refusal to dodge, briefly pondered the reason. But his usual lack of thought led him to abandon the inquiry. To him, Loki's stillness was a boon. With excitement, Thor swung his fists and charged forward, only for an unforeseen occurrence to unfold. In his fervor, he passed straight through Loki, as if he were an illusion, never making contact. Indeed, he had passed right through Loki, who vanished like a phantom, and Thor too faded into obscurity. At that moment, Loki's form gradually dissipated, reappearing in another corner of the training grounds. With a smile at the vanishing Thor, he activated a teleportation spell and disappeared as well. While Loki was conversing with Thor, he discreetly conjured a clone and stealthily made his way to a corner of the training grounds, all without Thor's notice. This was a spell Loki had ingeniously devised, combining his mastery of cloning and illusion magic, which he referred to as Loki's illusion. It allowed him to seamlessly switch between his true self and his clone without detection, enabling the clone to wield magic independently. Thus, at the moment Thor lunged towards him, Loki cleverly switched out his true form, leaving an illusionary clone in his place. He then opened a spatial portal where the clone stood, cleverly concealed from Thor's view. As Thor collided with the illusion, he unwittingly charged through the magical portal, allowing Loki to swiftly cancel the spell and close the gateway, effectively expelling Thor from the training grounds. However, Loki's grasp of spatial magic was not particularly adept. His teleportation could only span a few kilometers at most. Knowing Thor's speed, he realized his brother would return in less than a minute, prompting him to hastily escape through the portal. Reflecting on this, Loki felt a twinge of frustration. In his previous life, he had witnessed Doctor Strange master spatial magic within mere days, with no apparent limitations on distance. Yet here he was, having studied for 3 centuries, and despite being praised by Frigga for his magical talent, his spatial abilities were still confined to a few kilometers. This disparity left him disheartened. He mused that even if Earth's sorcerers drew upon external powers, their proficiency was strikingly exaggerated. Nonetheless, Loki harbored no desire to borrow strength from others. To him, only the power cultivated through one's own efforts was truly one's own. Relying on others inevitably led to a reckoning. Sure enough, shortly after Loki departed the training grounds, Thor dashed back at an astonishing speed. However, upon discovering the empty arena, he turned away, disheartened. As Thor emerged from the portal, he quickly grasped the situation and raced back, understanding that his brother had likely slipped away. Yet, he was unwilling to leave without a glance back, just in case Loki had lingered. Unfortunately for Thor, his assumptions proved correct. Loki had indeed escaped. Aware that he would not locate Loki anytime soon, he resigned himself to return, knowing his brother was adept at hiding. Chapter 21, The Giant Panda. After leaving the training grounds, Loki did not immediately return to his palace. As princes of Asgard, both he and Thor possessed their own residences, but Loki felt that their proximity was too close for comfort. Indeed, the palaces of the 2 princes stood in close proximity, directly adjacent to one another. Perhaps Odin, considering the fraternal bond between them, decided to construct 2 neighboring palaces as residences for the princes of Asgard. On ordinary days, if Thor were to raise his voice even slightly, Loki could easily hear him from his own palace. Thus, Loki felt that returning home would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Thor, unable to locate him, would undoubtedly remain in his own palace, waiting in vain. Although Loki's palace was also guarded, it would make little difference to his brother Thor. Even if Loki ventured into Thor's palace, he could do so with ease, as the guards would pay him no mind. Therefore, returning home was not an option. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Loki contemplated visiting the Great Bearded Tavern for a drink. It had been quite some time since he had frequented a tavern. Although the tavern's owner was not particularly welcoming to him, it was unlikely he would be turned away. However, just as he approached the tavern, he unexpectedly encountered Vog, one of Thor's close companions. Realizing this, Loki decided against visiting the tavern. He knew Vog well. Despite his Robin Hood-like appearance and a facade of camaraderie, he was, in truth, quite cunning. Anyone who laid eyes on him would likely be deceived by his looks. In other words, Vog thrived on intrigue and would undoubtedly inform Thor of Loki's presence, then settle down with a stool and snacks to enjoy the spectacle. With no home to return to and the tavern off the list, Loki thought of Frigga. Recently, her friend, the witch Gwyverd from the Vanir, had come to Asgard to visit. The 2 women, especially given their extensive lifespans, posed a considerable source of pressure for Loki. Gwyverge, in particular, had been keen on making Loki her apprentice. While he was indifferent to the idea, as Gwyverge was reputed to be the most powerful sorceress of the Vanir, he recognized that she possessed many unique spells that could be beneficial to learn. However, Frigga was adamant that this elderly woman should not take her cherished son away, despite having 2 sons, with the younger one being particularly dear to her. Furthermore, Loki believed he could teach himself magic, and Gwyverge was not vastly superior to him. As the 2 women began to bicker upon seeing Loki, he resolved not to subject himself to such discomfort. Thus, seeking Odin was also out of the question. Odin was hardly a nurturing father, and lately, he seemed to have taken to recounting tales of Asgard as past and future to both Loki and Thor, often emphasizing that the future of Asgard lay in their hands. Consequently, approaching Odin was not a viable option either. When Loki first traversed into this realm, he had harbored aspirations of becoming the God King of Asgard. However, such ambitions had long since dissipated. After spending 300 years in Asgard, he felt as though he might lose his sanity. The thought of ruling Asgard for an eternity, with that eternity stretching far longer than one could imagine, was utterly terrifying to Loki. Having nowhere to go, Loki contemplated wandering through the bustling trading market, as he had been preoccupied with magical experiments and had not visited for quite some time. Before long, he found himself amidst the lively streets of Asgard's trading market, rekindling the nostalgic sensation akin to his past excursions in supermarkets. The market was not exclusively designated for the Asgardians. Anyone could engage in trade here, provided they adhered to Asgardian regulations, even renting spaces to conduct business. Given the formidable reputation of Odin, the All-Father, in this universe, no one dared to cause trouble, thus rendering this locale a veritable paradise for interstellar merchants, attracting numerous investors. Consequently, Asgard's trading market stands in stark contrast to the barren lands of cosmic collectors, serving as a nexus for interstellar commerce. The taxation from this market significantly contributes to Asgard's GDP, substantially bolstering the livelihood of its citizens, including the royal expenditures. Recently, Loki had been contemplating whether to open a shop here to supplement his household expenses. However, he had yet to determine a suitable venture, and, as a prince, he lacked for nothing, causing his plans to remain in abeyance. As Loki aimlessly strolled along the streets, he observed not only the well-ordered shops surrounding him, but also numerous adventurers unable to afford rent, setting up stalls on either side of the thoroughfare. This scene struck him as reminiscent of earthly night markets. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead, piquing Loki's interest as a voice from the crowd shouted, "Come see the last one. Don't miss out, highest bidder wins." The mention of Midgard caught his attention. Wasn't he that Earth? He had never heard of a creature called the Black and White Beast. Intrigued, Loki squeezed into the throng, eager to discover what this black and white beast from Midgard could possibly be. After much effort, he finally broke through the crowd and was taken aback. Lo and behold, it was a panda. He mused to himself about the audacity of these interstellar thieves, capturing giant pandas from Earth and bringing them to Asgard for sale. Did they not realize that pandas were a national treasure? The term black and white beast was indeed a department. Of course, Loki merely entertained such thoughts. After all, irrespective of the status of national protection, as long as there was profit to be made, there would invariably be those willing to capture them. Moreover, given the timeline, it was likely that the Han dynasty was still flourishing in China, making it improbable that this rotund creature would be designated as a protected species. Loki had only ever seen pandas on television in his previous life, and now he marveled at the opportunity to witness one in person. It struck him how adorably charming and clumsy they appeared, just as he had seen on screen. To think that his first live encounter with a panda would occur in Asgard, a staggering distance of 180,000 miles from Earth, was nothing short of whimsical fate. Despite this, Loki had no intention of making a purchase. The Sumar alien, who was hawking the sale, had marked a low price of 1,000 star coins. Only someone with an abundance of funds and no other place to spend it would consider acquiring such a trinket, which would likely require personal care once brought home. Sumar, notorious as a haven for interstellar pirates, was often referred to as the Thief Star. The inhabitants of Sumar possessed pale blue skin and sported a single long antenna atop their heads, lending them a rather comical appearance. However, they were endowed with a unique racial talent, the innate ability to become invisible. Unfortunately, their strength and technological prowess were limited, having only recently ventured into the cosmos. Moreover, their cloaking ability was rendered ineffective against advanced technological measures. Consequently, they frequently utilized their invisibility to infiltrate less technologically advanced planets, pilfering local specialties for sale. thus earning the disdain of other interstellar pirates who considered them mere star thieves. Loki had already resigned himself to the fact that this giant panda would not sell, reasoning that purchasing such a creature was far less appealing than capturing a jumping sheep from the summer mountains, which would at least be swift and far tastier when roasted. Yet once again, events took an unexpected turn. Bids began to emerge, and they were surprisingly high. One individual boldly announced a bid of 1,000 five-star coins, which Loki initially dismissed as a plant. However, the bids quickly escalated, reaching astonishing heights. One bidder called out 1,008, followed by another at 2,000. In no time, the price soared to 9,000 star coins, nearing 10,000, sufficient to purchase a small shuttlecraft. Loki couldn't help but exclaim that this was all impulsive spending. He surmised that these buyers would likely regret their decisions by the following day. As for returns, that seemed improbable. Finding the Sumar alien in Asgard the next day would be a challenge in itself. At that moment, a female voice called out from behind Loki, announcing a bid of 10,000 star coins, leaving him momentarily speechless. His astonishment was not merely due to the sum, but rather the familiarity of the voice. Turning around, he was indeed greeted by an acquaintance, Sif, the goddess of harvest and Thor's romantic interest. Loki was taken aback. Instead of seeking Thor, she had come here to purchase a giant panda. Sif, having spotted Loki, exclaimed, "Loki, what are you doing here? Didn't Thor go looking for you?" Upon recognizing Sif, Loki chose not to address her inquiry and turned to leave, pondering the oddity of the day. It seemed he was destined to encounter these individuals at every turn, especially Sif, who might soon become his sister-in-law. Loki decided it was best to avoid any trouble. However, as he attempted to depart, Sif was not inclined to let him go. Just as he turned, she grasped his arm and asked, "Where are you going? Why are you running from me?" Immediately following, she inquired, "Is that garment worn by Thor today you're doing? Do not deny it. It must be your handiwork, for only you could conceive such a tedious prank. By the way, where is Thor?" Loki truly wished to disregard this woman. Though they had grown up together, he found her exceedingly bothersome. As for her affection for Thor, Loki preferred to say nothing, as everyone has their own tastes. Sif, unlike the portrayal on television, possessed flowing golden hair and a pair of striking golden eyes in this world. Upon graduating from the academy, she had merged with the essence of the goddess of harvest, earning her the title of the harvest goddess. In her youth, she was prone to tears when Loki once played a prank and snipped a bit of her hair. She wept for 3 days straight. Consequently, he had to beseech Frigga to restore it with magic, an incident that even caught Odin's attention and led to Loki facing punishment. Since then, he had seldom engaged with her. "What are you pulling me for? Are you going to supervise me while I peruse the market?" Loki remarked with exasperation. To find Thor, he could either be at the palace or the tavern. "Surely, you know him better than I do." Chapter 22, Fragments of the Phoenix. "If I am not seeking Thor, may I inquire where you're headed? Why are you avoiding me? Do you harbor some grievance against me?" Sif hurriedly spoke as she noticed Loki attempting to leave. Sif felt somewhat perplexed. She was not unfamiliar with Thor's brother. On the contrary, due to Thor, she was quite acquainted with him, especially his penchant for mischief, which had earned him the moniker of the god of pranks. Although she did not particularly favor Thor, their shared upbringing allowed her frequent interaction with him. However, Sif sensed that he often evaded her presence, leaving her bewildered. Upon hearing Sif's question, Loki mused, "My grievances run deep. I find you irksome." Yet, he could not voice this sentiment, for she was destined to become his sister-in-law, and thus he felt compelled to extend her some courtesy. "I have other matters to attend to. I do not intend to purchase this round trinket. What purpose would my lingering here serve? Very well, I shall take my leave. If you wish to contact Thor, simply dial his star communication number. You are well aware of it. The star communication, akin to a mobile phone on Earth, was the means of communication in Asgard. When Loki first arrived, he pondered why Earth, with its advanced technology, had phones while Asgard lacked such tools. However, upon discovering the star communication, he realized its capabilities far surpassed those on Earth, even allowing interstellar communication. "Wait, I know Thor's star communication number. Do not leave just yet." So called out to Loki. With a sigh of resignation, Loki replied, "What now? You do not intend to inform Thor, do you? Are you trying to keep me here until he arrives?" Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that it was indeed plausible, as her repeated attempts to detain him were curious. Upon noticing Loki's watchful gaze, Sif, with an expression of resignation, remarked that as long as his antics did not involve her, she had no interest in the affairs of the two brothers. She then inquired if he could lend her some money, as she had not brought enough with her that day. Loki sighed in relief at her request, relieved that it did not involve informing Thor. Although he was not afraid of him, he found it quite bothersome. He had acted foolishly in pulling such a trivial prank. Casually, he asked, What are you doing wandering the marketplace without any money? How much do you need? I don't have much. My pocket money is still less than yours. I did bring some money, but it's insufficient for purchasing the black and white beast. Could you lend me 10,000 star coins? I promise to pay you back, Sif explained. Upon hearing Sif's request for 10,000 star coins, Loki inhaled sharply. Do you think my money grows on trees? Just like that, 10,000? Wait a moment. What did you say you wanted to buy? I'm talking about the round and fluffy one. Isn't it adorable? Sif replied, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the large panda confined in a cage by the Surma aliens, clearly captivated by it. In the midst of their conversation, the price of the panda had already surged to 20,000 star coins. Loki, astonished at Sif's desire to purchase the panda, asked incredulously, what on earth do you want it for? It cannot serve as a battle pet. Are you planning to buy it for meat? Spending 20,000 star coins is rather extravagant, don't you think? Don't you find it cute? So cuddly, and it has sharp teeth. Why can't it be a battle pet? With the right training, it surely can. Sif insisted, demonstrating her skepticism about Loki's claims that it could not be trained as a battle companion. Loki, feeling exasperated, replied, this creature truly cannot be a battle pet. It lacks any real offensive capabilities. In fact, for Asgardians, its strength is inferior to that of a jumping sheep. Do you understand? Moreover, its lifespan is rather short, a mere 20 years. Given its size, it likely only has 5 or 6 years left. Loki attempted to dissuade her from this notion, but his words seemed ineffective, possibly due to his history of mischief, which had undermined his credibility. Sif pressed on, will you lend me the money or not? If you refuse, I'll just contact Thor. Resorting to tricks, are we? Fine, purchase it, and I'll enjoy watching you regret it. Loki thought to himself before conceding, I will lend you the money, but you must repay me promptly upon our return. No excuses. With reluctance, Loki transferred 10,000 star coins to Sif via card transaction, then swiftly turned to leave. Sif made no attempt to stop him, eager to procure the panda with her newfound funds. After parting ways with Sif, Loki meandered through different areas, continuing his leisurely shopping spree. In truth, he did not intend to buy anything. He simply sought to wander amidst the crowds, while also evading Thor. As he walked, he lamented his unfortunate luck that day. It had proven to be quite the misadventure, experimenting with magic only for Thor to seek him out for a quarrel, encountering Vog while drinking, and now being compelled to lend 1,000 star coins to Sif. As Loki ambled along, he suddenly sensed a surge of divine fire energy pulsating within him. He paused to attune himself, and to his astonishment, detected a powerful aura of fire emanating from ahead. Ever since the birth of the divine fire energy within him, Loki had become acutely sensitive to any fiery essence, leading him to muse that should a conflagration occur, he would undoubtedly be the first to know. Surveying his surroundings, Loki's gaze settled upon a roadside stall manned by a crimson-skinned rockman. Approaching and crouching down, he observed that the stall offered a mere handful of items, only 5 or 6. To be precise, judging by the vendor's attire, Loki surmised that this individual was likely an interstellar adventurer, frequently wandering the cosmos in search of rare resources to peddle. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the source of the fiery aura was a small black crystal, no larger than a fist. He also noted a substantial chunk of pitch black, or a shriveled piece of wood adorned with a few verdant leaves, encased in a thin film, an old star communicator, and several translucent star gems, often utilized as decorative trinkets. Intrigued by the dark, or which he could not identify, Loki reached out to grasp it. To his surprise, he found it too heavy to lift with one hand, forcing him to use both. Even then, the weight proved astonishing. This sizable rock felt burdensome despite his formidable physical strength, amplified by the divine fire energy, nearing 100 tons. Yet lifting this stone was a struggle. Determined to test the ore further, he attempted to channel his divine fire energy into it, only to discover that it completely blocked his efforts. Curiosity piqued. He inquired of the vendor, "Good sir, what manner of ore is this? It is exceedingly heavy. From whence did it come?" The rockman owner, clearly taken aback by Loki's effortless handling of the ore, recalled how he had been unable to budge it after discovering it in a ruin. Had it not been for a spatial device aboard his ship, he would never have managed to extract it from its resting place. Seeing Loki grasp it with ease left him astounded. Loki noted the vendor's astonishment with a smirk. Not every race possessed the innate divine strength of the Asgardians. Most beings in the universe were quite ordinary, and truly exceptional races like the Asgardians were few and far between. Responding to Loki's inquiry, the vendor quickly regained his composure and said, "Esteemed Prince of Asgard, I risked much to uncover this stone in a ruin. As for its nature, I cannot say. However, if you wish to acquire it, considering the peril I undertook, I would part with it for 20,000 star coins. Loki, taken aback by the vendor's recognition, inquired, "You know who I am?" The vendor chuckled in response. "Your Highness, are you jesting? Conducting business in the Asgardian marketplace. How could I not recognize the Prince of Asgard?" "Well, it seems I have only brought mischief upon myself," Loki lamented, realizing that his lack of discretion had led to his easy recognition. He resolved to adopt a more modest demeanor in the future. 20,000 star coins is indeed a fair price for its weight alone, not to mention its unique properties. It is far more economical than that adorable little dumpling. Loki mused to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the vendor. 20,000 star coins will suffice. Could you perhaps include this crystal and that branch as a bonus? The vendor, bemused, replied, "Esteemed Prince of Asgard, I regret to inform you that such an addition is not feasible. Although I am unaware of the origin of this, or the crystal is a fragment of a phoenix, and the branch is a segment of the life tree belonging to the elves. I cannot offer that as an addition. However, I can give you a discount. The phoenix fragment is priced at 8,000 star coins and the life tree branch at 50,000. Loki felt a twinge of embarrassment and chuckled. "My apologies. I had assumed you were unfamiliar with such things. Curse those misleading online novels." Upon learning the branch belonged to the life tree, Loki's spirits lifted. "Ah, my dear vendor, you are quite audacious. The elven shop is not far from here. Do you not fear their retribution for trading in such wares so close to their territory? Perhaps you should hand over the goods and make a hasty retreat." The vendor, amused by Loki's concern, replied, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. This particular segment of the life tree was not taken from the elf sacred tree. I wouldn't dare trespass into their forbidden grounds. This branch was acquired from a relic site. I once encountered a life tree branch and memorized its essence, which is how I recognized it. Moreover, the elves periodically renovate their life tree every few centuries to promote its growth. They do sell some of the branches they prune, but you are unlikely to find one as substantial and vibrant as this. You cannot perceive its vitality now because I have treated it. Otherwise, the elves would indeed come looking for me. If you peel away the outer membrane, you will sense its life force." Finally understanding, Loki declared, "I shall take it all, except for that star message from centuries past. In total, I will offer 90,000 star coins. Is that agreeable?" He contemplated gifting the sizable star diamonds to Frigga, who had a fondness for such treasures. After much haggling, Loki purchased the entire small stall for 100,000 star coins, leaving the vendor in high spirits. As he departed, the vendor even gifted Loki the star message he had initially rejected. Chapter 23. A joyful Loki shopping in Asgard was no different from shopping on Earth. Pay, and take your goods. The crimson-skinned vendor wore a broad smile, his already red skin appearing even more vibrant, like a perfectly ripened crab, as he joyfully left, presenting Loki with a star message as a bonus. Loki, even more delighted than the vendor, wore a grin that nearly stretched from ear to ear, embodying the sentiment that one should celebrate their successes with song, humming a cheerful tune as he strolled through the streets. Indifferent to the gazes of those around him, Loki continued to meander through the marketplace, yearning for fortune to smile upon him once more and to unearth a few treasures. In his exuberance, he had nearly forgotten that only half an hour prior he had lamented the misfortunes and ill fate that had befallen him. However, good fortune is a fleeting visitor, and Loki, who had transformed the entire trading scene, found himself unable to discover anything he deemed valuable or worth squandering on. Noticing that time was passing, and estimating that his brother Thor, who awaited him at home, would soon be departing, he ambled slowly back to his abode. Upon his discreet return, Loki did not disturb anyone. Only the guards informed him that Thor had come in a fit of rage to seek him out and had waited 2 hours before leaving after Sif arrived to find him. Hearing that Thor had just departed, Loki felt a flicker of relief, pondering that had he not lingered a while longer and returned directly after selling his goods, he might have encountered Thor head-on. At the same time, he silently chastised his brother for still behaving impulsively at nearly 300 years of age, showing no inclination to learn from his example. Perhaps the power of thunder had muddled his mind, forgetting that it was his own mischievous antics that had incited Thor's wrath. Once home, Loki took a sip of water and began to assess his day's spoils, laying out all his acquisitions: an unknown mineral, a shard of phoenix, a piece of wood with 2 leaves, an antiquated star communicator, and several sizable star diamonds. First, he examined the unknown mineral, which was remarkably heavy, almost 100 tons for a piece the size of a human head. However, it was incompatible with Loki's fire god powers. A magical experiment yielded no results, and its exceptional hardness was evident when Loki struck it with a standard Asgardian sword. leaving not a single scratch. Thus, it remained temporarily unusable, and he resolved to consult a dwarf craftsman in Vanaheim when time permitted. Next was the Phoenix Shard. Loki could sense a formidable power emanating from it, yet he dared not attempt to absorb or merge with it. Having resided in this world for 3 centuries, Loki possessed a profound understanding of this universe. The Phoenix, a manifestation of chaos and the primordial essence of all things, symbolized destruction and was arguably the most powerful entity in the multiverse, surpassing even Odin. Its overwhelming strength rendered it a fearsome presence, one that the laws of the universe could not accommodate, resulting in its power never being fully realized. The Phoenix often sought out individuals with potent psychic abilities to serve as hosts, wandering through this universe time and again. Each time the Phoenix's power entered a host, it left behind a fragment of its essence upon departure. This shard likely originated in such a manner, containing the will of the Phoenix. Loki was hesitant to recklessly merge with its power, as he did not consider himself yet capable of transcending the Phoenix. A misstep could lead to him being assimilated by the Phoenix's will or reduced to a mere vessel for its essence, a fate Loki was unwilling to accept. Loki pondered carefully and resolved to transform it into a weapon, merging the inherent power of the Phoenix with his own divine fire to unleash a mightier force. As for the weapon's design, Loki had a clear vision. It would undoubtedly be something both striking and practical. Then there was the branch adorned with a few leaves. The Rockman claimed it was a segment of the elven life tree. However, Loki sensed no aura emanating from it. To discern its authenticity, he would need to peel away the outer membrane, hoping that the Rockman had not deceived him. With utmost caution, Loki removed the delicate film, and as it was torn away, a rich, vibrant essence of life enveloped him entirely. Until now, he had never comprehended the sensation of a long-awaited rain after a drought. But at that moment, he grasped the meaning of that phrase. The Rockman had not misled him, even without having seen the life tree. Loki could ascertain that this was indeed a segment of it, and most likely a vital part of the trunk, bathed in the life energy radiating from the branch. Loki felt every cell in his body pulsate with vitality, his thoughts becoming extraordinarily clear, akin to a parched soul suddenly quenching its thirst with sparkling water. The invigorating essence of the life tree made Loki feel that his expenditure of 100,000 star coins had been exceedingly worthwhile. He reflected on the Rockman's lack of magical training and physical conditioning, which had rendered him unaware of the immense vitality contained within the branch. To them, it was far less practical than a fully stocked battleship cannon, leading them to sell it rather than utilize it. If a discerning buyer were to come along, it could fetch as much as 10 million star coins. This realization left Loki in awe. Acquiring it for 100,000 star coins felt akin to serendipitously catching a falling pie from the sky. Sensing the benefits of the life energy, Loki deliberated and decided to procure a flower pot, rudely uprooting a valuable moonflower that was worth far more than his previous investment, and carefully planting the life tree segment within the pot. He inscribed a magical array on the pot, designed to draw wood elements from the cosmos. Envisioning the advantages that the life essence could confer upon him, Loki contemplated nurturing this branch into a new life tree, thereby reaping significant rewards for himself. After some reflection, he cast a few spells to promote plant growth, fully aware that these efforts were likely futile, serving merely as a psychological comfort. The life energy within the branch far surpassed the insignificance of his spells. The elven people revered the goddess of nature, harnessing her power to enhance their existence, and she was notably generous to them. Thus, the elves often infused the life tree with the goddess's abundant life force to encourage its growth. It can be said that the elves are the beloved offspring of the goddess of nature. Therefore, Loki believes that in order for this branch to truly take root and flourish, it would be prudent to seek a deity imbued with divine natural powers to nurture it. However, he is troubled by the fact that although Asgard is a realm of gods, its inhabitants primarily worship Odin, the god of war. Consequently, the deities present are predominantly from the Aesir pantheon, which is focused on warfare, while the Vanir gods, who venerate the forces of nature, severed ties with Asgard tens of thousands of years ago due to ideological differences and relocated to Vanaheim. Although they remain under Odin's dominion, they are no longer visible in Asgard. Suddenly, Loki feels as though he has overlooked something. Upon reflection, it dawns on him that there is indeed a deity in Asgard who possesses natural divine powers. His future sister-in-law, the goddess of harvest, Sif, who embodies the essence of fertility. Despite her powers not equaling the vitality of life or the strength of wood spirits, they certainly surpass his own meager magic. Although Sif is currently far from the realm of the goddess of nature, Loki finds himself with no other options. Resolute, Loki decides to invite Sif for assistance when she comes to repay her debts, especially since he is currently the creditor. Moreover, as Sif aspires to become his sister-in-law, it is only fitting that she seeks to endear herself to him. This thought leads him to consider Thor his brother, and he cannot help but acknowledge the fickleness of their dear princess. Having made his decision, Loki intends to dwell no longer on the matter. He carefully relocates his newly crafted potted life tree into his chamber, maximizing its benefits, as he spends the most time in his bedroom. After some contemplation, he also establishes a magical barrier within his room to prevent the leakage of life energy, concerned that someone might discover it and pilfer it away, particularly Thor, who has a tendency to snatch away his prized possessions. The remaining item is the Rockman, a gift that accompanies his star communicator. Loki muses whether its presence alongside his treasures might conceal some hidden significance. After a lengthy examination, he concludes that it is indeed a star communicator, an exceedingly antiquated model, likely older than he himself is. The star communicator he employs is the latest product from the Asgardian Academy of Sciences, yet to be released to the public, which he has procured through his princely privilege. In his own words, as a prince of Asgard, he embodies the dignity of Asgard and cannot possibly use an outdated star communicator, as that would be a disgrace to their realm. After some deliberation, he ultimately decides against discarding the antiquated communicator, opting instead to store it within his spatial bracelet, just in case. What remains are 2 star diamonds, each the size of a fist, crystalline and translucent, emanating a dazzling radiance. The Asgardians frequently employ these gems as decorative items, although they are not particularly expensive. They are rare and sought after. While such large specimens are not entirely absent, they are indeed uncommon. Fortunately, that street vendor named Loki was the one to possess them. Had they been in a shop, they would have been snatched away long ago. Upon reflection, Loki decided to wrap the 2 star diamonds and pay a visit to the palace of Frigga, intending to present them to his mother. It must be said that the third princess had always treated his mother with great kindness. Chapter 24. Coming of age, Loki meandered to Frigga's palace, and upon his arrival, he found her engaged in conversation with her close friend, the witch Gerlweger. The sight of Gerlweger suddenly reminded Loki of his previous attempts to avoid her. Why had he come to her doorstep? However, after some contemplation, he deemed it inconsequential. Presenting a small gift to his mother hardly warranted evasion of others. Surely, Frigga would relish the opportunity to impress Gerlweger. Indeed, as Loki unveiled the 2 sparkling star diamonds and expressed his intentions, Frigga's delight was palpable. To Loki, it seemed his mother's eyes nearly narrowed into slits from joy. Holding the gems aloft, Frigga boasted to Gerlweger, "This child of mine from a young age has always been dutiful. Knowing my fondness for such trinkets, he has scoured far and wide to bring me these. Look, these are all gifts from Loki." With that, she led both women into her chambers, proudly gesturing towards the wall adorned with an array of ornaments she had amassed. In this regard, Frigga was no different from women on Earth, relishing the opportunity to extol her son's virtues and showcase her jewels. This proclivity appears to be a universal trait among mothers and women, transcending geographical boundaries. Gerlweger cast a curious glance at Loki, pondering how this lad could be so considerate, contrary to the rumors that labeled him the god of mischief. Was it possible that such accusations were merely slander? Loki, unaware of Gerlweger's thoughts, remained silent. Had he been privy to her musings, he might have taken her hand and exclaimed, "Auntie, you speak the truth. It is indeed a case of falsehoods." He refrained from contradicting Frigga, for aside from the singular ring prominently displayed in the center, the remainder of the treasures adorning the wall were indeed gifts from him. Frigga's assertion was not without merit. Having been raised by Frigga and having spent many years learning magic under her tutelage, a profound bond had undeniably formed. After centuries of companionship, Frigga had dutifully fulfilled the role of a mother, and Loki was intimately aware of all her preferences. Since discovering that Frigga has a particular fondness for these exquisite jewelry adornments, Loki has embarked on a purposeful quest to amass such treasures. In his earlier years, with limited pocket money, he would save diligently for a while and then purchase a single piece to present to Frigga, which would bring her joy for an extended period. As he matured, collecting these items became increasingly effortless. On significant occasions like major festivals in Asgard, his own birthday, or Frigga's, Loki would prepare a gift for her. He found great meaning in bringing happiness to his mother. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated quite a collection over time. Odin, envious of Loki's devotion to his mother, often lamented to Frigga about how he, the boy's father, felt overshadowed by Loki's affections, though Loki remained oblivious to these sentiments. However, When Loki eventually selected a gift for Odin, the latter eagerly showcased it to Frigga, which made Loki realize that Odin was not so different from fathers on Earth, thereby narrowing the gap between them. In truth, Frigga and Odin did not have a strong inclination toward such gifts, but they cherished them simply because they were bestowed by their son. Loki, having never been a father himself, would never fully grasp this sentiment until he became one. The significance of these gestures far outweighed their mere existence. In contrast, Thor had always been oblivious to such nuances, focusing primarily on Sif throughout his upbringing, frequently showering her with gifts, which sparked jealousy in Frigga. She often complained to Odin, lamenting that the cherished son she had nurtured seemed to be slipping away due to a mere cabbage. Returning to the matter at hand, the witch Goldveig looked at the boastful Frigga with exasperation, then turned her attention to young Loki. Would you like me to be your teacher? I could teach you magic. If you choose me as your mentor, I will impart many powerful spells to you. My magic is quite formidable, even surpassing that of your mother. As if struck by a thought, Goldveig brought up an old topic. Before Loki could respond, Frigga interjected, her tone wary. No need for that. I will teach my son myself. Goldveig, do not set your sights on my child. Loki interjected, Goldveig, dear sister, I am not competing with you for a son. Why the urgency? Others seek my guidance in magic, and I am reluctant to oblige. Don't you think your precious son should find a good teacher? Allow me to instruct him. After all, I am the mightiest sorcerer among our kind. Frigga thought to herself, this insufferable woman seeks to take my child. Yet, she replied with a smile, no need for that, sister. Loki has integrated the essence of fire godly power and is destined for a divine path. He cannot focus solely on learning magic, so I shall spare you the trouble. How could that be a trouble? I am quite fond of this child. He is so delicate and possesses remarkable magical talent. It would be a waste for him not to learn from me, wouldn't it, sister? Little Loki, what do you think? If you were to take me as your teacher, I could introduce you to some lovely young ladies. Loki, who is quite handsome, is referring to myself. Such flattery is rather embarrassing. It is nice to finally have someone appreciate my beauty. Introducing beautiful young ladies sounds delightful, but I must first assess their merits. Of course, this is merely a fleeting thought for Loki, who, despite his vanity, would never utter such words aloud. As he observed the impending clash between two women, both of whom were several 100,000 years old, Loki could almost sense the tension in the air. He quickly interjected, Aunt Gervig, I appreciate your praise. Your magic is undoubtedly the most formidable across the 9 realms, but my focus lies not solely on sorcery. I must enhance my own divine power as the god of fire. Magic is merely a means to bolster my strength, not my primary pursuit. I am not suited to be a pure magician. Upon hearing this, Gervig's enthusiasm waned. Very well, I shall not pressure you, my dear. A reluctant fruit is not sweet. However, little Loki, should you change your mind, do seek me out. I can make you my chief disciple and introduce you to charming young ladies. Loki sighed, chuckling softly. Chief disciple? You don't even have a single disciple. If I were to join, I would be your only student, thus inherently the chief disciple. That hardly qualifies as an enticing offer. It would be more appealing if you promised to buy me the latest model of a spaceship. Who knows? I might just agree if I feel delighted. And as for meeting lovely young ladies, surely a prince of my caliber should not have trouble finding a partner. I choose to conveniently forget that I have been single for 3 centuries. If I ever decide to pursue magic, I will certainly come to you. For now, it is better for me to gradually cultivate my divine firepower. Besides, a bit of magic that I learned from my mother is sufficient. Frigga cast a knowing glance at Loki and turned to her sister, saying, Sister, do not worry about this child. He has always been quite independent and sensible. Odin and I have never had a fret over him. Odin even claims he possesses innate wisdom. Loki pondered, am I being referred to as sensible? Then why do you frequently punish me and confine me to the White Room? Frigga recalled what the guards had mentioned earlier and addressed Loki. Loki, did you have a disagreement with your brother today? The guard said you and your brother were brawling in the training grounds. Loki thought, brawling? Is that what it was? It was Thor chasing after me. Thankfully, I am quick on my feet. Otherwise, I might have truly suffered. He contemplated for a moment and fabricated a response. Mother, I am uncertain why Thor sought to confront me. Perhaps he has misunderstood something? After all, he is my brother, and I cannot genuinely fight him, can I? Frigga mused. Gervig, my little son is indeed good at heart, but he can be rather childish, reveling in these trivial pranks. Nevertheless, I see no need to delve deeply into the conflicts between children. Upon contemplation, well, perhaps you should handle these matters yourself. You have grown up, after all. Do refrain from perpetually jesting with your brother. Gerwig pondered this, and indeed, one who is dubbed the god of mischief must possess a certain caliber. There are always erroneous names, yet never a misapplied moniker. Such is the reality beneath the illustrious reputation. By the way, Loki, have you prepared for your coming-of-age ceremony? It is set for the end of this month, and with merely 10 days remaining. How are your preparations progressing? Suddenly reminded, Fgari inquired of Loki. This time, it was Loki who appeared utterly baffled. My coming-of-age ceremony? When did this occur? No one has informed me. Observing Loki's bewilderment, Fgari quickly realized, oh, I must have forgotten to tell you. However, this is of little consequence. At the end of this month, your father shall host a ceremony for you and your brother. Have you prepared? Your father has already notified those from the 9 realms and the cosmos who have dealings with Asgard. Even your Aunt Gerwig will attend to honor your coming of age. Loki felt his earlier joviality evaporate. What is happening? I am the last to know about my own ceremony, while nearly half the universe is already aware. How can it be that the guest of honor is left in the dark? He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Fgari, contemplating for a moment, quickly advised Loki, by the way, do mention this to your brother as well, so he can prepare. Well, it seems I am not the most inconspicuous one after all. Loki felt a flicker of solace amidst his melancholy. Chapter 25, Thor, the Genius. After exchanging words with his mother Fgari and the witch Gerwig concerning the upcoming ceremony, Loki returned home, feeling quite displeased. Why must the entire universe be privy to my coming-of-age celebration while I remain unaware? After some contemplation, Loki resigned himself to the situation. Although still irked, he could not very well confront Odin or Fgari about it. Could he? Moreover, with over 10 days to prepare, learning of it now was not too late. There was still ample time for him to ready himself. Besides, he was not the last to know. That title belonged to Thor, was it not? But was the situation truly as Loki envisioned? Reflecting on Thor, Loki suddenly recalled that Fgari had entrusted him with the task of informing Thor about this matter. Resolute, Loki decided to proceed and share the news with Thor. Of course, there was little to prepare. Loki merely wished to present himself well, for should a confrontation arise, he would prefer to be in a favorable position to prevent any mischief. Thor had instructed the Asgardian Academy to reinforce the spatial integrity of his palace, ensuring that no one could employ teleportation magic within, save for Odin, who, after all, was intertwined with the power of the rules. However, when it comes to a being like Loki, one defense is invariably sufficient. Stumbling out the door, he ambled towards Thor's residence, swaying with every step. Typically unhurried, Loki preferred to walk, despite the convenience and swiftness of magic. He relished the solid connection of his feet to the ground. Thor's abode was not far from Loki's, with the two palaces essentially adjoining each other, allowing Loki to arrive in no time at all. After inquiring with the guards, he entered, finding Thor alone at home. Upon seeing Thor, Loki discovered him engaged in combat practice within the virtual training hall, battling a host of simulated beasts. The virtual training hall, a marvel of the Asgardian Academy of Sciences, could replicate various foes for the purpose of honing combat skills. As Thor spotted Loki, his eyes brightened, and he instinctively rushed forward, prompting Loki to swiftly sidestep and exclaim, "Have you lost your mind? I did not come here to fight." Thor, momentarily displeased, halted and retorted, "As a prince of Asgard, one must continuously improve through battle. You cannot simply lounge about. For the sake of Asgard, you must strive to enhance yourself." Thor had seemingly forgotten the earlier intentions of sparring with Loki, or perhaps he had chosen to forgive his brother. It must be said, Thor's capacity for forgiveness towards Loki was commendable, regardless of the mischief Loki indulged in. Thor always managed to absolve him. In response to Thor's admonition, Loki sighed, "Is there anything in your mind besides combat and Sif? It seems to me that your brain has been entirely obstructed by muscle." Loki found himself exasperated with his brother, believing that Thor was ill-suited to be a prince and would be better off as a general in the Asgardian army. In his view, no conflict was beyond resolution through combat. If one battle did not suffice, then two would surely do. Previously, Thor frequently sought to spar with Loki or would sneak into the mountains of Jotunheim. Ultimately, Loki, wearied by the persistent nuisance, procured a set of virtual combat equipment for Thor from the Academy, alleviating the situation and freeing himself from the relentless harassment of a battle enthusiast. Without further ado, Loki informed Thor about their impending coming-of-age ceremony at the end of the month. To his astonishment, Thor regarded him with a look of skepticism. Good heavens, Loki thought. Could it be that this muscle-bound fool was harboring doubts? Meeting Thor's puzzled gaze, Loki inquired, "Were you pondering?" Thor glanced at Loki and candidly remarked, "Is this yet another of your pranks? Why has father and mother not mentioned the coming-of-age ceremony to me? Loki, your jest is rather juvenile." In that moment, Loki was taken aback, his thoughts racing. Could it be that this muscle-headed brother of his had begun to think critically and cast suspicion upon him? Indeed, I'm not deceiving you. What purpose would there be in my deceit? It seems that both father and mother have neglected to inform us that father has extended invitations to all entities and faction from the 9 realms and the universe that have dealings with Asgard to witness the occasion. I have only just learned of this myself. Is this not a notification to you? This clarification, however, only deepens Thor's skepticism as he gazes at Loki with an expression of utter incredulity. You can hardly muster a more convincing excuse than that they simply forgot. Do you truly expect me to believe such a foolish rationale? Loki replied, I too find it difficult to believe, but it is the truth. They have indeed forgotten. And I am equally despondent. What can I do? Ultimately, despite Loki's earnest attempts at persuasion, Thor remained unconvinced until he verified with Freya through a star communication, which finally led him to accept the reality of his upcoming coming-of-age ceremony in 10 days. Observing Thor as he concluded the star communication, Loki exclaimed, Now do you believe? I truly did not deceive you. I'm your brother. How could I possibly lie? Loki hurriedly sought to establish a positive image for himself. Thor cast a sidelong glance at Loki and remarked, Though you are my brother, your trustworthiness remains in question, does it not? In conversations with others, one fears an awkward silence, and Loki found himself rendered speechless by Thor's retort. This Thor must be an impostor, surely possessed by another spirit, Loki mused, convinced he had unraveled the truth of the matter. After a moment of silence, Loki suddenly leaped backward, conjuring a ball of magical flame, and pointed it at Thor, declaring, Who dares to masquerade as my elder brother Thor? Reveal your name. How dare you impersonate him? The archaic tone of his words echoed, a curious blend of modern and classical language, rather than a commonly spoken Asgardian tone. Thor, being a prince of Asgard, had no comprehension of the Chinese language, let alone its classical form. Yet, one thing was clear to Thor. The magical flame Loki wielded was a declaration of intent to engage in combat. Instantly, Thor's excitement surged. A fight was his greatest delight. It was only when Thor charged forward with a clenched fist that Loki realized his folly. Taking stock of his surroundings, the training hall, and then glancing at the magical flame in his hand, Loki felt a wave of dread wash over him. Was this not an invitation to duel with this battle-obsessed fool? Moreover, there was no backing out. Thor's fist was already upon him. The space was stable, forbidding the use of teleportation magic. Loki hastily summoned the power of the fire god, combined with elemental fire magic, to meet the impending blow, lest he be struck squarely in the face. Thor, witnessing Loki's response, was only more delighted, his face blooming with joy in the comfort of his own home. He had no fear of Loki escaping. For the first time, Thor felt a distinct intellectual superiority over Loki, which seemed to have outsmarted the cunning trickster who often prided himself on his cleverness. Thor had not harbored any doubts regarding his coming-of-age ceremony, as Sif had informed him earlier that afternoon, even before Loki was aware. When Loki approached him with the news, Thor, recalling Loki's penchant for mischief, devised a plan. He meticulously set a trap for Loki to fall into. It must be said that Thor's intellect was remarkably heightened on that day. The two engaged in a spirited exchange of blows, neither willing to relent, and Loki found himself unable to withdraw from the fray. Thor, fueled by enthusiasm, unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, denying Loki any opportunity to speak, leading Loki to suspect that Thor was intentionally keeping him at bay. Ultimately, their battle concluded with both sustaining injuries. They lay on the floor of the arena, Thor marked with patches of black and red, singed by Loki's fiery prowess, while Loki, sprawled nearby, bore the aftermath of Thor's thunderous strikes, his dark hair standing on end, his body twitching from the electric force. In the grand scheme, Loki fared worse. For Thor's strength surpassed his own. Despite Loki's magical abilities, he found himself limited, unable to wield the more formidable spells, while the lesser ones proved ineffective. However, both possessed remarkable recuperative powers, and soon they were back on their feet. After their bout, they exited the arena side by side. Yet, the more Loki pondered the events of the day, the more he felt manipulated by Thor. He turned to Thor and inquired if the day's occurrences had been a deliberate ploy. Thor, observing Loki's indignant expression, chuckled and replied, What do you think? Loki, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him, realized he had been outmaneuvered by the brawn of Thor, the so-called muscle-bound fool. The skies of Asgard seemed to dim for him. Witnessing Loki's despondent demeanor, Thor felt an immense satisfaction. After all, who said that the virtuous bear no grudges? Ultimately, Loki left in a state of dismay, feeling as though he had been outwitted by sheer muscle, leading him to perceive his existence, nay, his divine existence, as shrouded in gloom. The following day, Sif arrived to repay Loki, which reminded him of the panda incident. Curiosity piqued, Loki inquired about the panda. Upon hearing Loki express concern for the creature, Sif was elated, exclaiming how adorable the black and white beast was. She recounted how her affection for the panda had deepened, and she had resolved to train it as a formidable war beast, capable of both endearing antics and fierce combat. Loki could only chuckle internally, thinking, "You'll regret this." Sif, not one to refuse a request from Loki, readily agreed to assist him, considering it a mere trifling task. However, upon seeing Sif, the embodiment of the Tree of Life, Loki was utterly astonished and immediately expressed his desire to acquire it, regardless of the cost. Yet, Loki could not part with it, as Sif insisted that it was not for sale. Ultimately, Loki promised that if Sif could assist in nurturing it to full growth, he would gift her a branch once it flourished. With this assurance, Sif devoted herself wholeheartedly to the task, harnessing her divine strength to nourish the Tree of Life. Moreover, to secure her claim, Sif vowed to use her divine power to water the tree once a month. As Sif departed, leaning against the wall for support, Loki, feeling a pang of sympathy, conjured a magical portal for her. This led Loki to ponder that if he had requested her assistance more frequently, he might have exhausted her powers in no time. Chapter 26. The Rite of Passage. Once Loki and Thor became aware of their upcoming Rite of Passage, they commenced preparations with fervor. As Thor stated, this was a once-in-a-lifetime event that warranted utmost seriousness. 10 days swiftly passed, and soon the day of the ceremony arrived. In fact, the atmosphere in Asgard had been vibrant for several days, bustling with a myriad of extraterrestrial visitors. The Prince of Asgard's coming-of-age ceremony was no trivial affair. It was a significant event that drew attention across the 9 realms. Early in the morning, Queen Frigga sent one of her handmaidens to deliver the ceremonial attire to Loki. Gazing at the elegant gown held by the beautiful maiden, Loki was suddenly overcome with melancholy. Can I not wear my own clothes? This gown is excessively ostentatious, far too elaborate, and appears to offer no protection whatsoever. Loki furrowed his brow and inquired of the handmaiden beside him. Loki had always donned a robe crafted from materials developed by the Asgard Academy, a magical garment he had custom-made, endowed with formidable defensive capabilities. To further enhance its utility, he had engraved numerous magical sigils upon it, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, requiring no maintenance, and possessing the ability to self-repair even if damaged. The lovely handmaiden was momentarily perplexed. She was not unfamiliar with Loki. On the contrary, she had cared for him and Thor during their childhood. Back then, she had observed that both princes had rather unique ways of thinking. However, she now realized that Loki's peculiar logic had little to do with his age. Why would a gown need to possess defensive properties? The handmaiden wondered, confused. A gown is a symbol of status. Surely, the young prince does not believe he will be donning it for combat. This is an emblem of the Asgardian royal family. As for its ostentation, she too found it somewhat excessive, considering that the cost of such a gown could nearly purchase a small planet. Yet, this is also a symbol of the illustrious Asgardian royal family. Although somewhat perplexed by Loki's thought process, the maid dutifully replied, "Your Highness, the formal attire is essential. It is the customary garb that befits your status as a Prince of Asgard. You may change into another outfit during the gift-giving segment." "Very well, I shall wear it." Loki merely sought clarification. He was not genuinely resistant to the garment. Regardless, the attire was indeed exquisite. As the prince's designated formal wear, it was not something just anyone could don. Had he not been a Prince of Asgard, he would likely never have the opportunity to wear it. With the maid's assistance, Loki ultimately adorned himself in the splendid attire. As he turned before the mirror, he experienced a newfound sense of handsomeness. He truly resembled a genuine prince. Previously, he felt akin to a mere sorcerer. The gown, woven from distinctive golden threads and embellished with a myriad of gemstones, exuded opulence, magnificently showcasing his regal and proud demeanor. Loki, admiring his reflection, inquired of the maid whether he appeared striking. "For the first time, I feel like a true prince." The beautiful maid, refraining from dampening his self-admiration, responded, "Indeed, your Highness looks quite splendid in the formal attire." Encouraged by her affirmation, Loki grew even more self-satisfied, unabashedly proclaiming, "Of course, I look far more dashing in this gown than that muscle-bound brute, Thor." The maid chose not to respond. Sibling rivalry was not her concern. In her heart, she believed Thor to be more handsome, with his robust physique that would appeal to any woman. While this young prince was undeniably attractive, he was rather slender and bore a somewhat brooding demeanor. Unbeknownst to Loki, had he been privy to the maid's thoughts, he would surely have been disheartened. Once ready, Loki accompanied the maid to Freya's palace. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon Thor, who was also clad in the same formal attire. Loki suddenly felt that Thor appeared far more handsome in a gown. With his chiseled features and golden locks, he resembled a proud deity, were it not for the conflicted expression etched upon his face. Observing Thor's demeanor, Loki discerned that his brother was equally troubled by the formal wear. As Thor was accustomed to wearing armor and simple leather garb, being suddenly adorned in such luxurious attire was undoubtedly an adjustment. Spotting Loki, Thor remarked, "Loki, you've come. This outfit is overly elaborate, lacking any defensive capabilities, and it is quite uncomfortable." The maid accompanying Loki suddenly thought, "Indeed, these brothers are unmistakably of the same lineage." With a twinge of jealousy, Loki responded, "I must admit, Thor, you look quite handsome in that gown. For 3 centuries, this is the first time I perceive you as a true prince, rather than the general you have always portrayed." Loki initially intended to jest with Thor, yet to his surprise, Thor's eyes sparkled at the suggestion that he resembled a general. "What do you think about me requesting Father to allow me to serve as a general in the army of Asgard after my coming-of-age ceremony? Would you care to join me? Together, we can build a legacy for Asgard." In that moment, Loki suddenly felt he might have inadvertently caused trouble for Odin, though it was not quite trouble. If Thor were to pursue a position as a general, it would indeed be commendable, as Thor possesses formidable strength. Even the Norns have declared him a natural warrior. However, one could only speculate about Odin's willingness to consent. Lost in his thoughts, he was approached from behind by Frigga and Guinevere. The two hastily greeted their mother and Aunt Guinevere. Frigga chose to overlook Thor's aspirations of becoming a general and instead urged the two to sit down, discussing the details of the coming-of-age ceremony. "You are all aware of the procedures and important points regarding the ceremony, correct?" Frigga inquired. Both Thor and Loki nodded in acknowledgement, having had nearly 10 days to prepare, during which they thoroughly familiarized themselves with the intricacies of the rite of passage. Even Thor understood the gravity of the occasion. The coming-of-age ceremony of the princes of Asgard was a significant event that demanded their utmost attention. Seeing their acknowledgement, Frigga continued, "Since you are already informed, I shall not elaborate further. However, you must pay particular attention to the gift-giving segment. It is imperative that you showcase your full strength and dispatch the beast with utmost swiftness. There is no need for restraint. We must demonstrate to the spectators that the princes of Asgard are far from defenseless. Especially you, Loki. Strive to utilize your powers as the god of fire rather than relying solely on magic. After all, your father will bestow upon you divine titles." Both young princes signaled their understanding and assured her they would heed her words. This was Loki and Thor's inaugural participation in the coming-of-age ceremony, yet with ample preparation time. They were ready. The rite consists of 4 distinct stages, and only upon the completion of all can they truly be deemed of age, able to present themselves to the world as princes of Asgard. The first stage involves the crowning, where the elders of Asgard will place a crown upon their heads, marking their transition into adulthood and affirming their identities as princes. The second stage is the gift-giving, wherein they must independently hunt down a formidable beast and present its head to Odin and Frigga as a token of gratitude for their nurturing. However, Loki perceived that the true significance of this stage lay not solely in expressing thanks to Odin and Frigga, but rather in serving as a deterrent to the outside world, signaling that the princes of Asgard are not to be underestimated. Asgard's strength in the 9 realms and the cosmos is firmly rooted in its formidable military power, a legacy passed down through generations. The third phase is the bestowal of divine titles. Asgard, known as the domain of the Aesir and the eternal kingdom of deities, derives its name from the gods who reside there. Odin, the king of the gods, naturally has sons of exceptional caliber. In this segment, Odin will grant the 2 individuals titles befitting the divine lineage of the Aesir. Loki is already well aware that he is the god of fire, while Thor is the god of thunder, leaving little room for surprises. Hence, Frigga has cautioned him against the use of magic. The fourth phase is the banquet, a customary affair, as guests who have traveled far to attend the royal ceremony should not return home on an empty stomach. Furthermore, the two must seize this opportunity to introduce themselves to the universe and delineate the power structures therein, facilitating the future governance of Asgard. As Loki pondered these matters, Frigga rose and announced, "Let us depart. The ceremony is about to commence." Chapter 27. The ceremony of adulthood. Frigga led Loki and the others through a spatial portal to the grand square designated for significant ceremonial events in Asgard, where the coming-of-age celebration would unfold. Loki observed that this square bore a striking resemblance to the ancient Roman Colosseum of Earth, with only slight variations. The primary distinction lay in its heightened technological sophistication and opulence, as it was constructed entirely of gold. For instance, the preparation room seemed like a mere modest chamber from the outside. Yet, thanks to spatial technology, it was vastly expanded within, furnished with sofas, mirrors, and changing rooms. It is said that the stands also feature numerous small spaces capable of accommodating an infinite number of spectators, including giants, ensuring that all attendees can enjoy refreshments while observing the square. Loki reflected that stepping through this portal would signify his formal emergence as a Prince of Asgard. Until now, only the people of Asgard were aware of his identity, but once he steps outside, the entirety of the cosmos will be informed. Henceforth, every action and utterance of his will embody the essence of Asgard. Nevertheless, it matters not, whether for better or worse. Life must persist, mustn't it? At that moment, Loki recalled a pertinent question and turned to Frigga, inquiring, "Mother, do you know who will officiate our crowning ceremony?" It was natural for Loki to be perplexed, as such an honor would typically be entrusted to the elders of Asgard. Yet as princes, it seemed only fitting that a person of stature and significance should preside over the ritual. However, Loki could not fathom which elder might meet this criterion. Before Frigga could respond, Thor interjected, "Isn't it our father who will crown us?" What is there to question? A beautiful maid. Was he deliberately saying that? Loki cast a puzzled glance at Thor, who wore a completely bewildered expression, prompting Loki to abandon the thought. He mused that given Thor's intellect, he likely couldn't fathom such complexities. Frigga, too, felt a sense of helplessness. Her eldest son seemed to be somewhat lacking in mental acuity. With a grimace, Loki looked at Thor and asked, "Are you prepared to assume the title of the God King of Asgard, Your Highness?" This only deepened Thor's confusion. He wondered how his coming-of-age ceremony could possibly relate to kingship. Not only did he have no desire to become the God King, but even if he did, that decision would require Odin's consent. Noticing the silence enveloping the room, Thor inquired, "What's the matter? Did I say something wrong?" It was a lovely maid who clarified his confusion. "Your Highness, the prince's coming-of-age ceremony is typically presided over by the elders of Asgard. The God King only crowns the chosen prince when a succession is confirmed." Realization dawned on Thor. He understood that suggesting Odin crown him implied a transfer of the throne to himself. Fearing a misunderstanding, he quickly added, "That wasn't my intention. I thought the coming-of-age ceremony was conducted by father, not that I was to become the God King." Loki teased, "No need to be modest. I believe you would make a fine God King. Have you considered it?" Thor, hearing Loki's jest, retorted, "I certainly do not wish to be any sort of God King. Once the coming-of-age ceremony concludes, I plan to join the army. Just wait and see how I will build a legacy for Asgard." Once again with this topic, Loki lost interest in teasing Thor and turned to Frigga to revisit his earlier question. Frigga answered them, "Your coming-of-age ceremony will be presided over by your dean at the academy, Dean Bode." "What? The dean?" They both exclaimed in unison. Despite their identical words, their thoughts diverged entirely. The academy was quickly becoming a shadow in Thor's mind, and he wished to forget anything related to it. Especially Dean Bode, who would invariably report Thor's truancy or misdeeds to Odin or Frigga, reprimanding him. Thor certainly held no fondness for him. However, Loki had a different perspective. As if struck by a thought, he blurted, "Bode, that lecherous old man." Frigga rebuked him. "How dare you speak like that? He is an elder of Asgard, and moreover, the god of light among our Aesir. He is more than capable of crowning you." Now it was Loki's turn to be astonished. "What? The god of light? That lecherous old man?" Loki couldn't fathom how that old fellow, who spent his days with a small stool, leering at beautiful girls, could be the god of light. It was utterly nonsensical. How could such a person possibly be the god of light? In the vastness of space, ripples began to form, and Odin emerged from the void. It was evident that everyone present had noticed him and greeted him warmly. Frigga nodded at Odin, while Thor and Loki called out to him as their father. And a lovely handmaiden bowed, addressing him as the king of the gods. Odin acknowledged them with a nod and directly addressed the two sons, saying, "Now that you are both of age, how should you conduct yourselves? You must show respect to Dean Baldur. He is an elder of Asgard, a peer of mine, and a god of light. Do you think anyone can simply become a dean?" Both sons accepted Odin's admonition without rebuttal, nodding in agreement. With time still to spare, Odin engaged in casual conversation with the group and inquired of Thor and Loki, "What do you plan to do after your coming-of-age ceremony?" Thor was the first to respond. "Father, I wish to join the army and serve as a general, making great contributions to Asgard." Odin glanced at Thor and replied, "Becoming a general is not an easy task, even as a prince. You cannot simply assume the role upon joining the army. We will discuss this further later." He then turned to Loki and asked, "And you, Loki?" Loki confidently replied, "Father, I will remain in Asgard. I do not intend to go anywhere." Odin, Frigga, and a certain handmaiden were somewhat taken aback by Loki's response. The others exchanged incredulous glances at Loki, bemused by his divergence, as if he were preparing to retire in Asgard, speaking as though he were imprisoned there. Loki had indeed entertained thoughts of exploring the cosmos, having spent 300 years in Asgard and yearning for the outside world. However, after the coming-of-age ceremony, he realized that his identity as a prince of Asgard had become known throughout the universe. Odin had made numerous enemies in his conquests, and while they feared Odin's wrath, the thought of venturing out into the unknown made Loki apprehensive. He reasoned it best to remain in Asgard for the time being, waiting for the storm to pass. Despite its monotony, Asgard at least offered safety. With his all-seeing eye, Odin discerned Loki's thoughts and shook his head, pondering how, despite being the god of wisdom and war, neither of his sons possessed the same blend of intellect and valor. One was brave, yet lacking in wit, while the other was clever but timid. Odin suddenly felt a sense of foreboding regarding Asgard's future. Just then, Frigga interjected, "The time has come. The ceremony is about to begin. Let us prepare to enter." Odin and Frigga stepped through the portal, while Thor and Loki, lacking such privilege, could only exit through a smaller door. Outside, preparations had long been underway, and a voice called out, inviting the two princes to make their entrance. As the moment to make their entrance arrived, Thor and Loki stepped forward one after the other, making their way outside through a small door and into the bustling square ahead. The square was now teeming with people, filled with the Asgardian army and those presiding over the ceremony. Approaching the front, they soon caught sight of Dean Boder, who was beaming at them with a mischievous grin. "Ah, our underperformer and overachiever have both come of age today. Truly, I am growing old," he exclaimed jovially. Thor and Loki bowed respectfully to Boder, choosing not to speak further, primarily out of concern that their words might provoke him. They found themselves perplexed as to why this lecherous old man was regarded as the god of light. Shouldn't he, the god of light, embody grandeur, wisdom, and radiance? Yet, this fellow appeared more akin to a peculiar old man who would lead young girls astray. In light of the formal occasion, Boder refrained from further teasing the two and promptly announced the commencement of the ceremony. He began by expressing gratitude on behalf of Odin to the esteemed guests for attending the coming-of-age celebration of the Asgardian princes. Thor and Loki stood to either side of Boder, observing his performance with mild amusement. As Loki listened, he couldn't shake the feeling that this routine felt strikingly familiar. After a moment's thought, he realized it was reminiscent of the conventions used by leaders during meetings on Earth in his past life. It seemed that these mythological beings adhered to the same formula, or perhaps it had been inherited from them. After what felt like an eternity of this familiar routine, it was time for the introductions. Boder grasped Thor's hand and proclaimed, "First, let us present our great Prince of Asgard, Thor Odinson." Following the introduction, Thor bowed graciously, and the soldiers below erupted in a chorus, chanting his name, Thor Odinson. It was then that Loki understood the purpose of the army below. They were merely there to amplify their voices. After introducing Thor, Boder similarly took hold of Loki's hand, announcing, "And here we have the second Prince of Asgard, Loki Odinson." The crowd responded with equal fervor, shouting Loki's name in unison. Once both princes had been introduced, Boder paused dramatically before exclaiming, "Let the coronation ceremony commence. Bring forth the crowns." At that moment, Loki beheld two handmaidens approaching with the crowns in their hands. The ordinary golden crowns would appear extraordinary atop the heads of such remarkable individuals. Moreover, Asgard crowns were anything but ordinary, crafted from pure gold and adorned with precious gemstones. They emitted a soft, enchanting glow. As the handmaidens presented the crowns atop the dais, Boder, whom Loki had long viewed as a mischievous old rogue, displayed an unexpected gravity. His once bent posture straightened, radiating a warm and pure white light. Thor leaned towards Loki and whispered, "Is this Dean an imposter?" Loki was rendered speechless by Thor's pretense, deeming it an absurd masquerade. Clearly, this marked a shift in character. He believed that the current chancellor embodied the true essence of a god of light, rather than a lecherous old rogue. To wear the crown is to bear its burdens. The crown has never merely been an ornament. Baldur gestured for the two to step forward and stand side by side, raising the crown high as he inquired of them, "Will you fight for the honor of Asgard?" "Indeed, we shall fight for the honor of Asgard," he echoed. "Will you fight for the people of Asgard?" "Indeed, we shall fight for the people of Asgard." "Will you fight for the future of Asgard?" "Indeed, we shall fight for the future of Asgard." With 3 questions and 3 affirmations, the weighty crown was placed upon their heads. A resounding cheer erupted, a cacophony of voices as the entire populace of Asgard rallied in support of the two princes. This moment belonged to the glory of all Asgard. Although the crown itself bore little weight, Loki felt its heaviness, for from this day forth, he was irrevocably bound to Asgard, with the cheering crowd below being his own people. Together, Loki and Thor raised their fists, shouting in unison, "For Asgard we fight." The assembled army, brought forth to bear witness, joined in the chorus, proclaiming, "For Asgard we fight." The spectators in the stands, the citizens of Asgard, echoed the rallying cry, "For Asgard we fight." With each voice rising above the last, a singular sound reverberated through the realm, piercing the heavens. Among the onlookers were not only the citizens of Asgard, but also numerous visitors drawn from afar to witness the spectacle. The Vanir from Vanaheim, the dwarves of Nidavellir, and the mages of Midgard, among others. These factions either aligned with Asgard or fell under Odin's dominion. Beyond them, the Titans, the Chitauri, interstellar pirates, and the Samarans, along with many other races, observed the united Asgardians with a tinge of apprehension, silently vowing to avoid provoking Asgard in the future. This people could be described as warriors of the highest caliber, possessing formidable combat prowess, and, most critically, an unparalleled sense of unity that could unleash tremendous strength. Baldur, filled with pride and reassurance, patted the shoulders of the two and joined in the battle cry, "For Asgard we fight." For one who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, this was not mere rhetoric. It was a profound declaration, a matter of honor. Loki, who had once harbored skepticism, now found himself a believer. As the crowning ceremony concluded, the next segment was the offering, to be conducted in the same locale. Thanks to the conveniences of magic and technology, the transition was swift. When Loki and Thor emerged from their change of attire, the square was deserted, and two barriers had been established to delineate the areas. The two individuals bowed respectfully to Odin, who regarded them with a solemn gaze before uttering, "Go forth. From this day forth, you shall enter adulthood." The alliance of magic and technology delineated the square into two distinct zones, where the ceremonial offerings of Thor and Loki were to take place. In a swift motion, Loki found himself within the confines of the barrier, visible from the outside but obscured from the world beyond. He stood in contemplation, pondering the formidable beast that would be presented to Odin, a creature worthy of such an auspicious occasion, one that must possess both strength and majesty. As the chimes resonated from the outside, a magnificent golden lion emerged, its regal head held high. This lion, adorned in resplendent golden fur and equipped with majestic wings, was a member of the apex species residing within the heart of the Summer Mountains. A wind elemental beast, it boasted incredible speed and immense power, capable of launching razor-sharp wind blades against its foes. Yet, its fame stemmed not solely from its prowess, but also from its striking appearance, embodying the ideal companion for many warriors of Asgard. Upon spotting Loki, the lion charged with ferocious intent. Loki, however, refrained from utilizing magical evasion. The rite of passage demanded that he demonstrate the might of the god of fire. He concentrated the divine flames, forming a blazing fist that he hurled toward the advancing golden lion. The collision unleashed a shockwave, resonating through the heavens with a thunderous clap. In the clash of titanic forces, Loki emerged victorious, sending the golden lion crashing against the barrier. Rather than pursuing the fallen beast, he crouched low, intertwining his fingers to form a cross, aiming intently at the golden lion. With a sharp utterance, a torrent of intensely compressed flames erupted from his crossed fingers, searing the very air with a crackling intensity. This technique, inspired by a move he had witnessed in a past life in the anime One Piece, drew forth the essence of the god of fire, continuously compressing it until it manifested as a cross-shaped fire beam, remarkably penetrating and of extreme heat. The golden lion, realizing the threat, swiped its claws to conjure wind blades in a futile attempt to intercept the fiery assault. However, the wind blades were no match for the flames, which surged past them, leaving the lion unable to evade its fate. The scorching cross of fire struck the golden lion, piercing through its form and emerging from the opposite side, as Loki's flames decisively penetrated the beast's body. The golden-winged lion possessed remarkable vitality. Even after being pierced through its body, it continued to struggle and lunged forward once more. Loki bent his legs, and with a resounding crack, propelled himself upward, swiftly reaching the apex above the golden-winged lion. With a flourish of his hands, the divine power of fire within him surged forth, simultaneously drawing in the external fire elements, merging them with his own power to form a crescent-shaped flame blade that circled at his side. At that moment, Loki was enveloped in flames, resembling a true deity of fire, gazing down upon the golden-winged lion beneath him. He gestured, and the flaming blade descended mercilessly towards the lion's skull, engulfing the arena in a blaze. As the flames dissipated, Loki and the golden-winged lion emerged into view. That singular strike had severed the lion's head, the intense heat of the flame blade leaving no trace of blood, all vaporized, yet the head remained intact. A testament to Loki's mastery over fire. Observing the outcome, Loki mused that this technique, once wielded by Crocodile, proved equally effective when infused with flames. The flame blade was a technique he had developed inspired by characters from his previous life's animated tales, and today marked its inaugural use. Loki found the results most gratifying. Loki dispatched the golden-winged lion with ease, not due to the lion's weakness, but rather because Loki, having honed his skills over 3 centuries, had become exceedingly powerful. In earlier battles against Thor, he had been unable to unleash many of his techniques, which had rendered him seemingly less formidable. With the death of the golden-winged lion, the barrier dissipated and thunderous cheers erupted from the surroundings. Loki glanced towards Thor, who had also concluded his battle, perhaps even a fraction faster. Thor faced a colossal dragon of the fire element, and before the beast could assert its dominance, Thor's fist, imbued with the might of thunder, crushed its heart. The two stood atop the platform, receiving accolades, exchanging glances, and carrying the severed heads of the magical beasts towards Odin's presence. Chapter 29. The Divine Wrath Sword, Grammar. As the king of Asgard and the progenitor of both the Aesir and Vanir gods, Odin's status was exalted. Thus the tribute offered to him could not be of ordinary magical beasts. Indeed, Loki's intuition proved correct. The fire elemental dragon and the wind elemental golden-winged lion were not only among the most powerful magical beasts, but also the most majestic and striking within the entire Summer Mountain range. No two beasts could be found more fitting as tributes for the coming-of-age ceremony of the two princes, worthy offerings for the great Father Odin. There was no concern regarding the prince's ability to vanquish such formidable creatures, those that stood atop the Summer Mountains. Reality confirmed that there was no need for concern. The mighty beasts fell effortlessly before the two princes of Asgard, their heads severed in mere moments, becoming the trophies of their princely tribute. It is not that the world of Warcraft is weak, but rather that the two individuals are exceedingly strong. Loki once contemplated capturing a golden-winged lion and, after nurturing it, making it his battle beast. Little did he anticipate that instead of achieving this, he would end up slaying one himself. Truly, the fates play tricks with lions. However, Loki harbors some confusion. In the films of his previous life, Thor's prowess was not particularly formidable, at best able to match the Hulk in his normal state. Yet, judging by Thor's current performance, even after more than a millennium of stagnation, he possesses strength far surpassing that depicted in the movies. Loki reflects that, in his former life, Thor's might was unremarkable, and even if the present Thor remained unchanged, he is still immensely stronger than portrayed on screen. This realization leads Loki to understand that films are merely films. While this is a tangible world where the future he faces is fraught with dangers far more significant than those dramatized in cinema. As the barrier dissipates, a high platform slowly ascends at the center of the square, the sound of bells ringing. Odin, wielding Gungnir, and the goddess Frigga, surrounded by the Valkyries, emerge from the void. Loki and Thor grasp the beast heads and approach Odin. Upon nearing, they kneel on one knee, raising the beast heads high, and proclaim with fervor, "We thank the All-Father for his mercy, nurturing our growth and allowing us to bear glory. We pledge to carry forth Odin's honor and strive ever onward. We vow to battle for Asgard, never retreating, never faltering, boldly advancing. Father, please accept our tribute as sons." Odin gazes upon his sons, presenting their tribute. As a human is not mere wood or grass, who could be devoid of emotion. To claim he is unmoved would be deceitful. Even though the coming-of-age ceremony was meticulously orchestrated, he was cognizant of every step. Yet, from a father's perspective, a tribute from his sons signifies their maturation. Odin is filled with a poignant sense of pride mixed with a hint of melancholy. As a king, he must suppress such paternal affection, for both he and his sons shall bear the weight of Asgard's destiny as they march forward. Odin waves his hand, causing the beast heads in their grasp to vanish, signifying his acceptance of their tribute. He raises Gungnir and addresses them. "As my sons, you shall carry forth the glory of Asgard. Can you safeguard Asgard?" The two respond resolutely. "We can. We shall bear Asgard's glory and never waver." Odin lifts Gungnir high and proclaims loudly, "The glory of Asgard shall never fall. Fight for Asgard." Loki, Thor, the soldiers, and the common folk join Odin in a resounding chorus. The glory of Asgard shall never fall. Fight for Asgard. Their voices rise, echoing like a tempestuous sea, each cry surpassing the last, resonating endlessly. With the tribute concluded, the next phase is the conferral of titles. As the chimes resonated, Odin, the All-Father of the Aesir pantheon, prepared to bestow divine titles upon his two sons. He gently raised Gungnir and proclaimed, "My son, Thor Odinson." Thor stepped forward, responding, "I am here, father." Odin continued, "You wield the thunder. You shall be the god of thunder. I grant you the mighty hammer, Mjolnir, to command the power of divine retribution." With that, he reached into the void and drew forth the legendary hammer, Mjolnir. Odin solemnly placed the hammer into Thor's hands. Upon receiving it, a tempest erupted, and magical armor enveloped him. A crimson cape and silver armor shimmering in harmony with the thunderous might of Mjolnir. Thor raised the hammer high and declared, with the thunder's wrath, "I shall bear Odin's glory and fight for Asgard." Odin then turned his gaze toward Loki, exclaiming, "My son, Loki Odinson." It was now Loki's turn, and he promptly replied, "I am here, father." Odin continued, "You command the flames. You shall be the god of fire. I bestow upon you the sword, Grammar, to wield the power of fire." He then summoned a sword from the ether. Upon first sight of the sword, Loki thought to himself, "By the gods, it resembles the frostbite." However, it was clear that it was not. This was Grammar, the sword of the fire god, also known as the sword of divine wrath. As Loki grasped the sword, he felt the power of the fire god surge within him. Flames erupted, and simultaneously, he was adorned in magical armor, a deep green cloak and golden armor, complete with a helmet featuring two formidable horns, reminiscent of his previous life as cinematic attire. Seeing this armor, Loki recognized that it was tailored by Odin, reflecting his usual attire while integrating elements from certain magical robe. The essence of the fire god coursed through the sword, circulating within him and refining his inner fire. Loki raised Grammar high and proclaimed, "Let the flames of fury ignite. I shall bear Odin's glory and fight for Asgard." The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the ascension of Asgard's two new deities. At that moment, Odin lifted Gungnir, and silence fell upon the assembly. He declared loudly, "Thor, god of thunder, shall establish the Thunder Guard. Loki, god of fire, shall establish the Fire Guard, each commanding 1,000 warriors." This announcement left everyone in astonishment, as none had anticipated Odin appointing the two newly minted princes to lead an army of 2,000. Both Loki and Thor were equally taken aback. Such an arrangement had not been part of their coming-of-age ceremony, nor had anyone forewarned them. It felt rather hasty to assign them command of a 1,000-strong legion without prior discussion. Moreover, I harbored no desire to become a general. One should not underestimate the significance of 1,000 warriors. The soldiers of Asgard surpass any earthly combatants capable of turning the tide of battle, one against 1,000. To become a guardian, one must possess strength far beyond that of ordinary soldiers. Loki mused that with 1,000 guardians at his command, he could indeed instigate an interstellar conflict. The entirety of Asgard's military comprises merely around 50,000, even during wartime, while the peacetime standing army dwindles to about 10,000. Thus, for the newly matured Loki and Thor, 1,000 guardians is no trifling matter. Odin, observing the astonished expressions of those gathered, felt a sense of helplessness. Possessing the all-seeing eye, he could foresee the approaching inevitability of Ragnarok. Yet, he is aging and time is not on his side, often requiring the restorative powers of Odin's sleep, which he cannot rely on indefinitely. Whether bestowing weapons or establishing guardians, his intent is to expedite their maturation, hoping they will lead Asgard through the twilight of the gods. He cannot allow Asgard to fall alongside his own demise. Furthermore, the multitude of enemies surrounding Asgard is formidable. With Ragnarok imminent and wolves lurking in the shadows, their time is gravely limited. Odin frets for the future of Asgard and for his children, yet this anxiety remains unspoken. Understanding a father's heart, Loki discerned the urgency etched upon Odin's face, pondering why Odin seemed so distressed, as though no significant calamity had befallen Asgard. Suddenly, the term Ragnarok struck him. Indeed, only the prospect of Ragnarok could incite such urgency in Odin. Contemplating this, Loki felt a surge of urgency himself. He must hasten his ascension in strength. Thor and Loki, witnessing Odin's resolute demeanor, ceased their reluctance and proclaimed in unison, "Thank you, Father. We shall bear the honor and fight for Asgard." Thus, Loki's ranks swelled by another 1,000 fire guardians. Although he was somewhat reluctant, feeling overwhelmed by the responsibility of caring for himself, let alone 1,000 others, he did not consider himself a general. Conversely, Thor was elated. He had intended to join Asgard's army as a general following his coming-of-age ceremony, but now he directly commanded a legion, a most fortuitous turn of events for him. Odin, with his omniscient gaze, quickly perceived their thoughts. He was unconcerned for Loki, yet anxious regarding Thor. Thus he admonished them, "Commanding an army is not a matter of glory, but a profound responsibility. You are accountable not only for yourselves, but also for the fates of these soldiers. Ponder your actions carefully." Upon hearing Odin's counsel, Loki and Thor nodded in acknowledgement. However, Loki sensed that Thor did not fully grasp the weight of Odin's words. A glimmer of a fervent desire for war shone in Thor's eyes. This led Loki to conclude that the tempestuous power of thunder had indeed influenced Thor's character, ferocious and yearning for battle. The coming-of-age ceremony has now reached its conclusion. The final act involves hosting a banquet to express gratitude to those who graced the occasion with their presence. In Chapter 30, the monk Yuan Tiangang reflects on the events. With the completion of the ceremony, Loki not only received the title of God of Fire, but also acquired the legendary sword of divine wrath, Grammer, alongside 1,000-strong divine guard. Once the rites were over, Loki seized the opportunity to examine the magnificent sword and magical armor gifted to him by Odin. The sword of divine wrath, crafted by the dwarves of Vanaheim using the stellar core combined with the Asgardian metal Uru, embodies the power of the sun. Through the dwarves' unparalleled craftsmanship, this sword became a true embodiment of the god of fire. Its design bears a striking resemblance to an item from Loki's previous life, a game prop known as Frost Darkwound, though this sword is decidedly a burning skeleton, engraved with a rune that declares, "The flames of wrath burn. Whoever can draw it shall possess it." However, this phrase does not imply that the one who draws the sword becomes its master. From the moment it leaves Loki's grasp, the sword shall have but one master, Loki himself. The meaning instead conveys that the one capable of wielding it may harness the power of its true master, Loki. As for the magical armor, Loki held some reservations. The armor, made from Uru and materials produced by the Academy, features a blend of green and gold, clearly reflecting Odin's thoughtful design. And it adheres to Loki's previous sartorial preferences, combining both elegance and formidable defense, which pleased him greatly. Yet, the helm left Loki speechless. Why adorn a fine helmet with two horns? Was it a proclamation of his own prominence, or a thought to use the pointed tips in battle? Loki quipped that using one's head to strike another was hardly befitting of a prince. The divine guards had yet to arrive, rendering the matter moot. Before long, a servant approached to inform Loki that the banquet was about to commence, prompting him to prepare for the event. With the ceremony concluded, Odin would not make an appearance at the gathering, as it did not align with his stature. Instead, Loki and Thor would represent Odin, welcoming the guests and seeing them off once they had indulged in the feast. By the time Loki and Thor took to the stage, all the guests had been seated. As Thor was unable to greet the guests, it fell to Loki, standing before them. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for their attendance at the coming-of-age ceremony of both himself and his brother. "We are immensely thankful," he declared. "This humble banquet is prepared in hopes that it may satisfy your appetites and spirits." The guests nodded in agreement, none daring to show a lack of respect. For behind the two stood Odin. Loki and Thor proceeded to toast each table, aware that among these guests were some who had come to Asgard for matters beyond merely celebrating the brothers' coming of age. For instance, at this moment, a sharp-eared elf suddenly rose and inquired about the two princes, expressing a desire to negotiate for some weapons and equipment. Despite their reputation for cherishing peace, the elven race is often perceived by outsiders as being disengaged from worldly affairs. However, the elves are divided into nature elves and dark elves, and they frequently engage in warfare, reveling in the chaos. The elves initiated a lively gathering, attracting those seeking storefronts, protection, provisions, and weaponry, among others. Many individuals, each with their own motives, seized the opportunity to voice their requests. Even a titan from Saturn, resembling a purple sweet potato, expressed a desire to purchase interstellar battleships, leaving Loki utterly speechless. He pondered, why would they need warships when their civilization is on the brink of collapse? Surely, they do not intend to leave such relics for Thanos? Naturally, Loki refrained from vocalizing such thoughts, as the Titans were still thriving, not yet extinguished. With a sense of resignation, Loki addressed the assembly, stating that while they were grateful for the opportunity to trade with Asgard and lease storefronts, they were not responsible for these matters and lacked specific information. He encouraged everyone to find the appropriate representatives for detailed discussions, assuring that Asgard welcomed all who harbored goodwill towards them. This prompted the gathering to settle down and commence the banquet. Loki and Thor made their way to the region of the Vanir gods, where a sunny youth jested with them, asking how it felt to be adults, and whether they desired two maidens to accompany them. Loki replied with exasperation, "Freyr, do not speak so frivolously, lest I inform Freya." Upon hearing Loki's jesting threat, the young man, who was none other than the sun god Freyr and the current leader of the Vanir, fell silent. Loki and Thor were quite familiar with him, as he was merely a few centuries younger than them, affectionately referring to him as Freyr. However, this sun god was known for his overprotective affection for his sister. He indulged her whims and spent his days in leisure, often taking Freya to Asgard, which offered ample entertainment. Loki then remarked, "Why not pay a visit to Aunt Gna at my mother's place?" Freyr's expression shifted, and he replied, "No, I shall return home after my meal." Loki, puzzled, questioned, "What is the matter? Isn't Aunt Gna your blood relative? Why not go?" Freyr retorted, "That woman has designs on my sister, wishing to take Freya as her apprentice, which I cannot allow." Loki chuckled, "The foremost sorceress among the gods wishing to take your sister as a disciple is a fortunate opportunity. Yet you frame it as if she were coveting your sister, and Aunt Gna has become that woman in your eyes." This infatuation with his sister seemed irredeemable. Turning away, Loki departed, while Freyr called after them, "Do visit the Vanir realm someday. Freya has not seen you in quite some time." What a trivial matter. The last time Thor merely grasped your sister's hand, you retaliated with a fierce blow. How could we dare to engage in such activities again? Did you not observe the pallor on Thor's face? Loki hastened his pace. At the next table sat the mages of Midgard. Loki and Thor approached them. They inquired of an elderly gentleman, expressing gratitude to the esteemed Agamotto for attending the coming-of-age ceremony of my two brothers. This soon-to-expire old man is Agamotto, a mage of Midgard who styles himself as the supreme mage, though his powers are far inferior, greatly overshadowed by the witch Guinevere, who does not even claim such a title. Agamotto solemnly addressed the two, stating that the esteemed prince is gravely mistaken. Were it not for the great King Odin's aid 3 centuries ago in driving out the frost giants, our homeland would have fallen. If gratitude is to be expressed, it is we who should thank you. Agamotto continued, "We shall safeguard every inch of land under Asgard's dominion. Midgard is also part of our territory." Loki had little desire to converse with the old man, as the chaotic aura surrounding him was quite discomforting. Standing there, Loki sensed several distinct energies, the eternal force, the power of the Lord of Light, and even the essence of the underworld. It was a tumultuous mix, and Loki discerned that this old fellow would not last much longer, as his body exuded a foul scent of decay. At that moment, Loki caught sight of another elder seated beside Agamotto, who was bowing his head and drinking. Though his energy appeared feeble, it radiated a sense of purity. The old man also noticed Loki's gaze and turned, saying, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. It is rare for us to encounter such fine wine, and I could not resist indulging." Loki replied with a smile, "No offense taken. It is only human nature. May I inquire your esteemed name? I sense that your energy differs from that of the other mages. Is it from an alternative system within Midgard?" The old man responded, "I am known as Yuan Tiangang." Yuan Tiangang. How familiar that name sounds. Loki was taken aback, exclaiming, "By the gods, it is truly Yuan Tiangang alive." Yuan Tiangang, oblivious to Loki's astonishment, continued, "I am acquainted with Agamotto and learned of the coming-of-age ceremony of the two princes from him, hence my boldness in attending. Unlike them, who wield magic, a field I do not fully comprehend, my energy is derived from personal cultivation. Though considerably weaker in our Tang dynasty, Tang is what you refer to as Midgard, I harness this energy which we term Qi through relentless practice to fortify oneself." As he spoke, he demonstrated by channeling his so-called Qi, enveloping it around his fist. Loki felt this Qi and noted its similarity to mental fortitude, yet it was evidently distinct, likely cultivated through unique methodology. However, it proved inconsequential to him, as such power was too feeble for his needs. Yet, with persistent practice, he might emerge as a formidable figure in Midgard. However, one could take inspiration from it. Thus, Loki remarked, "Dear Yuan Tiangang, might I have the privilege of witnessing your unique method of harnessing energy? I find myself quite intrigued by your power." Upon hearing Loki's request, Yuan Tiangang generously acquiesced, expressing, "It is an honor for me that your Highness has taken an interest in my humble technique." He then produced a small tome from his robes and presented it to Loki. Receiving it, Loki replied, "Yuan, rest assured I shan't take advantage of you. I shall offer you something in exchange." He then retrieved a wooden mask from his storage ring, stating, "This is a small trinket I crafted myself, infused with a portion of my power. While it may not be formidable, it should suffice in your central courtyard. Moreover, the wearer will gradually grow stronger over time. It is my gift to you, but remember, only those with steadfast hearts and benevolent intentions may don it. Otherwise, I cannot predict the consequences." Yuan Tiangang was pleasantly surprised. Though the power might be modest for Loki, it far surpassed what he had cultivated through his own efforts. Furthermore, this strength was sustainable and would benefit future generations. Contemplating this, Yuan Tiangang graciously accepted the gift. Even the mages of Agamotto envied him, yet they lacked such a technique. For the magic they practiced did not capture Loki's interest. The mask Loki presented was indeed his own creation, initially an ordinary item purchased at the marketplace. However, to experiment with his magic, he had inscribed several magical arrays upon it: mind magic, transformation magic, and fortification magic, while also embedding a fragment of his own power within. He employed the magic arrays to enable the mask to draw energy from the external environment, ensuring that its inner strength would never wane. After completing the mask, Loki deemed it rather superfluous, as he preferred to wield his own power directly, without intermediary artifacts. Consequently, it remained unused until today, when he found the perfect opportunity to trade it for a technique that piqued his interest, feeling that this exchange was quite advantageous. Once their conversation concluded, Loki resumed his role in the festivities, for that was the matter at hand. Chapter 31, Power. With the banquet concluded, so too was the rite of passage into adulthood. Thereafter, Loki's involvement was minimal. Those with ulterior motives, whether to lease shops, procure weapons, or pursue other ambitions, would have designated individuals to attend to such matters. Although Loki and Thor were princes of Asgard, they were but symbols at present, lacking real authority. Thus, it was not yet the time for him to trouble himself with such affairs. After all, he had only just reached adulthood, as humans would say, still in the bloom of youth. After weeks of bustling activity, Loki finally found a rare moment of tranquility. After paying his respects to Odin and Frigga, he ambled back to his home, swaying with each step. The once ordinary palace now bore the grand insignia of the Hall of the Fire God, while the backyard had been transformed to accommodate a training ground for the 1,000 Fire God guards belonging to Loki. However, the Fire God guards remained but a hollow shell, as their ranks had yet to be filled. Although the governance of Asgard rested solely in Odin's hands, certain protocols could not be circumvented. Gazing at the plaque inscribed with the name of the Hall of the Fire God, Loki mused to himself, "So, this is adulthood. Fire God Loki." After this moment of reflection, Loki returned to his chamber to inspect the life tree he had nurtured, which had begun to take root. This discovery filled him with joy. It seemed that Sif's divine essence had indeed contributed to its growth. He fantasized about the day his life tree might flourish into one akin to that of the elves. As he wandered through his palace, he noticed that aside from the addition of the training ground, little else had changed. Loki retrieved the sword of divine wrath that Odin had gifted him. As he held the blade, a sense of resignation washed over him. Odin, fully aware of Loki's pursuit of magical mastery, surely ought to have bestowed upon him a staff instead. It was one thing to give Thor a hammer, but why a sword to Loki, who had no inclination for such weaponry? Furthermore, for the people of Asgard, mastery of swordplay was unnecessary. Their sheer strength and speed rendered such techniques superfluous. The thought of discarding the sword was equally unthinkable, as it was a gift from Odin to mark his coming of age. Moreover, the craftsmanship of the sword was such that it could arm several interstellar fleets. Being produced by the most renowned arms dealer in the cosmos, it was said throughout the universe, when dwarves forge, it is assuredly a masterpiece. Loki pondered whether he was truly destined to be a mage. Despite his aspirations, he found himself barreling down the path of a tank. Perhaps I shall devise a plan in due course. Having something is better than having nothing, he reflected. In truth, within Odin's vast treasury, he doubted there existed a weapon more suited to him. Unless, of course, Odin were to gift him Gungnir. As if recalling something, Loki produced a small booklet and began to leaf through it. This was the technique manual gifted to him by Yuan Tiangang. Upon opening the booklet, he immediately recognized the 4 characters on the cover and cursed under his breath. Damn, that Yuan Tiangang. I almost lost out. What was the matter? It turned out that the technique he received from Yuan Tiangang was inscribed in Chinese, specifically in seal script. Were it not for Loki's past experiences, he would have found it utterly incomprehensible and would need to embark on a journey to learn the characters. Thus, he muttered curses at Yuan Tiangang for failing to clarify this detail. However, Loki had misunderstood Yuan Tiangang, who had not considered that the so-called prince of the divine realm might not comprehend Chinese. Noticing Loki's silence upon receiving the manual, Yuan Tiangang chose not to elaborate further. With a quiet curse, Loki glanced at the technique in his hand. The cover bore the prominent title, Eternal Spring True Qi. He delved deeper into its contents and discovered that this manual described a method of cultivation that generates a unique energy within the body, allowing it to traverse designated meridians, thereby prolonging life, enhancing physical capabilities, and even possessing a degree of offensive power. However, this was of no use to Loki. Not only was this so-called Eternal Spring True Qi rather feeble, but even if he practiced it, his strength would not significantly increase. Furthermore, the recorded pathways of energy circulation were incomprehensible to him. Although Loki had traversed worlds, in his previous life, he had been merely an ordinary engineer with no inclination to study meridians and the like. Additionally, the anatomical structure of his current body differed entirely from that of an earthling. He possessed no such meridians at all. Nevertheless, while the Eternal Spring True Qi proved futile for him, it sparked a new idea in Loki's mind. He contemplated the possibility of perceiving his divine fire power as a form of true energy, allowing it to circulate within his body along a specific pathway, potentially augmenting his strength. Even if it did not yield results, attempting it entailed no risk. Resolute in his decision, Loki seated himself and prepared to commence. He endeavored to guide his divine fire power through his body using his mental focus, yet he soon encountered an obstacle. True energy can circulate within the body because it possesses meridians, akin to pathways that facilitate movement, whether walking, running, or leaping. However, this was not the case for Loki. His body, being structurally distinct from that of Earthlings, lacked such pathways. Thus, his initial concept was rendered impracticable, thwarted before it could even begin. The prospect of forcibly attempting to break through filled him with trepidation. He feared he might inadvertently harm himself. After careful reflection, Loki quickly devised a new strategy. While he indeed lacked meridians, there was a resemblance to Earthlings in one aspect: blood. Blood is a tissue that circulates within the heart and blood vessels, flowing throughout the body with each heartbeat, only to return and repeat the cycle. Moreover, the divine fire power is an integral part of his being, alleviating concerns about rejection. Thus, Loki's plan was to concentrate all of his divine fire power around his heart and envelop it within this energy. With each heartbeat, he would infuse a portion of the divine fire power into the blood, allowing it to disseminate throughout his body. His idea proved sound, and soon enough, Loki succeeded. As he continuously integrated the divine fire power from his heart into his blood, the lifeblood carried the energy across his entire being, gradually permeating every cell. Loki felt as if each of his cells was growing stronger. The transformation of the body through the power of the fire god commenced the moment this force was born within Loki. However, he had never consciously directed it. The metamorphosis occurred unconsciously, with the fire god's power naturally reshaping his physique. Yet this process was excruciatingly slow. Now, through his conscious guidance, Loki could perceive his burgeoning strength. As time flowed inexorably onward, the fire god's essence infused increasingly into his blood, circulating throughout his body without the need for mental manipulation. With each heartbeat, his bodily functions autonomously facilitated this transformation. Loki felt that, under the relentless surge of blood imbued with the fire goddess power, his body was strengthening at a visibly rapid pace, with this divine energy permeating every cell within him, conducting a more thorough transformation than ever before. Loki contemplated that, should this trajectory continue, the fire goddess power would become one with his cellular structure, endowing each cell with this divine strength, resulting in a staggered enhancement of his capabilities. This process persisted for a full 10 days, during which Loki did not venture outside or consume sustenance. Every moment was devoted to merging the fire god's essence with his own body. Moreover, beneath the life force emanating from the world tree, Loki's cellular vitality surged to unprecedented levels, rendering him impervious to hunger and significantly accelerating this transformative journey. After 10 days, the door to Loki's secluded chamber swung open, and he emerged with an unprecedented sense of well-being. He made his way to the training hall within his palace, eager to test the fruits of his 10-day seclusion. Clenching his fist, Loki felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. His physical strength was notably enhanced. Approaching a strength testing apparatus, he positioned himself in a lunge, bending slightly to deliver a powerful punch directly onto the device. The numbers on the machine soared rapidly, starting from 0 and climbing through 10 tons, 100 tons, and onto 500 tons without pausing. It soon surpassed 500 tons and continued to rise, ultimately stabilizing at over 800 tons. This sheer force, a raw manifestation of power, instilled in Loki an unprecedented confidence. Now, within all of Asgard, he could undoubtedly be counted among the mightiest. The strength testing machine had an upper limit of 1,000 tons, and Loki had nearly exceeded its capacity. Previously, his strength had been under 100 tons, approximately 90, which meant that after 10 days of cultivation, Loki had increased his physical prowess by nearly tenfold, a leap that eclipsed 3 centuries of training. In terms of sheer strength, he could now proudly declare that he was no longer at a disadvantage to Thor, asserting that he could effortlessly overpower him with a single hand. Loki, brimming with confidence, thought to himself that the Hulk would no longer be able to slam him down. He believed he could easily pin the Hulk to the ground with one hand. It must be said that Loki's self-assurance had never been so inflated. Yet, it was not merely his strength that had amplified. There were other facets as well. Loki's newfound concept of the power of the fire god. He directed his gaze toward the pillar in the center of the training ground. And as he did, his eyes gradually turned a fierce crimson. Suddenly, 2 beams of red light erupted from his gaze, their temperature so intense that the surrounding air began to warp and distort. The fiery rays struck the golden pillar directly, their extreme heat causing the surface to melt and flow like liquid gold. In no time, the pillar snapped in two, the central section completely obliterated by the thermal beams emanating from Loki's eyes. However, Loki had overlooked one crucial detail. The roof of the training ground was supported by this very pillar, which was now severed. It was then that he experienced the bitter truth of hubris. Before he could revel in his triumph, the roof collapsed, burying him beneath its weight. Chapter 32. You know nothing of power. The clash of over 100 tons of force against 800 was a foregone conclusion. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Loki seized the arm of his opponent, spun him around, and hurled him towards the location of the thunder god's hall. A cacophony of cries echoed in the air as Thor transformed into a parabolic arc, vanishing from sight. The divine guards instinctively took a step back, shocked. Thor, having been thrown, failed to grasp his mighty hammer, which plummeted from the sky and landed before Loki. After casting Thor aside, Loki turned his attention to the divine guards, his voice low and menacing. "What are you all staring at?" Panic surged among the guards as they contemplated whether Loki intended to attack them next. The captain bellowed, "Everyone, back to training. 3 additional hours today." Instantly, the training ground was deserted, leaving only the silence of Loki amidst the ruins. It was then that Loki noticed the hammer at his feet. He bent down to lift it, only to find it immovable. A weapon bound to its master could only be wielded by its rightful owner or by one who met specific conditions, much like his own sword of the fire god. Loki observed the runes inscribed upon it, proclaiming that only he who could lift it would gain its power. This was strikingly similar to his own sword. Losing interest, he shouted towards the thunder god's hall, "Mjolnir, your hammer has fallen." The 2 palaces were not far apart, and Thor clearly heard him. The hammer soared into the air, making its way back to the thunder god's domain. The initial joy of enhanced power dissipated, compounded by the embarrassing spectacle Thor had witnessed, leaving Loki feeling quite vexed. Seeing that no one remained, he too departed, returning to his chamber to refresh himself before stepping back outside. Summoning a guard, he instructed, "Go find someone to tidy up the training ground and reconstruct it. Remember, this time, no roof, just leave it open to the sky." The guard did not question the order, but hurried off to seek assistance. With nothing else to occupy his mind, Loki contemplated a visit to the Academy of Sciences in Asgard. The academy was not far from him. With a few incantations of spatial magic, he arrived at his destination. Gazing upon the grand, silver-white structure, Loki felt a sense of normalcy in this scientific edifice, at last devoid of garish golden embellishments. The guard at the entrance, having spotted Loki, promptly reported into his communicator, "Attention all units. Attention all units. His Highness Loki has arrived." The announcement carried an air reminiscent of the fabled boy who cried wolf, causing Loki's expression to darken instantly. As he approached, the guard swiftly blocked his path, grinning. "My lord Loki, what brings you to the academy today?" Loki regarded the guard, Kyla, and inquired, "What, Kyla, do you intend to deny me entry?" "How could I? It would be unthinkable to prevent His Highness from entering. In fact, the esteemed director has heard of your arrival and is preparing to greet you personally. Since I am welcomed, let me pass." Inform the director that there is no need for such formalities. I merely wish to take a stroll. "My lord Loki, the director is on his way down. Please, just a moment, do not rush." The guard, sweating profusely, felt the weight of concern. "Welcome you? There is no one in all of Asgard less favored by the academy than you, my lord." The director has even issued a decree that whoever allows you in shall be dismissed. Do you think finding a job is easy? Kyla muttered to himself, careful to keep his thoughts unvoiced, for speaking them could lead to dire consequences. Loki's notorious pettiness was well known throughout Asgard. Loki, fully aware of the guard's thoughts, scowled at him. Was he truly so unwelcome now? Before the guard could further ponder the matter, an elderly figure emerged from the silver building, an old man with white hair, a white beard, and clad in white robes, the director of the academy, Erwin. As Erwin approached, he spotted Loki and immediately grasped his hand, exclaiming warmly, "Is that not His Highness Loki? It has been far too long. Come, come, I insist on treating you to a drink." And with that, he began to pull Loki along. Far too long? Director, perhaps you are growing old and forgetful. We last met merely 10 days ago at my coming-of-age ceremony, where I extended my greetings. Loki retorted, bemused by the director's eagerness to whisk him away. Unfazed by Loki's words, Erwin chuckled heartily. "Ah, I must have forgotten. Perhaps I truly am getting old. In that case, my dear old friend, allow me to treat you to a drink, a private celebration just for you. How's that sound? I believe I'm being quite generous." However, Sylvan was reluctant to permit Loki entry. Each time Loki came to take advantage of the situation, he left Sylvan feeling quite perturbed. It was inconceivable to allow him inside. Although Sylvan grasped Loki's arm in an attempt to pull him away, Sylvan, being a scholar, possessed only average strength. How could he possibly move Loki, whose might exceeded 800 tons? After much futile tugging, the two remained at the entrance, utterly unmoved. Loki gazed at Sylvan, and upon hearing the suggestion of celebrating at the tavern, he said, "Let me simply take a look inside, and consider it a celebration. There is no need for you to go to such expense." To which Sylvan internally mused, "Expense? It is I who would incur the cost, should you merely take a brief stroll inside. Thus, to avoid significant expenditure, a minor indulgence would suffice. Your Highness, such an assertion is quite misplaced. Moreover, it is an honor for me to treat you to a drink." Sylvan insisted, his eyes wide with feigned sincerity, adamantly refusing to allow Loki entry. Loki, feeling helpless, recognized that he could not force his way in. Although his strength had significantly increased, this location was fortified, housing weaponry capable of annihilating a planet with a single strike. Even without deploying such formidable arms, the smaller weapons could easily inflict grievous injury upon him. Furthermore, he could not utilize spatial magic, as the old man had installed devices to disrupt such abilities, preventing any form of teleportation into the premises. "Is it truly impossible for me to enter? I am Loki, Prince of Asgard," he earnestly proclaimed. "Indeed, it is not permissible. Even as a prince, one cannot enter freely. The Academy of Sciences is a crucial establishment in Asgard, and no one may intrude without permission," Sylvan replied earnestly. "You shall find yourself friendless with such conduct, Director. Friendship is not a requirement for scientific inquiry. I assure you, I do not intend to take anything from you. Nay, I cannot place my trust in you. You have made such promises before." Thus, a prince and a director, one elderly and the other youthful, stood at the threshold of the Academy of Sciences, engaged in a spirited dispute, drawing the curious glances of passers-by. Loki, having undergone his coming-of-age ceremony, was well known, as was Sylvan, the esteemed director of the Academy. Consequently, a crowd gathered to witness the altercation between the two, though neither party seemed to care. One sought entry while the other resolutely obstructed it. Ultimately, Loki was denied entry, as the old man remained steadfast in his refusal. To deter Loki from further attempts, Sylvan activated the defensive systems. With no other recourse, Loki stated, "Very well, I shall not enter, but I implore you to assist me in crafting a small device. Quite simple. I require a pair of shoes that enable flight, swift in speed, and capable of hovering. Their size should be modest. Weight is of no concern, and you need not provide energy, as I shall harness the power of the god of fire within me." Sylvan interrupted Loki's remarks, stating that it was quite simple and could be accomplished with a modification of a personal flight apparatus. It was feasible and would not require much time. Upon hearing Sylvan's words, Loki replied, "Very well, please craft a pair for me. When will it be ready?" Sylvan responded, "Soon. Your request is rather straightforward. It could be completed in half an hour. However, Your Highness, have you prepared sufficient funds? Although I can waive the labor costs due to the simplicity of your request, materials are still rather expensive." Loki, gazing intently into Sylvan's eyes, earnestly replied, "Money? Discussing finances can be rather disheartening. After all these years of camaraderie, must we concern ourselves with such trivial amounts?" Sylvan, upon realizing Loki's reluctance to pay, immediately retorted, "No funds? That is impossible. Without payment, nothing can be done. If you lack the means, then our relationship holds no weight. You still owe the Academy at least 300,000 star coins, Your Highness. Have you considered repaying that debt? Loki interjected. If you refuse to assist me, I shall proceed inside. It is not difficult. I can manage it myself. I simply lack the materials. As he attempted to enter, Sylvan, seeing Loki's determination, reluctantly conceded, Very well, do not enter. I shall assist you. Just remember to repay me. Now that is more like it, Loki replied. How much could a pair of flight shoes possibly cost? Such matters could jeopardize our friendship. Yet inwardly, he mused that repayment was out of the question. He would never be able to repay that debt in his lifetime. Sylvan, observing Loki's serious expression, lamented the presence of such an audacious prince in Asgard. The future of Asgard appeared rather bleak. Sylvan then retreated to gather the necessary equipment for Loki. Naturally, Loki could not remain idle. Sylvan would not allow himself to enter, as he had already been placed on the Academy's blacklist. Contemplating his situation, Loki decided to visit the tavern across from the Academy for a drink. Do not assume that a visit to the tavern would lead to any extraordinary events. No romantic encounters or conflicts were anticipated. After ordering a sweet wine and waiting for over half an hour, he heard the star's signal indicating that Sylvan had completed the required equipment. Upon exiting, he saw Sylvan waiting for him at the Academy's entrance with a box in hand. As Loki approached to take the box, Sylvan grasped his arm and stated, 120,000 star coins, charged to your account. Loki merely acknowledged him, taking the box and departing, indifferent to the cost, as he had no intention of repaying it anyway. Besides, he had no money to begin with. As a prince, one could not deny that Loki's life had been rather unsuccessful. He pondered whether he should engage in a few days of interstellar piracy, as he now had the means to do so. However, he quickly suppressed that thought. Should Odin discover that he was leading the royal guard into piracy, he would surely face dire consequences. Furthermore, to become a pirate, one would first require a fleet, and he possessed none. Acquiring a medium-sized spacecraft would cost approximately 800,000 or more, and he had barely 50,000 to his name, let alone enough for an entire fleet. In a word, he was financially constrained. In the realm of love and heroism, Loki pondered the bittersweet nature of existence, lamenting that even a penny could not define a true hero. Yet, he failed to recognize that the term longing for love hardly applied to him. After centuries spanning over 300 years, he had never experienced a romance, rendering his musings trivial compared to Thor's more romantic escapades. Departing from the Academy of Sciences, Loki returned home with a suitcase in hand. One must commend the efficiency of Asgard, for upon his arrival, he discovered that the ruins of the training grounds had been cleared, and a dozen robots were diligently constructing a new arena. The training grounds were under renovation and thus unavailable for use, while the Divine Guards were engaged in their drills, leaving Loki unable to intrude upon their practice. Naturally, he had no intention of testing the experimental flying shoes in his bedroom. Suddenly, Loki felt a sense of aimlessness. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. Grasping his suitcase, he ventured out once more, swaying his way towards the neighboring Thunder Hall. If his own training grounds were off limits, surely there were others he could utilize. Upon arriving at Thor's domain, Loki entered with familiarity, making his way to the training arena without hesitation. To his delight, he found Thor already present. Spotting his brother, a flicker of joy crossed Loki's face, while Thor's eyes reddened with a hint of aggression as he grasped his hammer, ready to charge. Stop, Loki called out urgently. I'm not here to fight. Thor, still brimming with indignation, growled. Then what is your purpose? With Thor's eagerness to confront him evident, Loki, feeling exasperated, proposed a different approach. How about I share with you my method of becoming stronger? This was a carefully crafted plan. After all, for the sake of Asgard's future, he could not allow himself to remain weak. Thor glanced at his hammer, recalling the moment when Loki had flung him away earlier that day. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed Loki's proposition plausible, responding, Very well, but do not deceive me. Deceive you? When have I ever misled you, my dear brother? You wound me deeply. Loki feigned wiping away non-existent tears. However, Thor was not swayed by such theatrics, maintaining a stoic expression as he scrutinized Loki. Both brothers understood each other all too well. Recognizing Thor's unyielding demeanor, Loki ceased his mockery and divulged the method. Though Thor usually preferred not to engage in intellectual pursuits, he was far from foolish. After contemplating Loki's words, he grasped the underlying principles and acknowledged the viability of the approach. Convinced of its merit, Thor promptly settled into a cross-legged position, eager to commence. Loki, however, swiftly intervened. What are you doing? What do you think? I am following your instructions. Thor replied, perplexed by Loki's interruption. Loki rolled his eyes in exasperation, declaring, "Then go elsewhere. I require the training grounds." With an expression that bore no hint of wrongdoing, Thor felt no sense of unease as he stood up, hammer in hand, and departed. However, the moment he stepped outside, Loki promptly sealed the training ground from within. Only after Thor had exited did he sense something amiss, standing at the door. He muttered to himself, "This is my home. Why should I leave? If anyone should depart, it ought to be him." Despite Thor's realization, it was too late. Loki had already secured the training ground, rendering even Thor unable to re-enter. With no other recourse, Thor found himself compelled to seek refuge elsewhere. Chapter 34. The Retribution from Thor. After successfully deceiving Thor, Loki proceeded to seal the training ground without a trace of remorse. Once the training ground was secured, Loki finally opened the chest containing the flying boots that Sylvan had crafted for him. The boots, entirely black, appeared to be forged from some advanced metal, exuding a sense of technological sophistication. At the base, a propulsion system and 2 jet nozzles were designed to enhance speed. To ensure comfort, a layer of animal fur had been added inside. Sylvan, eager for Loki to utilize the boots with ease, even included a detailed instruction manual within the chest. Although Sylvan repeatedly insisted that Loki repay him and restricted his access to the research institute, he nevertheless dedicated considerable effort to fulfilling Loki's request. Reflecting on this, Loki felt a twinge of guilt. Every time he visited the academy, he effortlessly acquired the kinetic energy he sought. While he was indeed a prince, it was hardly appropriate to take items from Asgard Academy at will. Most of what he possessed had likely been supplemented by Sylvan. Loki resolved that, when the opportunity arose, he would repay Sylvan, of course contingent upon his own financial means. Perusing the instruction manual, Loki quickly grasped the operational method for the flying boots. He placed the boots on the ground, and their sides and front automatically expanded in a display of technological prowess. As he inserted his feet, the boots snugly contracted around him, perfectly adapting to his size. Satisfied with this feature, Loki stood and took a few steps, experiencing no discomfort. The boots felt slightly heavy, as they were constructed from metal, but this negligible weight was inconsequential to Loki. He had long contemplated acquiring a pair of such boots. Although he could utilize portals, they were somewhat inconvenient. For distances that exceeded a certain threshold, he was required to open several portals, and the spatial magic demanded a significant toll on his mental energy. Furthermore, despite his mastery of wind magic, which enabled flight, the speed it afforded him was intolerably slow. In order to alleviate his awkward predicament, Loki contemplated numerous solutions, yet none brought him satisfaction. Ultimately, he drew inspiration from the Iron Man's armored suit depicted in his previous life as films, which boasted flight speeds reaching 10 Mach or even beyond. Loki believed he could attempt something similar. He dismissed the notion that such boots might be unattainable, reasoning that Earth's technology, though inferior to Asgard's, had produced such wonders through Tony Stark. There was no reason the Academy of Sciences in Asgard could not replicate it. Indeed, it proved to be a trivial task for the Academy. Within merely half an hour, the boots were crafted, and even Sylvan had the leisure to compose an instruction manual. After adjusting the spatial dimensions of the training arena, Loki prepared to conduct his experiment. Thanks to advancements in both magic and technology, the arena, though modest in appearance, featured adjustable dimensions, allowing Loki to test his flight apparatus within. As Loki positioned himself, he gradually infused the boots with the power of the god of fire. He began to hover unsteadily before stabilizing himself in midair. Having achieved levitation, he was eager to test flight capabilities and abruptly increase the output of his fiery power. With a resounding crash, Loki found himself crashing into the ceiling of the training arena. Although he had expanded the arena, he underestimated the velocity of the boots crafted by Sylvan, compounded by his excessive force, resulting in a rather unfortunate mishap. For an entire day, Loki acclimated to these flying boots. No, the fire god boots, as he deemed the term flying boots rather unappealing and unsuitable for himself, promptly renaming them. This reflects Loki's self-absorption. Having developed an illusion spell, he dubbed it Loki's illusion, while also branding his flying boots as fire god boots, ensuring a direct connection to himself. It was not until the following day that Loki emerged from the training arena, only to find Thor absent. Having shared the method of merging divine power with blood with Thor, it was likely that Thor would take longer to emerge due to the more volatile nature of his thunderous abilities, which were more challenging to control than Loki's fiery power. Furthermore, Thor lacked the life force provided by Yggdrasil to maintain cellular vitality. Upon exiting the arena, Loki made his way directly to the Summil Mountains, recognizing it as the ideal locale for unrestrained flight in Asgard. The city of Asgard possessed a flight control system, allowing for stationary flight. Loki surmised that flying within the urban confines would not bode well for him. Upon reaching the Summil Mountains, he infused the fire god boots with his fiery power. With this propulsion, the boots carried Loki skyward, transforming him into a streak of light, leaving only a sonic boom in his wake. Given Loki's remarkable physical prowess, the notion of excessive speed causing bodily harm was utterly inconsequential. In less than 10 seconds, Loki circumnavigated the entire Summer Mountain range, returning to his original position amidst a resounding sonic boom. According to the specifications outlined by Hilwin, these boots could achieve a maximum velocity of 5 times the speed of sound, which was more than adequate for Loki at this moment. He marveled at the convenience of technology, relying solely on magic and the power of the god of fire. How long would it take him to reach such heights? Having completed his experiment with the fire god boots, Loki prepared to return home for some much-needed rest, having spent the entire day acclimating to the flight footwear. Upon arriving home, Loki intended to retire to his chamber, but was momentarily taken aback when he found the door obstinately closed. A closer inspection revealed that someone had sealed off his bedroom from within, even activating the protective magical barriers. What the hell? Who is in my room? Has my home been burglarized? Loki stood in stunned disbelief. The defense system of his residence had been personally devised by Loki, incorporating not only magical wards, but also a comprehensive security system procured from the Academy of Sciences. Therefore, even he could not breach the barriers from the outside. With no other option, Loki sought out the guard stationed at the entrance. Do you know who is in my room? He inquired. The guard, engrossed in his phone, was startled by Loki's question and quickly responded. Your Highness, it was the Crown Prince who entered your chamber yesterday, and he has yet to emerge. Thor, Loki exclaimed, his frustration mounting as he noted the guard's affirmative nod. Why did you not prevent him from entering my room? The guard, bewildered, replied, I have never stopped him before. Yet he answered earnestly, it was beyond my ability to intervene. Forget it. Loki sighed in resignation. He was well aware of Thor's temperament, once determined to go somewhere. Even Odin could not deter him. Now, he found himself without a place to rest. Was this some form of cosmic retribution? After seizing Thor's training grounds the previous day, Thor had retaliated by claiming his bedroom. Loki smacked his forehead in exasperation, realizing he should have anticipated this. Sif, knowing about his Yggdrasil, would undoubtedly have informed Thor. His own negligence had led to this predicament. Indeed, Thor had learned about the life tree Loki had cultivated from Sif, though he had not taken it to heart. However, after acquiring the method to integrate divine power into his own being, which Loki had cunningly extracted from the training grounds, Thor had suddenly recalled this information, leading to the current situation. It must be said, vengeance is not absent. It merely awaits its opportune moment, with nowhere else to turn. Loki contemplated his situation and suddenly remembered that his 1,000 elite warriors had recently arrived, a contingent he had yet to inspect. Upon this thought, Loki hastened towards the training grounds, and within a few strides, he arrived. Upon his arrival, he observed 1,000 divine guards engaged in their routine drills. This sight brought him great satisfaction. Despite his absence for several days, the guards had not slackened their practice. As Loki appeared in the training area, there was no need for announcements. The guards immediately noticed him. The captain, upon recognizing Loki, bellowed for the entire unit to assemble and form ranks. The guards exhibited exceptional discipline, quickly aligning themselves into an orderly formation, a feat not easily achieved even by those unfamiliar with military protocol. The captain approached with purpose, saluting Loki and reporting, Your Highness, all 1,000 fireguard are present and accounted for. Please give your instructions. Loki regarded the captain, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the formality, pondering whether such strict adherence to protocol was truly necessary. Are you the captain? What is your name? Loki inquired, observing the captain's serious demeanor. Having never served in the military, he found it challenging to adapt to such rigid customs. In response to Loki's inquiry, the captain replied, Your Highness, I am the captain of this guard, and my name is Muse. Let us speak more casually. Addressing me as Your Highness adds unnecessary pressure. You may simply call me boss. Loki suggested, eyeing the captain's solemnity. Boss, Your Highness, that would contravene protocol. Muse declined Loki's suggestion with conviction. Protocol? You dare speak of protocol to me? Here, I set the rules. Loki retorted. After a moment of contemplation, Muse conceded, Indeed, boss. Very well, you are the boss. Your word is law. Muse agreed with straightforwardness, acknowledging that he served the prince's guard, not his own. Pleased with Muse's change of address, Loki patted him on the shoulder, stating, Now that's more like it. Show me my guards. Muse led Loki to the neatly arranged ranks of guards. Observing their disciplined appearance, Loki proclaimed, Today, the burning pirates, are officially established. With this declaration, Loki dramatically altered the tone of the Divine Guards, steering it into unfamiliar territory. Chapter 35. The Demon from Hell. Summon me, and I shall grant your wishes, slay your enemies. The only price is your soul. Summon me. In a cell within the Mauthausen concentration camp, a ragged woman suddenly awoke from her dream. Another dream, she thought. Demons? How could such creatures exist? Germany is the true demon. Clutching her child tightly, she reflected on her life. I am Sylvia, hailing from a modest Austrian family, blessed with a loving husband, a delightful daughter, and a farm of moderate size. Rearing dozens of cattle and hundreds of sheep, living a life of happiness and contentment. However, all is now in ruins. The Germans have arrived, soaring through the skies in their aircraft, armed with cannons, rifles, and curved blades, invading our homeland and mercilessly slaughtering our kin. Under the onslaught of those barbaric machines, the town of Alvis has been obliterated, leaving behind only a pair of ruins. There is no longer a charming little town filled with laughter and joy. Nor is there the farm named after me, my husband's legacy. My husband bravely resisted the vile German invasion of our home, but ultimately fell victim to those heartless beasts who took his life and severed his head. My daughter and I have been imprisoned in this concentration camp they call Mauthausen. I can never forget the look in my husband's eyes as he perished, an expression brimming with love for me and our child. I see no hope for tomorrow. I long for death, to be reunited with my husband, yet I cannot, for my daughter still needs me. If I were to die, what would become of her, who has already lost her father? Recently, I have been plagued by dreams of a demon with twisted horns, engulfed in flames, beckoning me to summon him, claiming he can grant my wishes. It seems my yearning for my husband has conjured illusions. Demons, how could they possibly exist? If there is a hell, then surely these beasts should be condemned to it, rather than my beloved husband perishing while my daughter and I languish in this camp. I must not die. I must protect my daughter, the only gift my husband left me. She is so lovely, so enchanting. I wonder if I will ever see her grow up. My husband loved me and adored our daughter. He would never forgive me for abandoning her. Thus, for the sake of my daughter, I must survive. The next day, as the sun streamed through the barred window, the cries of children awakened a woman named Sylvia. Sylvia opened her eyes, reflecting on yet another recurring dream. Demons, do you truly exist? She pondered before unfastening her garments to nurse her child. Suddenly, the iron door swung open, and golden sunlight flooded the room. Yet to Sylvia, the warm rays felt chilling and oppressive. As she observed several intruders, she clutched her daughter tightly and, trembling with fear, demanded, "What do you want from us?" One of the shorter figures spoke first. "Let me just state, there's a baby here. I cannot be mistaken." He continued, "All right, take this little brat back. The doctor is awaiting, and we are in desperate need of recent subjects. Didn't he expect to find one hidden here?" A taller figure reached out to seize Sylvia's daughter. Upon witnessing these beasts attempt to grasp her child, Sylvia resolved not to let them succeed. Clutching her baby fiercely, she shouted defiantly, "You brutes! Dare not lay a finger on my child." However, how could Swervia possibly contend against several burly men? After struggling for a while, her child was ultimately snatched away. One must never underestimate a mother's resolve. As Swervia witnessed her child being taken, a feral glint akin to that of a wolf flickered in her eyes. She lunged forward, sinking her teeth into the ear of the man clutching her child, severing it cleanly. The sudden pain caused him to release his grip, and the child was on the verge of plummeting to the ground. In a desperate bid, Swervia relinquished her hold on the man, intent on reclaiming her daughter. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of her head, plunging her into darkness. It was another brute who had struck her with the butt of a gun, rendering her unconscious. The man who had lost his ear wore a vicious expression, and with a kick, he sent Swervia crashing against the wall, leaving a trail of blood on her forehead. "Damn, filthy wretch. No one is to treat her, nor to provide her with food. Let her bleed to death or starve. Take this little beast back. I'll dismember her." The man roared in rage. As he spoke, several men grasped Swervia's child and exited, sealing the iron door behind them. In the cold, damp room, only the unconscious Swervia remained. Hours later, she awoke with a heart-wrenching cry. "My daughter, you beasts!" In a frenzied lament, she called out for her daughter. "Return my daughter. Klaus, I'm so sorry, our daughter is gone. Damn those brutes." After a while of hoarse outcries, exhausted, Swervia paused, noticing her own blood seeping away. She realized her time was limited. "Damn those fiends. I will drag you to hell. You demons, if you can vanquish everyone here, take my flesh, take my soul. Avenge my daughter, it is all yours, demons." Swervia had lost her sanity. She bit in her own wrist, letting her blood flow freely, indifferent to the pain. Using her blood, she began to draw upon the floor of her cell, bewildered by the sheer volume of her own lifeblood. Swervia sketched a complex sigil, etched in her dreams, drawing forth a connection between hell and the earthly realm, a magical circle summoned through blood and soul. Upon completing the sigil, Swervia lay in its center, murmuring, "Flames of hell, arise. Sargeras, demon from the abyss." She offered herself as a sacrifice, flames erupting as hellfire consumed the magical circle, and concurrently, it also engulfed Swervia herself, lying within the confines of the spell. The flames blazed ever brighter, and Swervia's eyes sparkled with increasing intensity. Despite the dire circumstances, Swervia clung to consciousness, yearning to witness the demon exact revenge for his daughter. At that moment, above the magical circle, where the flames roared, the void suddenly twisted, and a figure emerged from the abyss. First, there were hooves resembling those of a goat, followed by a formidable body crowned with twisted horns, a demon from the depths of hell. The demon struggled fiercely, caught between realms, with the forces of dimensionality tearing at him, and the earth's barriers preventing his arrival in the mortal realm. Yet, having been summoned by Swervia, the demon would not be thwarted by such obstacles. At last, he broke free from the constraints of space and stepped forth from the void. Ignoring Swervia, the demon planted himself firmly and swiftly inscribed a teleportation circle. Unlike mere mortals, demons possess unique magic and did not require their own blood for the inscription. Upon completing the magical circle and infusing it with power, it glowed brilliantly, distorting the space and tearing open a black hole. From this rift emerged another figure clad in golden and green battle armor, draped in a green cloak, and adorned with a horned helmet. This was a human. As the figure emerged, the demon turned to address him. "Fair lady, you have summoned me with flesh and blood, offering your soul as the price. What is your desire? The infernal demon Sargeras shall fulfill it." Swervia disregarded the newly arrived figure, fixated on the demon as she commanded. "Annihilate all who reside here, for my daughter. Let them pay for her. Let them accompany my husband to the grave. Your wish shall be granted, beautiful lady. You have made a most advantageous bargain, and you shall witness the fruition of your desires," the demon replied. With a swift motion, Sargeras seized Swervia's soul. Despite the iron gates of the prison, they posed little challenge to a demon of his caliber. In a flash, Sargeras, gripping Swervia's soul, appeared outside the concentration camp, unfurling his bat-like wings to take flight. Exposed before all, Sargeras stood in stark contrast to the familiar tales of demons that haunted Western folklore, tales of princes wielding swords to vanquish demons and rescue princesses. Yet, when a demon stepped from the realm of fantasy into reality, all that remained was sheer terror. What is this? A monster? A demon from the depths of hell? Almighty God, why is this demon here? The onlookers gaped in horror as Sargeras addressed the frightened assembly. Turning to Swervia, he proclaimed, "Fair lady, I shall now fulfill your wish. Burn, sinners, accept the judgment from hell, and sacrifice your souls to the great Sargeras. Burn." The entire concentration camp was engulfed in raging flames, and no soul could withstand the searing inferno of hell. All who inhabited that place were reduced to ashes amidst the fire. As a gentle breeze swept through, not a single shadow remained in the camp. With a mere wave of his hand, Sargeras made all the souls hovering above the concentration camp vanish, claimed by the flames of the demon himself. Turning his gaze toward the soul of Sylvia in his grasp, Sargeras proclaimed, "My dear lady, your wish has been fulfilled. Our transaction is complete." Within Sylvia's eyes, there resided neither sorrow nor joy, only an overwhelming silence. "Daughter Klaus, I have avenged you." Though she could not utter a word in her spectral form, Sylvia conveyed her intent through the clarity of her gaze. Sargeras released his grip upon her, and flames ignited around Sylvia, slowly consuming her essence. Sylvia had summoned Sargeras to exact vengeance for the deaths of her daughter and husband, and in fulfilling her desire, Sargeras claimed her soul, a testament to the immutable law of equivalent exchange in the cosmos. Chapter 36, The Burning Flame. Endless wars and victories echoed through the realms, elevating the renown of Loki and Thor, their names resonating throughout the 9 realms. Thor and his legion were hailed as the roar of thunder, for his tactics were singular, an onslaught that struck like thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of his foes. Regardless of the adversary that lay ahead, they were to be shattered without hesitation. Absolute force could surmount any obstacle. Conversely, Loki and his legion were known as the smile of the fire god. Loki firmly believed that war was an art, a clash of wits. He frequently employed diverse strategies, weaving an intricate tapestry of tactics on the battlefield, effortlessly vanquishing one enemy after another. No one knew the depths of the schemes concealed beneath Loki's smiling facade, thus earning him the moniker of the Fire God's Smile. Centuries of relentless warfare had spread the names of Loki and Thor across the cosmos, even reaching the ears of distant planets, where the two indomitable princes of Asgard were known. For Asgard, having their prince rise to become an invincible god of war was a source of immense pride. Thus, every time news of victory was heralded, they celebrated spontaneously, cheering for their beloved princes. The remarkable achievements of his sons filled Odin with growing satisfaction. They were the heirs he had chosen, and time had affirmed his decision was wise. Their endeavors were nothing short of perfection. Witnessing such excellence in his sons, Odin indulged in a rare drink, becoming intoxicated as he extolled their virtues to Frigga, a tale later recounted by a maidservant in Frigga's company to Loki. Yet, even for Loki, who reveled in the chaos of battle, there came a time of weariness. Centuries of conflict had dulled his interest, transforming war into a mere obligation, a task that must be undertaken. After 7 centuries of enduring conflict, Loki approached Odin with a request to withdraw from the battlefield. Odin acquiesced, recognizing that prolonged warfare can wear on anyone, especially since his son had performed admirably. Following Odin's consent, Loki leveraged the military accolades he had amassed over the centuries to procure several ships from the Academy, assembling a fleet. Accompanied by his fiery warriors, he vanished from Asgard, a departure that Odin did not impede. On the day of Loki's 1000th birthday, the legion known as the Smiling Fire God and its leader disappeared from the battleground of Asgard, while simultaneously, a band of star pirates named the Burning Star Raiders emerged in the cosmos. Contrary to the typical pirate's penchant for plunder, this group was more inclined towards exploration throughout the universe. Many mistakenly believed that their apparent lack of aggression stemmed from weakness, and the sight of their pristine vessels stirred the ambitions of others. However, they gravely misjudged the capabilities of these star pirates. When an attack was launched, the assailants quickly encountered despair as a robust laser cannon pierced through the ranks of the plundering alliance. 1,000 formidable warriors clad in battle attire boarded their ships, executing a one-sided massacre without mercy. This conflict resulted in the complete annihilation of 5 renowned pirate crews, and a planet involved in the raid was shattered into oblivion by the main battleship's devastating beam. This battle not only solidified the prowess of the Burning Star Raiders, but also clarified their modus operandi, brutal and unyielding. A life-sustaining planet was obliterated merely because its inhabitants had dared to strike against them. Following this confrontation, no one dared to challenge the pirates, who continued their explorations across the universe, leaving their mark upon every relic they encountered. Chapter 37. The Fire God of the Abyss. After departing Asgard with his 1,000 divine warriors, Loki finally realized his long-held ambition of establishing a pirate crew. He named his newly formed band the Burning Star Raiders. For as the god of fire, he was destined to ignite. After a millennium as a prince, he had no desire to emulate other pirates through plunder. As a prince of Asgard, he lacked the need for the trivial spoils of theft. Yet, to his surprise, his non-piratical approach was perceived as weakness, attracting predators who regarded him as easy prey, eager to take a bite. Having spent 700 years on the battlefield, Loki understood a crucial truth. To resolve matters once and for all, one must confront challenges with unyielding resolve. Surviving on the battlefield, Loki and his 1,000 warriors had long forgotten the meaning of mercy. If it existed at all, it was reserved for the people of Asgard, not their enemies. They decisively crushed and exterminated 5 pirate crews, subsequently annihilating a life-sustaining planet involved in the conflict. Loki, through his actions, demonstrated to all that his Burning Star pirate crew is not an enticing morsel. Those who dare to take a bite must be prepared for shattered teeth. Fire, a harbinger of destruction, consumes all in its path, never embodying tranquility. Consequently, it became evident that no one foolishly sought to provoke the Burning Star pirates. As they roamed the cosmos freely, onlookers turned a blind eye. After all, they never engaged in plunder, and no one was sharing their bounty, so they let it be. Untroubled by disturbances, the Burning Star pirates embarked on a life of adventure. Ancient ruins, enigmatic star realms, and worthy places of exploration bore witness to their passage. Occasionally, they accepted employment contracts, earning substantial commissions, though some ill-intentioned individuals sought to eliminate them and seize all their possessions. In truth, Loki's relentless quest through the ruins was driven by his desire to uncover the Power Stone and the Soul Stone. Yet, regrettably, he found neither. Although he had seen the films, Loki, with the temperament of his previous existence, merely absorbed the overarching narrative, paying little heed to minor details. Moreover, after a millennium, the memories of his former life had nearly faded away, leaving him with the recollection that both the Power Stone and the Soul Stone could be found within ruins. Alas, despite scouring every known site, he came up empty-handed. Nonetheless, the Burning Star Pirates did not leave empty-handed. Their explorations yielded numerous treasures, such as the stellar core left in the wake of a supernova, suitable for crafting exceptional weaponry, as well as unknown mysterious metals, formidable arms, and technological marvels. In one particular ruin, Loki discovered the remains of a demon from a bygone era, still emanating immense power. After extracting the lingering energy from the demon's corpse with his equipment, he and his 1,000 loyal guardians refined and absorbed it, resulting in a significant enhancement of their abilities. One can only imagine the formidable strength of the corpse's original owner. Additionally, they acquired a colossal sword, but due to its size and incompatible attributes, Loki sold it to a cosmic collector, thus rendering the Burning Star Pirates instantaneously wealthy, never again lacking for silver. According to the collector, the sword once belonged to a deity from the previous universe. Numerous similar instances followed, as the powerful Burning Star Pirates ventured into perilous territories, naturally reaping generous rewards. However, as the saying goes, those who frequently walk by the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet. 2 centuries ago, during an expedition in a temple, Loki stumbled upon a striking demon statue. Initially, it failed to capture his interest, as he was not enamored with such ornate decorations. Yet upon touching it, he unexpectedly sensed an energy within the statue. Driven by excessive curiosity and lacking proper safety measures, Loki recklessly attempted to draw forth this energy using his own power. As a result, an explosive surge of energy rent the void, opening a spatial gateway that drew Loki into its depths. The Celestial Guardians, caught unawares, could only witness his abrupt disappearance, as the portal vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Despite their fervent efforts to probe the statue, they could not reopen the same conduit of transport. With their leader lost, the Guardians were left with no choice but to remain in place while dispatching word to Asgard, imploring King Odin to devise a means of assistance. Soon, Odin's response arrived, assuring them that Loki was not in peril, merely transported to an alternate realm, which alleviated the concerns of the anxious assembly. However, even Odin could not venture into the other realm at will to retrieve Loki. The rules forbade it. And considering the multitude of dimensions, no one could ascertain where Loki had been sent. Thus, they were left to wait, comforted by the knowledge that his life was not in immediate danger. Upon regaining consciousness, Loki found himself within an ancient ruin, specifically that of a demon. After considerable effort, he managed to navigate his way out of this desolate place, only to gaze upward at a crimson sky devoid of sunlight. Uncertain of his surroundings, he attempted to contact Moose using his star communicator, only to discover that there was no signal. Wandering through the sulphurous terrain, Loki's realization dawned that he had inadvertently descended into Hell. Hell existed in a dimension distinct from the mortal realm, and Loki was wholly ignorant of the coordinates positioning the current world within the multiverse, rendering him hesitant to traverse carelessly for fear of becoming ensnared in the chaotic currents of time and space. Unlike other realms, Hell was intertwined with the multiverse, and should Loki falter, he might never find his way back. Truth be told, Loki was acquainted with numerous demons of this infernal domain, even several demon lords. Yet, he would never seek them out, for their paths had crossed on the battlefield during centuries of war, in which Asgard had clashed with Hell. The demons had attempted to breach the mortal realm through a spatial rift that lay within Odin's dominion. Consequently, Loki had fought alongside the Guardians in that conflict and emerged victorious, earning the ire of the demons, who would relish the opportunity to exact revenge upon him. Realizing his predicament, Loki transformed into a lesser demon and roamed the depths of Hell, seeking a passage back to the material world. During his wanderings, he encountered the relentless pursuit of other demons. However, he deftly dispatched all who sought to harm him. This, in turn, exposed his true identity to a demon lord, who then pursued him with his legion. Although Loki could not best the demon lord in combat, he possessed the power of magic and the strength of the fire god, enabling him to evade capture with relative ease. Eluding his pursuers, Loki continued his aimless journey, desperately searching for a route back to the mortal realm. For 2 long centuries, he found no path leading home. Loki understood that the demon lords must possess knowledge of a way back to the material world, yet he had never sought them out. In the past, demons predominantly manifested through projections, luring others with their beguilement, with only occasional dimensional rifts appearing. Never had it been heard that demons invaded the mortal realm in corporeal form, for there exists a barrier between dimensions. Moreover, while demons possess the ability to seduce individuals across dimensions, Loki lacked such a power, thus relinquishing that notion. He could only proceed step by step, persistently seeking a path to the earthly realm. This pursuit continued until a little over 5 months ago, when Loki stumbled upon an injured fire demon in the demon forest. After some negotiation, the demon consented to serve Loki as its master, entering into a pact, provided that Loki healed its wounds and enhanced his own abilities. Initially, Loki did not intend to acquire a method to reach the earthly realm through this demon. He merely sought to form a contract with a demon to learn dark magic, ensuring he would not be consumed by dark energy. Utilizing dark magic incurs a backlash of dark energy, which poses a significant danger to Loki. A moment's inattention could affect his will. Conversely, for demons, dark energy serves as a tonic, augmenting their strength and fostering their growth. Loki utilized a drop of ancient demon blood, obtained from a prior ruin, to heal the demon, subsequently sealing the pact. It was only after the contract that Loki learned the demon's name was Sargeras, a fire demon who had sustained grievous injuries in a battle against a major demon for the title of Demon Lord, subsequently retreating to this demon forest. Loki's excitement surged upon hearing that the demon had failed in the contest for the Demon Lord, realizing he had stumbled upon a treasure. It is worth noting that only formidable demons are eligible to contest for the lordship. Had Sargeras not been wounded, Loki would have stood no chance. Sargeras expressed keen interest in the blood Loki provided, and, upon learning it was sourced from a ruin, refrained from further inquiry, for such relics are both rare and irreplaceable. During their conversation, Sargeras learned of Loki's desire to venture into the earthly realm and offered to assist him in this endeavor. Loki, exhilarated by the prospect, eagerly inquired about the method. Sargeras revealed that a war was currently erupting in the mortal realm, with countless souls crossing the barrier into hell each day, rendering the interface barrier exceedingly fragile. Sargeras proposed that he could seduce a mortal to sacrifice their soul, using flesh and blood as a conduit, while Loki would employ magic to aid in pulling Sargeras into the earthly realm. Once in the earthly realm, Sargeras would establish a magical circle, summoning Loki to his side through their pact, thus allowing Loki to reach the mortal plane. After careful consideration, Loki deemed this plan feasible and agreed. However, finding a human willing to sacrifice their soul and burn their flesh would prove challenging. Sargeras promptly noted that with the current war, many rational beings have been driven to madness, presenting an opportunity to exploit their weakened state. Having been tempered by the crucible of war, Loki perceived nothing amiss. The world, after all, has always been governed by the law of the jungle. Thus, in the ensuing days, Sargeras, utilizing his own methods, sought to ensnare the desperate souls of humanity within their dreams, endeavoring to compel them to summon him. To amplify the effectiveness of this endeavor, Loki encouraged Sargeras to cast his net wide, seducing numerous targets. It became evident that, even in the throes of despair and facing death, few were willing to barter with demons. Consequently, over the course of 5 months, Silveria emerged as the sole successful individual in this grim undertaking. With Sargeras' assistance, Loki ultimately emerged from the depths of hell, arriving at this concentration camp. Chapter 38, Ancient One. After concluding his cosmic communication, Loki conveyed his return to all, rebuffing the request from the god guards to escort him back to Midgard. It was not that Loki harbored any reluctance to return to Asgard. Rather, he felt an obligation to address certain matters. Although the world had transformed, history remained on its predetermined course, and it was fortuitous for him to arrive on this planet at this juncture. Some tasks awaited his attention. Upon ending the cosmic call, Loki finally noticed Sargeras standing behind him, awaiting his presence. Has your transaction been completed? Loki inquired, gazing at Sargeras, who stood with arms crossed. Without hesitation, Sargeras nodded affirmatively, confirming the completion of their pact. This traversal of dimensional barriers was no trivial feat for Sargeras. Without Silveria's sacrifice of her soul to act as a tether, he would not have been able to cross over. Thus, the transaction was imperative. Acknowledging Sargeras' response with a nod, Loki signaled his understanding. What are your plans now? Will you return to hell directly, or will you linger in this realm for a while? Given your inheritance of ancient demonic blood, vanquishing an ordinary demon lord should pose little challenge for you, correct? After a moment of contemplation, Sargeras replied, My lord, do you not require my guardianship? Loki chuckled softly, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he regarded Sargeras. Guardianship? Here in Midgard? I hardly need someone to look after me. Besides, can you even care for others? You are a demon, after all. Now, speak of your intentions. Sargeras pondered briefly before responding. If you require no guardianship, then I shall take this opportunity to gather some souls. It is rare for a demon of my stature to traverse dimensional barriers. Loki considered this, finding no objection. Very well, but do exercise caution. Midgard is home to formidable beings, such as the Kamatage. Conceal your aura as best as you can. Do not allow those mediocre sorcerers to capture you. There is no need for concern. Demons cannot indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Demons are bound to sow discord, and even I, a great demon, am prohibited from recklessly taking the lives of ordinary mortals in the realm of Midgard. This is dictated by the cosmic laws. Nevertheless, I shall remain vigilant. For this time I have manifested in my true form, and should I be vanquished, it would indeed be my end. After contemplating, Sargeras spoke again. Very well, but do take care not to bring about your own demise. I am counting on you to establish the Burning Legion. Here, take this sword, which I acquired from an ancient ruin. Although it possesses the fire attribute, it is evidently ill-suited for me. I bestow it upon you. It may enhance your prowess. As he spoke, Loki produced a massive sword from his wristband and handed it to Sargeras. The sword was entirely obsidian, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, with a wide blade that resembled a door panel. Placed anywhere, it appeared larger than Loki himself, hence his assertion that it was not fitting for him. However, for Sargeras, as a formidable demon, Loki believed this sword was quite appropriate. Sargeras did not refuse. He accepted the ebony giant sword, wielding it with one hand and demonstrating its balance with a flourish. Thank you, my lord. This is indeed well suited for me. With this sword, my strength will increase by no less than 30%. Observing Sargeras wield the door-like sword with vigor, Loki felt a strange discomfort, akin to watching someone brandish a mere door panel for display. This style was evidently ill-fitted for him. He continued, as long as it proves useful, I shall feel more at ease with your enhanced strength, for you are to assist me in establishing the Burning Legion. The notion of forming the Burning Legion was originally proposed by Sargeras himself, who, as a member of the fire demon lineage, contemplated selecting some of his kin to forge this legion after pledging fealty to Loki. Upon hearing this, Loki readily agreed, and regarding the demon's difficulty in traversing dimensional barriers, Loki asserted that as long as he wielded cosmic magic, spatial barriers posed no issue. He had never contemplated the possibility of failure in acquiring the cosmic cube. After exchanging a few words with Sargeras, he departed with the colossal sword in hand. Watching Sargeras leave, Loki too intended to depart and attend to his own affairs. However, as he stepped forward, he suddenly halted, looking up at a particular point in the void and addressing it. Agamotto, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to provoke me? No sooner had he spoken than the space around Loki began to shift. Once the spatial distortion stabilized, he found himself in an alternate dimension. Without needing to speculate, Loki recognized the presence of the one responsible for this. It was no ordinary individual who could so effortlessly draw him into a mirrored realm, a feat even he could not accomplish. Nonetheless, Loki remained unfazed. Setting aside the fact that he was a prince of Asgard, he held no fear of Agamotto. For the depths of Asgard's power could not be easily matched by mere magic, especially not borrowed strength. Esteemed Prince of Asgard, you have misinterpreted my intentions. I have merely come here to engage in a brief conversation with your highness. As the voice resonated, a figure approached Loki, a bald woman clad in a yellow monk's robe, gracefully wielding a folding fan. Ancient One, I ponder, when was our last encounter? 6 centuries ago, during the rift in the dimensional barrier that allowed demons to invade. It was you who sought our aid in Asgard, if my memory serves me correctly. Indeed, your highness, you are not mistaken. I'm deeply grateful for all that Asgard has done for our Earth. Had it not been for Asgard's intervention against the demons, our world would likely have succumbed to their grasp. The Ancient One replied nonchalantly. Gratitude is not merely a word to be spoken. I have never truly felt your appreciation for Asgard's efforts. After we aided you in repelling the demons, you insisted we vacate Midgard immediately and even sought my father to relinquish Midgard from Asgard's dominion. My father, in his benevolence, acquiesced to your request. But I'm not as merciful as he. I consider it an act of grace that I did not lead an assault on Midgard. Loki's demeanor was far from cordial as memories of centuries past ignited his ire. Loki's anger was not without foundation. 600 years prior, when the dimensional rift opened and demons invaded Earth, the Ancient One had sought Asgard assistance. Odin consented and dispatched Loki and Thor to aid in the defense. Despite their arduous efforts to repel the demons, The Ancient One demanded that they depart Earth immediately and petitioned Odin to sever its ties to Asgard. For reasons unknown, Odin acquiesced. Loki had long harbored resentment over this matter, feeling that their sacrifices had gone unrecognized and that Asgard had lost its hold over Midgard. Even in his previous life as an ordinary Earthling, he bore no fondness for the Ancient One. Look at you, after 6 centuries. 600 years ago, you liberated Earth from Asgard's grasp, and I had hoped for greater outcomes. Yet, behold your current state. You teeter on the brink of death. What means do you possess to safeguard Earth? In your quest for survival, you have even sought the power of Dormammu. Ancient One, you have descended into darkness, Loki continued, oblivious to the Ancient One's feelings. The Ancient One remained unperturbed. Prince Loki, you are correct in your assertions. However, Earth will always belong to its inhabitants. While I hold immense gratitude for King Odin's protection of our planet, it is indisputable that Earth shall not accept the rule of any external force. Loki chuckled. Humans often say that a dead duck's mouth is hard. Is that not a reflection of your kind? Nevertheless, it matters little to me if my instincts serve me, right? Dormammu is drawing near to Earth. Why do you seek me instead of attending to the dimensional barrier? Surely, you do not wish for my assistance? At this, the Ancient One's countenance shifted, her expression growing somber. You have sensed it, haven't you? I have felt it since my arrival in Midgard. Yet what relevance does that hold for me? The courtyard is no longer the domain of Asgard. Even if Dormammu drags it into the dark dimension, it is of no concern to me. Wouldn't you agree? Loki, upon hearing the inquiry from Ancient One, chuckled lightly and responded directly. Ancient One gazed into Loki's eyes and stated that due to the war, the dimensional barriers of Earth have become notably fragile, allowing Dormammu the opportunity to invade and plunge Earth into darkness. I hope that your Highness Loki can assist me in repelling Dormammu. The people of Earth will remember your aid. Huh? Loki chuckled softly. Are you not being overly naive? On what grounds do you presume that I would assist you against Dormammu? First and foremost, Earth is no longer under Asgard's dominion. Secondly, you are wielding Dormammu's power. It is a force of your own summoning. You seek my help in a humble manner when in need, yet disavow any connection the moment it is no longer required. Such individuals are the ones I detest most. I find your audacity quite remarkable. I could never utter such words myself. Moreover, how do you expect them to remember me? The last time we aided you in repelling the demons, how did you choose to remember me? My brother, a proud and arrogant rogue, and I, a cunning and malevolent knave. This is the regard you hold for your benefactor, and I dare not allow you earthlings to remember me. Who knows what calamity may ensue? Ancient One fell silent. Loki's words were undeniably true. During the last conflict, in an attempt to mitigate Asgard's influence over Earth, certain facts have been distorted. Very well, Ancient One, I have my own affairs to attend to. Do not squander my time, and I warn you, do not attempt to obstruct my endeavors, or I shall ensure you pay the price. Are you aware of the spatial bombs produced by the Asgardian Academy of Sciences? A single bomb could erase the Himalayas from the Earth's surface. I doubt you wish to test that. Your Highness Loki, is there truly no room for negotiation? Some nations on Earth now revere Odin, and I am aware of your intentions. However, those extra-dimensional entities will not pose a significant threat to Earth. I can personally intervene afterward to expel those demons. Ancient One made a final effort to persuade Loki, but it was evidently futile. Loki shook his head and replied, Ancient One, actions have consequences, and your assertion is flawed. While they may not inflict severe devastation upon Earth, they certainly will upon that particular race. After a moment's contemplation, Loki retrieved a magical seal box from his bracelet and addressed Ancient One, considering your aim to protect Earth. Do not say, I have not assisted you. This is for you. It should prove useful. But there shall be no next time. Find an heir soon, for you, the Supreme Sorcerer, are woefully unfit. Ancient One, puzzled, accepted the magical sealed box Loki handed him and opened it. Upon doing so, a rich essence of life surged forth, and after a brief glance, he promptly closed the box and resealed it. Leaves from the Tree of Life? Thank you for your generosity, Prince Loki. A single leaf from the Tree of Life suffices. As long as I can temporarily suppress the dark forces within me, I can repel Dormammu, and I dare not ask for more from the Ancient One. Indeed, Loki presented the Ancient One with a leaf from the Tree of Life. Over 3 centuries ago, Loki received a branch imbued with the essence of life from the Sumerians and nurtured it with his own hands. Now, after more than a millennium, that branch has grown into a small tree. Undoubtedly, the greatest credit for this growth belongs to Sif, who has diligently watered the Tree of Life with her natural divine powers each month, ensuring its survival and growth. Yet, even after 1,000 years, It stands merely a meter tall, highlighting the arduous nature of the tree's growth. During his last return to Asgard, Loki plucked a few leaves. For even these leaves contained rich life energy. Fearing the day he might be injured, he kept one close at hand as a precaution. Unexpectedly, he found himself giving one to the Ancient One before he could use it himself, which caused him considerable regret. There is no need for thanks. I wish to remain detached from your affairs, and I do not desire any disturbances from the people of Kamar Taj. Should anyone from Kamar Taj obstruct my path, I shall not hold back. Loki disregarded the Ancient One's expressions of gratitude, waving his hand dismissively, holding the leaf from the Tree of Life. The Ancient One refrained from requesting further assistance from Loki. Even he felt a pang of hesitation, ultimately expressing, "I appreciate your aid, your highness. I will restrain the sorcerers of Kamar Taj. If you require assistance on Earth, please inform Kamar Taj. No need for that. This arrangement suffices. However, I wonder why do you, who wield the dark forces, refrain from seeking an heir?" Loki pondered, clearly intrigued. As it appeared, this old fellow was not one to fear death. The Ancient One chuckled. "I have indeed found an heir, but it lies in the future." Loki nodded thoughtfully, remarking, "I shall not involve myself in your matters further. I have other obligations to attend to. I must take my leave." The future, Doctor Strange, Loki mused, though he chose not to dwell on it. The time stone rests with Kamar Taj, allowing the Ancient One to glimpse many events through the river of time. With that, a portal opened before Loki, who stepped through, vanishing into the mirror dimension. The Ancient One smiled as he watched Loki disappear, then closed the mirror dimension and departed himself. Chapter 39, Captain America. On September 1st, 1939, the Second World War erupted, engulfing nations from Europe to Asia and spanning the Atlantic to the Pacific. Over 2 billion people were drawn into the conflict, which covered an area of 22 million square kilometers. Incomplete statistics indicate that more than 90 million military and civilian lives were lost, with over $50 trillion squandered, marking it as the largest global conflict in human history. At the end of 1941, Japan launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, inflicting severe losses upon the United States. In response, President Roosevelt addressed Congress, seeking approval for the nation to enter a state of war and subsequently signed the Declaration of War, marking America's entry into World War II and the outbreak of total warfare. In the spring of 1942, in the Brooklyn district of New York City, towering skyscrapers loomed overhead, creating an illusion of a steel jungle. Even in the future, this place would remain one of the most vibrant cities on the planet. Though the specter of war loomed over the globe, America had already declared its involvement. Yet for the residents here, the conflict seemed distant, merely a theme echoing through the news. As dawn broke, the transition from night to day unfolded. In a shadowy alley on Glover Street, a portal suddenly materialized, and a figure emerged from the void. Loki had departed from the Ancient One and arrived here, intent on locating the future Captain America. Why seek Captain America here? Initially, Loki needed to gather information. He apprehended a local informant near a concentration camp and learned that it was indeed 1942. Yet the name of Captain America was unfamiliar to him. Furthermore, the United States had only recently declared war, leading Loki to surmise that the narrative had yet to unfold. However, with the declaration of war, he understood that the story was on the verge of commencing. Loki vaguely recalled that Steve Rogers resided in this very area of Brooklyn prior to becoming Captain America. Thus, in pursuit of cosmic magic, he resolved to seek out the future Captain America. Of course, Loki harbored no intention of aiding America in its fight against Germany. His sentiments towards Germany were not favorable, nor did he have much affection for America itself. His sole purpose in visiting was to locate Steve Rogers, for finding Captain America meant uncovering the cosmic magic he sought, a connection he deemed inevitable. As for how to find him, Brooklyn was relatively small, and locating a single individual should prove swift. Being the Prince of Asgard, Loki possessed his own unique methods of search. Just then, a group of local ruffians, having taken notice of him, began to follow. The America of this era was rife with chaos, and as an unfamiliar stranger in Brooklyn, the likelihood of encountering trouble was high. Observing the men trailing him, Loki devised a plan and led them into a secluded alley. Upon entering, he quickly set up a magical barrier, ensuring his quarry could not escape. The group followed him into the alley, encircling him as they approached. Loki stood motionless, gazing at the group of individuals encircling him. With a faint smile, he remarked, "What do you mean by this?" A man with bleached hair, clad in a flamboyant shirt and adorned with a plethora of tattoos, taunted him. "What do you mean, pretty boy? Come on, empty your pockets, and let my friends enlighten you on what that means." "I possess nothing of value, As you define it, Loki replied, a bemused smile gracing his lips, unfazed by their threats. Have you considered the repercussions of robbery? It was not that Loki found their threats amusing. Rather, he genuinely had no possessions of worth. U.S. dollars? This was his first visit to America. The last time he was here, the nation did not even exist. Gold. That was merely a building material of Asgard, and Loki saw no reason to carry bricks with him wherever he went. Moreover, the notion of these ruffians attempting to rob him was laughable. If he could not handle a few petty thugs, he, the Prince of Asgard, would not have survived to this day, having long ago perished on the battlefield or in the cosmos. Had it not been for Loki's desire to locate Steve Rogers, he would have effortlessly dispatched them. No is not a verdict you can render. One of the thugs jeered, brandishing a small knife. Consequences? What consequences? Surely you aren't referring to the law. The police in Brooklyn will not come to your aid, understood, pretty boy? After centuries of warfare and having served as a space pirate for several hundred more, Loki was not one to suffer fools gladly. Despite being an Asgardian in this lifetime, his memories of past lives were dim, yet the derogatory term pretty boy grated on him, having been repeatedly addressed in such a manner. He felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess. Act decisively had always been Loki's creed. As the tattooed thug approached with his knife, Loki bellowed, "Look into my eyes." Startled by Loki's sudden outburst, the man instinctively met his gaze. This moment proved pivotal. Upon locking eyes with Loki, he found himself ensnared by their depth and mystery. Gradually, flames flickered within Loki's eyes, surging forth to invade the thug's very soul. A spark can ignite a conflagration. A single flame kindled deep within the man's being. The piercing screams left the onlookers in shock. The flames consumed him rapidly, and soon, amidst the cries of despair, he was reduced to ashes. Only then did the crowd comprehend what had transpired, their gazes fixed in terror upon Loki. A demon. What have you done to Hank? They gasped in horror. A fiend. The hellfire, a wondrous flame, could only burn the souls of the wicked, leaving the innocent unscathed. As the god of fire, Loki was undeniably intrigued by this extraordinary phenomenon. Upon discovering this infernal flame in the depths of hell, he engaged in extensive study, ultimately gaining mastery over it after forging a pact with Sargeras, the flame that consumes souls. This marked Loki's inaugural use of the hellfire he had acquired, and he found it quite satisfactory and rather practical. Moments ago, he had employed his gaze to plant a seed of hellfire upon a certain individual who, without a doubt, was no virtuous soul, as evidenced by his brazen act of armed robbery on the street. Thus, under the relentless blaze of hellfire, he swiftly reduced to ashes. The man had erred in his previous assertions. Law was neither a consequence nor a consideration for Loki. Observe, this is the reality. Have you all come to a resolution? Loki inquired with a smile directed at the others, as if the life he had just extinguished was merely that of a fly rather than a human being. The onlookers, with terror-stricken eyes, regarded Loki with dread, exclaiming, "You are a devil." To which Loki corrected, "No, I am not a devil. I am a god, the god of fire." The distinction mattered little to them. In their eyes, Loki was undoubtedly a demon. Overwhelmed by fear, they wished to flee from his presence, seeking to escape the alley. Yet no matter how they attempted to run, they were ensnared within the magical barrier Loki had erected for their specific containment. Before long, Loki emerged from the alley, having gleaned the answers he sought. As for the others, he merely intended to test them with hellfire, and they had all succumbed to ashes. Sinners warrant no sympathy. And Loki felt no burden. With his desires fulfilled, he proceeded directly towards his destination. It was not far, merely a few steps away, but before he could reach it, an unexpected commotion arose. As he traversed another alley, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Come, let this ailing wretch witness what it means to be a man, aspiring to bask in the glory of heroes. He mused, do not underestimate me. I could fight all day. The cacophony of thunderous blows and kicks echoed, leading Loki to ponder the fate of this nation, which seemed on the brink of ruin, yet somehow emerged as the most formidable on the planet, perhaps due to the abundance of scoundrels within its borders. Loki followed the source of the clamor, not out of insatiable curiosity, but because he had just caught wind of a familiar phrase. I could fight all day. Those acquainted with Captain America would recognize this as his signature line, and Loki surmised he might have found his quarry. Upon entering the alley, he beheld a scene of several individuals engaged in combat. Loki chuckled, realizing he had indeed found the right party. While it was termed a fight to Loki's eyes, it appeared as three robust men mercilessly beating a frail, ailing figure. One individual, noticing Loki, exclaimed, "What are you staring at, you damn pretty boy?" Loki's fleeting smile evaporated, replaced by a simmering irritation. Another instance of being called a pretty boy, and by the gods, if he did not receive some respect. He would not hesitate to show them the true meaning of power. His recently found good mood, buoyed by the discovery of Steve Rogers, was abruptly shattered, and the prince's anger surged, signaling dire consequences. Kneel and apologize. I shall pretend I did not hear that insolent remark. Now at once. Oh, the pretty boy is angry. Let us witness just how he expresses his ire. A group of ruffians released Steve Rogers and advanced toward Loki. Loki was perplexed. This man was alive and well, yet seemed intent on courting disaster. As the prince of the realm of gods, his skin was naturally well protected. So why must he be labeled a pretty boy? Did they believe that growing a beard would align him with their aesthetic sensibilities? Why should such insignificant creatures dare to bare their fangs before a lion? The group approached Loki, laughing and taunting. Look at the expressionless pretty boy, still fuming. Let's teach him a lesson about this place. However, as he observed the raucous ruffians, Loki found his anger dissipating. They were but ants. Why bother with indignation? It was beneath him. As a dragon, why stoop to squabble with mere insects? Sir, you should leave. I will handle them. Suddenly, the wiry Steve Rogers rushed forward, positioning himself before Loki, facing the group. He then turned to Loki and urged, "They are thugs from this street. You must hurry away. I will hold them back." Loki gazed at Steve Rogers, who stood resolutely before him, and a smile broke across his face. Steve Rogers, Captain America, was indeed as portrayed in the films, a well-meaning, albeit misguided idealist. Yet Loki held no fondness for such individuals, even with Rogers now shielding him. As Spider-Man wisely stated, with great power comes great responsibility. Loki admired this sentiment, yet the crux lay in power itself. Only with true capability can one shoulder significant responsibility. Before him stood Steve Rogers, a frail figure, yet he fancied himself a savior of the world. Lacking any meaningful ability, he nonetheless sought to engage in endeavors far beyond his capacity. In Loki's eyes, this was not heroism. It was merely an inflated sense of pride. To rely on such a person for salvation was to endanger both one's self and others. Humans can embody kindness or malice, yet arrogance is an absolute folly. To Loki, Steve Rogers epitomized a profound arrogance. However, before Loki could express his dissatisfaction, the ruffians grew displeased first. In their eyes, the sickly lad had already been spared by their hands, yet he dared to provoke them again, seeking to make a name for himself. What are you, in your frail state, intent on defending this pretty boy? Surely, you cannot have taken a liking to him. These individuals held Steve in contempt. Had he not received enough punishment already? Indeed, Steve had overestimated his own capabilities. If he could not even stop a single adversary, how could he possibly confront three? What they failed to realize was that, in this very moment, it was Steve Rogers who was safeguarding them, a truth of which even he was unaware. This future Captain America miscalculated his own strength, standing before Loki in a manner that was decidedly unworthy. Although Steve Rogers boldly proclaimed his intent to protect Loki, he was patently too feeble. Thus, one of the men seized Steve by the neck, dragging him away to a corner where a cacophony of blows ensued. How foolish it was to await that sickly lad for protection. The remaining two men mocked Loki, remarking that the weakling could hardly safeguard himself, let alone them. Loki chuckled, pondering their disbelief, for he had indeed been protecting them moments ago. Protecting us? One of the thugs in a black jacket jeered. Look, this pretty boy is utterly terrified. Protecting us? Enough of this, another thug named Jack scoffed. Loki, give him a beating so he learns that this place is no domain for his kind. Growing weary of their antics, Loki lost interest, commanding them to look into his eyes. Startled, they involuntarily gazed into Loki's penetrating gaze. A fierce flame engulfed their bodies and souls. Help! They screamed, as it was evident that they were not virtuous souls either. Amidst the inferno, they were reduced to ashes. The sudden turn of events left the other two fighters, though it could hardly be termed fighting, as it was merely Rogers enduring a one-sided beating, dumbfounded. What have you done? What happened to Jack and Tom? Loki, noticing their terror-stricken faces, smiled and waved his hand, saying, "See, I told you that this little fellow was protecting you. You wouldn't believe me, but now what do you think? Devil." The last thug gasped, his eyes wide with fear. "What have you done to Jack and Tom, you fiend?" "Well," Loki replied nonchalantly, "as you can see, I merely subjected them to a slight trial to ascertain their virtue. Alas, they failed the test of their souls, and are, consequently, bound for the depths of hell." Loki nonchalantly shook his head and addressed them. "Now it is your turn. Look into my eyes." Indeed, Loki had directly included Steve Rogers in his remarks. Although Loki sought the Tesseract through Steve Rogers, he was not entirely dependent on him. If he could withstand the flames of hellfire, it would only serve to prove his goodness. Should he choose not to intervene, he could simply retrieve the Tesseract later. If he could not resist, he would seek out Red Skull himself, albeit with a touch more inconvenience. However, the outcome was evident. Hellfire did not ignite even a single spark upon Steve Rogers. Clearly, Steve Rogers could be deemed a genuinely good man. Goodness in this world was a rare commodity, and Steve exemplified this virtue. In stark contrast, the individual beside him was reduced to ashes amid screams. "Sir, what have you done?" Steve Rogers questioned, bewildered as to why flames erupted around those individuals without Loki lifting a finger. This defied logic. A most improbable thought crossed Steve's mind, one he found laughable. Magic? How could magic possibly exist in this world? Whether demonic or magical, such phenomena seemed far removed from the lives of ordinary people. As you can see, hellfire burns eternally in the depths of hell, a flame that never extinguishes, judging souls. As long as there is sin, none can escape the judgment of hellfire. Like you, a truly good man, this flame holds no power over you, Loki said earnestly, observing the terror in Steve Rogers' eyes. Therefore, good men always enjoy certain privileges. By the way, you are Steve Rogers, are you not? Although Loki held a low opinion of Steve Rogers' character, he could not deny that this fellow was indeed a good man. The first individual he encountered upon whom hellfire was utterly ineffective. Loki was inclined to engage him further. After all, good men always possess certain privileges, do they not? Yet, Steve Rogers thought differently. He looked at Loki and said, "Sir, whether this is magic or hellfire, you have killed someone, and you must accompany me to the police station to turn yourself in." Loki regarded Rogers, who urged him to confess, and chuckled. "Confess? But they attacked me first. If I did not retaliate, I would be beaten and robbed of everything I possess. Do you think the police would intervene? Moreover, these ruffians are often in cahoots with the local law enforcement. Justice is hardly their concern. Besides, what is American law to me? Who dares to judge me? I'm Loki, the god of fire from Norse mythology, the Prince of Asgard, the leader of the Burning Star Pirates. I do not regard Earth as police with any seriousness." "Sir, you are correct. They did intend to assault you first. However, that does not justify your actions in killing them," Steve Rogers insisted stubbornly. Loki regarded Steve, who wore a serious expression, and said, "No, you are mistaken. I did not slay them. I merely rendered judgment. It was their own inability to withstand the trial that condemned them, for they bore the weight of sin, thus subjected to the flames of hell. Just like you, facing the same judgment. You survived, so how can you claim I killed them? Wouldn't you agree? Sir, you're grasping at straws. Even if they were guilty, it is not your place to judge. They are American citizens, to be tried under the laws of a free America. You must accompany me to the police station and confess. I will explain the situation to the authorities to mitigate your punishment." Steve remained resolute in his intention to take Loki to the police station. Loki, growing impatient, maintained his composure and asked Steve, "Do you truly believe American law is just? What if those ruffians collude with the police? Will they truly act according to the law?" Steve did not respond to Loki's query and insisted, "Sir, you must come with me to the police station to confess. You have taken their lives. You owe them an explanation." Finding the conversation tedious, Loki felt he had squandered enough time and was disinclined to continue discussing with his future Captain America. In his boredom, Loki waved his hand, casting a locating spell upon Steve, then opened a portal and vanished. As Steve watched Loki disappear, he felt powerless. The suddenness of Loki's disappearance led him to believe in the existence of magic, and he silently vowed, "One day, I shall capture you and bring you to justice." Unknown sorcerer. It must be said, Steve Rogers was not only arrogant, but also quite naive. Chapter 40, Arrival in Huaxia. There exists no sorrow that can rival the melancholy of spring. It converges upon the vast sky, where tears are shed in abundance. 400 million weep in unison. Where in the world is our beloved homeland? Tansitong. In 1942, the War of Resistance against Japan reached a stalemate. The Nationalist Army was persistently deploying troops to counter the enemy's advances on the front lines, while the Communist forces continually eradicated the enemy's living strength behind their lines. The Japanese military, eager to swiftly conclude the war in Huaxia, constantly reinforced their troops, conducting wave after wave of purges. On a mountain road, dust swirled in the air. 3 Japanese trucks formed a line, advancing steadily under the guard of rows of Japanese soldiers. Following behind were dozens of Chinese civilians, herded along by armed Japanese soldiers. At that moment, the Chinese populace shared a common trait. They were gaunt and emaciated, their clothing barely covering their bodies. The Japanese soldiers treated these civilians as if they were cattle. "Move faster, you damned Chinese pigs," It is your honor to serve the great Japanese Empire. Damn those Chinese. One soldier, brandishing a rifle, struck a Chinese civilian with the butt of his gun, leaving a trail of blood. The laughter of several Japanese soldiers echoed in the air. They evidently perceived this as a game, a means to unleash their primal instincts. The plight of the Chinese populace holds no significance for them, to their eyes. These individuals are merely free labor, expendable once utilized. In their perspective, this land is abundant only in its supply of Chinese people. This Japanese platoon has just pillaged a village, seizing all resources and capturing every able-bodied individual, preparing to transport them back to construct military fortifications and camps, intended to withstand counterattacks. When the war ignites, these individuals may serve as human shields against the onslaught of bullets from the advancing squads. Despair fills the eyes of these Chinese citizens. Their concerns extend beyond their own lives to encompass their families. The Japanese forces have stripped away all provisions. And in this season of scarcity, the departure of the able-bodied rings a death knell for the vulnerable elderly, women, and children left behind. They can only numbly accept and confront the grim future that awaits them. Naturally, the Japanese show no concern or regard for their fate. Accustomed to destruction and plunder, the Japanese soldiers have long since shed any semblance of conscience. Suddenly, the vehicle at the front screeched to an abrupt halt. The commander, seated in the passenger seat of the second vehicle, shouted, "Orderly, go see what is happening." "Why have we stopped?" The orderly, responding to the command, sprinted ahead. After a brief exchange with the driver of the leading vehicle, he returned. "Report, Captain. A Chinese person has suddenly appeared on the road, blocking our path." The orderly conveyed the information he had just received to the captain. Ahead of the convoy stood a young man, gazing at the halted vehicles. No one knew how he had materialized there. By the time the Japanese noticed, he was already positioned in the middle of the road. Thus, the Japanese driver instinctively halted the vehicle, unsure of how to proceed in such a situation. They could not ascertain whether there was an ambush or something else at play. The sudden appearance of an individual was inherently suspicious. "What? A Chinese?" The commander looked at the orderly, who nodded affirmatively. "Aye, a Chinese. Are you all fools? Eliminate him and proceed." The captain's anger flared at the audacity of a Chinese man daring to obstruct the Imperial Japanese Army. "Aye, you lot, come with me." The orderly summoned several Japanese soldiers, preparing to confront the individual blocking the road. However, before they could act, the Chinese man took the initiative. A sphere of flame coalesced in his hands, compressed into a ball, and was hurled directly at the first vehicle. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted into the sky, and the fireball encountered the car without any hindrance, resulting in a catastrophic detonation. Amidst the inferno, the anguished cries of Japanese soldiers echoed as they writhed in agony. This sudden turn of events astounded everyone present, including the captured Chinese civilians. The commanding officer, seemingly aware of certain extraordinary abilities, gazed upon the scene and murmured, "A Chinese superhuman?" It must be noted that Loki bore a striking resemblance to the Chinese, with his long black hair and dark eyes, albeit with somewhat fair skin. Consequently, the Japanese soldiers mistook him for one of their own. "Charge forward. Eliminate this Chinese superhuman," the commander bellowed in fury. In his perception, while ordinary superhumans possessed remarkable powers, they were still vulnerable to firearms. However, it was evident that an unexpected twist had unfolded. He was not facing an ordinary superhuman. The flames blazed fiercely, and not a single Japanese soldier could withstand the young man's fiery wrath. In no time, the battlefield was left with only the commander standing. Trembling, the Japanese commander aimed his gun at the young man, exclaiming, "The superhuman from China, Amaterasu, will avenge us. Do not revel in your triumph for too long." The young man chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, "As long as your so-called Amaterasu dares to descend upon this land, let him come and try. I await his arrival. Now, gaze into my eyes." Suddenly, the young man shouted with intensity, capturing the commander's attention, who involuntarily looked into his eyes. Instantly, flames engulfed the Japanese commander, who screamed in agony before being reduced to ashes. As the young man observed the demise of all the Japanese soldiers, he flickered and vanished without a trace, leaving the Chinese civilians in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, one exclaimed, "The fire god has slain the Japanese. Quickly, let us gather our provisions and retreat to the mountains. With so many Japanese soldiers dead, they will not rest." Another echoed, "Indeed, the fire god has manifested to save us. We must not allow ourselves to be captured again." The crowd began to chant the name of the fire god, unaware of the young man's true identity. Having witnessed his ability to incinerate all the Japanese soldiers, They mistakenly believed him to be the fire god. In truth, he was Loki Odinson, the fire god of the Aesir, the Prince of Asgard. After departing from Steve Rogers, Loki had journeyed directly to China. His purpose was not to engage in the war against Japan, but as a former Chinese in his past life. And given that China was in the midst of its struggle against Japanese aggression, he felt compelled to witness the events unfold. Having traversed this world for over a millennium, he reflects upon his former life, which lasted but a fleeting moment. The remnants of that existence have nearly been obliterated, and he harbors no intent to annihilate all Japanese people. After all, the realms of existence have shifted. In this lifetime, he is a deity. Yet, upon witnessing the actions of the Japanese army on this land, Loki feels a surge of indignation. Observing the unfolding events, he suddenly realizes that he should take action to alleviate the suffering of the inhabitants of this land. Additionally, he wishes to leave behind the legacy of his name as the god of fire, ensuring that it spreads far and wide, thus facilitating the gathering of faith in the future, an endeavor that serves dual purposes. Although he has yet to attain the stature required to amass such faith, it is prudent to prepare ahead. During the Second World War, he contemplates joining Captain America to fight alongside him, finding the notion absurd. After all, Captain America is the champion of the American people. Loki resolves to incorporate heroes from the rich tapestry of Chinese history into his narrative. For with a population exceeding 1 billion, it is only natural that numerous superhumans exist within China. The mythological tales and historical figures of the nation warrant representation, and there is no need to follow solely in the footsteps of America. Moreover, if any readers have suggestions or grievances, they are encouraged to voice them in the review section. Chapter 41. In a quaint tea house situated in a small town, a young man reclines by the window, savoring a pot of tea while observing the bustling street outside. This individual is none other than Loki, who, after a millennium without tasting Chinese tea, finds it to be a far cry from the brews of Asgard. As he sips, his mind wanders to recent events. He has been meandering aimlessly each day, encountering Japanese soldiers and setting fire to their encampments before departing. Loki does not approach this endeavor as a mission. At over 1,000 years old, having endured countless wars and served as a star pirate, the conflicts on Earth seem trivial in comparison. He is a prince of Asgard, the god of fire among the Aesir, and the leader of the Burning Star Pirates. The affairs of these mortals belong to a realm far removed from his own. The wars he has faced include many that resulted in the extinction of entire races he himself has vanquished. His current actions are more a reminiscence of his past life, alongside a desire to gather a modicum of faith energy. Although he has no intention of achieving divinity through faith, any enhancement of his power is welcome. Furthermore, while he waits for the Tesseract on Earth, he must find some purpose to occupy his time. He is acutely aware that many seek him out, yet he has no desire to engage with them or forge connections. He has transcended to a different plane of existence. Interaction with these individuals would yield no benefit for either party. Upon reflection, Loki chose to evade them, not out of fear, but rather to avoid unnecessary complications. Possessing mastery over magic and equipped with the fire god boots produced by the Asgardian Academy, Loki was confident that as long as he wished to remain unseen, no one would be able to locate him. Suddenly, he sensed an energy fluctuation not far off. Was it magic? It didn't seem so, as he had not detected any magical elements. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate. After all, he had yet to encounter any superpowered individuals from China during his time here. With this thought, Loki rose and called for the waiter, requesting the bill. He placed a coin on the table and exited the establishment. As for the coin's origin, Loki merely shrugged, attributing it to the many Japanese adversaries he had dispatched. This was his only reward. Upon leaving the tea house, he turned into a narrow alley and opened a magical portal, vanishing from sight. A passing beggar rubbed his eyes and screamed in fright, only to faint shortly thereafter. Upon awakening, he recounted tales of encountering a ghost, but others dismissed him as mad. Unbeknownst to Loki, he had already departed the town, seeking the thrill of excitement elsewhere. Not far from the town, on a sunlit slope of a great mountain, a group of individuals was engaged in a fierce battle against dozens of Japanese ninjas. The clash between the empowered beings and the ninjas was exhilarating. Unnoticed from above, Loki emerged from behind a large boulder. Observing the chaotic spectacle below, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had he wandered into the wrong narrative? It appeared he had crossed from Norse mythology into Chinese mythology. There stood Erlang Shunyangjian, Leizhenzi, and Tu Xing's son. Wait, where was Neza? And who was that child wielding a hammer? As Loki beheld the astonishing scene below, his eyes widened in astonishment. A throng of Japanese ninjas clad in black garb, brandishing katana and occasionally flinging shuriken, were engaged in combat with several figures from Chinese mythology. The ninjas were unremarkable, yet the opposing team was nothing short of extraordinary. Among them was a tall man with a single eye set in his forehead, resembling the legendary Erlang Shun. From this eye emanated beams of green light, which appeared to possess a corrosive quality, with the verdant rays decimating patches of grass upon contact. Another figure, a hunchbacked man with wings sprouting from his back, soared through the skies, seemingly wielding lightning, manifesting it into a whip that struck the enemies below relentlessly. Additionally, there was a diminutive girl who traversed the earth as if swimming through water, effortlessly gliding through the soil. Surely, she was the fabled Tu Xing Sunday. What remains is a child, standing at approximately 1 meter tall, with dyed yellow hair. Yet, in his hands, he wields a pair of massive black hammers, which he swings with such vigor that they create a gust of wind. Loki feels as though he has stumbled into the wrong scene. However, it appears that these few individuals are not a match for the ninjas, except for the child with the hammers. The child, grasping the hammers, each the size of a grinding stone, swings them with remarkable force, creating an impenetrable defense. Neither the ninjas' blades nor their thrown shurikens can breach this formidable barrier. Moreover, the weight of the hammers is considerable. Any ninja who merely grazes them is sent flying, left bloodied and lifeless on the ground. In just a short span of time, Loki observes that nearly 10 ninjas have perished at the hands of this child. Nonetheless, Loki perceives a glaring weakness in the child. His speed is markedly slow. As long as the ninjas do not draw nearer, the child cannot pursue them, as their agility surpasses his. Among this motley crew, the child is undoubtedly the strongest. The others, however, are a sight to behold, one that is difficult to endure. First, there is the impostor of Erlang Shun, whose attacks lack precision. None of his green beams have struck a ninja. Instead, they have only served to corrupt the surrounding grass, turning it black. Without the protection of Lei Jinzi, he would have surely perished by now. Then there is Lei Jinzi, wielding lightning as a whip. Is the power of your lightning so feeble? Moreover, is this truly how one employs electricity? First and foremost, your lightning whip cannot even reach the swift ninjas. Even if it did, it would merely numb them for a brief moment before they regain their vitality. Given its lack of potency, why not coordinate with Erlang Shun? As you flit about, aside from accumulating a few shurikens, what have you accomplished? Luckily, these foes have not poisoned their shurikens. Otherwise, you would have met your end long ago. And then there is the young girl, Tu Xing Sunday. What are you doing? You were burrowing into the earth quite well, so why venture out? You merely suffered a slight mishap when a ninja accidentally stepped on your hand, and now your eyes are red with tears. Are you truly planning to weep here? This is a battle. Are you not playing with your lives? It feels as though you are courting death, jesting perhaps. A king wielding a hammer accompanied by 3 bronze warriors. This is something that even diamonds could not support, regardless of how one looks at it. You 3 appear to be older than that elementary school student wielding the hammer. How can you allow a child to defend you? Is it no shame? And that very child, just moments ago, you appeared ready to fight, yet now your eyes are brimming with tears again. If you cannot strike a ninja, then at least protect the others. Why do you incessantly pound the ground with your hammer? The earth is becoming compacted beneath your blows. Are you laying a foundation? Such remarkable abilities are being squandered in a most lamentable fashion. Fortunately, it seems these ninjas intend to capture you alive. Otherwise, you would have long since met your demise. Loki, concealed behind a tree, felt a visceral urge to shield his eyes from the unfolding battle, a spectacle far too harrowing to witness. Was this some sort of jest? A wave of compassion washed over him. If only he could possess such extraordinary abilities, his own powers would undoubtedly be enhanced by at least 50%. What a waste. Unable to endure the scene any longer, Loki resolved to intervene. After all, if he delayed, these few individuals would surely meet their demise. Chapter 42. Disappointed Loki. Loki had been observing for a while, and the combat techniques of these fighters were quite frankly excruciating to behold. As he noticed their imminent collapse, he felt compelled to act. He could not bear to watch them perish at the hands of these ninjas, as he was still quite curious about them. The fierce battle raged on. The foe Erlang Shun unleashed beams of green light, yet they proved ineffective. The counterfeit Lei Jinzi, adorned with wings, flitted about despite several shurikens embedded in his body. Meanwhile, the imitation Tu Xing Sun burrowed through the ground, only to be struck on the head, tears glistening in his eyes. In stark contrast, the child wielding a pair of massive hammers seemed vibrant and full of life. his hammers swirling through the air with a fierce momentum, showing no signs of fatigue. However, he achieved little, as the ninjas had grown wise and refrained from approaching him. Their speed too formidable for him to match. His only recourse was to use the hammers to deflect some attacks, which proved largely futile. In this moment of crisis, the protagonist's entrance was inevitable. Otherwise, the narrative could not progress, could it? Just as the situation appeared dire, Loki made his entrance, not as a singular entity, but as over 20 manifestations of himself, each placing a hand upon the shoulder of every ninja. Those touched by his presence found themselves utterly immobilized. Loki's magic, a product of his mastery in both shadow clones and illusionary arts, allowed him to create numerous phantoms, seamlessly shifting between the real and the ethereal. After a millennium of honing this craft, Loki wielded such magic with unparalleled finesse. Once all the ninjas were restrained, each avatar whispered in unison, "Hellfire, ignite." In an instant, Loki channeled the infernal flames into the very essence of each ninja, the hellfire as piercing as ever, erupting in a blaze, fueled by the sins harbored within their souls. The hellfire was insurmountable, and amidst their agonized screams, the ninjas were reduced to ash. For these nascent superhumans, the ninjas posed a formidable challenge. Yet for Loki, 20 ninjas were mere trifles, effortlessly dispatched. Standing unperturbed, he could have allowed them to strike him, and they would likely struggle to even breach his skin. The disparity in their existential realms rendered Loki's current prowess utterly unattainable for them. However, combat requires intellect. Loki detests the brutish approach of exchanging blows. To him, battle is about swiftly vanquishing one's foes with the most efficient methods. Only the deceased adversary is a worthy opponent. Notions of mutual respect are mere nonsense. The four individuals present were still in a state of bewilderment when, amidst the fray, dozens of identical figures materialized, and then the ninja perished in flames. What would they do? Stupefied amidst the chaos, Loki's disappointment in them deepened. Had he been their enemy, their momentary stupor would have sufficed for him to eliminate them multiple times over. Observing the still-dazed figures, Loki shook his head in resignation, gestured with his hand, and enveloped them all, himself included, in a spell that rendered them invisible. All that remained were heaps of ash left by the ninjas and the dark marks of the impersonator of Erlang Shun in the grass, along with the uneven terrain marred by a colossal hammer. Anyone could discern that a fierce battle had just unfolded here. Yet the beginning was clear, while the conclusion remained elusive. Loki did not venture far. He simply crossed to the other side of the mountain, where he set up a magical barrier and deposited the group. It was not fear of pursuit that motivated Loki. Rather, he found the idea of trouble cumbersome and sought to avoid it. The individuals he had cast to the ground were still in a state of confusion, unsure of what had transpired, but they soon regained their composure. Upon surveying their surroundings, it became evident that they had been removed from the site of the previous conflict. The young girl resembling the Earth Spirit was the first to speak, asking, "Who are you, and why have you brought us here?" "I must inform you that I am quite formidable." Loki, amused by the girl's bravado, could not help but playfully respond, "Such impudence. Shouldn't one introduce oneself before inquiring about another?" His naturally somber demeanor took on a stern expression, startling the girl, who appeared on the verge of tears as she whimpered. "Why are you being so frightening?" Her eyes glistened with moisture. Loki felt a pang of awkwardness. Had his appearance truly been so unsettling? "Why are you crying?" "I merely asked your name. Who are you weeping for?" Loki protested, feeling unjustly accused of instilling fear. It was then that the one resembling Erlang Shun spoke up. "I apologize, sir. Meng Meng is rather timid. Please do not take offense. May I inquire if you are of Huaxia descent?" It was peculiar that this Erlang Shun lookalike insisted on such a question, especially considering that the Japanese had recognized Loki as a Huaxiao individual due to his fluent Mandarin and dark hair. Yet, upon closer inspection, Loki's features bore a slightly Western aspect, leading to genuine intrigue. "Are you not even a human from Earth?" Loki mused, observing the peculiar three-eyed individual. It was evident that this pretender of Erlang Shun did not believe Loki's words. With a bemused expression, he remarked that if he wasn't from Earth, he might as well claim to be a celestial being. However, he unwittingly hit upon a truth, as Loki's statement was indeed genuine, yet far from credible. Loki, intrigued by the vertical eye adorning the man's forehead, inquired, "Are you called Yang Jian?" This time, the three-eyed man appeared flustered. "Sir, please do not jest. My name is Xia Zheng, not Yang Jian, and that young lady is Meng Meng, while the other is Li Fei." The two individuals nodded at Loki, but refrained from speaking. Meng Meng's gaze was fixed on the horizon, seemingly in search of the imposter Lei Jinzi. "Ah, Li Fei, truly capable of flight, Loki reflected, somewhat disappointed. I had thought he was Erlang Shun. What a letdown to find he merely bears 3 eyes. Loki's disappointment was palpable. Since this 3-eyed fellow was not Erlang Shun, then Li Fei, with his wings, could not possibly be Lei Jinzi. And the girl Meng Meng was certainly not Tu Xing Sunday. Just moments ago, Loki had been filled with excitement, but now he felt deflated, having anticipated the presence of Neza. Sir, please refrain from jesting. Those are figures from mythology. We are witches with our own abilities. Witches? Are they akin to superhumans? Or what Americans refer to as mutants? Loki queried with curiosity. Sir, I am familiar with that terminology. I have heard it before. According to your definition, you may indeed refer to us as mutants, as that is the Western nomenclature. In our country, we prefer to call ourselves witches. Loki comprehended the term, which was indeed a more fitting description than mutant, reflecting the profound depth of Chinese culture. The term mutant sounded more like a hybrid species. Loki mused that America could learn a great deal from Huaxia, particularly in the art of nomenclature. Sir, may I inquire your name? The young man named Xia Zhang asked, realizing they had spoken at length without knowing Loki's identity. Only now do you think to ask my name? You truly are quite naive. Loki chuckled. Nevertheless, after a moment consideration, he responded, you may call me Li Feng. It was not that Loki was reluctant to share his true name. Rather, his name, Loki, held little esteem on Earth, tarnished by the malevolent influence of the Ancient One, who had painted him as a treacherous villain. That reckoning would eventually come to pass. Moreover, he surmised that if he revealed his identity as Loki, they might suspect him of deceit. Returning to the matter at hand, noticing the camaraderie among the group, Loki inquired, by the way, are you part of an organization? Loki, filled with curiosity, observed that these individuals seemed to be part of the same group. Xia Zheng responded affirmatively, stating, yes, Mr. Li, we are a team of superhumans organized by the national government, specifically tasked with handling extraordinary matters and ensuring the safety of various leaders. It was evident that Xia Zheng and his companions felt a strong sense of belonging to this so-called superhuman team, their expressions reflecting a sense of pride, as if their affiliation were a matter of great honor. Xia Zheng refrained from hastily inviting Loki to join, for despite his uncertainty regarding Loki's identity, it was clear he was not Chinese. Even if an invitation were extended, it would likely fail the scrutiny of their regulations. For now, he merely hoped that Loki would not pose any trouble for them, especially since they appear to be no match for him. Loki comprehended that these individuals were indeed affiliated with a governmental organization, presumably akin to the S.H.O.D. of a later era in America. Suddenly, he remarked, your organization seems rather excessive, even accepting minors? He gestured towards a nearby child wielding dual hammers. Sir, you have misunderstood. He is not a member of our organization, and I do not recognize him. Upon our arrival, we found him engaged in combat with those Japanese ninjas. Seeing that he was also of Han descent and facing ninjas, we intended to assist him, only to discover that we were no match for those ninjas ourselves. The individuals felt somewhat embarrassed, their faces flushing as they spoke. Not a match. You were being thoroughly beaten. Loki quipped. Assistance? More like a hindrance. You arrived, and they had to protect you instead. How can you bear such shame? By the way, your organization seems quite lacking. The abilities of your members appear rather feeble, even inferior to that of a mere child. Is anyone permitted to join? Loki pondered the inadequacies of this organization. It was evident that these individuals had not undergone any combat training, yet were allowed to undertake missions. The commander's audacity seemed reckless, displaying a lack of responsibility towards these warriors. If such a department could be established, why not adequately train its members? With proper training, each individual could be as formidable as an entire army. Asgard was far superior. If one did not meet the necessary training standards, not only could they not serve, but even graduating from the Asgard Academy would be a formidable challenge. Loki mused that his own guards could effortlessly handle 100 adversaries. The thought of these individuals entering the battlefield was simply embarrassing. Before Xia Zheng and the others could respond, the child, who had been silently observing, interjected. I am not a child. I am already 18. His sudden declaration startled Loki, for the voice bore an unexpected maturity, and upon closer inspection, the child's visage did not resemble that of a typical youth. Indeed, he was not a child. Wait, 18? Are you jesting? Loki exclaimed in astonishment. Not only Loki, but Xia Zheng, Li Fei, and Meng Meng also displayed expressions of incredulity. After a brief exchange, Loki and the others began to grasp the situation at hand. Firstly, the child wielding a pair of enormous hammers is namely Tianba, a name imbued with an air of formidable power. Of course, it would be an understatement to refer to him merely as a child, according to his own words. He is now 18 years old, and thus can be considered an adult, albeit one with a rather diminutive physique that renders him resembling a youthful boy. Li Tianba is a descendant of the illustrious Zhao Wang Li Yuanba from the Sui and Tang dynasties, and his village serves as the guardian of his ancestors' tomb. From a tender age, Li Tianba exhibited extraordinary talent, displaying the ability to lift the grinding stone at the village entrance by the time he was merely 3 years old, a feat that even adults struggled to achieve. As he grew, his strength only intensified, leading the villagers to proclaim that Tianba was the reincarnation of the West Zhao Wang Li Yuanba. Although Li Tianba possessed astonishing strength, it was accompanied by an ever-increasing appetite. By the age of 3, he consumed more than 2 grown individuals, and as time passed, his food intake became astonishing. A ton of food would suffice for an ordinary family for an entire month. It is said that Li Tianba's parents ventured into business during his early years and never returned, leaving his elderly grandfather to raise him alone. However, how could a frail old man possibly satisfy Tianba's extraordinary hunger? He relied on the charity of the villagers, but in those times, even the landlords had scant provisions to spare, which meant Tianba was never truly satiated. One fateful day, at the age of 8, Tianba ventured into the mountains alone and returned dragging a magnificent tiger. Witnessing his grandson covered in the creature's blood, the grandfather was struck by a different thought and secretly devised a plan. The following day, he bid farewell to the villagers and took Tianba into the mountains. This was a desperate measure. Sustaining Tianba through meager agricultural income was untenable, and relying on the villagers' goodwill could not be a permanent solution. From that point onward, the grandfather and grandson lived in the mountains, relying on Tianba's hunting prowess for sustenance, while the grandfather occasionally descended to procure essential supplies. When Tianba reached the age of 14, he was injured during a fierce struggle with a pack of wolves due to the lack of a suitable weapon. Realizing the necessity of possessing a proper armament, he found that the iron rod his grandfather had procured was no longer adequate. Lacking familiarity with others, Tianba turned to his grandfather and expressed his desire for a weapon. Yet, as an ordinary old man, his grandfather lacked the means to fulfill such a request. However, seeing the hopeful glimmer in his grandson's eyes and understanding that Tianba rarely made demands, the grandfather resolved not to disappoint him. He turned his gaze toward the tomb of the West Zhaowang. Being a guardian of the tomb for generations, the grandfather was well aware of their ancestral lineage and knew where to find a weapon befitting Tianba. With determination, he assured Tianba that he would procure a suitable weapon for him. On a moonless night, the grandfather clandestinely excavated the tomb of Zhaowang, retrieving the famed weapon of Li Yuanba, a pair of golden hammers known as the thunderous drums. He presented these as a gift to Li Tianba, who at last acquired the weapon he had longed for. However, shortly after emerging from the tomb, my grandfather passed away. According to him, he had disturbed the spirit of the Zhao king of the Western court, thereby disrupting its tranquility, which he believed to be a form of retribution. In his final moments, he entrusted Tianba to remain on the mountain, fearing that, in his absence, his not-so-bright grandson might descend and cause mischief. He advised Tianba to stay on the mountain, where he could at least hunt and sustain himself, alleviating any concerns about his survival. Heeding his grandfather's words, Tianba remained on the mountain, living off the land through hunting, never once descending. Recently, however, a pair of Japanese soldiers appeared on the mountain where Tianba resided, discovering his treasured drum hammer. They likely perceived it as an artifact worthy of theft and approached to seize it. Upon witnessing the attempt to rob him, Tianba reacted fiercely, swinging his hammer and fatally striking the would-be thieves, though a few managed to escape, and he did not pursue them. This incident led to his current predicament of being pursued by Japanese ninjas, a deduction made by Loki. It appeared that these individuals had also discerned Tianba's uniqueness and sought to capture him alive. Listening to Tianba's account, Loki couldn't help but think how remarkably foolish it was for a complete stranger to so readily divulge such personal history, including details about his ancestral lineage. He found himself at a loss for words regarding Tianba's grandfather, who had excavated the graves of his ancestors to present their weapons as gifts, a rather peculiar family tradition. Is Li Yuanba truly a historical figure? A curious young girl named Meng Meng interjected, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Tianba's drum hammer. "May I see your hammer? Is this truly the drum hammer of Li Yuanba?" She reached out to grasp the hammer, and Tianba, accommodating, handed it to her. However, with a resounding thud, Meng Meng was struck to the ground, her forehead colliding with the hammer, leaving a mark. Loki winced at the sight, anticipating tears to follow. As expected, tears soon streamed down her face. In disbelief, Loki remarked to a colleague named Xia Zheng, "What sort of individuals are you recruiting in your department? Can someone like her truly survive on the battlefield?" Xia Zheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied honestly, "We are interns. Just assigned to the team and haven't had time for proper training. Today was meant for us to have some fun." Understanding their predicament, Loki realized they were merely novices, and thus, he could not hold it against them. But why would you approach ninjas? Isn't that courting disaster? This revelation led to a shared sense of embarrassment among them, each resolving to train diligently upon their return, considering this experience a rather humiliating one. Yet, Loki remained indifferent, as they were not his subordinates, and he felt no obligation to worry. Loki reached out to grasp Li Tianba's hammer, intrigued by the legendary figure of Li Yuanba, renowned as the greatest warrior of the Sui and Tang dynasties. It is said that he possessed the strength of 4 symbols and wielded his golden hammer, unmatched in the world. In his previous life, Loki had always admired this character. Although the hammer felt somewhat heavy, it was a mere trifle for Loki, whose strength now exceeded several thousand tons. With ease, he lifted it with one hand, leaving Meng Meng and the others in astonished disbelief. After briefly testing its weight, which seemed to be around 500 kilograms, Loki felt a tinge of disappointment. Even when combined with another hammer, it barely reached 1,000 kilograms. Observing Li Tianba's slender frame, effortlessly wielding the hammer, Loki's curiosity was piqued once more. He extended his hand, beckoning, "Come, let me see how strong you are. Pull me, and let us see if you can move me." Having just witnessed Loki lift his hammer with such ease, Li Tianba was eager to take on the challenge. "All right," he exclaimed, discarding the other hammer and seizing Loki's arm, attempting to pull him away. Though Li Tianba's strength paled in comparison to Loki's, the effort left him flushed. Yet he could not budge Loki by even a single step. Despite not moving him, the exertion astonished Loki. The force Li Tianba had just exerted was already over 50 tons. This was not a creature like the Hulk. This was merely an ordinary human. For an Asgardian, such strength was not insignificant, and for a terrestrial being, it was almost unimaginable. Loki, filled with curiosity, inquired, "With such immense strength, why wield such a light hammer?" Li Tianba scratched his head and replied, "I couldn't find anything heavier, so I had to make do with this." "Light? Are you out of your mind? This hammer is light?" Both Loki and the others were taken aback. They had initially believed Li Tianba's strength sufficient, yet here he was, unable to move Loki despite his full effort. The disparity in strength was bewildering. Intrigued by Li Tianba, Loki wondered how a human could possess such remarkable power. He invited Li Tianba to sit down and begin scanning his body with his mental prowess. Loki surmised that such extraordinary strength must stem from something exceptional. Upon a detailed mental scan, Loki was astonished to discover that Li Tianba's muscle density far exceeded that of an ordinary human, surpassing even that of typical Asgardian soldiers. However, it appeared he had long been in a state of deficiency, and his vitality was notably waning. Loki pondered for a moment, and soon comprehended that Li Tianba's physical strength was so formidable that the energy absorbed from the outside world could hardly match the demands of his body. Consequently, he was perpetually hungry. In the absence of sufficient energy intake, his bodily functions automatically extracted life force to sustain energy levels. Whether derived from external sources or internal vitality, all was utilized to maintain basic bodily functions, which hindered his growth and left him constantly famished. If this continued, Li Tianba would not survive beyond 2 years, as his life force would be depleted. However, Loki felt a stirring within him. In his current state of depletion, with life force nearly exhausted, the strength he possessed was remarkable. If he were to replenish Li Tianba's diminished vitality, how immensely powerful could he become? Loki dared not even imagine. He could potentially become a god among men. Though he possessed 1,000 divine guardians, their individual combat prowess was lackluster. Whenever he encountered a formidable opponent, he had to intervene personally, a situation unbecoming of a prince. Even the villain Thanos had his Black Order. Had he not encountered someone suitable, Loki would not have entertained such thoughts, but upon meeting Li Tianba, he felt compelled. Yet, first and foremost, he needed to persuade Li Tianba to follow him. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. Loki did not presume that a mere display of power would lead to the submission of a mighty warrior. Nevertheless, he held a firm belief in his persuasive abilities and felt confident he could convince Li Tianba. With an alluring tone, he addressed him, "Tianba, would you consider accompanying me? I can bestow upon you greater power and lead you into battle against formidable foes." Loki considered his proposition to be quite enticing. For a warrior, The pursuit of strength and the opportunity to combat powerful adversaries is a dream cherished by all, is it not? However, the response from Li Tianba was utterly unexpected. If I follow you, will I be able to eat my fill? Chapter 44, Replenishment. Will I be able to eat my fill? Will I be able to eat my fill? Will I be able to eat my fill? Before Loki spoke, he had prepared for various responses. He anticipated even a refusal. He planned to continue appealing to reason and emotion. Yet, he never imagined receiving such an answer. Those 4 words echoed in Loki's mind like an incantation, leaving him momentarily speechless. Throughout his life as the Prince of Asgard, the god of fire among the Aesir, and the leader of the Burning Star Raiders, he had always stood above others and had never contemplated that someone would question whether they could eat their fill by following him. Why not join our superpower team? We are a national agency, and we can surely ensure your sustenance. Before Loki could respond, a young girl named Meng Meng interjected. Though she was prone to tears, she was not foolish. In their encounters with ninjas, the achievements of the trio paled in comparison to those of Li Tianba alone. Now that she learned he was a descendant of Li Yuanba, she became intrigued. Li Tianba did not resemble Loki. It was evident to them that Loki was not of Huaxia descent, despite his commendable proficiency in the Huaxia language and his adoption of a Huaxia name. They dared not regard him as a true Huaxia individual. As members of a crucial security department, they would never permit non-Huaxia nationals to join their ranks. In contrast, Li Tianba was unequivocally Huaxia. There was no question regarding his heritage. If he were to fabricate such a claim, it would not withstand scrutiny. Furthermore, with his formidable combat prowess, gaining entry into their organization would be a mere formality. The inclusion of Li Tianba would not only bolster their organization as strength, but also yield substantial benefits for them as his endorsers. However, the young girl harbored ambitions of her own, and Loki found himself somewhat displeased. After all, he had taken a liking to Li Tianba, and the thought of someone attempting to usurp his interest was unwelcome to him. The young girl's aspirations appeared naive. How could she possibly hope to claim what he had already set his sights on? Loki bluntly instructed the weeping girl to return to her training and not embarrass herself further. With a swift incantation, a teleportation spell whisked them away, leaving no room for dissent. Ah, how naive these youngsters were to think they could intercept someone Loki have chosen. Moments later, a portal tore open in the air at the outskirts of the small town Loki had just departed. Xia Zheng, Meng Meng, and the others tumbled forth from the void. Before they could fully comprehend their situation, they were unceremoniously ejected from the barrier by Loki himself. Standing at the village's edge, Meng Meng blinked in confusion and exclaimed, "Wait, how do we end up here? Where are Li Tianba and Li Feng?" Before she could gather her thoughts or search for Loki and the others, Xia Zheng remarked dryly, "You wish to snatch someone from him, so naturally he cast us out. How petty. It's not like he was refusing to join." Meng Meng pouted, her face a mask of disbelief. Whether she was angry at Loki for expelling them or frustrated at her own failure to recruit someone for the organization was unclear. "All right, Meng Meng, don't be upset. Li Feng is right. We should return and focus on our combat training. We are far too weak. In the presence of true strength, we have no means of resistance. Had Li Feng not arrived today, we would have been in dire straits. With our meager skills, we stand no chance against the enemy. Thank goodness he is not our foe. He surpasses us by leaps and bounds. The ability to annihilate all the enemy ninja before we even had a chance to react speaks volumes of his power. Furthermore, it seems he possesses spatial abilities. It is uncertain how such a Western power wielder will affect us, whether for better or worse. We must report today's events to the leader upon our return." As they deliberated on their plans for returning to the base, Loki's involvement was now a matter of the past. After sending the group away, Loki turned his attention back to Li Tianba, proclaiming, "Tianba, follow me, and I shall ensure you are well fed, not just adequately, but splendidly." Li Tianba was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend how, in an instant, the individuals around him had vanished. However, upon hearing Loki's words, he quickly understood. "As long as you can satiate my hunger, I shall follow you. I am formidable and will protect you." The prospect of not only being filled, but also indulged in exquisite food made Tianba readily offer his allegiance to Loki. It was not mere gluttony. This child had endured hunger since childhood, never having had a meal that truly filled him. The notion of fine dining was foreign to him. Merely having enough beast meat to eat was a significant improvement. Yet, reflecting upon his voracious appetite, Tianba felt a twinge of doubt. "Will you truly be able to fill me? I consume a great deal." He harbored some skepticism regarding Loki's capabilities, believing that Loki might not grasp the extent of his hunger. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to abandon any extravagant hopes for gourmet meals, settling instead for the assurance of sufficient sustenance. Seeing the lingering uncertainty in Tianba's gaze, Loki exclaimed, "With me, you will undoubtedly be satiated. Do you understand what it means to be a prince of a realm? You shall never need to worry about food." Upon noticing Tianba's continued skepticism, Loki, exasperated, retrieved a bounty of food from his storage ring and laid it on the ground. "Come, taste this, delicacies from Asgard." The storage ring, crafted by the dwarves of Svartalfheim, ensured the food within would never spoil. Having roamed the cosmos for an extended period, Loki had amassed a collection of his favorite foods in the ring. The offerings to Li Tianba consisted entirely of beast meat, which contained far more energy than earthly creatures, sufficient to satiate him. Loki understood that mere food could not replenish Tianba's depleted vitality, but first, he needed to gain Tianba's trust, ensuring the boy would commit to him wholeheartedly before he could proceed with any transformation. As Tianba beheld the copious spread of food, he was so eager that he forgot to speak, shoving the offerings into his mouth with fervor. After a confrontation with ninjas earlier that day and engaging in conversation for hours, he was ravenous, his stomach pressing against his back. Faced with the food, he could no longer contain himself. Loki merely observed him eat, not interrupting. For Loki, a trivial amount of food was inconsequential. Tianba's appetite was indeed astonishing. The high-energy provisions Loki had provided were rapidly dwindling, with about a third consumed in no time. While one might argue that a third was not an overwhelming quantity, Loki himself could have made such a feast last 2 or 3 months for Tianba. It was already an impressive meal. However, Loki recognized that this insatiable appetite was merely a consequence of Tianba's depleted state. Once Loki restored his vitality, such quantities would no longer be necessary. After a hearty feast, Tianba rubbed his belly and remarked to Loki, "Though I'm still hungry, I can eat no more." This is, of course, self-evident. The sustenance consumed does not instantly convert into energy, requiring a considerable span of time. And the depletion of vitality cannot be remedied solely by food. Loki remarked, "I do not deceive you. I am a prince of a realm and can certainly ensure your fullness. So, have you given it due consideration?" At this juncture, Li Tianba readily acquiesced, declaring, "From this moment forth, you shall be my elder brother. I shall accompany you and protect you. No one shall dare to bully you." As he spoke, Li Tianba pounded his chest emphatically. To him, the rationale was simple. Since Loki provided him sustenance, it was only fitting that he safeguard Loki. Recognizing that his objective had been achieved, Loki continued, "Very well. Since you address me as elder brother, I must first replenish your depleted vitality. We cannot allow you to exist merely for a year or two. That would be an egregious loss." Li Tianba, of course, did not grasp the necessity of restoring vitality, nor did he comprehend what vitality entailed. However, he felt no need to understand. He would simply follow Loki's directives. Loki, disinclined to offer lengthy explanations, inscribed a magical circle upon the ground and retrieved a leaf from the Tree of Life from his bracelet. He felt no regret in using this, as it was intended for his own subordinates, and certainly it would bolster their combat prowess. Loki placed the leaf at the center of the magical circle and instructed Li Tianba to sit within it. Loki intended to extract the vitality from the leaf and infuse it into Li Tianba's body, compensating for the vitality he had lost. As for the reason he employed a magical circle rather than allowing Li Tianba to absorb it directly, it was obvious. Li Tianba lacked the ability to wield magic and could not utilize the leaf independently, thus necessitating this approach. "Tianba, you must remember to remain seated in this spot. Regardless of what transpires, do not leave. If you endure, you shall find sustenance at every meal." Loki refrained from promising any formidable power, simply assuring him that he would be able to eat his fill daily. Gaining Tianba's vow, "I shall remain here, immobile. You need not worry, even if it costs me my life." With this assurance, Loki activated the magical circle, extracting the vitality contained within the leaf and channeling it into Li Tianba. To the naked eye, one could observe a vibrant green energy coursing from the leaf into Li Tianba's body, which absorbed the vitality like a sponge. Loki believed he had sufficiently assessed Li Tianba's capacity, but was soon proven mistaken. He had anticipated this process would conclude within a week. However, it persisted for a full 3 months, during which Loki utilized 4 leaves from the Tree of Life before Li Tianba's body approached saturation. Loki's eyes glistened with a hint of red, for he had truly struck a bountiful fortune. He had witnessed the remarkable transformation of Li Tianba over these 3 months. The individual he had known 3 months prior was utterly incomparable to the one before him now. 3 months later, Li Tianba, seated within the magic circle, opened his eyes. Chapter 45. The Power of the Flame God General. After an elongated duration of 3 months, Li Tianba finally awoke, marking the conclusion of a protracted process. During this time, an entire 3 months were expended to replenish Li Tianba's depleted life force. However, for Loki, the longer this duration extended, the more exhilarated he became. The vitality contained within a human body is not boundless. Otherwise, Li Tianba would not have experienced such a deficit. To sustain the fundamental functions of life, his body had extracted life energy to compensate for energy expenditure. Yet, a stronger life force signifies a higher level of existence, and for Li Tianba, it also indicates greater strength. Thus, the longer Li Tianba took to restore his life force, the more thrilled Loki felt. For Loki, 3 months was an overwhelming surprise. 3 months prior, Li Tianba stood at a mere height of less than 1 meter and 20 centimeters, appearing frail and resembling an undernourished child. This was due to his insufficient intake of external energy, resulting in a depletion of life force and a lack of surplus energy to promote physical growth. However, over the course of 3 months, the external life force replenished his depleted vitality, providing ample energy for his body to flourish. Now, it was evident that Li Tianba's height had dramatically increased, soaring to over 2 meters, surpassing even Loki, and his physique was now adorned with explosive muscles, radiating a palpable sense of strength. If 3 months ago he was akin to a malnourished dwarf, now Li Tianba had transformed into a formidable warrior. He rose to stretch his limbs and took a few steps, noticing Loki's gaze fixed upon him. Approaching Loki, he bowed slightly and expressed his gratitude for his master's nurturing. As Li Tianba spoke, Loki was taken aback. "Master, are you calling me? Why do you refer to me as master?" Loki was somewhat bewildered. "Wait, what did you just call me?" Loki inquired, astonished. "Master," Li Tianba replied without lifting his head. "Why do you call me master?" Loki remained perplexed. Without hesitation, Li Tianba stated, "My master has bestowed upon me the gift of rebirth, granting me a new life. Henceforth, you shall be my master." Loki was utterly astonished. Such words could not have come from the previously muddled Li Tianba. This was a complete transformation of character. A suspicion arose within Loki. Could it be that the leaves of the Tree of Life, while replenishing Li Tianba's lost vitality, had also enhanced his intelligence? Had his previous lack of wisdom been related to his diminished life force? Loki gazed at Li Tianba and asked, "Why do you call me master? Shouldn't you refer to me as elder brother?" Li Tianba directly responded, acknowledging that he had previously acted thoughtlessly and offended his master. He expressed his desire for forgiveness, stating that his master had granted him a second chance at life, and he was willing to follow his master forever, never to betray him. Indeed, his intellect was closely tied to his vitality. Thus, as he replenished his life force, his wisdom also flourished. Loki, understanding this, said, "There is no need to call me master. You may refer to me as big brother or boss. We do not operate under a system of slavery here. You may think of me as your employer, and your allegiance is what matters. The title is inconsequential, but I must insist you refrain from calling me master." Tianba dared not overstep. His master had bestowed upon him new life, and he could not afford to offend. Loki, feeling a headache coming on, thought about how stubborn this child was, realizing that he wasn't easily swayed. The idea of a 2-meter-tall, muscular man addressing him as master was enough to make him feel despondent. Looking at the earnest expression on Li Tianba's face, Loki sighed and reiterated, "Since you are willing to heed my words, then call me big brother. Remember, all my subordinates address me this way. You must not call me master. Do you understand?" "Understood, boss. No, big brother. I will remember to call you big brother from now on." Li Tianba complied, recognizing Loki's firm stance. After all, for him, it was merely a title. That's more like it. Loki was pleased with the new designation and continued, "Tianba, have you noticed an increase in your strength? How does it compare to before?" With the title settled, Loki turned to more pressing matters. As this was his first prospective recruit, and he wanted to ensure his potential, Li Tianba clenched his fists and replied, "Big brother, I feel my strength has multiplied by dozens of times. I believe I could now strike a mountain with a single punch." Loki, observing the confidence radiating from Li Tianba, felt a sense of satisfaction, but knew a test was necessary. "All right, I will remain here. You could try to pull me, as you did before. Let us see if you can still do it." Loki positioned himself, extending his arm. Lacking a proper strength testing device, he had to resort to this rudimentary method. To his surprise, Li Tianba hesitated, saying, "How can Tianba engage in combat with Big Brother? That would be disrespectful. I cannot do that." Loki, bewildered, responded, "What do you mean? You did it 3 months ago, I just want you to do it again. Why hesitate now? 3 months ago, I was foolish. Now, how could I once more offend Big Brother? Li Tianba insisted, refusing to engage. No one is saying you would offend me. This is merely a test of your strength. If I ask you to act, you should act. Do you think I am an ordinary person with no strength? After much effort, Loki finally convinced Li Tianba. Heavens above. This was not easy, he thought, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. All right, I will proceed. Big Brother, you must be careful. Li Tianba still felt a twinge of unease. Loki gestured for him to proceed without concern for his own safety, jesting. Do you truly believe I could be injured by you? After all, I have not spent this millennium in slumber. Standing firm, Loki allowed Li Tianba to grasp his arm gently, exerting pressure cautiously, fearful of inadvertently causing him harm. With a mere fraction of strength, he could not budge Loki. Doubling his effort yielded no results. Even with 50% of his might, he remained immovable. Pushing to 80%, the stalemate persisted. Frustration began to mount within Li Tianba as he realized that despite employing nearly all his strength, he could not shift Loki even a fraction. In a moment of desperation, he embraced Loki's arm, summoning every ounce of his power. This time, Loki shifted slightly, yet promptly regained his stance. Despite Li Tianba's full exertion, Loki remained steadfast. Faced with his inability to make any headway, Li Tianba reluctantly retreated, exclaiming, "Apologies, my lord. Your strength is insurmountable. I concede defeat." However, Loki held a different perspective. He had anticipated that the vitality-enhancing Li Tianba would indeed experience a significant increase in strength, though he had not anticipated the extent of this augmentation. Loki mused that even an enhancement to several hundred tons would be extraordinary, especially considering the 3 months of effort and the absorption of 4 leaves from the Tree of Life. Yet, to his astonishment, under the influence of only 50% of Loki's strength, Li Tianba managed to exert some influence. Had Loki not swiftly amplified his own power, he would have faced embarrassment. This was merely a glimpse of the extraordinary strength gained post-rejuvenation, now that his vitality had been replenished. Continued training and sufficient energy intake would undoubtedly lead to further growth in his power. Surpassing Loki in strength was merely a matter of time. Yet, Loki was not particularly troubled by this prospect, as his path did not revolve solely around brute strength. His might was but a means for his body to adapt to the power of the fire god, beyond strength. His greatest assets lay in the divine fire within him and his mastery of magic. Thus, even if others surpassed him in raw power, it was of little consequence to Loki. What truly astonished him was whether such strength could genuinely be attained by an ordinary human from Earth. This was astonishing, verging on the divine. Loki felt fortunate to have encountered such a gem. Perhaps one day, Li Tianba might grasp the laws of power and ascend to become a god of strength. But that was a topic for another time. With a newfound seriousness, Loki addressed Li Tianba. From this day forth, you shall be my foremost general, the flame general of my legion. Li Tianba clasped his fists in respect, affirming, "Yes, my lord." He did not question the designation of flame general. If Loki proclaimed him as such, then that was his role. Loki continued, "You may not yet grasp my identity, so allow me to introduce myself. I am Loki, Prince of Asgard, the fire god of the Aesir, and the leader of the Burning Star Pirates. These titles may seem vague to you now, but in time, you shall come to understand. Indeed, my leader." Li Tianba is unconcerned. After all, whatever you say is paramount. Regardless of your status, I shall remember that you are my leader, and that suffices. Loki remarked, "Why not test your hammer now and see if it remains functional?" Observing the drum-shaped golden hammer lying on the ground, Li Tianba reached down to lift it, swinging it a couple of times. To his surprise, he exerted too much force, sending the hammerhead flying off and breaking the handle. Li Tianba furrowed his brow and said to Loki, "My leader, my strength has increased significantly. This hammer is rendered utterly useless." Loki concurred, realizing that allowing Li Tianba to wield those 2 hammers in battle would be akin to handing him mere chopsticks, far too light. Without a proper weapon, one cannot unleash their full potential. Loki was not one to withhold from those loyal to him. If it cannot be used, then it cannot. After some time, I shall take you to commission a weapon, one that will undoubtedly suit you. If one possesses the ability, it must be exercised. I cannot expect a horse to run without providing it with fodder. As for where to procure the weapon, they would certainly seek out the dwarf craftsmen of Waltheim, the foremost arms dealers in the universe. Crafting a weapon tailored for Li Tianba would be a simple task, without a doubt. "Yes, my leader," Li Tianba replied, harboring no doubts about Loki's capabilities. If Loki claimed he could find it, then he surely could, without question. Chapter 46, Dormammu. Li Tianba held no objections to Loki's suggestion. nodding in agreement. The assurance that Loki could find him a suitable weapon instilled confidence. He did not believe Loki would deceive him in this regard. Loki, observing Li Tianba's serious demeanor, pondered and inquired, Tianba, do you have any unfinished business? You must understand, I am not from this planet. If you leave with me, you may seldom have the chance to return. If there are matters left unresolved, it is best to attend to them first, and then come find me. Li Tianba did not refuse, contemplating carefully. He realized that his leader was a prince of a realm beyond Earth, and following him would likely mean severing ties with his past. Since there was little chance of returning, it would be prudent to conclude his affairs on Earth and devote himself wholeheartedly to following his leader. Thus, he said to Loki, my leader, I wish to pay respects to my grandfather first. In the past, I was too naive to honor him properly. My grandfather raised me, and it was no small feat. I wish to pay my respects to him. After a moment's thought, he added, furthermore, since my hammer is no longer usable, I would like to return it to the Zhao King's tomb in the west, where my grandfather once sought a weapon for me and retrieved this very drum-shaped golden hammer. Since grandfather believes he has disturbed the tranquility of our ancestors, I shall return this hammer, as a means of atoning for his transgressions and restoring him a measure of peace. To Loki, this notion holds little significance. It is only natural for a grandson to honor his forebears. Upon hearing that Tianba intended to return the hammer to the tomb of Zhao Wang in the Western Prefecture, Loki utilized his abilities to repair the broken handle of the hammer. This task posed no challenge for him, of course. With the restored golden hammer in hand, Li Tianba da Parta, Loki harbored no suspicions regarding Tianba's return. For him, trust is paramount. He who is untrustworthy is not worth employing. Moreover, this journey served as a test for Li Tianba. Should he fail to return, Loki would certainly seek him out. For Loki, locating someone on Earth is hardly a daunting task. Once he finds him, he could compel him to sign a magical contract, thus enslaving him. Loki is not a benevolent figure. He has already expended 4 leaves from the Tree of Life, a resource exceedingly precious to him. No sooner had Li Tianba departed than Loki sensed a formidable dark energy gathering. Upon attuning to this energy, he wondered if Dormammu had come again. Curiosity piqued. He decided to investigate. After a moment's contemplation, Loki conjured a portal and stepped through, vanishing from sight. When he re-emerged, he found himself in a realm devoid of light. Within a latitude barrier, Loki had traversed directly to the latitude barrier of Earth through spatial transport. This barrier exists at the intersection of different latitudes, invisible and inaccessible to ordinary mortals, reachable only through magic. It is akin to a wall within the magical realm. Even Asgard does not occupy the same latitude as Earth. Yet due to the existence of the World Tree, a stable channel links the two. Coupled with the Bifrost, Asgard can swiftly reach any corner of the 9 realms, including Earth. This connection is why Odin could unify the entirety of the 9 realms. Upon emerging from a spatial portal, Loki immediately beheld a standoff between the Ancient One and Dormammu. The latter, devoid of a physical form, appeared as an expanse of darkness, capable of consuming all. Dormammu reigns as the sovereign of the dark universe, deserving of the title God of Darkness, wielding dominion over the laws of darkness. Under ordinary circumstances, the Ancient One would unequivocally be no match for Dormammu. However, Dormammu's attempt to forcibly breach the latitude barrier to enter Earth had drawn the attention of cosmic rules, imposing constraints upon him. Furthermore, the Ancient One had established 3 magical sanctuaries on Earth, drawing upon its power to augment her own. Coupled with her inherent strength and the power of the Time Stone, the two were locked in a stalemate. The sudden appearance of Loki startled both parties, yet they had no time to acknowledge him. Dormammu relentlessly erodes the dimensional barrier with his dark powers, seeking to traverse it, while the Ancient One utilizes the Time Stone to continuously repair the spatial defenses that Dormammu is intent on destroying. It is a scene of destruction and restoration, a chaotic yet vibrant spectacle. The dimensional barrier resembles a mirror. Dormammu strives to breach it from the outside, while the Ancient One staunchly prevents his entry from within. Observing this conflict is Loki, who quietly watches the unfolding drama, creating a rather surreal tableau. Loki, of course, has no intention of aiding Dormammu's invasion of Earth, nor will he assist the Ancient One in repelling him. Instead, he positions himself as an indifferent spectator. At that moment, Dormammu breaks the silence. Ancient One, you have dared to utilize my power and now seek to obstruct me. Do you believe that temporarily suppressing my dark energy will absolve you? Your body has already been tainted by it. Inevitably, you shall be lost. Previously, Loki had gifted leaves from the Tree of Life, which the Ancient One absorbed to temporarily quell the dark forces within her. Otherwise, the battle would have already been unwinnable. Dormammu, Earth is not a realm meant for you. Return to your dark dimension. The Ancient One retorts, undeterred by his threats. One day, Earth will be consumed by darkness, and you cannot thwart me. As long as I stand, your ambition shall remain thwarted, Dormammu. She responds resolutely. However, Loki begins to take an interest. What is it about Earth that is so extraordinary? A being who commands the power of the rules, a master of space, is willing to risk everything to enter this realm. There must be secrets here that he has yet to uncover. At that moment, Dormammu shifts his gaze toward Loki and addresses him. Unknown sorcerer, assist me in opening the spatial barrier, and I shall bestow upon you immense power, unparalleled strength, enabling you to become the mightiest being on this planet. Having failed to intimidate the Ancient One, Dormammu now attempts to tempt Loki. Yet, the Ancient One finds amusement in Dormammu's proposition. After all, Loki's father is the most formidable entity across the 9 realms. Even when compared to Dormammu, he is no less formidable. To dangle power before the Prince of Asgard is absurd. Although their relationship is not particularly amicable, under different circumstances, Loki might have considered the offer. However, the notion of using Dormammu's power is laughable. Would Loki truly be willing to risk being consumed by darkness, as the Ancient One stands before him? As anticipated, Loki declines. Shaking his head, Dormammu, I'm not a sorcerer of this earth. I dare not wield your power for fear of being engulfed by darkness. Just as you see before you with the Ancient One. After a moment of contemplation, he adds, instead, let us strike a different bargain. Inform me of what is so special about Earth that compels the Dark Lord to pursue it at all costs. Share this with me, and perhaps I may consider aiding you in opening the spatial barrier. Mordor was now aware that Loki was not a sorcerer of Earth, realizing that his temptations held no allure for Loki. Upon hearing Loki's proposal, he contemplated the pros and cons with great seriousness. This time, the Ancient One was far from her previous calm demeanor. While Loki had no interest in the powers of Dormammu, he undoubtedly had a keen interest in what Dormammu sought. Observing the flicker of temptation in Dormammu's expression, Loki feigned indifference, resolute in preventing Dormammu from vocalizing his thoughts. Unlike Dormammu, Loki had the capability to traverse to Earth at will, bolstered by the presence of his own formidable army. The Ancient One gritted her teeth, and, through the 3 sanctums, channeled the power of Earth into her being, activating the eye of Agamotto that hung around her neck. In an instant, she banished Dormammu back to the dark dimension, offering him no opportunity to speak. Though this act resembled Dormammu's expulsion to the spatial dimension, the toll it exacted on the Ancient One was immense. The power of an entire planet was not something the current Ancient One could easily bear, especially with the formidable energy of the Time Stone involved. The cost of wielding such power had surpassed her limits. The overwhelming energy became a heavy burden for her, and Loki immediately noticed blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, while her complexion grew increasingly pallid. The life force she had previously siphoned from the leaves of the Tree of Life had been nearly depleted, leaving her vitality significantly diminished. Were it not for her remaining physical and magical strength, she would have succumbed by now. Yet, she remained wary of Loki. His covetous gaze was fixed upon the secrets of Earth, and their history was fraught with animosity. Should she show the slightest sign of weakness, it was entirely possible that Loki would strike. The Ancient One forced herself to meet Loki's gaze, inquiring, as the Prince of Asgard, do you wish to broker a deal with the Dark Lord? Earth is not a commodity for your trade. Loki, observing the Ancient One's strained composure, recognized that her reserves were nearly exhausted. Nevertheless, he harbored no intentions of attacking her. In his estimation, the Ancient One still held some utility and could not perish, at least not yet. However, it was equally out of the question to concede to her. If he could not allow her to die, he could certainly take pleasure in her frustration. To simply let the Ancient One go unscathed would be intolerable for Loki. With a smirk in response to her warning, Loki remarked, if Dormammu were to divulge what I desire to know, I might consider this transaction. Why not enlighten me? What is it about Earth that compels a Dark Lord to go to such lengths to possess it? Think it over. Chapter 47, The Ancient One and Loki. Chapter 48, Heimdall. Li Qianba returned to pay homage to his grandfather, placing the thunder-patterned golden hammer back in the tomb of the Zhao King. The process did not consume much time, and he did not keep Loki waiting for long. He returned the very next morning after his departure. Li Qianba returned truthfully, and Loki was pleased with this, for a loyal subordinate is far superior to a mere contractual slave. Loki had no desire to treat anyone as a slave. Even with the demon Sargeras, he had forged an equal pact. Observing Tianba's return, Loki smiled and inquired if all matters had been resolved. "Your Highness, I have settled everything concerning Tianba. From now on, I shall follow you forever, without any regrets," Li Tianba declared earnestly. Tianba had returned under the pretext of paying respects to his grandfather, but it was also a farewell to his former self. Henceforth, he would serve as Loki's flame general, no longer the solitary Li Tianba who once dwelled upon the mountains. After returning from Ancient One, Loki intended to revisit Asgard, and now that Tianba had returned, they could go back. Loki had temporarily lost interest in the affairs of Earth. He would await the conclusion of events before returning to claim cosmic magic. Calculating the time, he realized it had been over 4 centuries since his last visit to Asgard, and suddenly, a wave of excitement surged within him at the thought of returning home. Upon reflection, although he was a prince of Asgard, he had spent little time there. After reaching adulthood, he had traversed the realms to partake in wars and had seldom returned to Asgard. After departing the battlefield, he became a star pirate, further diminishing his visits. Truly, he felt somewhat unworthy of his princely title. Loki dispelled the magical barrier he had set, preparing for departure, and of course, he would not leave behind any magical defenses in this place. Positioning Li Tianba behind him, Loki raised his voice and called out, "Heimdall!" No sooner had the words left his lips than a vibrant column of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the spot where they stood. In an instant, the prismatic beam wrapped around the two, causing them to vanish, leaving behind a complex circular pattern. The Rainbow Bridge, the passage connecting Asgard to the 9 realms, was often referred to as the Trembling Road to Paradise. Through this bridge, Asgard could instantaneously reach any corner of the 9 realms, safeguarded by Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard. The Rainbow Bridge could also be described as a spatial conduit, albeit a stable one. In just a moment, Loki and Li Tianba arrived in Asgard. When Loki and Li Tianba reappeared, they found themselves in the Grand Hall at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, where they immediately spotted Heimdall wielding the Sword of Protection. Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge and protector of the Aesir, donned golden armor and a horned helmet, grasping the Sword of Protection. His eyes could see the entirety of the 9 realms, and his ears could hear all their sounds. He had long stood sentinel at the Rainbow Bridge to prevent enemy incursions into Asgard, making him the protector of the realm and one of Odin's most trusted allies. Due to years of warfare and the fact that Heimdall was Sif's brother, Loki was well acquainted with him. He waved and smiled, saying, "Heimdall, it has been a long time." Heimdall is well acquainted with Loki. Speaking of Loki, it has been 4 centuries since he last returned to Asgard. Why not continue as a star pirate? Are you willing to return to Asgard? Heimdall considers Loki's role as a prince to be quite unsatisfactory. It is astonishing that a prince would venture out to become a notorious star pirate. However, one cannot judge Loki too harshly. After all, in a life as protracted as his, one must find amusement, don't you think? Who can endure standing in one place for over 100 millennia, as you have? In Asgard, Loki holds 2 individuals in the highest regard, Odin and Heimdall himself. Odin has reigned as the All-Father for countless ages, seated upon his golden throne, overseeing the 9 realms. Then there is Heimdall, who has stood guard over the Bifrost for eons since receiving this sacred duty from Odin. Loki muses that if he could endure standing here for even a century, he would consider it a remarkable achievement. Both have remained in one place for an extended duration, seldom departing from Asgard. In fact, Loki has never witnessed either of them leave, even for a single day. Thus, Loki harbors no interest in the position of king. The notion of spending an entire lifetime in Asgard, devoid of personal space, is utterly daunting to him. As the guardian of Asgard, protecting the Bifrost is my mission. It is not something to boast about. Heimdall responds earnestly to Loki's assessment. To Heimdall, safeguarding the Bifrost is the essence of his existence. As the guardian, it is his duty to protect Asgard. Boring, Loki retorts, observing Heimdall's solemn demeanor with exasperation. After a moment's contemplation, he adds, "Heimdall, I believe you should consider finding a girlfriend, marrying, and having children to truly experience the meaning of life. What do you think? Not all. The purpose of my existence is to safeguard Asgard. Your suggestion holds no merit. It's no wonder you've remained single for countless ages. There must be a reason." "No, it is meaningful," Loki insists, refusing to relent. As a prince of Asgard, he feels compelled to address the plight of the long unattached. "Consider this. One day you'll grow old. When that time comes, will you entrust the duty of guarding the Bifrost to another? Would you feel at ease? Find a woman, have a child, and nurture them from a young age. When they mature, they can take over your responsibilities, continuing the guardianship of the Bifrost and Asgard. What do you think?" This time, Heimdall did not outright refuse. He pondered Loki's suggestion seriously. After a moment of reflection, he realized that Loki had a point. Although his life was exceedingly long, there would inevitably come a day when he would age, and when that time arrived, he would no longer be able to safeguard Asgard or protect the Rainbow Bridge. The weight of his life's purpose would then fall upon others. And Heimdall felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. "You make a valid argument. I shall contemplate it," he replied, neither rejecting nor accepting Loki's proposal. However, Loki could discern that Heimdall was somewhat intrigued. With a playful glint in his eye, Loki, observing Heimdall's serious demeanor, decided to tease him. "Heimdall, have you ever spied on the beauties of the Nine Realms? I need not say it. I am well aware that you must have done so. Your eyes can penetrate the entirety of the Nine Realms. Have you ever encountered someone who captured your heart?" Loki jested with a smile. "My duty is to patrol the Nine Realms. This hardly qualifies as spying. As the guardian deity, it is my responsibility to ensure the safety of Asgard and to scrutinize anything that poses a threat to it," Heimdall replied, sidestepping Loki's question. "Wait, what does that imply? Are you indirectly admitting to it? Surely, you have engaged in such acts." Loki suddenly felt a twinge of jealousy towards Heimdall. It was no wonder he remained here day after day. There must be perks to it. "Damn it, grant me a pair of eyes like yours. With such sights of the Nine Realms' beauties, I would gladly guard Asgard," Loki exclaimed, his envy palpable as he gazed at Heimdall, experiencing a faint ache in his heart. Heimdall chuckled softly, choosing not to respond to Loki's inquiry. Aware of the prince's character, he decided to share a light-hearted jest to evoke Loki's annoyance. Loki, however, chose not to dwell on it any longer. He beckoned Tienba, showcasing him to Heimdall. "Behold my new subordinate, the Flame God, a formidable warrior. What do you think? Even in Asgard, how many possess strength to rival his?" Tienba had been in a daze since his arrival. Just moments ago, he had been atop a small hill on Earth, and now he found himself in an astonishing realm. The vibrant Rainbow Bridge, the palace crafted of gold, and the Viking-clad deities shattered his previous worldview. It was then that he recalled Loki's words about his identity: Prince of Asgard, god of fire from the Aesir pantheon, leader of the Star Pirates. It dawned upon him that he had neither misheard nor been deceived by Loki. It was all indeed true. Heimdall glanced at Tienba and remarked to Loki, "Indeed, he is a powerful warrior. Loki, you are fortunate. However, there exists a potent lineage within him that is reshaping his very being." Loki was not taken aback by Heimdall's assertion. Of course, how could a mere earthling possess such formidable strength? Not to mention the historical figure of Liuenba, whose might surpassed the four symbols. It is inconceivable for him to be an ordinary earthling, let alone not a mutant. Although Tienba was curious, he refrained from asking further questions. This place was no longer Earth. It was the realm of the prince, and he was now a flame general under the prince's command. His lineage was of little concern to him. He was aware that both of his parents were ordinary earthlings. And although his grandfather had mentioned that they were away on business, Tienba knew deep down that they were likely no longer among the living. As for investigating his ancestry, such matters from millennia ago held no interest for him. Loki then remarked on his lengthy absence, inquiring whether anything significant had transpired in Asgard. He was aware of his previous plunge into Hell, which had severed all communication. Loki still held a deep concern for Asgard, for he was its prince. Heimdall pondered for a moment before responding, stating that nothing major had occurred, save for Loki's descent into Hell, which had startled everyone. Had it not been for the knowledge that he was unharmed, even King Odin would have contemplated opening a dimensional rift to retrieve him. At least nothing disastrous has happened. "As for my father, I shall pay him a visit shortly," Loki said. Without a doubt, upon returning to Asgard, he would seek an audience with Odin. After all, he was his father. After conversing with Heimdall for a while, Loki departed the Great Hall of the Rainbow Bridge, escorting Tienba back to his palace. Although he had been away for centuries, the palace remained unchanged, meticulously maintained by regular cleaning, devoid of dust. Since Loki's escape from Hell, his 1,000 fire warriors had returned to Asgard, now training in the courtyard of Loki's palace. "Your Highness, you have returned," Moose exclaimed upon seeing Loki, approaching to offer his greetings. Loki nodded, feeling a sense of pride for his 1,000 warriors. Even before his return, they had taken the initiative to organize training. Though their numbers remained the same, their prowess had undergone a tremendous transformation after enduring prolonged warfare and wandering through the cosmos. The sight of these well-ordered warriors exuded an aura of iron and blood. Loki gestured to Tienba, introducing him to Moose. "This is Tienba, a warrior I discovered in Midgard. Do not be deceived by his origins. His strength is nearly on par with mine. Please take him under your wing for training. Despite his immense power, he has yet to undergo systematic training and cannot fully harness his abilities." Moose, astonished by Loki's claim regarding Tienba's strength, regarded the newcomer with incredulity. He had no doubt about Loki's words, but found it hard to believe that Midgard had produced a warrior skilled in strength. Very well, Your Highness, I shall arrange a structured training regimen for him, enabling him to master his powers swiftly. Loki nodded, and Li Tianba had no objections to Loki's arrangements. Although he was aware of his own formidable strength, Li Tianba sensed that if he were to engage in combat with these divine guards, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Despite their lesser power, an inexplicable feeling lingered within him. Little did Li Tianba know, the inhabitants of Asgard possessed not only physical prowess, but also mastery over magic and advanced technology. Once he gained a deeper understanding of Asgard, he would come to comprehend the source of this unsettling sensation. After entrusting Li Tianba to Moose, Loki departed, confident that the training of the divine guards did not require his constant oversight. Moreover, he had other matters to attend to. In the grand hall of the Golden Palace, Loki gazed upon Odin, seated upon the supreme throne, and declared, "Father, I have returned." After handing Li Tianba over to the divine guards, Loki returned to change into a more suitable attire to pay his respects to Odin. It was imperative to honor both Odin and Frigga upon his return to Asgard. Odin looked at his youngest son and smiled, responding, "It is good to have you back." Loki suddenly perceived that Odin appeared somewhat aged, his spirit lacking the vitality of yore, and he seemed weary. Witnessing Odin in such a state stirred a pang of sympathy within Loki. The weight of the realms rested heavily upon Odin's shoulders, while others hailed him as the king of the 9 realms. Few acknowledged that he was already over 1,000,000 years old. Loki addressed Odin, saying, "Father, you ought to take some rest. You look rather haggard lately." Odin, recognizing that Loki's concerns stemmed from his son's affection rather than anything more profound, smiled contentedly. It warmed Odin's heart to know that his son cared for him. Without responding to Loki's suggestion, Odin inquired, "Have you visited your mother yet? You have been away for over 400 years, and she misses you dearly." Loki, somewhat exasperated by Odin's failure to address his earlier concern, understood that as the king of the 9 realms, Odin's ability to rest was far from easy. While everyone acknowledged Odin's title as the sovereign, few comprehended the sacrifices he had made, time, strength, and familial bonds, over the millennia. Loki replied, "Father, not yet. I plan to visit mother shortly." Odin rose and said to Loki, "Do not delay any longer. Let us go see your mother together. She spends her days in solitude, and I, as her husband and your father, have not fulfilled my duties adequately." How could Odin remain oblivious to the thoughts and feelings of his wife and children? As Frigga's husband, he had spent precious little time with her over the countless years, and he had not been able to devote quality moments to either of his children. Often preoccupied with the responsibilities of his throne, Loki gazed at his father, whose hair had turned white, and spoke with heartfelt sincerity, "Father, you are both a worthy king and a devoted father. Mother understands you, and, as the Prince of Asgard, both Thor and I comprehend your burdens. There is no need for you to feel guilty. Humans are not made of wood. Who among us can be devoid of feelings?" After such an extensive passage of time, Loki had long regarded Odin as his true father. Observing Odin's head crowned with white hair, Loki felt a profound pang of sorrow. Yet, he found himself at a loss for ways to assist Odin. Odin, accompanied by Loki, opened a portal and they arrived at Frigga's palace. Frigga was engaged in conversation with her maidens when she noticed a ripple in the air, through which Odin and Loki emerged. Nodding in acknowledgement, Frigga addressed Loki, mentioning that she had just heard from a guard about his return. "Mother, I have returned." Frigga appeared unchanged, yet her delight at Loki's return was palpable. At times, Loki felt a deep ache in his heart. His mother's joy at seeing him made him feel like a failure as a son. He continued, "Mother, I apologize for causing you and father concern. I am well." Frigga chose not to dwell on the past, for her son had returned. They settled down to converse about mundane matters. After a while, Loki abruptly inquired, "Father, mother, where is Thor? Is he still at the front and has yet to return?" Curiosity gnawed at him, for whenever Loki returned, Thor was invariably the first he encountered. This time, however, Thor was conspicuously absent, and Loki found himself missing him. Frigga, upon hearing Loki's inquiry about Thor, expressed her displeasure, stating that Thor had taken his wife to explore the cosmos years ago and had not yet returned. One would think they have forgotten their home. Loki felt awkward. Was she implying he should feel envious of his brother's wife? Odin, observing Loki's discomfort, interjected, "Do not heed your mother's words. Let him wander where he pleases. Soon enough he will be too busy to enjoy such freedom." Loki remained silent. Any words he might utter would surely be inadequate. At that moment, Frigga seemed to recall something and turned to Loki, asking, "Do you have a lady love? You are no longer a boy, and your brother has found Sif. Surely you should have someone as well. Loki felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Without realizing it, he had reached the age where marriage was being suggested to him. In this regard, he found little difference from his previous life. Mother, not yet. Please do not rush me. Besides, I isn't married either, so there is no need to worry. He could only respond in such a manner, as parental pressures regarding marriage are universal experience for all children. No? Have you forgotten that your mother is aging? Isn't Freya quite fond of you? Do not attempt to deceive me. Frigga gazed at Loki with a knowing look. Even Odin became intrigued by Freya, asking, Isn't she the little apprentice of the Vanir? That young lady seems quite admirable. She is the goddess of love and beauty. How delightful. Odin expressed his satisfaction, appearing quite pleased with the prospect of a future daughter-in-law. What are you all discussing? Have you considered my feelings? A fleeting silhouette crossed Loki's mind, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was indeed a delightful notion, yet he lamented, I cannot possibly contend with my brother. Loki promptly declared, Father, Mother, I have no connection with Freya. Do not heed their baseless accusations. There is nothing between us, truly. Even as he spoke, Loki found himself doubting his own words. He pondered whether he should visit that young girl upon his return, but only when his brother was absent. Very well. I shall not interfere in your affairs. You must navigate this on your own. Frigga relented, releasing Loki from the entanglement of the matter. He chose to remain silent, observing Frigga as he suggested, Mother, you should take a stroll outside when you have the time. It is rather lonely here with just you. Father is preoccupied and cannot accompany you. Why not let me join you on a visit to Vanaheim? We could see Aunt Gwendolen. As soon as the words left his mouth, Loki wished he could slap himself. Surely, suggesting a trip to Vanaheim implied his desire to seek out Freya? Indeed, the glances exchanged between Odin and Frigga transformed from skepticism to suspicion, making it clear that no one believed his denials. Loki suddenly felt as though his intellect had diminished since returning to Asgard, that such folly could befall him. Nevertheless, Frigga did not pursue the subject further. She replied, If you wish to go, then go. I shall remain here. Your father has grown old, and I must stay in Asgard to assist him. However, should a proposal arise, I will accompany you. Loki dared not speak further. Realizing his mind was not functioning at its best, it was wiser to remain silent. After countless years of marriage, Frigga was well aware of Odin's condition. In recent centuries, he had grown increasingly weary, and, as his wife, she could not leave Asgard without due consideration. Observing Odin's graying hair, Loki said, Father, perhaps you should rest for a while. Asgard has many guardians, and Heimdall watches over the 9 realms. No calamity shall befall us. Odin contemplated this, acknowledging his recent lack of vigor. With Ragnarok on the horizon, he could not allow himself to remain in such a state. However, the thought of slumbering left him uneasy about Asgard's safety. Seeing Loki's concerned gaze, Odin suddenly devised a plan. Loki, he stated, you are correct. I should indeed rest for a time. Yet, I cannot shake my worries for Asgard. How about you assume the role of regent during my slumber? While I sleep, you shall be Odin. What do you say? Chapter 50, The Regent God King. Just as Loki raised his cup to drink, his hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop it. Staring at Odin in disbelief, he stammered, Father, what did you just say? I may not have heard you correctly. Please repeat that. It was no wonder Loki was taken aback. Odin's decision had indeed startled him. Allow me to serve as the proxy ruler of the gods, Loki mused, contemplating the weight of his father's words. Odin, unfazed by Loki's astonishment, declared, I must enter a deep slumber to regain my strength. During my repose, you shall wield the authority of the proxy god king. Gazing into Odin's eyes, Loki realized that his father was neither jesting nor testing him. He genuinely wished for Loki to assume this formidable role. Yet, it was precisely this prospect that instilled fear in Loki's heart. Loki understood the frailty of Odin's condition. He often required extended periods of slumber to recuperate his powers. While a mere mortal might find prolonged sleep inconsequential, Odin's slumber was a matter of years, not mere hours or days. Moreover, during this time, his sensitivity to the external world would diminish to nothing, and his strength would remain dormant until he awoke. If Odin were but an ordinary man, the situation would be manageable. However, he was the king of Asgard, presiding over the 9 realms. Odin's formidable presence kept Asgard's foes at bay, but should they learn of his incapacitation, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Loki did not harbor the illusion that he could command respect from Asgard's enemies merely by occupying the throne. Odin's authority was forged through youth and power, qualities that Loki felt he lacked. Although he had garnered a significant reputation through years of conflict and the notorious exploits of his pirate crew, he still felt unworthy of Odin's esteemed position. Despite having acquired some measure of strength, it was primarily for self-preservation. Odin's foes were formidable adversaries. In cinema, Odin's character was scarcely explored. Yet over the past millennium, Loki had gleaned enough knowledge of Asgard's history and its adversaries to recognize the peril he faced. To these foes, he was akin to an innocuous chick. "Father, you cannot possibly mean for me to assume the role of proxy god king. Do you truly believe I possess such capability?" Loki questioned incredulously. He suspected that Odin was perhaps losing his clarity of thought or entering a phase of life that he had never heard of among the Asgardians. Loki pondered the grim possibility that, upon Odin's awakening from his deep slumber, he might find Asgard in ruins. Furthermore, even in the absence of external threats, Loki was disinclined to embrace the mantle of God King. He was not mad. The thought of sitting upon the throne while anxiously managing Asgard was beyond his capacity for self-awareness. Yet Odin was relentless in his pursuit, pressing, "Why do you refuse? Do you not desire to be the God King? Do you understand how many envy that position throughout the Nine Realms? Many of Asgard's enemies dream of usurping my throne. Why do you reject this opportunity? Father, please do not deceive me. I am incapable of undertaking this task. Rest assured, Asgard is in the capable hands of Heimdall and Mother, and there shall be no issues. You may place your trust in them. If necessary, I can assist you in retrieving Thor." This is not the first time Odin has entered his slumber. He has frequently needed to do so in the past. Frigga and Heimdall have managed to safeguard Asgard, primarily by concealing the news of Odin's slumber. And with his infrequent appearances, it has passed without incident. Yet, this time is different. It appears that Odin intends for me to serve as the acting God King. Loki is truly reluctant to assume such a monumental title. Though it sounds grand, I have no desire to bear it. The very thought overwhelms me with pressure, leaving me no choice but to consider enlisting Thor for this role. In my view, Thor would be quite eager to embrace the responsibilities of the acting God King. However, Odin surprised me with his outright refusal regarding Thor, stating that Thor is not suitable. What could possibly be the reason? I am taken aback by all accounts. Thor is far more fitting than I, being your biological son, while I am merely an adopted child. It is not jealousy that I feel. Yet Odin's reasoning eludes my understanding. Odin continued, explaining that Thor has lost his sense of compassion amidst the protracted wars, which is why I have withdrawn him from the battlefield. He must rediscover his compassion, learn the art of guardianship, and understand what it truly means to be a god. Until he accomplishes these tasks, he is unworthy of such a title. Through Odin's elucidation, I grasped the situation. Thor, after enduring prolonged conflict, has become somewhat arrogant and reckless. His desire for victory has led him to adopt unscrupulous methods. During the battle in Helheim, he persistently urged his soldiers deeper into that realm of death, where the undead do not comprehend mortality. Yet the warriors of Asgard are susceptible to death and assimilation by the undead. Thor's hubris resulted in grievous losses for Asgard, and were it not for the intervention of Tyr, the god of war, who ventured alone into Helheim to rescue Thor, he might never have escaped. However, nearly all of the 2,000 soldiers who followed Thor perished without a single survivor. Given the magnitude of this calamity, Odin could not remain indifferent. Even though Thor is a prince of Asgard, he must face consequences. Yet, Thor showed no sign of remorse in the Golden Hall. He boldly declared to Odin that he had committed no wrongdoing, asserting that casualties are an inevitable part of war. Ignoring Odin's counsel, Thor returned to the battlefield after a year of punishment, yet he only grew more reckless and arrogant. In one particular conflict, he annihilated a life-bearing planet. Although this planet did not worship Odin, the devastation it wrought sent shockwaves throughout the Nine Realms. Asgard cannot rely solely on strength. We must also protect the citizens of the Nine Realms. Tyrannical rule is not sustainable. Odin, in his helplessness, had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. After his departure, Thor found himself idle, seeking out conflicts and causing considerable trouble in Asgard. Consequently, Frigga instructed Sif to take Thor away from Asgard, hoping that he might cultivate a sense of compassion amidst the cosmos. However, Loki sensed that Thor would ultimately disappoint Odin. He felt that Thor was not one to heed counsel and believed Odin's approach was misguided. Yet, that was a matter for another time. The pressing issue was Odin's desire to name himself the acting God King. With the situation unfolding, Loki realized that Odin would never allow the currently arrogant Thor to assume this role, leaving Loki in a predicament. In his heart, he cursed Thor, thinking that it would suffice for him to simply follow orders in battle, and that he should not overreach in areas where he lacked skill. Was he truly so foolish as to have his mind scorched by thunder? This foolishness was incurable. He vowed to teach that scoundrel a lesson when the opportunity arose. Persuading Odin to retract his command was out of the question. Loki had no choice but to seek Frigga's assistance, hoping she could sway Odin. However, Loki was evidently disappointed when Frigga smiled and remarked, "You have grown up, Loki. It is time for you to share the burdens of your father. Do not worry. Your father's slumber shall not last long." Loki felt somewhat despondent as he turned to Odin and Frigga, saying, "Father, I truly cannot do this. I am not suited to be a king. I do not believe I possess the capability to be the god king of Asgard." Odin regarded Loki with a hint of exasperation, for he believed that the throne would inevitably be inherited by either Loki or Thor. Yet, given the current circumstances, Thor was clearly unsuitable. His arrogance rendered him unfit for kingship. Oddly enough, Loki was unwilling to assume this role. It was evident that he spoke sincerely, genuinely disinterested in being the god king. Odin lamented the rapid progression of the times, realizing that even kings were now subject to disdain. Suddenly, he perceived a bleak future for Asgard. "Loki," he said, "no one is born a king, including myself, who took a considerable amount of time to learn how to rule. I understand your reluctance to be god king. As you rightly think, kingship is not for flaunting or indulgence. It is a profound responsibility. The fact that you recognize this brings me joy, for you are already doing well. You may not wish to bear this burden, but you must remember that your name is Loki Odinson, Prince of Asgard and God of Fire among the Aesir. If it were possible, I too would prefer not to bear the title of God King, to spend my days with my wife and children. Yet, I must shoulder the welfare of the people of Asgard and the peace of the Nine Realms. I cannot falter." It was Frigga who spoke, addressing Loki with the words that his father, Odin, had grown old and that he should alleviate his father's burdens. As the Prince of Asgard, he ought to embrace this responsibility. Reluctantly, Loki nodded in agreement to Odin's request, stating, "Father, I can assume the role of regent during your slumber, but not in this manner. Do not disclose your sleep to the outside world. I shall take on your visage and occupy the throne in your stead. Thus, others will believe you remain in power, and all will be well." Upon hearing Loki's suggestion, Odin found it to be an agreeable plan. Should he fall into slumber, Loki would indeed struggle to govern Asgard and the Nine Realms, for he was still too youthful. Hence, he consented to Loki's proposal. In his heart, Loki devised a new mission: to assist Thor in understanding compassion, to learn the art of guardianship, and to grasp the essence of kingship. If he failed, he would be destined to ascend as the God King himself. Cursed Thor, Chapter 51, The Sovereign. Odin was to enter his long slumber to restore his strength. And at that moment, Loki, who had just returned to Asgard, was chosen by Odin to act as the regent God King. Although Loki was somewhat reluctant, he recognized that Odin's decisions were not for him to contest. That afternoon, the long-separated family gathered for a meal. Though Thor was absent, Loki could discern the happiness radiating from Odin and Frigga. Even Loki felt a surge of joy, as he could scarcely recall the last time he dined with his parents. Despite Odin and Frigga being his progenitors, such memories felt distant. Odin often remained sequestered in the Golden Palace, while after Loki came of age, he seldom found the opportunity to dine with Frigga, save for on the battlefield or beneath the starry sky. Though the dinner was modest, the three enjoyed it with great merriment. If only Frigga had not broached the subject of finding him a girlfriend and Odin of him becoming the God King. Loki mused that his happiness would have been greater. After the meal, Odin, rarely indulging in such moments, accompanied Frigga and Loki for a stroll in the garden of Frigga's palace, a first in Loki's recollection. Observing Odin laughing and conversing with Frigga, Loki found himself less resistant to Odin's decision for him to act as regent. Odin had devoted his life to Asgard, living for over 1,000,000 years for its sake. Even in his old age, he remained steadfast in this dedication. It was only natural for a son to share his father's burdens, and once again, Loki felt a pang of sincerity for Thor. Should Thor fail to evolve into a worthy king, he would surely see to it that he was disciplined. Achoo! At that moment, Thor, who was traveling among the stars, unexpectedly sneezed. Sif, nearby, immediately inquired with concern, "What is wrong? Are you ill?" Thus it was said that a woman in love possessed an intellect of 0. Even a god was not immune. After all, Thor was the god of thunder. How could he possibly fall ill? Naturally, Thor could not be sick, and in an instant, the two became engrossed in playful antics once more. After meandering in the garden for a brief while, Odin led Frigga and Loki to the Golden Palace. Neither of them seemed to notice that it was a rare occasion in a millennium for Odin to accompany them even for such a short distance. The supreme throne is located within the Golden Palace, as is Odin's resting place, situated in the rear hall, the most secure location in all of Asgard. In addition to Frigga and Loki, Odin also summoned Heimdall. As the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge and protector of Asgard, Heimdall must be informed of Odin's impending slumber. Heimdall is one of Odin's most trusted individuals in Asgard, which is why he has remained vigilant at the Rainbow Hall for so long. When Heimdall arrived at the Golden Palace, Odin was seated upon the supreme throne, but unlike before, Loki stood a short distance to Odin's left. This surprised Heimdall. Ordinarily, Loki would be positioned in the grand hall below the throne, greeting Odin just like himself. Regardless of being the Prince of Asgard, there had never been an exception. Yet today, Loki stood at Odin's left side on the supreme throne, prompting a flicker of thought in Heimdall's mind, though he chose not to delve deeper. As was customary, he held the hilt of his sword, the tip pointing downward, and bowed to Odin, addressing him with reverence. "I greet you, great Lord Odin." Asgard does not adhere to overly elaborate formalities. This was merely Heimdall's way of expressing his respect. Odin, without further ado, nodded and spoke to Heimdall. "Heimdall, I shall soon enter a deep slumber to restore my strength. During this time, Loki will temporarily assume the role of God King. Do you understand?" Heimdall comprehended the implications, realizing that indeed, the great Odin was preparing to cultivate a successor. However, casting a glance at Loki's woeful expression, he felt a twinge of confusion. Was this truly the demeanor of someone about to become a God King? Shouldn't there be excitement and elation? Even in a temporary role as God King, one would expect joy to radiate, yet Loki appeared forced, as if coerced into the position. Had Loki been privy to Heimdall's thoughts, he would have wept bitterly, confiding in Heimdall that he was indeed being compelled into this role, lamenting that it was all due to that wretched Thor's lack of ambition. However, Loki lacked such insight, leaving Heimdall somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he addressed Odin, saying, "My lord, I shall aid Prince Loki in safeguarding Asgard. Rest assured, I will ensure that no troubles befall our realm." Heimdall understood the critical importance of Odin's deep slumber. It was essential for the aging ruler to regain his strength, a necessity for the well-being of Asgard. Odin was indeed quite old, and if a successor had been chosen, it would not be long before that successor ascended to the throne. Thus, the time allotted to Loki was limited. Odin nodded, harboring a considerable trust in Heimdall. Casting a glance at Loki, who stood nearby, Loki promptly replied, "Father, rest assured, I shall safeguard Asgard diligently. Fear not, for we have both Mother and Heimdall by our side. Should any issues arise, I shall consult them." Odin acknowledged with a nod, recognizing that Loki was indeed not one to be reckless or impulsive in this regard. Had it been his elder son, it was likely that Asgard would have erupted into chaos by the morrow of his slumber. Even Heimdall expressed satisfaction with Odin's choice of Loki. Although Thor was soon to become his brother-in-law, Heimdall knew that while Thor could excel as a formidable warrior, he would never embody the qualities of a true king. Thor's arrogance and recklessness were known throughout all of Asgard, with the only oblivious one being Thor himself. Even as his future brother-in-law, Heimdall held reservations about Thor. Frigga also advised Loki to frequently seek counsel from Heimdall, emphasizing that Heimdall was the observer of the entire Nine Realms. Remember, the position of God King pertains to the fate of the Nine Realms, and one must not be careless, even if you're merely acting as the temporary God King. She urged. Loki nodded in agreement. At this juncture, refusal was no longer an option, and he blamed Thor for the predicament. "Loki, kingship is inherently solitary. I comprehend your sentiments. Yet both Asgard and the Nine Realms require us to bear this burden. I hope you grasp that your father is aging." Odin remarked gravely as he regarded Loki. If circumstances permitted, Odin would wish for his children to lead lives filled with joy. Having devoted his life to Asgard, he hoped his children would tread a similar path. His own father, Bor, had appointed him as the acting God King, which had led to his inexplicable ascension to the throne. Now, bestowing the same role upon his son felt like a cycle repeating itself. After Heimdall departed for the Rainbow Hall, Odin descended from his throne and entrusted Gungnir to Loki. Once Gungnir was placed in Loki's hands, Odin, accompanied by Frigga, retreated to the inner sanctum of the Golden Palace. Only Odin and Frigga were permitted entry into this sacred space. No one else, not even Loki or Thor, could enter. Although Loki was curious, he too was barred from entry. However, Loki's attention was wholly captivated by Gungnir. Though it was Odin's divine artifact, Odin's decision to place it in Loki's hands allowed him to wield it temporarily. Holding Gungnir, Loki felt an overwhelming surge of power, and a notion crept into his mind that should he master Gungnir entirely, even Odin would not stand as his adversary. Certainly, this is merely an illusion. Odin's might is not derived from his mastery of Gungnir, but rather from his inherent power. In his prime, Odin achieved a level that could be described as cosmic. Even without Gungnir, Even the current Loki cannot fathom the depths of such power. Yet the mere mention of cosmic strength evokes an understanding of Odin's formidable nature. Gungnir embodies the essence of the laws, standing as the most potent artifact in all of Asgard, reputed to pierce through the stars above. However, Loki dismisses such claims of celestial transportation, for he has piloted a vessel himself, obliterating a life-bearing planet. Nonetheless, this illustrates Gungnir's might, though it is a spear. In Odin's grasp, it can serve as a staff. As Loki gazed upon Gungnir, a sudden spark of desire ignited within him. He recalled from his previous life the cinematic portrayal in which he obtained a staff embedded with the Mind Stone from Thanos, which could function as both spear and staff, amplifying mental prowess and enhancing magical capabilities. Loki felt a twinge of temptation, yet found himself unable to procure it from Thanos at present, contemplating future means to attain it. However, he could presently utilize Gungnir to preemptively experience the essence of the laws, a unique opportunity afforded to him. Gaining insight into the laws would undoubtedly benefit his future mastery over such powers. After studying Gungnir for a time, Loki recalled more pressing matters and swiftly transformed into the likeness of Odin, seating himself upon the high throne. From this moment until Odin awakens, he would assume the role of Odin. Upon settling into the throne, Loki sensed a newfound clarity regarding the world around him. Even the power of the god of fire within him surged slightly. It dawned on him that Odin's seat was, in fact, an artifact of great significance. Loki felt a surge of satisfaction in his temporary role as the God King, not only for the opportunity to comprehend the essence of the laws through Gungnir, but also for the assistance in his cultivation provided by the High Throne. He anticipated that when Odin eventually rouses from his slumber, his own strength would have significantly increased. He then resolved to seek the cosmic cube, aiming to grasp the principles of space, striving to elevate his power sufficiently to confront any situation before the onset of the narrative. Chapter 52, The World Tree. The Golden Palace of Asgard, resplendent and magnificent, stands at the very heart of Asgard. Upon the high throne within the palace, as customary, Odin, adorned with his eagle helm, clad in golden armor, and wielding Gungnir, occupies the throne, though he appears unchanged. Only Frigga and Heimdall are aware that the being seated there is no longer the original Odin. The God King, Odin, has entered a deep slumber to restore his strength, allowing Asgard's second prince, Loki, to temporarily assume the mantle of the God King. In a rather bewildering turn of events, Loki found himself assuming the role of the proxy God King. Yet, an inexplicable sense of being deceived lingered in his mind. Was it merely an illusion? He sat upon the supreme throne, murmuring to himself, though his words fell on deaf ears in the empty grand hall, save for the presence of two wolves. Freya had retreated to the inner sanctum of the Golden Palace to tend to the slumbering Odin, while Heimdall stood guard at the Rainbow Bridge, the gateway to Asgard. Under normal circumstances, others would seldom visit the Golden Palace, a fact Loki appreciated, for the arrival of any visitor often heralded significant events. With nothing to occupy his thoughts, Loki perched upon the supreme throne, channeling his mental energy to attune himself to the inherent laws imbued within Gungnir. He was not attempting to wield its power, but rather to familiarize himself with it, preparing for the eventual mastery of such forces. Despite Gungnir's formidable nature, it clearly did not align with his own attributes. However, by remaining seated, he could harness the energies of the supreme throne to cultivate his mental prowess and the power of the fire god, gradually sensing an elevation in his own capabilities. There were undeniable advantages to being a god king, as the presence of Gungnir and the supreme throne alone made it worthwhile. Loki mused over this, diligently striving to enhance his strength, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. He perceived this to be the singular benefit of his temporary reign. Hey, is there anything entertaining within this golden palace? It's dreadfully dull here, Loki remarked, nudging the serene Kulich, who was grooming his fur with his claws. Odin's two wolves, along with his ravens, possessed the ability to communicate, not through speech, but via mental connection. Loki was uncertain how Odin managed this, yet the exchange was indeed possible. And these wolves exhibited intelligence comparable to that of ordinary humans. Loki, my name is Kulich, not Error Husky. Moreover, this grand hall serves as Odin's vantage point to observe the nine realms. Devoid of the entertainment you seem to seek, Kulich responded with evident displeasure, baffled by Loki's choice of nickname. Loki refrained from offering an explanation. In his previous life on Earth, there existed a breed of dog known as the Husky, which bore a striking resemblance to Kulich, leading to his habitual slip of the tongue. However, unlike Huskies, Kulich would not wreak havoc, should he choose to do so, It would be beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to restrain him. These wolves had been companions to Odin for countless millennia, and Loki considered himself no match for them, being remnants of Odin's youthful battles. Do not dwell on such trivialities. It is merely a term of endearment from me, Loki replied nonchalantly, recalling fond memories of riding on their backs in his youth. Coolidge shook his head dismissively, uninterested in Loki's musings as he nestled closer to his companion, continuing his grooming. By the way, observing the 9 realms. Loki suddenly recalled the legends of Asgard, where it is said that Odin sits upon the All-Father's throne each day. Observing the 9 realms. Now that he found himself seated upon that very throne, it was only fitting that he too should be able to survey the realms. He had long envied Heimdall's abilities, and now, presented with the opportunity, he was determined to partake in the experience. However, he was uncertain of the method to do so. Yet he knew there were those who could enlighten him. Embracing his principle of inquiry, Loki turned to Kurich and Kili, inquiring, "Do you know how to observe the 9 realms?" Surveying his surroundings, he noticed no apparent switches. Kili glanced up at him and replied, "Stop searching. You perceive with your mind, not your eyes. Simply channel your mental energy into the throne." With that, he resumed his half-closed eyes and drifted back to sleep. Kurich was vain, and Kili adored slumber. Their natures had remained unchanged for eons, as it was said. Loki mused that even wolves possessed more character than he. With Kili's guidance, Loki comprehended that the act of observation required mental energy, distinct from Heimdall's physical sight. Disappointment washed over him, though the cause of his dismay was known only to him. After all, the world perceived by the eyes differed from that of the mind. Despite his disappointment, Loki resolved to try. Though he could not witness the visions he desired, his curiosity about the 9 realms remained insatiable. For others, harnessing mental energy might prove challenging, but for Loki, it was as effortless as moving his limbs. As a sorcerer, he had mastered the use of mental energy over the course of more than a millennium dedicated to the study of magic. Gradually, Loki channeled his mental energy into the throne, immersing his entire consciousness within the mental realm. In the external world, he would not dare to do so, but within the Gilded Palace, the safest sanctuary in all of Asgard, he was shielded by the presence of 2 vigilant wolves. As Loki infused his mental energy into the All-Father's throne, he was met with an overwhelming and ancient aura. Enveloped in the mental realm, Loki was astonished, unable to fathom what lay before him. In this ethereal plane, he beheld a tree, one so vast that words failed to capture its magnificence. The World Tree. Loki gasped in disbelief. Though he had heard tales of the World Tree, he had dismissed them as mere fiction, convinced that it was a figment of imagination, an allegorical representation of the 9 realms rather than a tangible entity. Loki had never believed in the existence of the World Tree. Even when it was said that Gungnir was forged from its branches, he scoffed at the notion. Gungnir was clearly crafted from metal. What connection could it possibly have to the World Tree? The 9 realms are referred to as such, rather than merely 9 celestial bodies, because they are indeed 9 distinct worlds, realms that exist on a different dimensional plane, connected solely by stable spatial passages. The existence of a singular tree within such a construct would seem implausible. Yet now, Loki is a believer. He has witnessed the presence of this tree. Within Loki's mental landscape stands a colossal tree, adorned with 9 immense orbs of light, alongside countless smaller luminescent spheres. At the pinnacle of the World Tree resides a golden orb, symbolizing Asgard, with the realms of Alfheim and Muspelheim positioned slightly below it. The trunk's center is Midgard, flanked on either side by Vanaheim and Niflheim, while at the roots lie Jotunheim, Vanaheim, and Helheim. The World Tree, thus, supports the 9 realms and interconnects them all. Loki has finally grasped why his cultivation speed accelerates while seated upon the throne of the highest. It bolsters his mental fortitude. The throne can be likened to the apex of the World Tree, and the enhancement of his training speed is a gift bestowed upon him by the guardian of this great tree. Immersing himself in the essence of the World Tree, Loki observes its entirety along with the 9 realms. Gradually, his consciousness approaches Midgard, as he believes it prudent to gaze upon Earth alone, deeming the other realms too perilous to explore. In his spiritual domain, Midgard is not merely a planet. It is a world, an expanse of land surrounded by oceans. The spiritual realm and the world perceived by the naked eye differ, yet their existence remains fundamentally the same. As he nears Midgard, he halts when the outline becomes discernible, not due to reluctance, but rather the depletion of his mental energy. It is akin to viewing a distant mountain through a haze. Suddenly, something captivates Loki's attention. He gazes in disbelief at what unfolds before him. initially mistaking it for a river or a mountain range. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is no mere river. It is a colossal serpent, encircling Midgard in its entirety. How could such a gigantic serpent exist? The very notion seems unscientific to Loki, who struggles to reconcile this reality. The sheer magnitude of the creature is astonishing, which is why he had initially assumed it to be a river or mountain. A deity of such size resides within Midgard, and it is evidently alive, yet the inhabitants of this realm remain oblivious to its presence. Where does it dwell? In the ocean or the depths of the earth? Loki yearns to draw closer for a more intimate observation, but the toll on his mental energy is too great, compelling him to withdraw from the spiritual realm. Upon exiting, Loki remains incredulous that such a vast serpent exists in Midgard, its aura instilling a profound sense of fear within him. Loki incredulously inquired of Keely whether they were aware of the immense serpent that resided in Midgard. Quick to respond, Kirich exclaimed, "You mean Jormungandr, right?" "I know." Just as Kirich was about to elaborate further, Keely interrupted him, prompting Kirich to refrain from speaking any longer. Keely then turned to Loki and stated, "All we know is that the serpent is called Jormungandr. We are unaware of anything else." It was evident that the two wolves possessed knowledge but were reluctant to divulge it to Loki, leaving him in a state of perplexity. What could possibly be withheld from him? Shaking his head, Loki abandoned the urge to pursue the matter further. These two wolves had followed Odin for far too long. If they chose not to speak, they certainly would not. Although he felt confident in his ability to coax them into revealing information, he deemed it unnecessary, preferring to inquire with Odin at a later time. Jormungandr lingered in his thoughts, and he resolved to exercise caution during his future ventures to Earth, realizing that he might not be a match for the serpent. He had previously underestimated the depths of the waters on Earth, but this world proved to be far more profound than he had imagined. Hela, Jormungandr, and possibly even other entities unknown to him. Chapter 53. The Eternal Flame. Chapter 54. The crumbling worldview. As Loki beheld the eternal flame before him, he felt an immense sense of frustration at his inability to harness it. At that moment, he suddenly overheard Kirich mention that there was still a way, which filled Loki with excitement. He eagerly inquired about the method. His eagerness was understandable. The narrative was drawing nearer, yet his own power had stagnated. Any means to enhance his strength was something he was unwilling to forsake. Kirich, not one to withhold information, looked at the eternal flame and explained, "You certainly cannot merge with the complete eternal flame. The primordial fire of the universe would incinerate your soul alongside it. Even if you possess the power of the fire god within you, it would not change this fact. Moreover, even if you could endure and merge with the eternal flame, it belongs to Surtur, who is still very much alive. The flame carries Surtur's will, and your own soul's will is far too feeble in comparison. A moment's lapse could lead to your being consumed and assimilated, resulting in a loss of self." Loki nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Kirich's words, which he had already expressed. Kirich continued, "However, due to your practice of magic, your mental fortitude remains formidable. If you were to obtain even a flicker of the flame, you could potentially extinguish Surtur's will with your mental strength. Additionally, the fire god's power within you grants you a unique affinity for all fire-related energies, making the fusion of this flicker of eternal flame feasible. But it must be merely a fragment. Too much would be disastrous unless you mastered the laws of fire and either vanquished Surtur or completely eradicated his soul's essence. Only then would you have a chance to fully control it. Nevertheless, even a mere fragment would suffice for your current needs and could significantly amplify your prowess." After Kirich spoke, he glanced at Loki, eager to discern his intentions, whether he contemplated surrender or fusion. Loki grasped that Kirich's strategy involved extracting a fragment of the eternal flame before merging with it to enhance his own power. He would then swiftly master the power of the laws and devise a way to vanquish Surtur or obliterate his soul's will. However, Surtur was not easily slain. He was a formidable being who commanded the flame's laws and possessed the characteristics of the eternal flame, immortal and indestructible. Although Odin had seized the source of his power, the eternal flame, killing Surtur was beyond Loki's reach. He could defeat him, but not extinguish his life. For those who wielded the power of the laws were not easily brought to their end. After much contemplation, Loki deemed that eradicating Surtur's soul imprint was a more plausible approach. To achieve this, one must comprehend the laws of the soul. Loki did not know any who mastered these laws, yet he devised a plan involving the Soul Stone or the Mind Stone. The Soul Stone could directly devour Surtur's soul imprint, while the Mind Stone could shield his own spirit from being assimilated by Surtur. Both methods were viable, yet Loki's thoughts remained merely theoretical for the time being, as the Mind Scepter was still in Thanos' possession, and the whereabouts of the Soul Stone were unknown. Having eluded him for centuries, he would have to find a way to wrest it from Thanos, though he had never contemplated the feasibility of such an endeavor. Resolved, Loki ceased his hesitation, knowing that one must risk something to gain something. He believed that if he could obtain even a spark of flame, he could extinguish the will of Surtur contained within. He then inquired of Courage how to separate a fragment of the eternal flame. As you mentioned, I cannot even touch it. Even my mental strength would be scorched by the eternal flame. Separating a fragment would not be simple, and according to Courage, he could not directly access the eternal flame. So how could he extract a spark? Loki did not believe his mental prowess could withstand the burning of the primordial fire. Courage rolled his eyes and replied, "Of course, I do not mean for you to touch it directly. Even 10 of you would not endure the flames of the primordial fire." Loki nodded and asked, "Then how shall I separate it?" Loki knew Courage must possess a method. He couldn't possibly have a means to fuse without also having a way to separate. Courage regarded Loki and asked, "What of the Grammar sword bestowed upon you by his majesty? Take it out. I shall teach you." Grammar was the fire god sword, also known as the Sword of Divine Wrath, a gift from Odin during Loki's coming-of-age ceremony. Loki reluctantly set aside Gungnir and retrieved the Sword of Divine Wrath, Grammar, from his storage ring, though he had never favored this weapon, feeling that as a sorcerer, he ought not to wield sword. However, for many years, Loki had almost forgotten this notion. The sword had indeed been of tremendous assistance to him, and he had developed a certain attachment to it. On the battlefield, he had relentlessly wielded this sword against his foes. During his training, he had honed his god of fire powers with its aid. It could be said that in Asgard, the Sword of Divine Fury had become a symbol of Loki, the god of fire. As Loki gazed upon the Grammar sword in his hand, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Courage, observing the Grammar sword, remarked that it was forged by dwarven craftsmen using URU metal combined with the unique techniques of solar star forging, resulting in a sword imbued with the essence of fire. Additionally, it had received Odin's blessing. After wielding Grammar for so long, Loki must have sensed its formidable power and its enhancement of his fire attributes. Loki nodded in agreement, and Courage continued, explaining that the Grammar, infused with the core of the solar star, was the finest fire attribute artifact he could currently acquire. While the eternal flame was the primordial fire of the universe, its essence remained merely that of a flame, which could still be controlled by Grammar. Loki realized that although he could not directly interact with the eternal flame, he could utilize the Grammar sword to connect with it, allowing the eternal flame to adhere to the sword while he sought to merge with it. He inquired of Courage how to proceed, asking if he should simply attach the eternal flame to the sword. Courage advised him to withdraw all his power from Grammar, and then let the sword make contact with the eternal flame, allowing the eternal fire to cling to it. He cautioned that greed could be perilous. Even the Sword of Divine Fury could not withstand an excessive amount of eternal flame. Taking Courage's advice to heart, Loki retracted his power from the sword and gradually maneuvered it towards the eternal flame. Upon contact, Grammar began to exhibit the traits of fire attribute power as a sliver of the eternal flame was drawn to it, adhering to the Grammar sword. The objective was achieved with remarkable ease. Loki, witnessing his success, quickly withdrew the Grammar, realizing that an excess of eternal flame would be beyond his capacity to merge and could potentially harm the sword. "Success!" Loki exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him as he gazed at the eternal flame clinging to the Grammar sword. A sense of accomplishment washed over him, for by merging with this fragment of fire, his strength would soon soar. As he contemplated the spatial laws of the cosmic cube, he felt invincible, free from the fear of any adversary once the narrative commenced. However, his joy was abruptly interrupted by Courage's words. "It truly can be done. My suspicions were indeed correct." Courage mused, proclaiming his own brilliance. Loki, caught in his excitement, suddenly wore a grim expression, turning to Courage with a piercing gaze, demanding, "Are you implying that you were uncertain just now and were merely testing?" Courage nonchalantly stuck out his tongue and remarked about the situation, assuring Loki that there was no cause for concern. Even in the face of failure, there would be no injury, merely a minor blemish on the Grammar sword. "Don't fret," he urged. Nevertheless, Loki's countenance remained grim. The damage to the Grammar sword was indeed no trifling matter for him, and being manipulated into becoming a test subject was hardly a source of joy. "If I were not at such a disadvantage against you, I would not hesitate to give you a good beating. Do you believe that?" Loki glared at Courage, who appeared utterly unconcerned. "You have already admitted that you cannot defeat me at present, so why worry? Remain calm. You are the acting god king of Asgard now, so do not let your temper flare." Courage replied indifferently. He felt no trepidation, Even if Loki were capable of defeating him, it was unlikely Loki would resort to violence. For one must always heed the master when dealing with a wolf. Loki, feeling deflated, thought it futile to argue with such an audacious creature. "You are increasingly resembling a husky," he muttered, vowing that one day he would indeed give Kirich a thorough thrashing. Gazing at the sword of divine wrath in his hand, he noted that after departing from the eternal flame, a flicker of flame had seeped into the sword's core, and he could sense the intense heat within. The essence of the eternal flame beckoned to him, and he yearned to merge with it immediately. Only by transforming it into his own power could he feel secure. Otherwise, he feared he was carrying a ticking bomb. Observing Loki's fixation on the Grammar sword, Kirich interjected, "You do not intend to merge with it at this very moment, do you? Do not forget that you are the acting God King of Asgard, and merging with that flicker of the eternal flame is not something that can be accomplished hastily." Upon hearing Kirich's words, Loki abandoned the thought of an immediate fusion, knowing he must wait until Odin's slumber came to an end, and he was fully prepared to begin the process. After all, he was still the acting God King. He could not afford to retreat into the eternal flame, for Asgard would descend into chaos. Chapter 55, The Rebellion of the Dwarves. Loki desired to merge with the eternal flame to enhance his strength, but Kirich's reminder led him to relinquish that notion, realizing that he was still the acting God King of Asgard. He would have to wait until Odin awoke, and he was entirely ready to undertake the fusion. Thus, he turned to Kirich and said, "I understand. I will wait until Father awakens before I commence the merging process." Loki then explored other areas of the treasure vault and discovered many of Odin's prized possessions, some of which Kirich could not even identify. However, anything that was cherished by Odin was undoubtedly of great value. Yet Loki was indifferent. He had no use for it at present and felt assured that Odin would not deny him when the time came. Among the treasures, two items caught Loki's particular attention. The first being the ice crystal chest, a trophy seized from the ice giants by Odin. Loki reflected on the time he merged with the god particle seed, pondering that, had there not been an unforeseen occurrence, the ice box would have been the most suitable artifact for him. Of course, he could still wield it now, as he had mastery over ice magic within the realm of elemental sorcery. However, it seemed unnecessary, for he already possessed the might of the fire god. Why bother when he could not fully harness its power? Furthermore, there was a single drop of blood, sealed by Odin's divine power within a stone. As Loki approached this drop of blood, he felt an icy chill penetrating his very soul. A sense of familiarity washed over him, as he recalled experiencing the same aura moments before. This drop of blood, akin to the eternal flame, exuded an ancient and formidable essence, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation. Loki inquired of Kirich regarding the origin of this blood. With trepidation, Kirich gazed at the crimson liquid and revealed that it belonged to Ymir. Ymir, the name resonated with Loki, for he had studied it in a history class at the Asgard Academy. Ymir was, in fact, the progenitor of the 9 realms, born alongside the World Tree, and was the common ancestor of both gods and giants. Eventually, Ymir sought to annihilate the universe, but was vanquished by the very gods and giants he had created, thus preserving existence itself. Loki had previously regarded these tales as mere mythology. How could there be a world tree in the 9 realms, or a shared ancestry between gods and giants? It seemed ludicrous. Yet, having first encountered the world tree and now witnessing Ymir's blood, Loki felt as though his worldview was crumbling. Disinterested in further exploring Odin's treasury, Loki, having only recently assumed the role of regent god, sensed that his understanding had been irrevocably altered. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, he found Kili still napping beneath the supreme throne. Kili glanced up at Loki and the wolf before resuming his slumber, his ears drooping in relaxation. Loki ascended to the supreme throne once more, continuing to fulfill his duties as the leader of the gods. "At last I have succeeded, the blade of god-slaying, in a remote ruin deep within the cosmos." A stout dwarf man, holding a blade devoid of a handle, exclaimed with fervor. The blade gleamed a sinister crimson, as if it could consume a soul with a mere glance. "My dear brother, did you ever foresee this? As the elder of the dwarf clan, I have willingly descended into depravity, becoming Odin's lackey. Over 1,000 years ago, you exiled me from Vanaheim. Yet fate led me to encounter the death tree of the previous epoch, allowing me to forge this blade of god-slaying. This universe shall ultimately be governed by me, KRYSS. Are you prepared to welcome the surprise I have in store for you, my dear brother?" With that, the red blade levitated autonomously, carving a portal through space, and the man stepped through, vanishing from sight. The dwarven clan resides in the subterranean realm of Wadalheim. Though situated underground, this space has been transformed by the dwarves, exuding a vibrant atmosphere akin to a technologically advanced metropolis. In the heart of this beloved kingdom, within a forge, the esteemed elder of the dwarven clan is meticulously crafting a longsword. The crimson glow of the flames illuminates the elder's dark, concentrated visage, and the rhythmic clang of the hammer resonates like a beautiful symphony to him. Suddenly, the elder halts his labor, casting his gaze toward an empty space beside the shelves, declaring, "Come forth. I have dwelt in this chamber for countless millennia, and none can conceal themselves here." No sooner had he spoken than a figure materialized where his gaze had lingered, revealing the individual who had just vanished, cradling the very sword the elder had been forging. However, the elder was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the familiar face before him. "Chris," he uttered in disbelief. The dwarven man responded, "It is I, dear brother. Did you not anticipate my return?" The elder was indeed well acquainted with the man before him. He was none other than his younger brother, Chris. Yet, the elder harbored no fondness for this sibling, and his arrival elicited no surprise. The elder regarded Chris with a stern expression. "Chris, what brings you back? You have been exiled from the dwarven kingdom, and Waddleheim no longer welcomes you. This is not a place for you." The elder's memory was vivid with recollections of his brother's past transgressions that nearly brought devastation upon Waddleheim. Out of familial loyalty, he had chosen to expel him from their realm. "Brother, Waddleheim is my home. Am I forbidden from returning at any time?" Chris replied, his tone nonchalant. "But it matters not. I am on the verge of becoming the king of the dwarven realm, the sovereign of this universe, leading our people into a new era of glory. How many years have passed, and you still cling to your naive notions, Chris? You remain oblivious to the truth. Depart from Waddleheim, and I shall pretend you have never set foot in this place, my brother," the elder implored, hoping to dissuade Chris from his reckless ambitions. Chris, undeterred by the elder's admonitions, continued, "Leave? I cannot, dear brother. From this day forth, I shall be the king of Waddleheim. I will slay Odin and forge a glorious destiny for our clan." "To slay Odin? You persist in that foolish notion? Such an endeavor is merely a path to your own demise. You cannot begin to comprehend Odin's might," the elder replied. "Our dwarven clan is inherently ill-suited for combat. It is only through the protection of Asgard that we have thrived in this universe. Even if you were to vanquish Odin, you would lead our entire clan toward annihilation amidst the encroaching wolves of the cosmos. Brother, I can see that Odin is formidable, yet he has grown old. The 9 realms are in need of a new sovereign, and that sovereign shall be me. I shall ascend as the ruler of the 9 realms, replacing Odin and governing all." Chris spoke with a distant gaze, as if he were already seated upon the exalted throne of the 9 realms. "Chris, awaken. Abandon your futile aspirations. Even in his old age, Odin is not someone you can contend with. Should you refuse to relinquish your ambitions, allow me, as your elder brother, to assist you," the grand elder implored, grasping a forging hammer as he addressed Chris. "Undoubtedly, I am no match for Odin, yet slaying him would be a trivial task for me. Thanks to you, dear brother, I was exiled from Vanaheim, where I discovered the trunk of the Tree of Death from the previous epic. I have forged this blade of God-slaying with it, and I shall wield it to vanquish Odin and conquer the entire 9 realms." The grand elder then noticed the blade Chris held close, exclaiming, "You believe this alone can suffice to eliminate Odin? Do you not see, brother? This blade of God-slaying is crafted from the boughs of the Tree of Death from the previous era, infused with a strand of Odin's hair. It was born for the sole purpose of slaying Odin. In that moment, I shall become the monarch of all 9 realms," Chris declared with fervor. The grand elder regarded the impassioned Chris and remarked, "Chris, you are exceedingly naive. Do you truly believe this will suffice to kill Odin? If he could be so easily vanquished, he would not have ascended to his current status as the ruler of the 9 realms. Brother, you cannot impede me, nor can Odin. A new sovereign shall soon grace the 9 realms." Chris's eyes glimmered with a red intensity. Whether from the influence of the blade of God-slaying or the onset of madness, it was unclear. Seeing his efforts to dissuade Chris were in vain, the grand elder, wielding his hammer, declared, "Come forth, my brother. Let me dispel your absurd notions and prevent you from leading the dwarf clan to ruin. Do you truly believe you can obstruct me? Allow me to demonstrate just how ludicrous your steadfastness is." With that, Chris hurled the blade of God-slaying with great force, slicing through space and time, severing the grand elder's arm before he could react, causing him to collapse to the ground. Next, Chris produced a rune stone and sealed the fallen grand elder within it. "Dear brother, I shall not slay you. I want you to witness how I shall bring down Odin and ascend as the ruler of the 9 realms," Chris proclaimed, gazing at the incapacitated grand elder. "Chris, you will not succeed. You will lead the dwarf clan to destruction, The Grand Elder shouted with grave authority, disregarding his severed arm and the seal binding him, desperately trying to redirect his brother's course. Yet, Chris paid no heed to the Grand Elder's words. Chris took up the blade of God-slaying once more, transforming to resemble the Grand Elder, and strode forth. Chris, you are destined to annihilate the race of dwarves. You must not proceed with this. The voice of the Great Elder reverberated through the desolate stone chamber, echoing endlessly. Chapter 56, The Day of Divine Birth. Loki, are you adjusting well? Within the golden palace of Asgard, Loki conversed with his mother, Frigga. How have you fared these past few days? After Odin succumbed to slumber, Frigga found herself with little to occupy her time, prompting her to leave the rear hall and enter the grand palace to engage in conversation with Loki. After all, this was Loki's inaugural experience as the acting God King, and Frigga harbored some concerns. Seated upon the supreme throne, Loki regarded Frigga and expressed, Mother, I feel I have been deceived by Father. I believe it was merely a matter of impersonating him from his seat. But I now realize I possess far too much knowledge that perhaps I ought not to have. Loki gazed at Gungnir in his hand, stating, I feel the weight of Gungnir is overwhelming. I fear I can scarcely lift it. Gungnir is a symbol of Odin's authority, and when Loki received it from Odin, he assumed it was simply a matter of playing the part of Odin. However, through recent interactions with Kurich and Kili, along with his own revelations, Loki sensed that the situation had grown far more complex than he initially perceived. Frigga observed her son atop the supreme throne, feeling an unsettling dissonance. Although she recognized that it was her son seated there, he bore the visage of her husband as they conversed, creating an awkward atmosphere. Not only Frigga, but Loki himself felt a profound discomfort. He sat elevated while his mother stood below, yet he understood that such was the necessity of the moment. Frigga dismissed her discomfort and addressed her son, who was voicing his grievances. Loki, your father has grown old. He has devoted his entire life to Asgard, and this day was inevitable. As the Prince of Asgard, this is your destiny. Loki comprehended Frigga's sentiments. As the Prince of Asgard, he recognized that with honor comes the corresponding burden to protect Asgard, uphold Odin's reign, and maintain peace across the Nine Realms. This fate had been sealed the day Odin wrapped him in a cloak and brought him back to Asgard. Yet, Loki had previously believed that, as Odin's adopted son, his second son, he would not ascend to such a position. The rightful heir was undoubtedly his brother, Thor. This was not to say that once Thor ascended to the throne, Loki would no longer have responsibilities in Asgard. He would still offer assistance and fulfill his obligations, albeit without the same weight of concern that Odin bore. Loki turned to Frigga and said, Mother, I understand your perspective, and I am willing to share in Father S. burdens. However, I never anticipated finding myself in this position. It feels profoundly awkward, as you surely comprehend. Frigga gazed earnestly at Loki and remarked, You are my son. I am indeed aware of your thoughts. However, the heirs of Asgard have never adhered to the notions of age hierarchy. Do you believe your brother Thor would make a commendable ruler? Loki fell silent. He yearned to assure Frigga that Thor would indeed be an admirable king. Nevertheless, both the events of the past films and Thor's actions in this lifetime, particularly in the third installment of the Thor saga, where he intended to lead their kin to Earth, struck Loki as utterly inconceivable. Such a decision is not one befitting a sovereign. Were it Loki in Thor's position, he would prefer to conquer Earth with an army, establishing a sanctuary for Asgard rather than relying on mere charity, the willingness of Earthlings to offer which remains uncertain. Frigga continued, Thor, like you, is my child. I have watched you both grow from childhood, and I know you well. Your brother has always lacked decisiveness, often yielding to the opinions of others. How can one be a ruler without their own convictions? Loki refrained from contesting Frigga's words. Having grown up alongside Thor, he recognized the truth in her statement. As if sensing Loki's unvoiced thoughts, Frigga interjected, I cannot predict how your brother will evolve. Even if he sheds arrogance, learns to respect life, and meets your father's expectations, he will still not become an exceptional ruler. Your brother lacks the most vital quality of all, the wisdom of a monarch. Frigga's assessment was accurate. Thor's intellect had never been his forte. His prowess had always been in strength rather than sagacity. Odin, the god of wisdom in Asgard, and Loki, known as the god of mischief, stood in stark contrast to Thor, who seemed to fall short in comparison. Mother, I shall not abandon Asgard, Loki reassured her. Rest assured, I will employ my own methods to aid Thor's growth. Even if he does not ascend to kingship, he must mature. Asgard cannot afford a reckless and arrogant prince, even if he is not destined to be their king. Frigga nodded in acknowledgement, aware that she had spoken sufficiently for the day. Loki, still a child of over 1,000 years, found the weight of the throne too burdensome. Frigga did not oppose his desire to guide Thor in place of herself and Odin. After all, Thor needed to evolve. While Loki and Frigga conversed, a guard approached with a message stating, "Your Majesty, the headmaster of the Academy, Bode, requests an audience." Bode, the headmaster of the Asgard Academy and the god of light among the Aesir, was familiar to Loki, yet he found Bode's visit perplexing, as the headmaster rarely came here. Despite his amicable relationship with Odin, adjusting his posture, Loki responded, "Let him enter." Bode entered as he always had, and Loki straightened his posture. Clad in a white robe of sorcerer, his face adorned with a mischievous grin, he bowed and proclaimed, "Bode, I pay my respects to His Majesty Odin." Loki gazed at Bode and remarked, "It has been quite some time since we last met. What brings you to the Golden Palace today?" Bode shared a close bond with Odin, both being venerable figures of Asgard. Loki, well aware of Odin's character, knew how to welcome him without adopting the airs of a divine ruler. Bode gently shook his sleeve and replied, "The old man wouldn't disturb His Majesty without reason. Besides, he is now the headmaster of the Academy. He cannot afford to wander aimlessly, for the students are the future of Asgard." Loki chuckled, "Headmaster Bode, you do work hard." Internally, he mused, "I suppose he is busy keeping an eye on the young ladies at the Academy. By the way, Bode, is there something you wish to discuss with me today?" Bode assumed a serious demeanor and said, "Your Majesty, next month marks the decennial celebration of the Divine Birth Festival in Asgard. May I inquire how you plan to arrange it this year?" "The Divine Birth Festival next month?" Loki exclaimed in surprise. This festival is a unique occasion for Asgard, held once every 10 years, during which all who submit to Odin's rule send representatives to witness the festivities. Asgard celebrates on this day with various events and feasts honoring the visiting powers. Originally Odin's birthday, it evolved into a festival to strengthen his dominion and uphold Asgard's authority. Initially held annually, Odin later opted for a decennial celebration to alleviate the associated burdens. Loki mused that even with a decade between events, Odin might have lost track of how many divine birth festivals he had witnessed. Turning to Bode, he said, "You shall handle this as you have in the past, correct?" Bode replied, "Your Majesty, I understand your intent. I will make the necessary arrangements, but should we request the presence of the two princes this year?" Loki glanced at Fjorla, who met his gaze and shook her head. With a sigh, Loki instructed Bode, "Let us refrain from notifying them for now. The festival shall proceed as usual this year." Bode nodded, noting that their presence was not essential, as Odin's attendance sufficed. He said to Loki, "I grasp your meaning. I shall begin preparations and notify the various factions." Loki responded, "You may handle it as you see fit, but do not overexert yourself. Allow the younger ones to take on some responsibilities." With that, Bode departed, not lingering long, as the affairs of the Academy were numerous, and preparations for the festival a month hence awaited him. As the Divine Birth Festival approached, Loki felt a pang of anxiety. With Odin ensnared in slumber, he would have to take center stage before so many powers, leaving him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Chapter 57. The title is of no consequence. The Divine Festival. How fortuitous it is that I should encounter it once every decade. Loki, presently engulfed in a sense of melancholy, had initially believed that masquerading as Odin while serving as the proxy god-king would suffice. However, his brother Bode's unexpected revelation regarding the forthcoming decennial celebration left him feeling somewhat exasperated. "Mother, what shall we do about the Divine Festival? Father will not awaken, will he?" After Bode departed, Loki pondered this with Frigga. In truth, Loki was acutely aware that he would have to preside over this divine festival himself. Odin had succumbed to his deep slumber, and it would be a considerable time before he stirred again. Nevertheless, Loki held a flicker of hope as he inquired of Frigga, fearing the complications that lay ahead. As anticipated, Frigga shook her head and informed Loki, "Your father cannot awaken in the near future. You shall take the helm for this divine festival. Do not contemplate summoning your brother. With your father in slumber, he would only complicate matters." Loki had not harbored high hopes, and Frigga's words extinguished what little remained. Just as he had foreseen, he was to lead the festival himself, but he still had over a month to prepare. Moreover, he had no intention of summoning Thor back. Although Loki was slightly more capable, the disparity was not significant. Given Thor's temperament, trouble would likely ensue, and with Odin absent, Loki could not guarantee the outcome. "Mother, I shall be adequately prepared. You need not worry. I have participated in the Divine Festival on numerous occasions and shall not falter." Frigga reassured him, "As long as you have a plan, you need not consult me further. Proceed according to your vision, and rest assured, Asgard will not face grave issues." Frigga held a particular admiration for Loki's resolve. Unlike Thor, who would invariably encounter difficulties despite declaring his capability. Loki had a steadfastness that inspired confidence. Without the support of Sif and Vog, Frigga mused, her elder son would have long met his demise at Odin's hand. Loki acknowledged her words with a nod, aware that Frigga possessed the means to disrupt Odin's slumber should it become necessary. Yet, having embraced his role as the proxy god king, he felt compelled to fulfill his duties. Only in dire circumstances would Frigga resort to awakening Odin. After a brief visit, Frigga departed, leaving Loki alone in the Golden Palace, accompanied only by 2 wolves. During these past few days, Loki had remained in the palace, grateful for the company of Kurich and Kili, for without them, he feared he would succumb to solitude. Sitting upon the exalted throne, he engaged in both meditation and conversation with Kurich. Surely, you recall how the divine festivals were celebrated in times past? Although Kurich was reluctant to be referred to as the silly one, Loki's persistence left him no choice. With his head down, Kurich replied, "You've attended before. Why inquire of me?" He continued to groom his fur, seemingly disinterested in Loki's musings. In truth, Loki merely sought someone to engage in conversation, yet he found himself silenced. He gazed at Kurich with exasperation, muttering to himself that it was no wonder he had remained a solitary wolf for countless centuries. There seemed to be a reason for it. The obtuseness of this straight-laced wolf, who fancied himself particularly handsome, was rather disheartening. Sensing Loki's discomfort, the nearby Gilly interjected, seeking to alleviate the tension. "Do not fret too much. As always, you need only to receive the representatives of various factions in your current state." Loki was well aware that the divine festival was essentially Odin's birthday celebration. Given Odin's stature, the festivities would undoubtedly be grand, with various factions presenting their gifts and Asgard arranging entertainment to host the attendees. However, the occasion was not without its complexities. On this day, Asgard would flex its might, showcasing its strength to all and warning any nefarious souls that Odin's birthday was truly a gathering of nations. After conversing with the 2 wolves for a while, Loki noticed 2 ravens flapping their wings as they entered, a pair of Odin's trusty scouts, Hugin and Munin. Observing the arrival of the ravens, Loki felt a pang of sympathy for Odin. After ruling for so many years, he was accompanied only by 2 ravens and 2 wolves in the grand hall of his golden palace. While many admired the glory of being a god king, who truly considered what Odin had sacrificed, Loki resolved that should he ever ascend to the throne, he would not follow Odin's path. He would live for himself as well as for Asgard. Anyone who dared disrupt his life would find themselves at odds with him, and he would not hesitate to confront them. The 2 ravens alighted upon Loki's shoulders, and he inquired if anything of interest had transpired across the 9 realms. The loquacious Hugin chimed in, "Indeed. Your little paramour heard you were in Midgard and attempted to seek you out, only to be intercepted by your brother-in-law and sent back. Would you consider that intriguing?" Loki was rendered speechless by the raven's audacity. It seemed to know far too much. Munin was somewhat more reserved, but Hugin struck Loki as a gossip monger, delighting in uncovering secrets and scandals, often at Loki's expense. He thought to himself that had Hugin lived in a past life, he would have undoubtedly made the finest tabloid journalist. "Do you dare believe I would pluck every feather from your body, rendering you unable to fly again?" Loki threatened, casting a menacing glance at Munin. Kurich joined in with a jest, suggesting they should indeed strip the raven of its unsightly golden plumage. Then, Loki watched as a raven and a wolf engaged in a spirited mock battle, creating quite the spectacle. He made no effort to intervene, instead enjoying the lively scene alongside the other wolf and raven, wishing only that there were some seeds to snack on as he observed the merriment. In the end, the matter concluded in a draw, with neither party able to prevail over the other. After the bout, Fugin blinked his large eyes at Loki and queried, "Why did you strip her of her fur? Am I mistaken in assuming that little girl is your romantic interest?" "I am well aware of your relationship. I have seen you 2 together," Fugin stubbornly asserted. Loki gazed at the adorably bewildered Fugin and replied, "Why? Because you possess too much knowledge." Fugin merely nudged Loki, fully aware that Loki would never truly remove her fur, much like Loki's idle threats of confronting Kurich, which were never acted upon. Likewise, Loki could never strip Fugin of his feathers. In fact, if those 2 ravens took flight, Loki would be utterly unable to catch them, for both were adept in spatial magic and possessed remarkable speed. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare challenge Odin in his vigilance over the 9 realms. However, upon hearing that the little girl intended to seek him out, Loki felt a sense of comfort. Aside from Odin and Frigga, there was another soul who cared for him, and that sentiment was quite pleasant. Loki recognized that the little girl genuinely held affection for him, and he too harbored fondness for her, despite her brother being exceedingly bothersome. Once his strength was enhanced, he vowed to confront him, regardless of his status as a sun god. Yet, Loki allowed himself a moment of fantasy. Even if he could best him, it would not be a confrontation he could instigate, for even as a god king, one must remain prudent. Returning to the matter at hand, Loki inquired, "Aside from this, is there anything else? Has anything significant transpired in the Nine Realms?" The two ravens contemplated, and Wooni remarked, "It seems the dwarven clan is gathering, but we have not observed any noteworthy developments." Loki dismissively shook his head, asserting, "There is no need for concern regarding the dwarven clan. If any faction in the Nine Realms is most loyal to Asgard, it is the dwarves, second only to the Vanir, who are closely united with Asgard." Loki's reasoning stemmed from the fact that the Aesir of Asgard and the Vanir of Vanaheim could be considered as one, despite occasional disagreements due to their divine powers, much akin to contentious siblings. Nonetheless, they held no grievances against Odin as their patriarch. As for the dwarven clan, their strength did not lie in martial prowess, but rather in their boundless knowledge and mastery of weapon crafting, making them the most formidable arms dealers in the universe. Without Asgard's protection, they would be utterly consumed in a universe governed by the Dark Forest law, leaving no trace behind. Thus, Loki felt no apprehension regarding Wooni's mention of the dwarves' movements. However, he had not anticipated that the dwarven clan would soon offer him a delightful surprise. Contemplating further, Loki recalled that a month from now marked the anniversary of the god's birth in Asgard, inevitably attracting those with nefarious intentions seeking to exploit the occasion. He preferred to avoid conflict if possible. The moment he intervened, his disguise as Odin would likely be compromised, which would be far from ideal. Hence, he resolved to make some preparations. After a moment's thought, he instructed Wooni, "Go, summon Tyr, and have him come to the Golden Palace to meet with me." Wooni did not inquire as to why, nor had she ever, for those occupying such positions simply acted according to their words. It was their primary duty. Upon hearing Loki's identity, Wooni flapped her wings and took flight. These two crows could surely locate whomever they sought. Tyr, the god of war in Asgard, was, aside from Odin, the mightiest warrior and the most formidable commander of the Asgardian army, responsible for overseeing foreign conflicts. After Thor ventured into the realm of death, it was Tyr who rescued him, and his loyalty to Asgard was unquestionable. Before long, Wooni returned, for a crow capable of traversing space. Conveying a message required little time. As for how Tyr would arrive, that was beyond her consideration. She could not carry anyone with her. Chapter 59, The God of War Tyr. Loki pondered carefully. While Odin's presence generally deterred disruptions during the Festival of the Gods, one could never be too cautious. Unlike Odin, who could suppress all with absolute strength, Loki felt it prudent to prepare, and thus instructed Wooni to summon Tyr. Wooni was swift, and shortly thereafter, Tyr arrived. Within the grand hall of the Golden Palace, Tyr, clad in silver armor and holding the hilt of his sword with its tip pointed downward, bowed and proclaimed, "I have come to pay my respects, your majesty." Upon witnessing Tyr's salute, Loki thought it fitting to exclaim, "Long live our emperor." But evidently, such customs were absent in Asgard. Loki was well acquainted with Tyr, having fought alongside him in numerous wars, and held a favorable opinion of the commander of Asgard's First Legion. Observing Tyr in his gleaming silver armor, wielding a colossal sword, Loki marveled at the true demeanor of a god of war. Tyr was among the rare commanding talents in Asgard, entrusted with external military affairs, and was one of Odin's most trusted allies. His title as god of war was earned through a succession of battles, and Loki had established a solid friendship with Tyr, having collaborated extensively during Asgard's military campaigns. Rise, there is no need for excessive formality. Next month marks the Festival of the Gods, and I have summoned you to oversee its security. Do you have any concerns? Loki stated plainly, as the God King no longer required circumspect discourse. He could issue direct commands. Tyr, not wishing to disappoint Odin, replied with a bow, assuring, "Please rest assured, your majesty. I shall protect Asgard and ensure that no one disrupts the Festival of the Gods." Tyr did not mention that it was inconceivable for anyone to cause turmoil during the sacred celebration. Regarding Tyr, Odin proclaimed that where there is a will, there shall indeed be a way. Odin adhered to his own declarations, facing challenges head-on, and even conjuring difficulties when none existed to ensure action was taken. Loki nodded in satisfaction, only to ponder a subsequent question. After a moment's reflection, he remarked that he was aware of the tense situation at the front lines. Thus there was no need to divert soldiers from the battlefield, nor was it currently necessary. Tyr gazed at Odin with confusion, without drawing soldiers from the front. He found himself in Asgard devoid of any troops. However, he refrained from questioning, patiently awaiting Odin's further pronouncement. trusting that Odin would not leave him to undertake tasks meant for an army alone. Indeed, Odin proceeded to declare that during the Festival of the Gods, Tyr would temporarily command 1,000 fire guardians under Loki's banner to ensure the safety of Asgard, and that he would also enlist the assistance of Nas. Nas, the leader of the Golden Palace Guards, commanded a battalion of 2,000 celestial guards, and with Loki's 1,000 fire guardians, this would suffice. Upon hearing Odin's directive to lead Loki's fire guardians, Tyr could not help but express, "Your Majesty, it may be inappropriate for me to command Prince Loki's fire guardians." To Tyr, Loki's fire guardians were the elite protectors of the Prince of Asgard, and he felt unworthy of such a command, especially with Loki absent from Asgard at present. Loki reassured him, "Do not harbor concerns. I've spoken to Loki regarding this matter. During the Festival of the Gods, you shall lead the fire guardians to ensure Asgard's safety." Contemplating the arrangement, Loki realized that entrusting Tyr with command over the fire guardians was indeed somewhat unconventional. Thus, he retrieved his sword of divine wrath from his storage ring and presented it to Tyr. This sword, emblematic of the fire god, would grant Tyr the legitimacy needed to lead the fire guardians without hesitation. Accepting the sword of divine wrath from Odin, Tyr felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the sword in his possession, he could command the fire guardians with authority, and Odin's trust implied that Loki had been informed, allowing Tyr to proceed without trepidation. After taking the sword, he knelt and vowed, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall safeguard the Festival of the Gods and ensure that no one disrupts its sanctity." Tyr was filled with excitement. Among Asgard's standing military, the Celestial Guards led by Nas were undoubtedly the most formidable in individual combat prowess. Yet, when considering overall capability, it was indisputable that Loki's 1,000 fire guardians stood superior. These fire guardians had been selected from the finest warriors of the Asgardian army, possessing exceptional talent and training, bolstered by Loki's significant investment in their development, resulting in this formidable battalion. Tyr even surmised that Loki's decision to take his fire guardians into the cosmos as space pirates was a squandering of resources, unaware that it was precisely through such endeavors that their combat skills were continually honed. Moreover, not only does it possess formidable magic and combat skills, but it is also augmented by an array of powerful technological weapons and a fleet with considerable mobility. Tyr believes that Loki's 1,000 fire gods can rival one of his own legions. Tyr is even of the opinion that Loki's choice to take his fire gods into space as space pirates is a lamentable squandering of resources. Unbeknownst to Tyr, it is precisely because they have embraced the life of space piracy that they can continually enhance their combat prowess. Although he is merely a temporary commander of the fire gods, he feels a sense of joy, for an exceptional leader aspires to helm a formidable army. Tyr also believes he can learn greatly from Loki's 1,000 fire gods. Furthermore, he hopes to foster a good relationship with the future royal guard of the gods. This is not merely because Tyr is confident in Loki's potential to become king, but rather because he sincerely wishes for Loki to ascend to the throne. After all, compared to the reckless Thor, Loki is far superior. Recently, Thor's command led to the complete annihilation of his 2,000 soldiers, making it rather difficult for Tyr to harbor any fondness for him. Loki, however, contemplates the situation differently. The frontline forces cannot be withdrawn. We are currently at the peak of the conflict between the realm of the dead and Asgard. To retreat now would signify the failure of this war. Asgard cannot afford defeat, at least not due to our own missteps. The fire gods under my command are currently stationed in Asgard, not at the front lines, serving to safeguard Asgard's security. Tyr feels assured in this arrangement, as their combat capabilities are superior to those of other armies. After receiving his orders, Tyr took his leave, wielding Loki's sword of fire as he prepared to temporarily assume command of Loki's 1,000 fire gods and communicate with Nars about the security arrangements for the Festival of the Gods. Seated upon the exalted throne, Loki murmured his hopes that no problems would arise, yet he sensed a foreboding as his eyelids twitched ominously. Chapter 60, Revelry. In Asgard, time is the most inexpensive commodity. The inhabitants here do not measure time in conventional units. Thus a month swiftly passes, leading to the day of the Festival of the Gods. Significant holidays, especially the decennial Festival of the Gods, are greatly revered by the people of Asgard. Consequently, the atmosphere of celebration had enveloped Asgard for several days prior, with decorations adorning every corner in anticipation of the festival. As the day of the festival arrived, the atmosphere intensified, with the entirety of Asgard infused with a spirit of jubilation. Fireworks and lights mingled with the essence of merriment. However, within the golden palace of Asgard, an eerie stillness prevailed, devoid of any festive cheer, and no one dared to celebrate within its hallowed halls. Inside the Golden Palace, Loki conversed with his mother, Frigga. "Mother, speak to me honestly. How is father's health?" Loki gazed intently at Frigga, as if seeking answers etched upon her visage. It is not that Loki is insistent on this inquiry, but the matter pertains to Asgard and, indeed, to Loki himself. He recalls that in the previous cinematic portrayal, Odin met his demise during Thor, Ragnarok. Although Loki's intervention played a role, ultimately, it was Odin's physical condition that faltered. Were it not for Odin's failing health, Loki would never have been able to banish him. Thus, Loki harbors doubts about the state of Odin's health being as robust as he might wish. Frigga, on the other hand, is reluctant to engage in this discussion with Loki, akin to a wife contemplating the mortality of her husband in his absence. She finds the topic distressing. "Your father is quite advanced in years, you know. Even your mother is uncertain of his true age. Thus, your father has aged, his strength waning, necessitating Odin's slumber to regain his power." Frigga continues, "However, there is no need for excessive concern. Despite his age and diminished strength, he remains formidable. This is beyond question." Her words serve to comfort both Loki and perhaps herself. Loki understands that Frigga is not entirely forthcoming, yet he refrains from probing further. For both personal sentiment and the welfare of Asgard compel him to wish for Odin's longevity. In his previous life, his parents departed too soon, leaving him with a lingering sense of loss. In this life, although Odin and Frigga are his adoptive parents, their kindness towards him is genuine, and the bond they share is authentic and irreplaceable. A silence envelopes them before Frigga inquires, "Have you prepared for the Festival of the Gods?" "There must be no mistakes this time." Loki nods, indicating his readiness. He has devoted a month to this preparation, though he recognizes that there is little to truly prepare for. His impersonation of Odin is merely a formality, requiring minimal action on his part. Yet both Frigga and Loki are particularly invested due to this being his inaugural experience as the acting God King. "Rest assured, Mother, there will be no issues during the Festival of the Gods. I have made all necessary arrangements. Even if complications arise, I am confident I can resolve them swiftly," Loki assures her. Frigga nods, choosing not to probe further. She believes that although her youngest son is her adopted child, he bears the closest resemblance to Odin, always composed and adept at orchestrating everything while keeping his plans concealed. Accustomed to Odin's mannerisms, Frigga refrains from further inquiry, trusting Loki's assurance of readiness. With a smile, she adds, "For today's grand celebration, representatives from Vanaheim will also be in attendance. Do you have any other thoughts, perhaps about visiting a certain young lady?" Having addressed the serious matters, Frigga seizes the rare opportunity to jest with Loki. Loki could not help but smile as he embraced his role as the Father King, Odin, the ruler of Asgard, and the celestial patriarch of the Vanir. What thoughts could he possibly entertain? Naturally, he would act according to his father's wishes. Upon hearing Loki's words, Frigga fell silent. If Loki were to seek out Freya, it would undoubtedly become a sensational headline throughout the cosmos. Here was her son, now acting as the proxy king. Today, the young maiden would arrive, yet he could not meet her. Although Loki felt a sense of helplessness, he recognized his obligation as the acting king. He had no desire to incite rumors of the Asgardian patriarch clandestinely meeting a young Vanir maiden, which would reverberate across the universe. Odin was no ordinary being. Countless eyes were upon him, and should Odin awaken to find his reputation tarnished by Loki's actions, the repercussions would be dire. Moreover, Loki did not wish to dwell on these matters for too long. The time was not yet ripe. These concerns could be addressed later. For the young maiden would remain in place. She would not escape. The narrative was on the brink of unfolding, and he must relentlessly enhance his strength, for compared to Odin, he still felt woefully inadequate. The onset of this tale signified the imminent arrival of Ragnarok, and Loki perceived that the impending doom would be far more terrifying than that depicted in the films of his past life. "Very well, Mother, let us proceed. It is time to commence. We must not keep others waiting," Loki declared as he rose from his throne and descended, followed eagerly by Kili and Kirich. They, too, wished to partake in the festivities of the Asgardian winter solstice, not only to join in the revelry, but also to safeguard Loki. Though Loki believed he needed no protection, much like Odin, he conceded to their desire to accompany him. Frigga nodded in agreement, indicating that it was indeed time to depart. As the Queen of Asgard, she was obliged to attend alongside Odin. Raising Gungnir high, Loki gently sliced through the void, creating a portal. He, Frigga, Kili, and Kirich stepped through. They emerged in the expansive, open square, humorously dubbed by Loki as the Asgardian Colosseum, where grand events were held, including the winter solstice celebration of today. As Loki and Frigga emerged from the portal, The atmosphere in the square reached a fever pitch, with a chorus of voices resounding. Odin! 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 Each call crescendoed, breaking through the clouds above Asgard. Loki raised Gungnir triumphantly, proclaiming, "For the glory of the gods." It was imperative not to solely chant for Asgard. He was equally the patriarch of the Vanir, and the solstice was a festival for them as well. The square was filled with both the Aesir and Vanir in equal numbers, and he must attend to the sentiments of the Vanir people. Loki secretly resolved that once he ascended as the king of the gods, he would undoubtedly strive to reunite the two divine clans, for they were all kin and ought not to be divided. The crowd rallied behind Loki, fervently chanting for the glory of the divine race, an uproar that resonated throughout the arena. After several boisterous calls, Loki effortlessly lowered Gungnir, silencing the throng. The proceedings were about to commence, and such incessant shouting could not continue. Loki and Frigga ascended to their designated seats, nodding towards Baldur, who sat not far away. The thrones of the king and queen were indeed exceptional, the most conspicuous among all seats, flanked by 4 golden-armored warriors radiating potent energy waves, further accentuating Loki's portrayal of Odin as an omnipotent deity, a formidable display of intimidation. On either side of Loki sat the representatives of the Aesir and Vanir clans, the most devoted adherents of Odin. Loki was well acquainted with these figures: Sylvan, the head of the Asgard Academy; Baldur, the god of light; Frey, the god of summer and sea; Tyr, the god of war; the witch Grid; and Freya, the goddess of love, all familiar faces. As Loki approached, everyone rose in respect, taking their seats only after he had settled down. He nodded to Baldur, signaling that the proceedings could commence. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Baldur stood and made his way to the center of the plaza, proclaiming loudly, "Welcome to Asgard, where we gather to celebrate this decade's divine festival." Asgard, with its splendor, was well represented by Baldur's strength, allowing his voice to echo to every ear without the aid of amplification. Loki mused on the resources this saved Asgard, while simultaneously feeling a pang of sympathy for Baldur, who had been relegated to the role of ceremonial god, instead of fulfilling his true potential as the god of light. Yet what choice was there? The previous ceremonial god had perished in battle, seeking to experience life on the battlefield. Thus, an absence of ceremonial god had led to Baldur's dual responsibilities. Loki lamented the shortage of talent in Asgard and inwardly cursed the former ceremonial god for his folly. Surely, one ought to cherish their place in Asgard rather than venture into the fray, which, in the end, only resulted in their demise. Such is the folly of man. Loki mused. His gaze drifted to Freya, who sat nearby, a vision of angelic beauty in her white dress. The young girl appeared to be searching for something, her delicate face betraying a hint of disappointment as she found nothing. Observing his sister's crestfallen expression, Frey, the god of the sun, tightened his grip on the Sword of Oaths. Loki understood what the young girl sought, but realized he could not reveal himself at that moment, leaving her in disappointment, feeling a silent apology towards her. However, for Loki, who grasped the sword of victory, the only response he could muster towards Frey was a mere chuckle. In Chapter 61, The Divine Christmas in Progress, Loki found himself devoid of any fondness for this potential brother-in-law, the sun god. Strangely enough, he was often overwhelmed by an impulse to strike him. Unbeknownst to Loki, Frigga was also observing Freya, her gaze betraying a sense of satisfaction. Had Loki been aware of Frigga's expression, he would have been filled with trepidation. Like all parents, Frigga yearned for Loki to find a bride soon, so she could embrace her grandchildren. In every regard, Freya seemed exceptionally suitable. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had the formidable witch Gwenira as her mentor in magic, making her a powerful ally for Loki. After all, given Loki's status as a prince of Asgard, it was no ordinary girl who could aspire to be his queen. Hence, Frigga was quite pleased with Freya. Her beauty and strength rendered her a fitting match. Yet, Loki's attention was soon captivated by another matter. He observed Baldur, who was boastfully holding court in the square, and could not help but think how eloquent he was. Rather than a god of light, he would be more apt as a god of ceremonies. Frigga, overhearing Loki's musings, shot him a sharp glare. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Sylvan chimed in, affirming, "Your Majesty speaks the truth. Baldur, that old lecher, is indeed suited for the role of a ceremonial god, lacking any semblance of a god of light. Perhaps you should consider a change in his divine title." Loki was well aware that Sylvan and Baldur, both of whom were familiar with Odin, were merely jesting without malice. He understood that these two old friends often clashed like roosters, and he had no desire to become entangled in their rivalry. Moreover, he preferred to remain reticent. These elders knew Odin's temperament well, and engaging in further conversation could risk revealing too much. Nevertheless, he felt the necessity to maintain appearances. With a knowing smile directed at Sylvan, he suggested, "Your proposal is quite intriguing. Why not discuss it with Baldur and see if he is amenable?" Sylvan, upon hearing Loki's suggestion to confer with Baldur, was momentarily speechless. To negotiate with Baldur was tantamount to inviting a beating. Although he held some power as the head of the academy, he paled in comparison to the god of light. If he were to approach Baldur with a proposal to take on the role of a ceremonial god, he would undoubtedly find himself on the receiving end of a thrashing. Sylvan, not being foolish, opted for silence. What if Odin truly tasked him with such a conversation? It would surely spell his doom. Just as well, Loki was not inclined to prolong their exchange, and thus both men ceased their dialogue. After all, the more they spoke, the quicker their secrets could be unearthed. Bode's lengthy discourse has finally come to an end. It is not merely others who might find it somewhat soporific. Even Loki himself feels a touch of drowsiness. Of course, Loki cannot voice his thoughts, as this is customary and signifies Asgard's regard for its esteemed guests. Although Loki remains perplexed by the origins of this theory, it matters little, for he is not obliged to engage in the discourse. However, he muses that the manner in which leaders deliver their speeches is universally consistent, transcending geography and ethnicity. With Bode's address concluded, the gathering prepares to transition into another segment, the specially curated performances arranged by Asgard, much like the Spring Festival Gala on Earth. This is the most anticipated part of the evening. As Bode's speaking concludes, a resounding wave of applause and cheers erupts throughout the square. Loki finds himself uncertain whether the throngs are applauding Bode's eloquence or simply relieved that he is finished. The performances commence, and Loki focuses intently on the spectacle. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he chooses to immerse himself in the artistry. The shows prepared by Asgard are indeed commendable, blending magic and technology to create a dreamlike experience. The potency of magic far surpasses any visual effects that can be achieved with the naked eye, and the cutting-edge technology offers a unique experience. Thus, Loki is genuinely intrigued by the performances prepared by Asgard, recognizing that such opportunities are rare. Despite being the Prince of Asgard, he seldom has the chance to witness such displays. While Loki is absorbed in the performances, the nearby figure of Freya appears less than captivated, perhaps due to her frequent exposure to such spectacles. Observing Loki's earnest enjoyment, she feels a pang of exasperation. Her youngest son sometimes exhibits an unexpected maturity, reminiscent of a younger Odin, always appearing self-assured. Having experienced centuries of warfare without defeat, he is known for his strategic foresight, even earning the moniker of the god of deception. Yet, he has never allowed this to engender arrogance, a trait he surpasses Thor in. Conversely, he can also display a childlike foolishness, indulging in trivial pranks or gallivanting through the cosmos as a space rogue, and now he is engrossed in this seemingly mundane performance. Freya's heart aches at the thought that Loki, destined for princely solitude, will inevitably traverse the same trials Odin faced. Meanwhile, from a distance, the sun god Frey and his sister engage in conversation. Freya, tugging at her hair, turns to Frey with a pointed inquiry. "Did you not say that brother Loki was in Asgard? Why can I not see him? Have you deceived me once more?" Freya had accompanied Frey to celebrate the Festival of the Gods, having been led to believe that her brother had returned to Asgard. Now, in the absence of her beloved sibling, she feels betrayed, directing her ire toward the brother she believes has misled her. Freyr found himself in a state of frustration, as that scoundrel had claimed that Loki had returned to Asgard and even presented a gift to Freya, yet there was no sign of him. Moreover, Loki was indeed a scoundrel, seducing his own sister, who now referred to another as brother, while he, the rightful brother, was merely addressed by his name. When he finally encountered Loki, he vowed to give that little rascal a good thrashing. It was undeniable that both harbored grievances against each other, each planning to deliver a sound beating, and in this regard, their intentions aligned perfectly. "Xiaoya, I am your true brother, while Loki is not. Furthermore, he has returned for quite some time without even visiting you. Perhaps he has forgotten all about you." Freyr expressed his jealousy to Freya. However, Freya was not swayed by his words. Casting a sidelong glance at Freyr, she rolled her eyes and remarked, "Of course not. Brother Loki must be preoccupied with something important. And besides, he has sent me gifts." Freyr felt a pang of heartache and a tinge of regret, reflecting on his foolishness in inviting Loki to his home. That little rascal had even charmed his own sister, and Freyr felt as though he was on the verge of unleashing the primal force within him. Unbeknownst to Loki, two individuals were deliberating over his affairs. Had he been aware, he would have taken delight in the fact that a cherished lady spoke of him, while those he disdained were left in discontent. A splendid duality indeed. Chapter 62. conspiracy. The performances in the square continued to unfold with fervor. Yet Loki's thoughts had already soared far beyond earthly concerns. He felt as if his life had spiraled beyond his control, akin to a wild stallion galloping into uncharted territories. When did this transformation commence? Was it upon his descent into the depths of hell? Since his return, everything had shifted, becoming increasingly incomprehensible to him. Indeed, he had once entertained the notion of ascending to the throne of a god, but he had long since relinquished that ambition. Yet fate seemed to play a cruel jest upon him, forcibly placing him in the role of the acting god-king. After spending 2 centuries in the abyss, Odin had aged, and his brother Thor had transformed into an arrogant god of thunder, while Loki found himself chosen as Odin's heir. Now, he sat upon the exalted throne, guarding Asgard and upholding peace across the 9 realms, all the while observing the performances from the grandstand. Loki believed he harbored no ambitions. He preferred to embark on cosmic adventures with the fire god and the star thieves, enjoying the company of a certain young lady who delighted in teasing his brother Thor. Life was simple and filled with amusement. Yet now, seated upon the highest throne, it seemed that all he cherished was slipping away from him. Both Odin and Frigga wished for him to embrace the mantle of God King. Loki felt powerless to decline, for Asgard was his home. As Frigga had said, it was his duty as the Prince of Asgard. Loki harbored the belief that his brother was ill-suited for the role of a ruler. Thus, he could not allow Thor to lead Asgard toward its demise. Having resided in this realm for over 15 centuries, he cherished the bustling tavern run by the bearded Vigral, the enchanting maidservant by his side, the miserly yet magnanimous chancellor of the academy, and the lovely young lady who relied so heavily upon him, among many others. Loki could not bear to part with all of this, compelling him to step forth, take Odin's place, and safeguard them, fulfilling his responsibility as Odin's son. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the square, others conspired regarding Loki, or rather, concerning Odin. This universe is rife with schemers and ambitious souls. Odin's dominion over the 9 realms inevitably attracted the covetous gaze of the ambitious. Despite Odin's absolute rule, the realms were engulfed in perpetual conflict. Countless souls aspired to occupy Odin's exalted throne and govern the 9 realms in his stead. Duns, are you prepared? Once today concludes, we shall be the rulers of the 9 realms. Our plan must not falter. In the shadows, several figures engaged in hushed conversation, plotting their treachery. Upon closer inspection, the leader was none other than the elder of the dwarven race, or rather, Chris, who masqueraded as the elder, having been exiled by him. His countenance radiated fervor, as though he could already envision himself ascending to the supreme throne. For millennia, he had orchestrated this scheme, igniting a civil strife within the dwarven community that led to his own banishment. Now, success was within reach. How could he refrain from fervent belief? The dwarves accompanying him bore expressions of exhilaration, seemingly thrilled at the prospect of overthrowing Odin's reign. Fear not, elder, remarked another dwarf, once our assassination plot succeeds, Asgard shall descend into chaos, and our prepared forces will storm the Rainbow Bridge, ushering our army into Asgard. Odin had reigned for far too long. They had languished in his shadow. Today, they would dismantle his rule. We shall topple the tyrant's reign. The dwarves shall not accept enslavement. Freedom transcends all. None shall dominate us. These dwarves incessantly chanted their slogans, as though bolstering their own confidence. Had it not been for the sound-dampening barriers they had erected, their cries would have resonated with even greater fervor. These dwarves, indoctrinated by Ares, had forgotten that without Odin as protection, they would likely have been devoured long ago by the ambition that roams the universe. Now they dared to challenge Odin's rule, never contemplating whether, if they succeeded in toppling him, they could endure in this brutal cosmos. The dwarf clan is a unique race, endowed with extraordinary abilities that allow them to forge countless divine weapons, coveted by all within this universe. However, they lack the strength to safeguard their remarkable talents, and fail to comprehend the adage that a man without guilt can be burdened by the possession of something precious. Loki, of course, is unaware that others are conspiring against him. He does not possess Odin's all-seeing Einor Heimdall's acute senses. Yet, what Loki has may not be available to those two. The festivities in Asgard soon drew to a close. After all, the celebration of Odin's birth could not consist solely of endless performances. Loki nodded to his companion, Baldur, signaling that the next event could commence, prompting Baldur to prepare accordingly. At that moment, Vidar and Fenrir suddenly approached, whispering urgently in Loki's ear. Loki's expression darkened, and he exchanged a few words with his 2 ravens before they took flight once more. Odin's ravens are swift, adept in spatial magic, rendering them nearly undetectable to all present, save for the ever-watchful Freya, who noticed Loki's troubled countenance. Recognizing the two ravens, with which she was quite familiar, she sensed that something significant had transpired. Concerned, she inquired of Loki, "What is the matter? Has something happened?" Upon hearing Freya's question, Loki's demeanor softened, a smile breaking through his previous gloom. "Do not worry, mother," he reassured her. "It is nothing of great concern, merely a few jesters seeking to cause a stir. I shall manage it." Although Loki felt a twinge of discontent within, he understood that retreat was no longer an option. He was prepared and confident that those who dared to provoke Asgard would face the consequences. Loki perceived that Odin had grown soft with age, often showing mercy to adversaries. However, he now found himself in Odin's position, and the course of action lay solely in his hands. Ambition demanded a corresponding price. Freya, hearing of Loki's intentions, did not press further, merely advising, "As long as you are confident, take care not to act rashly. If it becomes necessary, you may awaken your father." Though she harbored worries for Loki, Freya chose to place her faith in him. To her, Loki was the chosen heir of Odin and herself, capable of managing any situation. Moreover, Odin was still alive, and Asgard was not to be trifled with. Loki shook his head. Awakening Odin would signify his failure, a notion he could not accept. He believed that these few inconsequential jesters should not dictate his fate, and he was resolute in his confidence. Chapter 63. Jing Ku's assassination of King Qin. The celebration of Odin's birth in Asgard is not merely a festival. It is a profound commemoration of the divine king's life. Beyond the revelry of Asgard, the festival of the gods bears a profound political significance for the entire Nine Realms. Odin, the supreme deity reigning over all, sits upon the exalted throne, safeguarding the tranquility of the realms. However, Odin's dominion is not one of oppression. Rather, it is a protective mantle over those who yield to his authority, including the dwarves, elves, and erstwhile earth. Not once has Odin demanded tribute or service from these realms. While he ostensibly rules the Nine Realms, his true role is one of guardianship, devoid of any tangible benefits, having never imposed a tax even as modest as a single star coin. In this regard, Loki finds himself advocating for a more equitable treatment of Odin. Though Odin does not compel, it seems to have become an unspoken consensus among these beings that, as a gesture of gratitude, they bestow gifts upon Odin during the festival, a token of their appreciation. This very circumstance fuels the discord between Loki and the Ancient One, as Asgard has consistently shielded Earth from external invasions, engaging in numerous conflicts without ever expecting anything in return. Yet, the Ancient One has seized the opportunity to propose a severance from Odin's rule, inciting Loki's discontent. As the performances in the square conclude, the atmosphere remains jubilant. For the forthcoming gift-giving segment is poised to elevate Asgard's prestige. Loki glances around and nudges beside him to Bode, indicating that it is time to commence. Lest some individuals grow impatient. Bode, perplexed, looks at Odin, questioning the meaning behind the urgency. After all, did not everyone come to present offerings to Odin? Who among them would dare express impatience during such a divine occasion? Despite his confusion regarding Odin's tone, Bode dutifully executes the command, materializing at the center of the square before the assembly. He announces the transition to the next phase, the offering of gifts. Dressed in a formal white robe, he radiates a soft luminescence, embodying the aspect of the god of light with remarkable finesse. Yet, Loki finds Bode's demeanor unsettling, sensing an uncanny alteration, as if the true Bode has been supplanted by another. A few minutes of preparation ensue. Having just been seated as spectators, it is impractical for attendees to immediately present their tributes to Odin, as such chaos would hardly surpass the disorder of a market. Following tradition, individuals are summoned, one by one, to present their carefully prepared gifts to Odin before returning to their seats to enjoy the spectacle. Thus, no one wishes for their offerings to pale in comparison to another's, and Loki perceives this as yet another stratagem employed by Odin to amass wealth. The first to enter the arena was the elven clan of Alfheim. Loki gazed at the elves advancing into the square, marveling at their extraordinary beauty. The males were strikingly handsome, and the females breathtakingly lovely, without exception. The queen of the elves, adorned in a light azure robe and crowned with a golden diadem, exuded an air of regal elegance, commanding the square as though she were the protagonist of a grand tale, eclipsing even Baldur. "Great Odin, may you be blessed." The elven queen, Galadriel, bowed her head slightly in a gesture of respect towards Loki. He had positioned himself closest to the square, ensuring that each person presenting their tributes could behold him. Thus the queen was not far from his sight. Nodding, Loki encouraged her, "Please proceed. There is no need for excessive formality." Once again, he admired the elven queen, acknowledging her divine beauty. She was indeed a goddess in every sense. Yet, he harbored no intentions towards her, as the customs of the elves were peculiar. The queen was forbidden to marry, dedicated solely to serving the goddess of nature. The elven clan wished the great Odin a joyous festival, offering 2 fruits of life as a tribute, hoping for Odin's eternal prosperity and the continued strength of Asgard. Usually, their favorite saying was, "May the goddess of nature be with you." However, in this setting, they dared not utter it, for even if the goddess herself were present, Odin's favor was uncertain. As the elves presented their gifts, the square erupted in astonishment. The crowd was taken aback by the elven tribute. Yet, a significant portion of the onlookers mocked the elves for their perceived stinginess, while only a few recognized the true value of the elves' offering. Loki, however, was utterly astonished by their generosity. He understood the worth of the 2 fruits. Having been cultivating his own tree of life, he had gathered extensive knowledge about it. And these fruits were indeed born from such a tree, produced only once every 3,000 years. Thus, the elves had truly made a substantial sacrifice. These fruits embodied the laws of life, significantly enhancing vitality and elevating one's life force, far surpassing the capabilities of Loki's own makeshift tree. He realized that no matter how long he nurtured his tree, it might never bear such fruits, for he lacked the guidance of a master of the laws of life to assist him in cultivating it. "Thank you for your generosity, Queen Galadriel. I graciously accept your offering. Should there be a need, do not hesitate to seek assistance from Asgard." Loki, recognizing the value of the fruits, felt no reluctance in his acceptance. He saw the timing of this gift as fortuitous. If he could offer one to Odin, it might not fully remedy his aging, but it could surely alleviate it. At the very least, it allows Loki to gain considerable time, and the longer Odin lives, the greater the benefits for Asgard and for himself. Queen Kellanthrill slightly bowed and expressed her gratitude to the great Odin, stating that the elven race would never claim credit. The elven queen handed a fruit to Baldur, bowed once more, and returned to her seat to continue as an observer for the elven race. Securing a promise from Odin was sufficient. As the elves exited, the dwarven clan from Vanaheim entered the scene. The Grand Elder, Hammer, accompanied by several dwarves, approached the square carrying a chest. Observing the advancing elves, Loki mused to himself, "Is it finally beginning? Dwarves, how do you intend to appease my wrath with this step forward?" However, he felt that, despite his confidence, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Quietly employing his illusionary magic, Loki created a doppelganger that stealthily moved beside Freya, unnoticed by anyone. The adage that one must first drive a being to madness before its destruction rings true. The impostor impersonating the Grand Elder, Chris, gazed at the nearby Odin. His dark face flushed with excitement, eyes gleaming with madness. "Grand Elder, it has been a long time," Loki remarked, aware that to play a role, one must fully commit. The dwarf's betrayal was unforeseen by Loki. Had it not been for Wuni and Fugin's astute observations, Asgard might have faced a calamity. Even now, Loki could not fathom the dwarf's motives for rebellion, as he remained oblivious to the fact that the figure before him was an impostor. Striving to project an imposing stature for all to see, the Grand Elder straightened his back, attempting to appear taller, yet given the dwarf's naturally diminutive stature, his efforts appeared somewhat ludicrous. Long time no see, Blade of the Destroyer, bring forth Odin's demise. Chapter 64, Astonishment. The festival of the gods in Asgard coincided with Odin's birthday, and as the king of Asgard, the celebration held significance beyond mere revelry. Beyond the festivities in Asgard, the festival of the gods bore deeper political implications for the Nine Realms. Odin, the supreme monarch of the Nine Realms, sat upon the highest throne, governing with the intent of maintaining peace across the realms. However, Odin's rule was not one of tyranny, but rather a protective guardianship over the realms and their inhabitants, such as the dwarves and elves, and even the former earth. Yet, Odin never demanded that these realms offer any service to Asgard, while Odin ostensibly ruled the Nine Realms. In truth, he merely served as a protector, providing no tangible benefits, having never levied even a single coin in taxes. In this regard, Loki felt a sense of injustice on behalf of Odin. Although Odin did not impose his will, it seemed to have become a consensus among these individuals or factions that, in gratitude to Odin, they would present him with a gift on the day of his birth, as a token of their appreciation. The discord between Loki and Ancient One arose from this context. Asgard had steadfastly protected Earth from foreign invasions, engaging in numerous wars without ever demanding anything in return. However, Ancient One took advantage of the situation to propose a severance from Odin's dominion, which understandably displeased Loki. The performances in the square concluded, yet the atmosphere remained jubilant. For the forthcoming gift-giving segment was an occasion that would surely bring honor to Asgard. Loki glanced around and turned to his companion, Bode, urging him to commence. Lest the crowd be kept waiting, certain individuals might be growing impatient. Bode, puzzled, looked at Odin, unsure of what Loki meant by that. Were not these attendees here to present gifts to Odin? Surely, no one felt the wait was excessive. Who among them would dare exhibit impatience on Odin's sacred day? Despite his confusion regarding Odin's tone, Bode dutifully executed the command. In a flash, he appeared at the center of the square, addressing the assembly and announcing the transition to the next segment. The gift presentation, dressed in a formal white robe that radiated a gentle glow. Bode embodied the essence of the god of light. Yet, Loki found this version of Bode unsettling, as if the true Bode had been replaced. He still preferred the image of the lecherous old man he once knew. A few minutes passed in preparation. After all, the guests had just been spectators and could not immediately present their gifts to Odin without causing disorder akin to that of a bustling marketplace. As per tradition, the attendees would enter one by one, delivering their prepared tributes to Odin before returning to their seats to continue observing. No one wished for their offerings to pale in comparison to others, and Loki suspected this was yet another method for Odin to amass wealth. The first to enter was the elven clan from Alfheim. Loki observed the elves stepping into the square, marveling at their ethereal beauty, handsome men and striking women without exception. The queen of the elves, adorned in a light blue robe and a golden crown, exuded regality as she stood in the square, commanding attention even from Bode. The elven queen, Galadriel, humbly bowed to Loki, paying her respects. Positioned closest to the square, Loki ensured that each gift-giver could see him clearly. So the elven queen was not far from him. Loki nodded and remarked, "Let us proceed, no need for unnecessary pleasantries." He gazed upon the elven queen, once again marveling at her beauty, truly a divine figure. However, Loki's admiration held no ulterior motives, for the customs of the elven race were peculiar. The elven queen was forbidden to marry and must devote herself wholly to the worship of the goddess of nature. The elven people wished the great king Odin a joyous festival, presenting 2 fruits of life as a tribute, hoping for the eternal prosperity of the great king Odin and the continued strength of Asgard. Typically, the elves would express, "May the goddess of nature be with you." Yet, in this assembly, they dared not utter such words, for even should the goddess herself appear, Odin's regard was uncertain. Upon witnessing the elven tribute, the gathering erupted in astonishment. Many were taken aback by the elves' offering, though a substantial number scoffed at what they perceived as the elves' stinginess. Only a select few recognized the true value of the elven gift. Loki, in particular, was utterly astonished by the elves' offering. He did not consider the 2 fruits to be of little worth. Indeed, he had been cultivating a tree of life himself and had gathered much knowledge concerning it. These fruits were born from the tree of life, and it was said that only 3 fruits could be produced every 3,000 years. Thus, for the elven race, to present 2 at once was indeed a significant sacrifice. These life fruits contained the essence of the laws of life, capable of greatly enhancing one's vitality and elevating their life level, far surpassing Loki's own makeshift tree. He mused that no matter how long he nurtured his tree of life, it would likely never bear such fruits, for he could not find a master of life's laws to aid in its cultivation. "Thank you for your generosity, Queen Galadriel. I accept your gift, and should you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek the aid of Asgard. With such splendid offerings, Loki felt no inclination to refuse. He believed that one of these fruits could be given to Odin. While it might not entirely remedy Odin's aging, it could certainly alleviate it, buying Loki precious time. The longer Odin lived, the greater the benefits for Asgard, and, consequently, for Loki himself. Queen Galadriel inclined her head slightly, expressing gratitude to the great King Odin, proclaiming that the elves did not seek accolades. She entrusted the fruits to Baldur and stepped back, returning to the audience to resume her role as an observer. For the elven race, securing a promise from Odin was sufficient. As the elves exited, the dwarven clan of Vanaheim entered next. The dwarven elder, Hammer, approached the square, accompanied by several dwarves carrying a chest. Observing the advancing dwarven clan, Loki thought to himself, "At last, is it time to commence? Dwarves, how do you intend to appease my wrath with this step forward?" Yet Loki believed that, despite his confidence, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. He discreetly employed his illusionary magic to create a clone, which stealthily approached Freya's side, unnoticed by anyone. The saying, To bring about the downfall of a god, one must first drive them to madness, rang true. The elder, disguised by Chris, gazed at Odin, who stood within arm's reach. His dark visage flushed with excitement and madness shimmering in his eyes. It has been far too long, Hammer Elder, Loki mused, contemplating the elder before him. When it came to performing, one must commit fully. This unexpected betrayal from the dwarves had caught Loki off guard. Were it not for Vani and Fugin uncovering the plot, Asgard might have faced catastrophic ruin. Moreover, Loki remained perplexed as to why the dwarves would even consider such treachery, still oblivious to the fact that this was merely an impostor before him. In a display as if to prove himself before all, the elder straightened his posture, attempting to appear more imposing. However, the dwarven race was not known for their height, rendering the elder's efforts somewhat comical. It has been far too long. Blade of the Godslayer, deliver me Odin's demise. Chapter 65. Murder. Freya's laughter shattered the solemn atmosphere. Her voice, though soft, resonated through the environment like a fragile vessel shattering, infusing color back into the monochrome world. The previously stunned crowd came to life once more, murmuring amongst themselves as the solemnity dissolved. Could this be a special event orchestrated by Asgard and Vanaheim? Surely, the scriptwriter must be a fool to send such wretches to assassinate Odin. Truly, the dwarves stand no chance. A brain is a wonderful thing, yet the dwarves seem devoid of it. With such folly, how have the dwarves not been vanquished yet? Our realm may be weak, yet I can't shake the feeling that conquering Vanaheim would be a trivial task for us. Loki, wielding Gungnir, sat upon the foremost seat nearest the square, his expression grave as he listened to the surrounding discussions, focusing intently on the hammer. It was not Loki's desire to appear solemn. Rather, he felt the weight of his role as Odin, the divine king of Asgard, and knew he must not falter with laughter. If he succumbed to mirth, Odin's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Loki contemplated the consequences of bringing shame upon Odin. While he doubted Odin would mete out severe punishment, he would undoubtedly receive a sound thrashing. At over 1,000 years of age, facing Odin's wrath would be a humiliation he wished to avoid. Although Loki believed that simply casting Gungnir could eliminate the traitorous Hammer Elder, he was reluctant to proceed in such a manner. Surrounded by deities and fully prepared, Loki harbored no fear of failure. He was merely curious about what other tactics the hammer might possess. To vanquish the hammer would be a source of embarrassment not only for Odin, but for Loki himself, as facing an opponent of such feeble strength was, at times, a humiliation. As the saying goes, one need not fear a godlike adversary, but should dread a comrade akin to a swine. There was no doubt regarding the divine nature of his allies. Yet this opponent was undeniably lacking. Even the young girl had nearly succumbed to her mirth. Thus, Loki chose silence, fearful that he would not be able to restrain his laughter, and endeavored to maintain an air of solemnity. However, Chris held a different perspective. He felt akin to a jester, parading upon Odin's stage, the object of ridicule for all. He had arrived prepared to eliminate Odin and lead the dwarven army to conquer Asgard, seizing the opportunity presented by the Festival of the Gods to dismantle the upper echelons of power across the 9 realms, laying the groundwork for his unification of them. Yet, the first step of his plan had faltered. The blade he had painstakingly forged to slay gods proved ineffective against Odin. Nevertheless, Chris held no doubts about the potency of his weapon. In a moment of calm clarity, an improbable thought struck him. Gazing intently at Odin, he incredulously declared that this could not be Odin, for Odin could never evade the deathly force of the god-slaying blade. If the blade was indeed flawless, then the fault lay with Odin, meaning the being seated before him was an impostor, rendering his weapon futile. Who are you? You are not Odin. You are decidedly not Odin. Absurd as it seemed, Chris believed he had unraveled the truth. His revelation drew the attention of the gathered crowd toward Loki, who now sensed that their presence had not been in vain. The unfolding narrative was rife with intrigue, each wave more captivating than the last. First, the elder of the dwarves sought to slay Odin, followed by the elder's humorous antics, and now the audacious claim that Odin was a mere illusion. Should Odin prove to be an impostor, the ensuing entertainment would be monumental. This singular utterance caused both the denizens of Asgard and the Vanir to cast anxious glances at their king. Loki mused that anyone who dared to label the dwarves as dim-witted would find their assertions challenged, given that this foolish fellow was on the verge of discerning the truth. Yet, Loki could not afford to admit this. It was the festival of the gods, and should he reveal his true self, the 9 realms would surely descend into chaos. All eyes were upon him, and he could not show weakness. Loki's thoughts raced, and in an instant he devised a plan. He chose not to respond to the hammer's inquiries, but instead hurled Gungnir with great force. Gungnir, the mightiest artifact of Asgard, is wielded by Odin himself. Loki, the appointed god-king, was personally chosen by Odin, thus granting him the ability to wield Gungnir. Even if Loki cannot fully unleash Gungnir's formidable power, he is still capable of harnessing its inherent force of law. The legendary Gungnir is said to pierce the very stars in the heavens. While Loki may not exert such immense strength, it is not requisite for him to do so. In a swift flash, Gungnir transformed into a streak of light, effortlessly penetrating the right arm of Chris before returning to Loki's grasp. During this remarkable event, only a handful of observers fixated on Odin noticed the occurrence. The rest remained oblivious, for Gungnir's speed transcended space and time, showcasing the true potency of the force of law. Holding the returned Gungnir, Loki gazed at the hammer, proclaiming, "I'm not Odin. Then tell me, who am I?" Chris, bewildered, took a moment to comprehend the situation. And only when the intense pain coursed through him did he realize that one of his arms had vanished, along with the Godslayer blade that had been within the ring. As Loki cast Gungnir aside, he simultaneously reclaimed Chris's Godslayer blade, which now rested within Loki's storage ring. The searing agony rendered Chris incapable of maintaining his shape-shifting abilities. Although his transformation was not achieved through magic, but rather through a device forged by the dwarves, it still required his control. With Chris's command absent, his true visage naturally reemerged. A metallic mass clattered to the ground at his feet, revealing his authentic appearance. "On my arm. Odin, may you meet a wretched fate." The excruciating pain contorted Chris's features into a grimace. However, the square was abuzz with activity. No one anticipated that the elder of the dwarves would be implicated in an assassination attempt against Odin. Observing Chris's revealed identity, Loki felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a full-scale betrayal from the dwarven kin, yet it was merely a lone imposter. Nevertheless, Loki would not allow the dwarves to evade consequences for their actions. Every deed bears a price. First, he needed to deal with this counterfeit. Without needing to intervene directly, he signaled to a golden-armored warrior behind him. The warrior swiftly descended to escort the imposter away, granting Loki peace of mind should this individual fall into his grasp, even in death. It would be with Loki's consent, and he would glean the knowledge he sought. For now, it was paramount to continue the festivities of the godly birth celebration. As for this fool, he could be dealt with later. By now, it was likely that Nor and Tyr had resolved the dwarven army, having launched a surprise attack on the Rainbow Bridge, an absurd strategy, as if Heimdall were blind. Chapter 63, Astonishment. The godly birth celebration of Asgard, originally Odin's birthday, transcends mere revelry, for Odin is the sovereign of Asgard, making the celebration far more significant than simple merrymaking. Beyond the revelry of Asgard, the festival of the gods bears profound political significance for the entire Nine Realms. Odin, the supreme deity reigning over the Nine Realms from his exalted throne, upholds the peace among them. However, Odin's rule is not one of oppression. Rather, it serves as a shield for those realms and factions that submit to his authority, such as the dwarves and elves, as well as the former Earth. Notably, Odin has never demanded any service from these realms in return for his protection. While he nominally governs the Nine Realms, his dominion is fundamentally one of safeguarding rather than exploitation, having never levied a single coin in taxes. On this account, Loki finds himself advocating for Odin's cause. Although Odin's expectations are not coercive and the allegiance is voluntary, it has seemingly evolved into a consensus. These entities, in gratitude to Odin, bestow gifts upon him during the festival as a token of appreciation. The discord between Loki and the Ancient One also stems from this narrative. Asgard has shielded Earth from external invasions, engaging in numerous battles without ever demanding anything in return. Yet, the Ancient One seized the opportunity to assert independence from Odin's dominion, which has left Loki greatly dissatisfied. As the performances in the square concluded, the atmosphere remained jubilant, for the forthcoming gift-giving segment promised to bring honor to Asgard. Loki glanced around and addressed the nearby Bode, suggesting they commence without delay, as some may be growing impatient. Bode, puzzled, looked at Odin and questioned the meaning of not keeping everyone waiting. Were not all present to present gifts to Odin? Surely, no one felt they had waited too long. Who would dare exhibit impatience on Odin's sacred day? Was it Bode who had lost his edge, or were these individuals becoming audacious? Despite his confusion regarding Odin's tone, Bode complied with his command. With a flash, he appeared at the center of the square, addressing the assembled crowd and announcing the transition to the next segment, the presentation of gifts. Clad in a formal white magical robe, Bode radiated a soft glow, epitomizing his role as the god of light. However, Loki found this version of Bode disconcerting. Sensing that the true essence of Bode lay in the more unsavory aspects of the old man. A few minutes of preparation ensued. As the audience had just been spectators and could not immediately present their gifts to Odin, such chaos would hardly be preferable to the order of a marketplace. Following customary practice, individuals, arranged by Asgard, entered one by one to present their carefully prepared tributes to Odin before returning to their seats to continue watching. Thus, no one wished for their offerings to be outshined by another's, leading Loki to perceive this as yet another means by which Odin amassed wealth. The first to enter the square were the elves of Alfheim. Loki gazed at the elven procession, continually marveling at their ethereal beauty. The men were strikingly handsome, and the women breathtakingly lovely, without exception. The queen of the elves, adorned in a delicate azure gown and crowned with a diadem of gold, exuded an air of regal elegance, standing in the square as the undeniable focal point, even outshining Baldur. The elven queen, Galadriel, paid her respects to the esteemed King Odin, inclining her head slightly in a gesture of reverence towards Loki. He had positioned himself closest to the square, ensuring that every individual offering their gifts could behold him, and thus, the Queen of the Elves was not far from his presence. Loki nodded and said, "Let us commence. There is no need for excessive formality." Once more, he gazed upon the elven queen and exclaimed in admiration, "Truly, you are a vision of beauty, a goddess among mortals." However, Loki held no ulterior motives. He was aware of the peculiar customs of the elves, which dictated that their queen could not wed, but must devote herself entirely to the service of the goddess of nature. The elves wished the great king Odin a joyous celebration, presenting 2 precious fruits of life as tokens of their goodwill, hoping for his eternal prosperity and the continued strength of Asgard. Typically, the elves would proclaim, "May the goddess of nature be with you." Yet in this gathering, they dared not utter such words, as even if the goddess herself were present, Odin's reception of her would remain uncertain. As the elves unveiled their offerings, the square erupted in astonishment. The crowd was taken aback by the elven tribute, though many mocked the elves for their perceived frugality. Only a select few comprehended the true significance of the offering. Loki himself was utterly astonished by the elves' generous gift. He did not regard the 2 fruits as trivial. Having cultivated his own tree of life, he had amassed considerable knowledge on the subject, and these fruits were indeed born from the tree of life, which bore fruit only once every 3,000 years. The elven tribe's decision to present 2 at once was an extraordinary sacrifice. These life fruits contained the essence of life itself and could immensely enhance one's vitality and elevate life levels, far surpassing the capabilities of Loki's own inferior tree. He recognized that, regardless of how long he nurtured his own tree of life, it would never yield such fruits, for he lacked access to the one who held the secrets of life's essence to aid him in its cultivation. Gratitude to the elves for your generosity, Queen Galadriel. I graciously accept your offerings. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek the aid of Asgard. Loki, recognizing the value of the gifts, felt no hesitation in accepting them. He believed that these 2 fruits had arrived at the opportune moment. If one were to be given to Odin, it might not completely alleviate the king's aging, but it could certainly provide some relief. At the very least, it secures considerable time for Loki and the longer Odin lives. The greater the advantages for Asgard, and consequently, for himself. Queen Calanthal inclined her head slightly, expressing her gratitude to the great Odin, declaring that the elven race would not presume to take credit. She handed the fruit in her possession to Baldur, bowed, and retreated, returning to her place among the spectators. For the elven race, obtaining a promise from Odin was already sufficient. As the elves exited, the dwarven clan from Vanaheim entered, led by the venerable elder, Hammer, accompanied by several dwarves who bore a chest as they approached the square. Observing the advancing elves, Loki mused, "Is it finally time to commence? Dwarves, how do you intend to appease my wrath with this step forward?" However, Loki, despite his confidence, deemed it prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. He discreetly employed his illusionary magic to create a duplicate of himself, which stealthily approached Freya, unnoticed by anyone. To bring about the downfall of a deity, one must first instigate madness. Rings true in this instance. The elder, disguised as Chris, gazed eagerly at Odin, his dark features flushed with excitement, eyes gleaming with a hint of insanity. "Hammer, long time no see," Loki remarked, acknowledging the elder before him. If one were to play a role, it must be executed in its entirety. This betrayal by the dwarven clan was unforeseen by Loki, had it not been for Vani and Fugin's keen observations. Asgard might have faced a calamity. Moreover, Loki remained perplexed as to why the dwarves would contemplate betrayal. He was yet unaware that he was dealing with an impostor. In a display meant for all to witness, the elder straightened his posture, striving to appear more imposing, yet the dwarven race was not known for their height, rendering his efforts somewhat comical. Long time no see, blade of annihilation, deliver me Odin. Chapter 64. Names are of no consequence. The Festival of the Gods in Asgard originally commemorates Odin's birthday, as he is the divine king of Asgard. Thus, the celebration transcends mere revelry. Beyond the jubilations of Asgard, the Festival of the Gods holds profound political significance across the nine realms. Odin stands as the supreme deity among the realms, reigning from his exalted throne, safeguarding the peace of the nine realms. However, Odin's dominion is not one of enslavement. Rather, it constitutes a form of protection for the entities or planets that yield to him, such as the dwarves, the elves, and even the former Earth. Yet, Odin has never demanded these worlds or factions to provide any service to Asgard. In name, Odin rules the nine realms, but in essence, his role is merely that of a protector, offering no tangible benefits, having never collected even a single coin in taxes. In this regard, Loki still feels a sense of injustice for Odin. Although Odin did not impose any demands, it appeared to have become a consensus among these individuals and factions that, in gratitude to Odin, they would present him with gifts on the day of his birth as a token of their appreciation. The discord between Loki and the Ancient One also stemmed from this, as Asgard shielded the Earth from external invasions and engaged in numerous wars without ever requesting anything in return. Yet, seizing the opportunity, the Ancient One proposed to free herself from Odin's dominion, much to Loki's discontent. The performances in the square had concluded, yet the atmosphere remained jubilant. For the forthcoming gift-giving segment was what truly promised to elevate Asgard's prestige. Loki glanced around and addressed his companion, Bode, urging that they commence without delay, for some might be growing impatient. Bode, puzzled, looked towards Odin, questioning the implication of such urgency. Did not these guests come solely to present their tributes to Odin? Surely, no one felt they had waited excessively. Who among them would dare exhibit impatience on Odin's day of celebration? Was it Bode who was deprived of his blade? Or were these scoundrels merely overstepping their bounds? Despite his bewilderment at Odin's tone, Bode executed the command, appearing in the center of the square, addressing the assembly, and announcing the transition to the next phase, the presentation of gifts. Clad in a formal white robe, Bode emanated a soft radiance, showcasing his divine aspect with great aplomb. However, Loki found Bode's demeanor unsettling, as if he were witnessing an impostor in place of the familiar, lecherous old man he recognized. After a brief interval for preparation, given that they had just been spectators, no one could immediately present their gifts to Odin, as that would likely disrupt the order of the proceedings. As per tradition, each individual, arranged by Asgard, would enter in turn to bestow their prepared offerings upon Odin before returning to their seats to continue observing. Consequently, no one wished for their gifts to pale in comparison to those of others. Loki suspected this was yet another means for Odin to amass wealth. The first to enter was the Elven clan from Alfheim. As Loki observed the elves gracing the square, he marveled at their ethereal beauty. The males were strikingly handsome, and the females were resplendently lovely, without exception. The Elven queen, adorned in a pale blue gown and crowned with a golden diadem, exuded an air of regal magnificence, claiming the spotlight in the square, even overshadowing Bode. The Elven queen, Celebrimbor, bowed slightly to Loki in a gesture of respect, acknowledging the greatness of his majesty Odin. Loki, positioned closest to the square, ensured that each gift-bearer could see him, placing the Elven queen within a short distance. Loki nodded and said, "Let us begin. No need for pleasantries." He gazed upon the Elven queen once more, marveling at her beauty, truly a divine figure. However, Loki's admiration was fleeting, for he bore no ulterior motives. The customs of the Elven race were peculiar, as their queen was forbidden from marriage, bound to serve the goddess of nature with unwavering devotion. The Elven people extended their heartfelt wishes for a joyous festival to the illustrious Odin, presenting two precious fruits of life as a token of their esteem, wishing that the great Odin would remain eternal and that Asgard would continue to flourish. The elves often professed, "May the goddess of nature be with you." Yet, in this moment, they dared not utter such a phrase. For even with the presence of the goddess herself, Odin's favor was uncertain. As the elves unveiled their gift, the entire square erupted in astonishment, the onlookers taken aback by the elves' offering. Many mocked the elves for their perceived stinginess, while only a select few recognized the true value of what they had bestowed. Loki, in particular, was utterly astounded by the elves' generosity. He did not regard the two fruits as trifles. Having cultivated a tree of life himself, he had amassed considerable knowledge about it, And these fruits of life were indeed the rare yield of such a tree, bearing fruit only once every 3,000 years. The elves' willingness to part with 2 of them was a remarkable sacrifice. These fruits contained the essence of life's laws, capable of significantly enhancing one's vitality and elevating their life level, far surpassing the capabilities of Loki's own makeshift tree. He recognized that, no matter how long he tended to his tree of life, it would likely never bear such fruits, as he lacked the means to seek out the master of life's laws to aid him. Thank you for your generosity, Queen Galadriel. I accept your offering, and should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek the aid of Asgard. Loki declared, not one to be modest in the face of such a splendid gift. He considered the timing fortuitous. If Odin were to consume one of the fruits, it might not entirely stave off his aging, but it could alleviate it significantly. At the very least, it would grant Loki ample time, and the longer Odin thrived, the greater the benefits for Asgard and for himself. Queen Galadriel bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude to the great Odin and asserting that the elven people sought no recognition for their contribution. She entrusted the fruits to Balder and gracefully retreated to the audience, content with having secured Odin's promise. As the elves exited, the dwarves of Vanaheim entered the square, led by their venerable elder, Hammer, who approached with several dwarves bearing a chest. Observing the advancing dwarves, Loki mused, at last, are we to commence? Dwarves, what strategy do you employ to quell my wrath with this step forward? However, Loki believed that despite his confidence, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Quietly employing his illusionary magic, he conjured a doppelganger that stealthily approached Freya, unnoticed by anyone. The adage, God destroys by first driving them to madness, rang true as the elder, disguised as the Grand Elder, gazed excitedly at the nearby Odin, his dark complexion flushed with a hint of madness in his eyes. It has been a long time, Elder the Hammer. Loki mused, realizing that when one acts, it is imperative to commit fully. The recent betrayal by the dwarves had taken Loki by surprise. Had it not been for Voni and Fugin's discernment, Asgard might have faced a dire catastrophe. Moreover, Loki remained baffled as to why the dwarves would conspire against them, oblivious to the fact that he was facing an impostor. The Grand Elder straightened his posture, striving to project an imposing stature, yet the dwarven lineage was not known for its height, rendering his attempts somewhat comical. It has been a long time. Blade of the God-Slayer, let's eliminate Odin. Chapter 65, Capture. Freya's laughter shattered the solemn atmosphere. Though soft, it resonated within this environment like a fragile vase cracking, infusing color back into a previously monochrome world. The previously stunned crowd came alive once more, whispering amongst themselves as the tension dissipated. Could this be a special presentation orchestrated by Asgard and Vanaheim? Yet, the scriptwriter must be a fool. Such incompetence attempts to assassinate Odin. It appears the dwarves have little hope left. Intelligence is a treasure, yet the dwarves seem devoid of it. How have these dullards yet to meet their demise? Loki, grasping Gungnir, sat upon the throne closest to the square, his demeanor earnest as he listened to the surrounding chatter, his gaze fixed upon the hammer in the arena. His seriousness was not a mere choice. He felt the weight of Odin's legacy upon him as the king of Asgard, determined to maintain decorum. If he were to lose composure, Odin's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Loki feared that if he disgraced Odin, the repercussions might not be severe, but he would certainly endure a thorough scolding, and at over 1,000 years old, enduring a punishment would be a source of embarrassment. Although Loki contemplated that casting Gungnir could swiftly eliminate the traitor, he was reluctant to follow through with such an act. Surrounded by deities and fully prepared, Loki felt no fear of failure, merely curious about what other tactics the hammer possessed. To eliminate the hammer would be a source of embarrassment, not just for Odin, but for Loki himself. Sometimes, facing an opponent too weak could indeed be a source of shame. As the saying goes, one fears not a godlike adversary, but rather a teammate akin to a swine. There was no doubt that his comrades were divine, yet this opponent was decidedly lacking. Even the young girl had nearly lost her composure. Thus, Loki refrained from speaking, fearing he might succumb to laughter and endeavored to maintain a serious facade. However, Chris perceived the situation differently. He felt akin to a jester parading on Odin's stage, becoming the subject of ridicule. He had arrived with the intent to slay Odin, leading the dwarven army to conquer Asgard, seizing the opportunity of the divine birthday celebration to eliminate the upper echelons of power across the 9 realms, laying the groundwork for his unification of them all. Yet, the first step of his plan had encountered a setback. The god-slaying blade he had painstakingly forged proved ineffective against Odin. Nevertheless, Chris harbored no doubt regarding the prowess of his blade. In a moment of clarity, he entertained the most improbable notion, gazing intently at Odin. He incredulously exclaimed that this could not be Odin, for Odin could not evade the deathly force of the god-slaying blade. If his blade was indeed flawless, then the one before him must be an impostor. Who are you, if not Odin? You're certainly not Odin. Absurd as it seemed, Chris felt he had uncovered the truth. His utterance drew the attention of those present to Loki, who now felt vindicated. This unfolding drama was anything but dull. First, the elder of the dwarves aimed to slay Odin. Then the elder's antics ensued, followed by Odin's mindless banter with his foes. And now, the revelation of Odin potentially being a counterfeit. If Odin were indeed a sham, the entertainment promised to escalate dramatically. As a result of Chris's proclamation, both the Asgardians and the Vanir fixated anxiously on their king. Loki mused that henceforth, anyone who claimed the dwarves were dim-witted would find him incredulous. After all, this fool had nearly unraveled the truth. Yet, Loki could not concede this. It was the divine birthday celebration, and exposing himself would undoubtedly plunge the 9 realms into chaos. With all eyes upon him, he could not afford to falter. His mind raced, and in an instant he devised a plan. Loki chose not to respond to the hammer's inquiry, instead hurling Gungnir with decisive intent. Gungnir, the mightiest artifact of Asgard, is wielded by Odin himself. Loki, the appointed god-king, was personally chosen by Odin and thus possesses the ability to wield Gungnir. Even if Loki cannot fully unleash the spear's tremendous power, he can still harness the inherent force of its laws. Legendary Gungnir is said to pierce the very stars in the sky, while Loki may not channel such immense strength. It is not required. In an instant, Gungnir transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Chris's right arm before returning to Loki's grasp. During this swift encounter, only a couple of individuals who had been observing Odin realized what had transpired. The rest remained oblivious, as Gungnir's speed transcended both space and time, showcasing the might of the force of laws. Holding the returned Gungnir, Loki gazed at the hammer and declared, "I am not Odin. Then tell me, who am I?" Chris, momentarily taken aback, felt a jolt of excruciating pain before he realized that one of his arms was gone, along with the god-slaying blade that had been within the ring. When Loki hurled Gungnir, he simultaneously retrieved Chris's god-slaying blade, which now resided within Loki's storage bracelet. The intense agony forced Chris to relinquish his transformation. Although his metamorphosis was not achieved through magic, but rather through a device forged by the dwarves, it still required his control. With Chris's influence now absent, his true visage reemerged. A metallic mass clattered to the ground at Chris's feet, revealing his authentic face. "Ah, my arm. Odin, may you know no peace." The searing pain contorted Chris's features into a grimace. Meanwhile, the square was abuzz with activity. No one anticipated the elder of the dwarves, the hammer wielder, would be impersonated in an attempt to assassinate Odin. Observing Chris's unveiled identity, Loki felt a twinge of disinterest. He had expected a full-scale betrayal from the dwarves, only to discover it was merely a ruse. Nevertheless, Loki was not inclined to let the dwarves escape unscathed. Actions bear consequences. First, he needed to deal with this impostor. A subtle gesture directed toward a golden-armored warrior prompted the soldier to step forward and swiftly escort the counterfeit away, granting Loki peace of mind. Should this individual fall into his hands, even in death, it would be with Loki's consent, ensuring he would learn what he desired. For now, it was imperative to continue with the divine birth celebration. As for this fool, he could be dealt with later. By now, it was likely that Nastrand and Tyr had already neutralized the dwarven so-called army. The notion of ambushing the Rainbow Bridge was a foolish strategy. Did that imbecile believe Heimdall was blind? Chapter 66, The Threat of Thor. In the central square of Asgard, the epicenter for all significant events and ceremonies, the atmosphere today is electrified with jubilation, as it marks the divine celebration of Odin's birthday. The residents of Asgard, along with numerous esteemed guests, revel in the festive spirit that pervades the square. This occasion, celebrated throughout the 9 realms, is indeed a momentous event. Adding to the merriment are the specially arranged performances and tributes to Odin from various factions, with Odin himself present, celebrating alongside the crowd. Such a scene should evoke nothing but exuberance. Yet, at this very moment, the festive ambience is shattered, replaced by shock, disbelief, and incredulity. The blade of god-slaying. Bring me Odin's demise. The elder of the dwarven clan stands boldly in the square, clutching a dark crimson, hiltless weapon. His face illuminated with fervor as he gazes upon Odin. His moment of triumph is vividly reflected on his countenance, exhilarated at the thought of achieving his goal. Confidence radiates from him. The blade of god-slaying, forged from the tree of death of the previous era, and Odin's own hair. was created with the singular purpose of slaying Odin. Now, with Odin so close, failure is no longer an option, and the elder envisions himself seated upon the highest throne. However, the gathered crowd is engulfed in disbelief. They are well acquainted with this elder of the dwarven clan, and it is precisely this familiarity that breeds their incredulity. After all, a significant portion of Asgard's weaponry is supplied by the dwarves, who, under Odin's protection, have flourished in the arms trade across the cosmos. In fact, the dwarves are amongst the most loyal factions to Odin, second only to Asgard and the Vanir. Thus, the prospect of a dwarven betrayal is utterly unfathomable. The assembly stands frozen, their eyes transfixed on Odin and the hammer. Even Loki, our protagonist, is taken aback. He never imagined that while reigning as a god-king, someone would boldly proclaim their intent to kill him. Previously, Loki had received whispers of the dwarves harboring ill intentions towards Odin, but he had never envisioned that this would culminate in a confrontation before him. Loki had contemplated various schemes from the dwarves, an army invading Asgard, developing formidable weapons to obliterate the realm, even the possibility of poisoning him. Yet, he could not have foreseen the current tableau. For heaven's sake, this is Asgard, the bastion of might among the 9 realms. Setting aside Odin, even the esteemed figures present, Baldur, Freyr, the sorceress, and the other deities, are formidable in their own right. The dwarves, being of comparatively lesser prowess, would find it hard to contend with them. Do you think even the likes of Frigga and Freya would not easily overpower you? Loki felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Had the minds of the dwarven race deteriorated to such an extent that they could conceive of no better strategy? Or was it that the hammer held a certainty of slaying Odin in this very moment? Rather than entertain the notion of the hammer's folly, Loki chose to embrace the latter hypothesis. With centuries of wisdom, the dwarven Grand Elder could not possibly be a fool. This implied that the dwarves possessed the means to eliminate Odin, his very self, here and now. To orchestrate Odin's demise through subterfuge was markedly distinct from executing such a deed in plain sight. The act of slaying Odin within the hallowed grounds of Asgard would undoubtedly send tremors throughout the 9 realms. Yet, whether the hammer could ascend to the throne of the God-King remained uncertain. Loki surmised that the most probable outcome would be his own dismemberment at the hands of the wrathful Asgardians and the Vanir. Bold hammer! Are you aware of the words you utter? Loki mused. Do the dwarves aspire to betray Asgard? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? The notion of assassinating Odin would be met with vehement opposition from the denizens of Asgard and the Vanir alike. In a thunderous roar, the god of light, Baldur, stepped forth to stand before Odin, followed closely by Baldur, Frey, the witch, and Freya, who interposed themselves before Loki, obstructing the path of the impostor masquerading as the Grand Elder of the dwarfs, Cress. Having traversed this realm for over a millennium, Loki marveled at witnessing the Asgardians and the Vanir unite in such synchrony, as if they had rehearsed this moment countless times, forming a protective barrier around their paternal deity. Now, the situation had exceeded Loki's expectations, as well as those of all present, including Cress, who had donned the guise of the hammer. They awaited the unfolding of events. Yet when the hammer made its entrance, it merely proclaimed, "Blade of God-Slayer, slay Odin," and then fell silent. After a pause of half a moment, the collective astonishment of the onlookers shifted to disbelief as the Asgardians and the Vanir stood resolutely before Odin. The hammer remained still, as though awaiting the opportunity for Odin to confront him in a decisive duel upon the square. Even Cress himself had not anticipated this turn of events. It deviated from his expectations. The blade of God-Slayer had been forged with the singular intent of vanquishing Odin, and by invoking its power, he believed it would naturally seek to fulfill its purpose, possessing the essence of the Tree of Death, rendering Odin's defenses futile. Yet, having summoned it forth, it appeared to remain inactive. Regardless of Cress's musings, Loki interjected, addressing those who stood before him. "Stand down. Sit. What manner of display is this? I have not yet aged to the point of requiring your protection. Withdraw at once." Loki harbored no desire for these individuals to sacrifice themselves on his behalf. Each was a treasure of Asgard, including those of the Vanir. Moreover, having already divided his essence and made thorough preparations, he certainly wished to spare his allies from needless demise. Odin, a being of profound pride, would never permit anyone to shield him from adversaries. Understanding Odin's nature, Loki recognized that to better masquerade as the All-Father, he must compel them to retreat. Baldur turned to Odin, intending to voice his thoughts. Yet Loki shot him a fierce glare, commanding him to return to his seat. Loki cared little for Baldur's status as the god of light. He firmly asserted his dominance as Odin, the sovereign of Asgard, wielding the greatest authority. Even Baldur, he felt, could be silenced at his whim. Those standing before Loki, under Odin's command, retreated to their seats, firmly believing in their king's unassailable strength. They were confident that Odin would not falter before the grotesque dwarf. Odin, the mightiest among the 9 realms, had never known defeat, and their faith in him was unwavering. Gazing at the hammer before him, Loki felt a twinge of confusion. What would your next move be? Are you merely jesting with me? Observing his Godslayer blade, which remained inert against Odin, Kryss too found himself bewildered. Of course, he would never entertain the notion that his blade had malfunctioned. Thus, he called out once more, Godslayer, eliminate Odin. Yet silence persisted. This time, Loki grasped the truth. A voice-activated mechanism? It appeared that the device only responded to Odin's commands. Looking at the blade cradled by the hammer, Loki scoffed. With such pathetic equipment, do you really think you can slay me? How naive.